How could an E rank be in a C rank dungeon, hunting this easily? Sangu doesn't answer, only smiling as he asks why she speaks so casually, as if they are close friends. Over at the YOLO Guild warehouse, massive crates of treasures are actively being shipped in. Guild leader Han Miho is actively collecting all of them. This girl, with the triple head avatar, is the manager Siona, and she has no clue why Miho wants these. They never did this before, but it's all to help Master Y. He promised to pay a very high price for every single one. Siona stares at the stuffed crates, wondering why he needs so many. Does he really have that many summoned beasts to feed? Miho heard a rumor that some guy named Dong Sangu is the one who actually needs all of these gems. Back to Sangu. Seeing her tense expression, he silently thinks about how extremely sensitive she is regarding these matters. What should he do next? If she turns out to be an enemy, things could get really— Wu Yon doesn't get why he's even asking. He can talk casually to her too, so it's not a big deal at all. Sangu thinks she's a bit of an oddball, slowly standing up. Honestly, that's not the question I'm most curious about anyway. Why did you bring up the Haisung Guild while you were fleeing? That's what I really want to know. Wu Yan just looks completely blank. Introducing yourself as a licensed hunter, but knowing absolutely nothing about this is pretty weird. Sangu scratches his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Well, since he only recently received his hunter license, he doesn't really know much about the ongoing politics between the local guilds. Wu Yan breaks it down for the rookie. The Silver Moon Guild is basically a dirty subsidiary operating right under the Haisung Guild. They pretend they're clean, but Silver Moon does all of Haisung's dirty laundry. I'm pretty sure most of the people kidnapped here are Haisung's doing. Sangu asks, who was the one who dragged her here? At that question, a traumatic childhood memory suddenly flashes back. Looking absolutely terrified, Wu Yan quickly mutters that he really doesn't need to know that. Then she mentally scolds herself for telling this complete stranger all her secrets. Sangu can only wonder what on earth is wrong with this girl. Well, he got the intel he needed, so it is time to say goodbye. Wait, she asks, aren't you done yet? What? This is only just the beginning. Sangu casually tells her she can get lost now. Nobody's at the gate. Those Silver Moon bastards scrammed too. But before leaving, he casually mentions her skills are actually pretty decent. Her skills? Is he mocking her? Seriously, a single drop of that poison would kill most people. But get this, Sangu completely ignored the deadly side effects. He hands Wu Yan a pretty dirty, sketchy business card. He tells her that if she ever needs a job, or if she's worried about Haisung's revenge, she can just call him. It has his address, and he adds that the local agents there absolutely detest the Haisung Guild just as much. He leaves, ordering clone number 5 to safely escort her out of the dungeon gate. Then Sangu immediately starts hunting down monsters one by one. He figures Wu Yan's rare skill would be extremely useful for his clones. Maybe he should try recruiting her again. While clone number 1 is fighting fiercely, he suddenly collapses flat on his face. Yep, those are the brutal side effects. Sangu honestly thought the clone could survive the strain thanks to his auto-regeneration. Still, the guy did a solid job. He summons him again, resulting in another absolute eyesore. Put some clothes on to cover your junk, then get right back to hunting. Sneaking around in the shadows behind him are those B-rank hunters. Has that guy left yet? Yeah, he finally moved on. They can't believe their eyes, wondering how a human could easily slaughter such a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, 2 naked clones stand around chatting. I seriously thought he was a goner, but then he came right back to life. Talk about a heart attack. I really wonder what kind of skill he's got. And judging by the way he talks, there are definitely more people like him out there. Are we in deep trouble? Damn it, if we only had our weapons weight, even with full gear, wouldn't we still get beaten to a pulp, bro? The middle part guy wonders why they're turning back. Even the gem scavengers are suddenly running away in fear. The buzzcut hunter feels along the wall, searching for any anomalies. You idiot, do you seriously not realize where we are? Since we're restricted to hunting in this zone, we must at least figure out where we are. Fortunately, he hasn't discovered this hidden chamber yet. Behind this wall lies a highly mysterious room. It actually looks like some kind of hidden manufacturing workshop. Who knows what they are building here? Since raw materials are supplied directly from the hunting ground, the chances of anyone ever finding this place are pretty much extremely low. Besides, who would ever think of investigating a dangerous hunting ground like this? This stuff isn't regular opium, and it is actually worth way more than opium too. These are definitely highly refined crystals. Their power is 100 times better than normal crystal, and just one single stone will boost our stats by 0.5 points. But the side effect is turning into a monster, where even the most loyal beast completely loses control. That's exactly why the Hunter Association banned this stuff completely. Curtain Hair thinks that side effect isn't worth it at all, because boosting your stats is pretty useless if you end up turning into a monster. Back then, not enough people were willing to take that risk. That is why it used to be so incredibly cheap. But recently, things have changed that completely flipped the value of this stuff. It is all because of a secret project called JP, which actually refines these crystals so they can be safely used on humans. Because of this JP project, the Chan Corporation has been buying up these crystals like absolute crazy. And since manufacturing this stuff is highly illegal, its value is shooting up like a rocket. Nobody ever thought this piece of junk would become a gold mine. They can make millions of dollars off of this. Buzzcut thinks they might get beaten to a pulp by those punks for now, but things will be totally different if they bring this stuff back. He decides to leave it here and return tomorrow. Curtain Hair doesn't understand why they don't just take it now, asking how he plans to stop those other bastards. What if they catch us carrying this? Do you ever use your brain? We can't even get away with taking a little bit of it. Look at these two wearing nothing but underwear. Is definitely going to draw way too much attention out there. They carefully close the secret door. Meanwhile, Yu Yan has witnessed everything and finally found what she wanted. She angrily snaps at number 5 to just go back now. With a fragile and weak heart, number 5 gets chewed out, not daring to talk back, and quietly heads back. She decides to stay behind in the hunting ground. Fortunately, those Silver Moon bastards led her right to the spot. Still, she has no idea why they were running around naked. Anyway, she successfully finds a massive pile of crystal gems inside that room. She pulls out a 30-span giant bag to pack them up, but looking at this pile, it is heavy. Will she get caught carrying this? Over here. Number 5 is directing everyone to head quickly toward the portal. This is her perfect chance to slip right into the crowd. Number 5 sees that Yu Yan has safely escaped, meaning the mission is officially complete. Talk about a massive stroke of luck. Just like that, Yu Yan makes it out of the portal alive with her stolen crystals. She runs like crazy, never looking back at the Silver Moon gang. Sang-gu also believes that everyone has successfully escaped and is safe now. The monsters have been completely cleared out, and more importantly, his bag is full of crystals. He is excited because he had been wondering why these crystals were so rare lately. This stuff is honestly the absolute best. Looking at the bag, number 1's stomach growls loudly as he drools like crazy, wondering if he should eat it all. Cut it out. If you turn into a monster, everyone is going to be terrified. His cloning skill is still on cooldown, so they will handle that tomorrow. Right then, Sang-gu receives a message from Kang Junmo, asking him to visit the Kindness Guild tomorrow. They are going to explain the mission. The next day, those two guys cover up completely and return, only to find the crystals are gone. He goes absolutely ballistic, especially since tomorrow is the deadline. Out of pure rage, Buzzcut grabs the gatekeeper by the throat. You bastard, if you are being paid to guard this place, do your job right. Why did you let someone else slip inside here? The poor gatekeeper is having a terrible day. How could he possibly stop other hunters when they literally bought tickets to enter? Besides, the ones who escaped were the exact people he had locked inside. Hearing this, he completely loses his mind and drops the guard. Why does it have to be those bastards? Just thinking of their 3 terrifying faces makes him wet his pants. How is he supposed to get the crystals back from them? Even after escaping, Yu Yan still can't believe they brought her to a C-rank hunter dungeon. She would have died without Sang-gu's help, but at least she managed to bring back a whole bag of sweet loot. The Silver Moon Guild might get suspicious if she sells them right away, so Yu Yan decides to temporarily hide them until things cool down. Suddenly, Sang-gu's business card drops out. Remembering his words, she gets furious, thinking that he doesn't know a damn thing. What an absolute bastard. Did he really think she'd go there just because he flattered her? Now watch at Odin Tower. A level 5 dungeon is waiting. It is said that the strongest first-generation hunter, Ban, actually found this place and decided to challenge it, but they immediately lost contact with him, and he never returned back. Shortly after, a massive number of other hunters also tried to challenge it, but everyone failed, struggling to even pass the lowest floors. The only exception was the teleporter G.I. Lucas, and that is exactly where Kindness Guild's Team 1 is currently trapped. This includes Wii's younger sister, who happens to be their team leader. Odin Tower is a highly unique dungeon with a one-way entrance and absolutely no exit. The only thing connecting it to the outside world is mana. The only way to contact them is by using a telepathy skill. Because of that, their options for escaping are extremely limited. Sangwoo has to either clear the dungeon or escape using a teleportation skill. That is why his cloning ability is so crucial. Other hunters cannot escape if something goes wrong inside the dungeon. That is exactly why Wante needs Sangwoo. He wonders, is there really no way for the first team to escape other than relying on their own raw strength? They already equipped the first team with an escape method, but somehow, they still have not made it out. He sighs deeply as Wante continues. Let me tell you what really happened inside Odin's tower, and how everything went completely off the rails back then. It happened 5 years ago during the grand catastrophe of 2005. My little sister awakened her abilities in those dark times shortly after the disaster ended. At that time, Wante was just a 16-year-old kid, and Yuna was only 9. While he was desperately fighting off monsters, his little sister shyly handed him a pack of snacks. That was when Wante first discovered her special ability to create a pocket storage dimension. Even the little girl had no idea how she did it. It just suddenly appeared. She could store so many things inside. Wante patted Yuna's head. You have a great skill here. It is extremely useful. Yuna, let us head home to sleep now. You must be exhausted. And so, the brother carried his sister on his back through the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Together, they survived countless life-threatening dangers thanks to those unique skills. Back then, they could easily store various survival items and even actual living people inside her pocket. Wante figured it would be much better if the two of them tackled dungeons together as a team. As they grew up, Yuna eventually became the leader of the Kindness Guild's first team, though she still playfully teased her older brother. The staff members could only watch in utter shock as their high and mighty guild leader got beat up. The two siblings were having a minor disagreement. Wante strongly opposed going to Odin's tower without a teleporter on the team. Yuna sighed in annoyance. Ugh, not this argument again. Then why did we even buy those expensive teleport scrolls? There are fewer than 100 teleporters worldwide, and we do not have even one right now. How on earth do you expect us to just magically recruit one of them right this instant? If we do not do this now, we never will. The first team is currently in peak physical condition, and we still have my spatial skill. This is our absolute only shot. Wante still hesitated. Do you really not trust me with this critical mission? So he grit his teeth and held back his frustration. Even as the first team departed, he was still not entirely sure they could clear that dungeon. Back then, you could barely tell who was the actual leader. Yuna promised him she would retreat immediately if they ran into any real danger. The young girl knew deep down how terrible it would be to leave her family behind and never return. And hey, it is not just the teleport scroll for escaping. I'm also carrying plenty of food and emergency medical supplies. She showed them all to him to put his mind at ease. Looking back now, he deeply regrets letting his little sister go. He should never have let himself be convinced by her logic. He should not have felt relieved just because of those emergency supplies his sister brought along with her. Watch closely here, Yuna and the first team set off. Wante deeply regrets not stopping them at that moment. Afterward, Wante wandered around like a lost soul. Did he honestly think they would fail? They had prepared for this for years. You are being way too overprotective of the captain. Aside from our guild leader, who else is going to believe in them? Those words finally convinced Wante. Since they were already gone, he decided to just put his trust in her. Around this time, he was also busy preparing a program for awakened users. That competition happened to be the very one that Sangwoo joined. Perhaps because his build was different back then, absolutely no one recognized him. The guild used message scrolls to stay in touch with the first team, who carried 10 scrolls to report weekly. Since they could not enter the dungeon, a guild team stayed outside Odin's tower entrance to handle communications. Their first report went through with absolutely no issues at all. The second and third reports went just as smoothly, and everyone quickly began to relax. But then, after a full month, a serious problem suddenly struck. That day was the scheduled report from the first team. As planned, they should have traveled 40 kilometers by today. The monitoring team began ripping open the communication scroll foil. After clearing the final section of the first floor, they traveled 700 meters before an unknown monster ambushed them. Most of the members were desperately fighting the beast. By the time they recorded the casualties, the signal was heavily distorted, making the receiver's head feel like it was about to explode. They had ripped open multiple scrolls at the same time, completely disrupting the transmission line. And here is where everything takes a dark turn. Wante turned around to witness a bloody figure stumbling out of the portal. Because of his hesitant decision to save them back then, the consequences of his lack of responsibility were masked under the word trust. Everything collapsed right before Wante's eyes. He rushed over to check on the survivor and quickly called for the rescue team. Cracks began appearing all over the portal, though telepathy could still barely establish a connection. The guild requested the rescue team to dispatch a unit to inspect the tower exterior this afternoon, warning them never to step inside unless they were absolutely prepared. Everyone is desperately giving first aid to Seitai, but right now, all he can do is whisper apologies. We failed. That monster tore up all our teleportation scrolls. We have never seen anything like it in any report. He is bleeding way too much, and they need to get him to a hospital right now. Meanwhile, Wu He just sits there in shock, her telepathic link still active. The agency staff repeats the words coming through the link. It is Yuna's voice, announcing that their battle has finally ended. I am so sorry. I think we failed. I really believed we could do it. I will just wait inside here. Do not worry, because I will make it back, no matter what happens. Wu He trembles as she listens to her sister's final words. They tried hiring countless hunters afterward, but everyone flat out refused. They all thought it was a death wish. Odin Tower? Are you completely insane? Even if we could get inside, using teleportation scrolls, how do you explain what happened to Mate's elite squad trapped in there? Look, my partner cannot go more than 5 kilometers away from me, and there is no way I am going in alone. Then, a massive gate disaster struck, bringing Genti and Sangwoo together. That is why Genti wanted Sangwoo to hit those target power stats, because with your skills, you actually stand a real chance of reaching the trap team. Now, Sangwoo always delivers on his promises. It is time for the rescue mission, and the guild will escort him straight to Odin's Tower. The operation kicks off tomorrow at Odin's Tower. Meanwhile, the useless squad that lost the crystal gem is currently getting beaten to a pulp. Now, check out this raging maniac. It's Duan, the leader of the Silver Moon Guild, absolutely losing his mind. Was it really that hard? I sent a whole squad of D-class hunters and ordered you idiots to just guard the entrance, yet you managed to screw that up completely. What am I supposed to do now? After blasting his men, he cools down enough to ask about the identity of the kid who took his crystal. The thieves wore masks, but they got a crystal clear look at one of them. Oddly, his name is not on any hunter list, D-class or higher. He goes absolutely ballistic. Realizing his men were beaten by a pathetic E-class hunter, he keeps violently thrashing the guy, demanding, if they think they are the only guild producing these refined crystals, if we cannot deliver the cash to the powerful Hasun Guild, do you think they will just wait nicely? They will replace us in a heartbeat, and then we are completely finished. I am not going to repeat myself. Find that punk and drag him back to me. His subordinates shout in unison, but looking at these incompetent fools, he already knows they will just get beaten up again. They are completely useless, giving him a massive headache. The real emergency is figuring out how to replace those stolen crystals. Luckily, a dangerous-looking man is sitting nearby. This is Vice Leader Kang Cheong, and he seems pretty excited about this. He suggests beating up a few suspects to force the thief out. He does not understand why the others are wasting time like this, and it looks like he already has his own plan ready. The next day, over at his personal agency, Sangwoo senses that Wu He is telling the truth. Still, she left out a few major details, specifically, the real reason they are trying to clear Odin's Tower. Sangwoo is clueless about the hunter industry, but he knows this tower was already cleared back in 2012. According to the official announcement back then, Odin's Tower was completely empty, with only a single monster inside and absolutely zero treasure or rare items. No one should enter Odin's Tower just to throw their life away. Because of that, hunters lost all interest in the place, and it slowly became a completely abandoned dungeon. But that still does not explain why his sister's elite squad tried so desperately to raid the place. Still, Sangwoo does not need Junmo to overthink this. His only goal is a rescue mission, not clearing the entire dungeon, so he's focusing purely on the task at hand. Suddenly, Sangwoo spots Wu Yan fast asleep in the corner. Junmo asks who she is. Oh, I met her at a hunting ground and offered her a job. Though, to be fair, I did not expect to find her sleeping right at our entrance. You can't blame her. Junmo wakes her up with a face so scary it almost gives her a heart attack. But before they can even exchange greetings, her stomach grumbles loudly. Laughing it off, they head to a nearby restaurant across the street. She starts devouring her food like a starving tiger. Sangwoo saves his number on her phone, as Wu Yan asks if joining means she is officially with their agency. After she nods, Junmo asks about her skills, which happen to be item appraisal and potion making. But Sangwoo butts in, joking that drinking her potions will probably kill you slowly. Annoyed, Wu Yan grabs his hair and completely ruins his freshly styled look, telling him his jokes are not funny at all. She argues that she actually makes non-lethal potions. They might taste awful, but they provide some serious combat boosts. Honestly, Sangwoo wants to make use of her skills, planning to hand those potions off to his active clones. Junmo pulls out a notepad and asks her to buy the necessary potion-making equipment, promising to help fund her business. Sangwoo gets up to leave, heading out to the dungeon. Wu Yan assumes the guy is just going hunting again, but this time, it is different. Hunting is not his main objective today. Before he leaves, she tosses him 2 potions she brewed, one for raw strength and one for mana, but they have some pretty nasty side effects. The strength potion melts your muscles, and the mana one makes you blow up. Well, that's incredibly interesting. Sanggu and his clones head out, but first, he promises to treat them to a massive feast when they return. High spirits mean better results. Later that night, Siona makes her way to the YOLO Guild warehouse. Her guild leader wanted all the precious jewels moved over to the Keenest Guild, but she immediately notices the guards knocked out and signs of a massive break-in. No clue. Siona has absolutely no idea who would dare steal from the YOLO Guild. She quickly activates her thief skill and searches for the intruders. The second she spots them hiding in the shadows, she dives straight in. Ambushed, the moment she steps forward, she is quite certain they are still inside, which is why she charged right in without thinking. So, who is this intruder? Get ready, it is the Silver Moon Vice leader, smugly laughing in her face. He says they really need this treasure, emptying the vault before burning the entire place to the ground. With their heist complete, their next move is to track down whoever stole those precious crystal fragments. Meanwhile, Sanggu and his clones finally land in Iceland. This is his very first time stepping foot outside his own country. Together, they head to the Valhalla portal. Next stop, Odin Tower. 2 pretty cool-looking guards greet Sanggu, asking if he is indeed the famous Sanggu, and saying Wanti Park is already waiting for him at the main entrance. This breathtaking place is the actual entrance to the Odin Tower, showing a bottomless abyss stretching into absolute nothingness in the distance. This place does not look like a tower at all. Plus, it is freezing cold, making him want to head back to the guild barracks. Then, the bad news. Y finally gets the report about the guild vault. The YOLO Guild is completely cleaned out. The thieves planned this meticulously, leaving absolutely nothing behind, not even a single gem. Unbelievably bold of them, they clearly do not know who Han Miho is. When Sanggu arrives, the 2 look incredibly relieved to see him. You are finally here. The day is finally here. We have not seen you in a while, and we missed you to death. They prepped warm coats since it is quite cold here, and the clones quickly throw on their new gear. Gunny starts the briefing, explaining the target disappeared about 40 kilometers away from the entrance. The distance is much shorter than Sanggu expected, making him wonder if a whole month of travel only covering that much ground is a bit too slow. But because of that, food supplies will be totally fine. Y hands him 3 teleportation scrolls, prepped ahead of time just in case of an absolute emergency. He figures each clone should carry one, telling them these are incredibly important, so keep them safe. The exact location is already marked on them, so simply tearing the scroll will instantly activate the magic. At 2 p.m., the guild asks Team 1 to check outside. There will definitely be plenty of battle scars left behind, so finding the spot should be pretty easy. Y asks if Sanggu has any other questions. He just grins and asks what Y wants to eat once he brings his little sister back safe. Y is genuinely stunned by this question, which clearly shows Sanggu's absolute confidence in his own abilities. Guess we will have to cook something up then. Grabbing their swords and some potions, the clones finally prepare to move out. They step into the portal. Sanggu activates his integration skill, and Y places all of his hope on the young man standing before him. The integration skill works smoothly, but then a massive blizzard hits them. Even though his cold resistance is relatively high, he still cannot completely escape this brutal chill. After struggling for a bit, they finally reach Odin Tower. But wait, Sanggu feels something incredibly strange. He can actually control number 1's entire body. His integration skill has reached a whole new level. Not only can he share every single sense with his clones, but he also has absolute control over their physical bodies. It feels so real. It is as if he is actually moving his own limbs. He quickly directs his clones to their designated locations, giving the order to finally head out and rescue Team 1. Looking at this massive wall of solid ice, it is clear why escaping was completely impossible for them. It is totally blocked. How did this place even get created? According to the notes, monsters will start spawning the exact second they step foot inside the tower. Sure enough, a monster immediately appears. It is a frost bat, but one of the clones quickly tears it to shreds. These E-rank monsters strike the moment you enter, and they always hunt in massive packs. You have to watch every single angle. And a key detail is that these frost bat swarms are always led by a powerful alpha. Here comes the frost bat queen, a D-rank threat. She bares her fangs, ready to tear Sang-woo apart. But he decides to handle this personally. Just one clean slash, and it is over. He did not expect it to be this easy. Time to keep moving. It was honestly too weak to even be satisfying. Every single beast meets a brutal end, even though they barely pose a real threat. They have already covered 13 kilometers, a quarter of the way there. Just as expected, tougher monsters are bound to show up pretty soon. Speak of the devil, a massive, towering monster crawled out from the rocky cave, echoing with a terrifying demonic roar. It raised a gigantic club to smash Sang-woo to pieces, but he quickly cast his magic bullet skill, sending clone number 3 to back him up from behind and clone number 2 to attack from the front. Both sides charged into a wild clash, each picking a target so nobody had to share the kills. The monsters were getting absolutely demolished, and everything was going smoothly. If they kept this pace up, wiping them out would be a total breeze. And just like that, the entire ground violently shakes right beneath their feet. This is where things get really dangerous. Outside the base camp, Wante was incredibly worried about Sang-woo. Even the guild's elite first team had a brutal time surviving in that place. Wante had actually planned a stealth mission to infiltrate the zone, hoping to bypass the monsters as much as possible and rescue the team. The absolute minimum rank required for that operation was C rank. However, Hunter Sang-woo's growth speed had completely blown past all his expectations. He estimated that Sang-woo had boosted almost all his stats by nearly 20 points in just 6 months. His current stats put him right at A2B rank. But even more impressively, Sang-woo's clones were also growing stronger and stronger by the day. Though their stats were lower than their masters, their tactical movements were absolutely top tier. It was no exaggeration to say they possessed the combat strength of an A2B rank hunter. Meanwhile, the first team's average was B rank. Wante was fully convinced that Sang-woo alone was equal to the entire first team. If the YOLO Guild's vault had not been raided, Sang-woo could have grown even stronger using the gems they had prepared. At this rate, aside from the legendary frost golem specifically highlighted in the reports, there was absolutely no other monster capable of stopping him on the first floor. Wante had already warned Sang-woo about the frost golem, so he should be able to avoid it and navigate safely, even though slipping past that bastard without a fight was tough. And right on cue, this massive one-eyed monster is the frost golem. Sang-woo tried to slash it with all his might, but it did absolutely nothing. Talk about a broken boss fight. Luckily, he escaped before getting eaten alive, but the situation is looking pretty tense now. There is simply no way to damage this beast if his sword cannot even scratch its icy hide. A few smaller monsters tried to seize the chance and rush in, but the frost golem simply scooped them up in one hand and tossed them into its mouth. Talk about a literal, terrifying monster buffet. Sang-woo and his clones could barely believe their eyes as the beast reached its filthy hand toward them. Fortunately, he ordered everyone to dodge immediately, knowing they had to locate its core fast. But where exactly is its core hidden? Even though he spotted the target, the real problem was actually destroying it. His magic gun could not even leave a single scratch on its surface. With only one desperate option left, Sang-woo ordered his clones to quickly retreat out of the godforsaken monster's attack range. Unfortunately, clone number 5 still got vaporized. Even worse, the clone holding their emergency teleportation scroll was the one who got taken out. Speaking of teleportation, a brilliant idea suddenly struck Sang-woo. He immediately dashed toward the giant beast at full speed. The monster was about to swallow clone number 5, but Sang-woo seized the moment, flashing forward to grab the scroll. As its jaws slammed shut, the remaining clones held their breath. Sang-woo successfully cheated death, but the monster had just swallowed more than just clone number 5. It swallowed the very thing that would end its life. By the time the beast realized what was happening, it violently exploded from the inside, triggered by clone number 5's teleportation scroll. Since he could not destroy the core, his only option was to send it somewhere else. And so, the core was teleported straight back to base camp. Everyone back at base must have panicked, having absolutely no clue what this random thing was. With that, the golem was completely eradicated. As a result, his strength, health, defense, and mana stats all received a massive, well-deserved boost. Sang-woo's cloning skill was also heavily enhanced, now allowing him to expend energy and summon perfect duplicates that look absolutely identical to him. The maximum number of clones he can summon will now increase, depending on his overall level. Right now, the maximum number of clones Sangu can summon is capped at 7, and his cooldown is completely reset. Seeing this screen, he gets so emotional, he literally starts to cry. Unlike his other skills, he simply cannot find any way to level up his cloning ability. But he is not going to summon any more clones right now. Alright, let's keep moving. Elsewhere, a handsome guy with six-pack abs is taking a hot shower. His assistant hands him a list of people who have scheduled appointments to meet him this month. Scanning the list, he notices that absolutely none of them belong to any guild in South Korea. It feels completely pointless. Something inside him has changed, so he orders his assistant to reject everyone and proceed with the academy opening. Meanwhile, the older man from the hunting ground is finally enjoying a hot bowl of noodles, all thanks to Sanggu helping him escape earlier. His senior Gyun-se finally gets it. No wonder he has not been able to reach Sanggu. The junior was captured by the SC Moon crew. Or rather, Hung handed him right over to them. Junseo thinks his underling got off pretty lucky. How did he even escape those bastards? The guy simply says he got some help. Sensing something deeper, Genseo decides not to pry any further. Well, looks like everything is fine for now. Jang Woo is pretty busy, so go give him a hand, alright? Suddenly, there is a noise outside. Suk goes to open the door, but the moment it cracks open, he takes a massive punch right to the face. This uninvited guest is none other than Chiosung Papa Su. He sneers, "I found you. To save some time. Who was the one who attacked my guild members back at the hunting ground? You better answer carefully. This is the third time I am asking this question. The last two guys claimed they did not know a single thing. Let us see if you really know nothing too." His blood-stained hands already make the horrific fate of those previous guys pretty obvious. The big guy is absolutely furious, seeing someone cause trouble in his own house. He charges forward, aiming to land a heavy punch, but Chiosung blocks it with zero effort. Grinning mockingly, he scoffs, "You like showing off, huh? Too bad for you. I am pretty good at this myself." He casually twists his opponent's arm, forcing the big man to punch his own face. Next time, he mocks, "Make sure you actually aim before swinging." Talk about playing dirty. Honestly, I absolutely hate show-offs like this. Seeing his boss get beaten up, Gapsu immediately rushes in. "Wait, I will go with you. Please just stop." Chiosung freezes for 5 seconds, but then he simply slaps him across the face too. "What the hell are you talking about? You think I have to play by your rules for you to come with me? You think he is getting beaten because of you? He is getting trashed because he is stupid, so do not go feeling guilty." As Chiosung speaks, he tortures Sok even more brutally. Watching his boss get beaten to a bloody pulp, Gapsu just cannot take it anymore. He drops to his knees, shaking as he begs, "Stop, please. I know who attacked Sailbakeman Guild. I know who did it. Please show some mercy." This only makes Chiosung even more thrilled as a hideous grin spreads across his face. "Haha, see that? Just a little threat, and I get exactly what I want. Wow, what an absolute scumbag." Meanwhile, back with Sanggu, his team is still searching. Sanggu orders everyone to slow down a bit here, warning them to stay alert and keep their eyes peeled. It is pretty strange. Ever since they first encountered that monster, they keep finding more and more bodies scattered along the path. It makes sense why they left them behind, though, since recovering them would be nearly impossible. Still, Sanggu has no clue who could have absolutely slaughtered all these people out here. The team is now extremely close to their final destination. Sanggu immediately relays the order to his clones. From this point on, we are going to track the Vanguard group's battlefield. They must be hiding somewhere close to where the clash went down. The enemy checks in at 2 p.m. every day, right? How many minutes do we have left? Sanggu starts to ask, but an abrupt ambush cuts him off. Blood is drawn immediately, but luckily, Sanggu manages to grab his hand just in time. Suddenly, a monster leaps out to attack. Sanggu has no idea what it is. The beast just appeared out of thin air, probably using some stealth skill. Things spiral into absolute chaos as a whole horde of these same monsters starts swarming the area, so that explains the trail of bodies. Honestly, it is a miracle the strike team did not get wiped out instantly. Sanggu and his team completely failed to sense these stealthy creatures early on, and now, the entire squad has walked straight into a deadly trap. He violently shoves off his attacker and delivers a powerful slash. Everyone, push through this side and launch a counterattack. Right in the absolute chaos of battle, they vanish. Sanggu looks around frantically, but he cannot see a single one of them. Even his clones are struggling quite a bit to block the incoming strikes from these invisible bastards. It is actually easier to just let the clones act. Sanggu lets clone number 1 take control to analyze. Surprisingly, he blocks an attack just by listening to the wind. They are reacting purely to the subtle sounds these hidden monsters make when they move. Whenever they move, they leave a trace. Sanggu realizes this is enough info. He could copy their style right now, but there is no real need yet. Sanggu still has a long way to go. Meanwhile, inside the subdimension where Yuna and her squad are trapped, she looks incredibly exhausted and pale. It is almost 2 p.m. They really need to check the situation outside. Yuna quietly wonders if a rescue team might actually show up today to give them a sliver of hope. Shaking, she knows deep down that hope will never reach them. Today will be just like yesterday. Yuna is pretty sure that only the terrifying, silent ice field will greet them once again. Suddenly, she catches a faint noise. This might actually be a very promising sign for the first team. Back to Sanggu's fight. One is at 3 o'clock, and another is at 9 o'clock. There are 2 of them nearby, and Sanggu thinks he can manage if he holds out just a bit longer. These stealthy things seem to possess insane speed alongside some seriously high defense stats. Their ability to turn invisible is not even the biggest problem. The real issue is that there are just too many of them. Sanggu has to keep dodging their relentless strikes. Even small scratches cannot be ignored when you are taking this many hits over and over. The beasts just keep swarming in, their numbers seemingly endless. It is definitely best to get out of here right now. He cannot even tell if there are hundreds or thousands of them lurking around. Suddenly, Sanggu spots Yuna's signal flare, the strike team's beacon. Sanggu immediately orders his clones to sprint toward it. At the same time, Yuna finally spots a human figure outside. A sudden noise throws the entire squad into a frenzy. Someone actually came to save them. But talk about a wild entrance. Sanggu showed up dragging a massive horde of monsters right behind him. Team 1 quickly jumps to action to bail him out. The rescuer gets saved by his own rescue targets. It is so backward. You and I know there is no time to waste here. Watch as a massive protective barrier snaps into place. Her magic arrow skill activates, sending a barrage of glowing bolts slamming into the beasts. Thanks to this cover fire, Sanggu lands safely on the ground. Yuna slams the gate shut as the shield drops, leaving Sanggu collapsed on the floor, gasping. He introduces himself as the rescue team for Strike Squad 1, though it is pretty clear who saved whom. Yuna asks if he is from the Keenest Guild. Well, that is only half right. I am Dong Sanggu, and I came here on a personal request from Keenest Guild leader Park Wee. So he did not abandon them after all. Yuna gasps, asking if Steve survived. Sanggu guesses she means the guy with glasses who escaped using that teleport scroll. He is alive, Sanggu says, but he still has not woken up. Seeing her worried face, Sanggu can tell she deeply cares for her comrades. He feels bad, but tells her they really need to get out of here first. Your captain is waiting outside Odin Tower's entrance, pacing around because he is so worried. We should not keep him waiting. Sanggu urges everyone to pack up and leave immediately, showing them the teleportation scroll he brought along. Yuna hesitates, which leaves Sanggu pretty confused. After all, she should be absolutely thrilled to escape this nightmare. Thinking about it, something is definitely off. 10 people entered, so 9 should be left. Yuna trembles as she admits it is shameful to ask for more help, but begs him to assist them just one more time. One of their members died during this mission, and they simply cannot leave her body behind in this godforsaken place. Sanggu thinks to himself only 8 survivors left. He figured as much after hearing the report about 1 injured person, meaning there is 1 casualty. Sanggu asks what exactly happened to them. They were heavily ambushed, and their healer at the back was immediately taken out on the spot. It happened so fast that nobody could react, leaving them drowning in guilt for failing to save her. Just like when Sanggu got ambushed, the beasts targeted him first. It seems like the monsters always go after the weakest link first. The moment Seiya was attacked, Yuna opened her pocket dimension and ordered everyone to retreat. She desperately wanted to fight, but if she fell, her team would have absolutely no safe place left to hide. They used a long-range communication scroll to report the situation back. In all that crazy chaos, they did not notice a monster sneaking right past them. It attacked Seiya, and that was the exact moment they ended up losing every single one of their teleportation scrolls. If Yuna tried to escape on her own, her pocket dimension would immediately collapse. That meant the entire squad would lose their safe haven. All their supplies would vanish, and everyone would be wiped out. Sanggu asks where their fallen comrade's body is. It turns out she lies pretty far away, making retrieval almost impossible with monsters crawling everywhere. Just to protect her friend's remains, Yuna gave up escaping and chose to stay trapped down here for 6 whole months. He cannot just tell her to leave her friend behind. So, Sangu makes up his mind to head out and bring her body back right now. But he has one condition. He came here to save them, not to increase the body count with useless sacrifices. If things get too dangerous, he will force everyone to leave. Second, only he and his clones will be doing the retrieval. Yuna immediately protests because it is far too risky. They wanted his help to retrieve her body together, not to put his own life on the line. But he reveals that, unlike the female lead, every single version of him standing here right now is just a clone. Yuna's jaw drops. But check this out, at that exact moment, Chi-sung brutalizes poor Junmo. He pins Junmo down and mocks him, saying he never expected a hunter who dared to mess with them would be under his association, was not making an enemy of Hyung enough. He asks why he did not just stay in hiding after being kicked out, before raising his arm to interrogate him. He asks one last time for the name of that bastard. But Junmo grits his teeth, refusing to utter a single word. Chi-sung sighs and brutally snaps his arm. Junmo screams in agony, knowing his right arm is next on the chopping block. Meanwhile, Gapsu has managed to dig up Sangu's file, confirming his full name is Dong Sangu. Turns out, he is living in a pretty sweet place nearby. He orders Gapsu to send some lackeys over to that location, dragging Park Junmo along for the ride. Watching from outside, Woo Yan is absolutely stunned to see the Silver Moon Guild here. This is bad. Junmo, looking completely beaten, grits his teeth to ask. He asks why they want Dong Sangu anyway. Chi-sung says Sangu beat up some of his guys. That is just one reason, though. He asks if Junmo has ever heard of crystal elixirs, but Junmo genuinely has no idea what that is. That makes sense, since Junmo is notoriously stubborn, so of course Sangu kept him in the dark. He explains that Sangu stole all their crystal elixirs and fled. See that? We are the real victims here. Hearing this, Woo Yan is utterly shocked. Those absolute idiots actually think the hunter Sangu stole all those magical gems. Meanwhile, the girl was the one behind it all. Back with Sangu, he keeps explaining his clones. As you can see, these clones are not just cheap illusions created by magic. They are real flesh and blood, so do not worry about our lives. Here is the plan. Clones number 4 and 6 will hold the teleportation scrolls and guard this dimensional entrance. Number 2 and 3 will head out with me to retrieve the body, then loop back. Okay, that is pretty much it. Keep it simple, and do not even think about stepping outside. The only thing that matters right now is keeping the raid team safe. I know you guys are strong. You are the elite raid team of the Keenest Guild after all. But my job here is to make sure everyone gets back alive. But hold on a second, these guys are literally complaining that he was the one who lured a massive mob of monsters and dragged them straight to their position. Even so, he has already prepared a backup plan in case they cannot help. Haha. All right. Enough of the deep talk. That is the plan we are sticking with. So please, just trust me and wait right here. Yuna has absolutely nothing left to say. She reluctantly nods and agrees. It has been 6 months since the gate incident. Sangu has been grinding his stats like a complete madman, pouring a mountain of magic gems into his clones just to get this skill. He pulls up his status screen, Monster Devour level 12. By absorbing a monster's essence, there is a 12% chance to permanently steal their stats right after they die. This skill alone is how Sangu built up the exact power level, but he is not planning on stopping here. Absolutely not. Everything is ready. He will grab any chance to grow stronger without a single second thought. Sangu asks clone number 4 to hand him that dagger, then tosses him a strength potion and a sword. The moment they retrieve the body, they will immediately make a break for it with the others. Yuna warns him, I am not sure if you know, but when no humans are nearby, those monsters will just stand completely still and wait for days. So I am pretty sure the monsters you dragged here are still waiting right outside. Please be extremely careful. She opens the door, letting him and his clones head out. Sangu quickly spots where the corpse is lying on the ground. They charge forward at absolute top speed. Meanwhile, clones 4 and 6 guard the gate, keeping everyone well away from the entrance. The raid team desperately wants to go out and help. As the captain, Yuna speaks up to calm them down. So far, we have only seen him running from those beasts, but we are 40 kilometers deep inside this dungeon. He could not have gotten here just by running. For now, we must trust him and wait here. He did say he has a backup plan in case he cannot make it back to the gate with us. The only thing we can do right now is hope his crazy plan actually works. Outside, Sangu controls clone number 1, leading his group as they battle the monster horde. And the absolute worst part, these beasts are invisible. But somehow, He still manages to block their moves. Even without knowing their exact positions, he can definitely feel where they are. The clones surge forward, stabbing right through the empty air. They are almost at the body, when one clone suddenly takes a hard hit. The monsters hiding behind those shields have looped around and completely caught up to them. Now, completely surrounded, Sang-gu has no choice but to use his booster potion. After chugging the potion, his body surges with raw power. Activating his magic bullet, he fires a shot packed with mana. One pull of the trigger completely obliterates the pack, shocking everyone. Now that the path to the corpse is clear, they can finally get out of here. But the side effects are brutal. His body feels like it is about to tear apart. He screams for number 2 to grab the corpse. Mana keeps flooding into him, threatening to explode. Before this first clone's body completely shatters, he will do everything he can to draw the monster's attention. The rest of them need to run immediately. They successfully grab the body and sprint back to the gate. Clone number 4 rips the teleportation scroll open without hesitation. The raid team panics, thinking someone is still left behind out there. But remember, that was just a clone. Seeing everyone prepare to leave and Yuna trying to hold them back, number 1 couldn't help but smile, promising to meet them in the next life. Just like that, the monster horde explodes. Continuous system alerts pop up, activating the Monster Devour skill, which absorbs the essence of the beasts you killed and drains the stats of the Ice Sentinels. Your strength has increased. Reflexes, mana, and cold resistance all shoot up. Meanwhile, over at the hospital room where Seotae is receiving his treatment, today is the day the rescue mission officially closes, meaning everything is finally wrapping up. However, he still hasn't woken up to give everyone the warm, joyful welcome they were all. Back at the military camp, the teleportation portal begins to hum with energy. It is the rescue team finally making their return. As a hand reaches out, this familiar image immediately flashes Wee back to that tragic scene from before. He closes his eyes tight, gritting his teeth in fear, terrified of how he would survive if that horror ever repeated itself. Wee slowly opens his eyes to see the familiar face of his little sister. He freezes for a moment before tears of pure relief start flowing. You're really back. Sang-gu has also woken up. This is the first time he's ever experienced blowing himself up, and honestly, it felt pretty robotic. Yuna tries to act tough, so her brother doesn't completely lose it in front of everyone, replying, "Of course, it's me. Who else did you think it was? And don't tell me you went and messed up everything at the guild while I was away." Wee reaches out with trembling hands to pull his sister into a tight hug. He weeps, having missed her so much, overjoyed to see her standing here in the flesh. At this point, Yuna can't hold back her emotions either. Her eyes well up with tears as she says, "Brother, it's all my fault." She breaks down sobbing. She really thought no one would come to rescue them, and she was absolutely terrified. "Thank you for coming back safely." Just like that, the siblings hug and cry their eyes out, thanking each other repeatedly. Right at that moment, Seotae finally wakes up after being comatose for days. Let's look at his stats with everything ending on a good note. He excitedly opens his updated screen. Suddenly, people appear right behind the siblings, giving everyone quite a scare. They're here to bow and express their deep gratitude, saying they don't even have the words to thank him. Sang-gu plays it cool, telling them, "Come on, don't do that. Please stand up." He claims he only took the quest because the offered reward was pretty decent. But they insist his help means way more than that. Jin chiming in, telling him to reach out whenever he's in trouble. They'll back him up no matter what. The Keenest Guild will be your strongest supporters with everything we've got. I promise you that. Well, since he put it that way, might as well say yes to make him happy. Sang-gu returns the magic scroll to Wee. He had used one to take down the ice golem, leaving one spare scroll. Wee tells him he should just keep it. He actually planned on gifting the scroll along with all the unused items from this raid to Sang-gu, but since it belongs to the Keenest Guild, Sang-gu would feel pretty uncomfortable if Gunny didn't take it back. Well, since they insisted, he has no choice. Giving it back hurts, though. What a massive waste. That's when Yuna speaks up, curious. Was he really here this whole time? Yes, he was constantly busy managing his clones with identical skills, but he never actually left their side. Hearing this, Yuna, who honestly thought they were all real people, has to sit down just to process the shock. We also can't believe such an insane skill even exists. He can't help but wonder just how powerful Sang-gu will become in the future. Meanwhile, our hero is still deeply regretting handing back that magic scroll. He really should have just pocketed it and called it a day. Now that everyone is finally back outside, Wee is going to be incredibly busy. He has to arrange medical checkups for everyone, and, more painfully, Prepare a funeral. The heavy losses from this raid weigh on everyone's minds. Suddenly, Sangu's phone buzzes. Now that he's out of the portal, a flood of missed texts comes rushing in. He freezes in panic, seeing a message that Junmo was captured. Wait, look at this. The address is attached. Seething with pure rage, Sangu yells that he needs to get there right now. Those Silver Moon bastards took the manager from the JM Guild. Gunny has no idea why they would pull a stunt like that. Sangu had clashed with them before. They wanted total control over the hunting grounds he was in. So, now, they're out for blood and revenge. Gunny hands back the spell scroll from earlier, telling him to take it and teleport straight to them. Sangu hesitates to accept the teleport scroll, but Gunny reminds him of his promise to help. Over at the Silver Moon base, security is pretty strict. Yu-Yan is quietly staking them out, wondering why on earth that idiot still hasn't replied to her texts. Out of nowhere, one of the guards spots her. He grabs her by the throat, demanding to know who she is and what she's doing here. Just when she thinks she is finished, absolute luck saves her. Sangu's clone spawns in just in time. The guard senses the threat, but can't even fight back, as Sangu chokes him with pure hatred, demanding to know where he is. Where is our manager? But seriously, how is the guy supposed to answer if you're choking the life out of him? Yu-Yan speaks up, saying she knows exactly where Junmo is and will lead them there. Meanwhile, these two clones are about to send this guard straight to hell. Those Silver Moon scumbags dragged the manager into a nearby warehouse, with several guards actively patrolling the perimeter to lock it down. Sangu beats his chest and tells his clones to wait here because inside is too dangerous. He says it won't be long before he brings Junmo back. Inside, Junmo is brutally tortured. Still, Chaesung patiently asks out of all the guilds, "Why did you have to target us?" It is true. Very few guilds control the hunting grounds. But wait, did he seriously just answer himself? He turns to Gapsu, asking if Dong Sangu is actually coming and when he will get here. Gapsu guesses it will take several hours because he is quite far away. So while they wait, they decide to get a few things ready first. But watch closely, the teleportation scroll in the cargo starts glowing. Seconds later, Sangu is suddenly right here. The Silver Moon Guild guys are shocked. They thought it would take hours, but he was insanely fast. Gapsu finds it weird that Sangu showed up completely alone. He heard there were others wearing masks, so he volunteers to check the surrounding area to see if anyone else is hiding nearby. Chaesung orders his men to capture them alive. Junmo screams in panic, "Hunter, don't do it," but he is completely helpless from his severe injuries. Sangu is absolutely furious. "Hang on, manager. I am going to punish these bastards for everything they did to you." Some weak underling who does not know his place charges forward. Sangu instantly grabs his arm and snaps it right in half. Another thug gets the exact same brutal treatment. Chaesung sighs in disappointment. He realized he hired a bunch of completely useless trash. Sangu destroys them one by one. He steps forward. The remaining thugs start trembling in fear. Chaesung speaks up, "How should I put this? Our boss already predicted this. He said you would show up to save him, and he was totally right, wasn't he? But wait, I have a deal for you. Tell us where the crystal is hidden right now, and we will let both of you walk out of here alive." Sangu has no clue. "Seriously? What the hell are you talking about? What crystal? You crossed a serious line today, so this is not going to end well." Chaesung finds this amusing. The kid is incredibly arrogant. They actually found quite a few things when they searched his room. They grabbed some of his documents. He admits Sangu is pretty strong. Since he easily beat their C-rank underlings, he guesses Sangu is either C or B rank with really good stat. With power like that, he assumes Sangu could probably beat most of the hunters in this entire area. But your actual skill is just cloning, right? He already knows everything about you, and that is exactly why he can fight them face to face without using any flashy skills. Chaesung starts laughing mockingly with a smug face. "Some guys awaken with completely garbage skills. And that is why you focus purely on physical stats, like a total idiot. You can't even use any other attack method besides throwing yourself at the opponent like a moth to a flame, right? And I am pretty sure those masked guys following you have the exact same weakness as you. I realized a bunch of useless trash, like you just gathered into a group. Honestly, talking too much ruins the fun. See for yourself if you think these guys are weak." Right then, his clones walk inside. They realize the useless thugs outside have already been completely wiped out, but Chaesung could have easily predicted this anyway. He slowly stands up, holding a giant blade in his hand. "Well, at least you don't have that many clones. I really love the idea of crushing a bunch of idiots who don't know their limits. Sanggu realizes this guy is way too overconfident. As they say, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win every battle. So let's see how amazing this skill of his really is. He begins to fade away. His awakened skill is actually invisibility. Invisibility is the ultimate stealth skill, which even the highest rank detection skills out there cannot see through. He is extremely smug, because sensing presence or aura is completely useless. This skill erases every single trace of his existence. He clearly doesn't know his own limits, yet he keeps floating around them to show off. Have you guys ever faced a skill like this? Prepare to die, because you won't even be able to touch me. But the clones just stare back in pure pity. Sanggu sighs, knowing this fight is basically already over. Even in his next life, Chae-sung won't get it. How did they catch him? What the hell? Honestly, I can't help but laugh. He looked so cool. Yet he got crushed in just 3 panels. 3 of Sanggu's old classmates are sitting together and chatting. They mention him. No one can contact him lately. Sanggu changed his phone number. He didn't even leave a message. They heard some rumors that he is working as a hunter. They didn't think he would survive as a hunter, because Sanggu is way too naive for that kind of job. Am I right? Even if someone totally crosses the line and teases him, he just laughs it off and lets it go. Can he really hunt monsters with that soft personality? That is because you two don't understand how terrifying Sanggu gets when he actually loses his temper. Back in the 3rd grade, he got absolutely furious. I was supposed to walk home with him, but some bullies blocked my way and stole my money. When Sanggu saw me like that, he immediately attacked those bullies. In the end, both of them got beaten half to death. Right after that, he found out his friend had actually been extorted by those same punks before. He's fighting back. Sanggu decides he's fighting back. Seeing his friend get bullied like this just makes his blood boil. Those punks must be pretty shocked. A kid they used to shake down is suddenly turning around and swinging back. Sure, he has a pretty weird personality, but he's actually quite forgiving when trouble only touches him. The second his friends get dragged into the mess, though, right now, he orders his clones to deal with these guys. Their manager needs to get to the hospital immediately. Chae-sung is practically wetting his pants. How on earth did you see me? He gasps. Guess his stealth confidence just evaporated. But this idiot has no clue. Our guy just came back from wiping out a whole horde of monsters with that exact same skill. So, how should we handle this now? It's almost impressive how much absolute garbage he managed to spit out in such a short time. The guy is begging for his life. Sanggu unties Junmo while giving this punk a little lesson. First of all, my skill isn't just sensory. And I definitely didn't only train my physical strength, but you actually got one thing right. My status screen is pretty damn sweet. After absorbing the Ice Guardian stats from that battle, his own numbers shot straight through the roof. With that, he throws a brutal punch without letting the guy say a single word. Chae-sung takes the punch, coughs up blood, and crashes to the ground. One guy managed to escape, but the rest are completely dealt with. Sanggu tells his clone not to bother chasing him. Instead, focus entirely on getting the manager to the hospital. Junmo is seriously worried, but Sanggu tells him to relax and go get himself treated first. But wait, it looks like Chae-sung can still move. He looks absolutely pathetic right now. He still can't believe what just happened to him. This is totally insane. This power is way different from what was in the report. His level shouldn't be 19, and those clones aren't weak either. Escaping is completely impossible if at least 2 clones grab you. He struggles to pull himself up. There's no way this guy boosted his stats so much in such a short amount of time. There has to be a trick. Suddenly, he spots a small potion bottle in Sanggu's pocket and grins. Yeah, I admit it. I totally underestimated you. I really didn't think you could catch me, or even react to my stealth skill in the first place. I've heard these same excuses way too many times, so I'm not going to make any mistakes here. Sanggu speaks while slowly stepping closer. But Chae-sung still has a trick up his sleeve. The guy honestly thinks Sanggu hasn't seen the full extent of his power yet. Honestly, I have zero interest in seeing everything a guy has to offer. Now, a pretty girl? That's a different story. Chae-sung keeps fighting. He's convinced it's impossible to see him without tracking skills. And yet, those clones still caught him. He just refuses to believe it. He figures they must be predicting his location by sensing the air currents whenever he moves. So, he decides to speed up even more, moving completely silently so they can't sense him at all. Watching him move, Sanggu has to admit the guy is incredibly fast. Truly impressive speed. He really can't see him anymore. Chae-sung genuinely has better reflexes. meaning his trash talk earlier might have actually been true. He does this to completely block out the sound, thinking he's got Sang-gu cornered. But our guy just casually lifts his arm, making the punk trip and crash face first onto the floor. Sang-gu sighs, looking at the idiot. Are you seriously kicking up all this dust just to hide the sound of your movements? Now I can see you even clearer, he says. But the guy just smiles like his plan actually worked. He actually managed to swipe the potion from Sang-gu's pocket. I knew there was something weird about you guys. He grins. Your stats are way too different from the files at headquarters. You and those guys with you definitely use this potion to artificially boost your numbers. He gloats. He pops open the bottle. Sang-gu actually tries to be nice, warning him not to drink that stuff. You can already guess it, the idiot drinks it anyway. Rest in peace. Down goes the potion, and his power immediately surges as his muscles swell up. The guy gloats, claiming he couldn't hear Sang-gu because he was way too busy powering up. Sang-gu just laughs, telling him not to come back as a ghost and blame him. Talk about a complete self-sabotage move right there. That is exactly what happens when you drink random potions without reading the instructions first. His surging power literally makes the entire building shake. Watching his body swell up with muscles, Chio-sung is absolutely loving every single second of it. What kind of insane potion is this? My power feels like it just doubled. Even top-tier drugs can't match this. Now fully drunk on his new power, he turns and snarls. Your name is Sang-gu Dong, right? If you tell me who made this potion, I will only break 1 or 2 of your ribs before letting you go. Right now, clones number 4 and 5 are rushing the manager to the hospital. Sang-gu has to finish this punk with only clones 2 and 3. The other guy draws his sword, officially kicking off the battle as he rushes forward, dripping with absolute confidence. This insane power let him easily rip through 2 clones before turning his sights on Sang-gu. Even though Sang-gu is incredibly strong, dealing with that crazy potion-fueled power is a massive, uphill struggle. He takes a direct hit from a smoking sword attack, making his smug enemy. The guy just laughs nonstop, mockingly asking if Sang-gu still doesn't understand the terrible situation he's actually in. It seems you didn't quite get my meaning when I told you I've read your entire file. Did you really think all that research was just for raw numbers? I've got a completely different plan in motion, and yes, that sick plan of theirs was to target Sang-gu's family. The goons quickly take down the hunter guarding the front door of the apartment where Sang-gu's family lives. Swarming up the stairs, they remind each other of their boss's hot temper, urging everyone to finish the job fast. Surprised by late visitors, his dad opens the door. While back at the fight, Chio-sung launches a brutal physical and mental onslaught. Bringing family into a fight is incredibly low. This guy has zero honor. It's as cowardly as it gets. He rushes in, attacking like a madman, while the clones try to stop him but get blown away. If there's one thing you should know, it's that you never touch his family. Sang-gu completely transforms into a beast of pure rage, unleashing power that dwarfs his strongest skills. A single slash cuts the house clean in half, completely shattering the enemy's dual blades. Chio-sung loses his cool, quickly activating an attack skill before rushing in to throw a heavy punch. Sang-gu takes a direct hit, sending him flying. With his clones distracted, Chio-sung wastes no time laying into them. One by one, they all fall. Sang-gu has to admit, the effects of this potion are absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, VL Lion just watches from the shadows. Are you seriously losing? You looked so cool a second ago. Shut up, I'll win. Wait, who's that guy standing next to you? He rushed straight at me earlier, but luckily, this guy stepped in and completely knocked him out. Chio-sung's practically dripping with confidence now, a total contrast to how he begged for mercy earlier. Sang-gu tells her to run immediately while he handles the rest of the fight. The villain acts mockingly sympathetic, seeing his enemy stand back up, asking if he seriously still wants to fight. Did you not hear a single word I said? You think sending men to your house is some kind of joke? And here's the best part. Sang-gu is just stalling for the potion's side effects. While Chio-sung has no idea his time is already up, he pulls out his phone to show off proof of his goons threatening Sang-gu's family, calling them to ask if they've arrived yet. He orders them to slice off his parents' fingers and send a picture. But right then, the potion wears off, and his muscles begin to burn. Panicked, he stares at his burning arms before his entire body gives out, collapsing to the ground with zero strength left. It's finally time for him to go to hell. Sang-gu casually stands up, asking if he forgot his warning about taking that stuff. Now shriveled up and utterly helpless, Chio-sung's absolute last hope is ordering his goons to take Sang-gu's family hostage right this second. Even at death's door, this trash is still talking tough. He screams that if Sanggu touches him, his family is dead, begging desperately for an antidote as his hopeless panic hits a whole new level. But the voice on the other end says it's a wrong number. The truth is, those thugs were already wiped out by the Tree Guild. The Tree Guild had actually got there first, reassuring Sanggu's worried parents that their amazing son completed his mission and is already on his way home to Korea. While talking casually like nothing's wrong, the Tree Guild representative is actually crushing the jaw of a Silver Moon goon right next to him. The goon's head feels like it's about to explode, knowing one more squeeze would send him straight to the afterlife. With everything sorted out, he politely takes his leave while dragging the remaining thugs away for a very painful chat. And just like that, the family threat is completely neutralized. Now, with absolutely zero hope left, Chio Sung can do nothing but scream in pure, useless agony. Calling his useless men pure garbage, he realizes he's run out of time. Sanggu decides it's finally time for Chio Sung to say goodbye to this world. The backlash hits hard, leaving his body shriveled and trembling like a walking skeleton. Sanggu gently warns him to save every bit of strength, just to breathe if he wants to survive. Before grabbing his withered arm, he warns him never to touch his people again, snaps his arm like a dry twig, sending agonizing screams echoing through the air. Over at the hospital, Junmo has already received first aid treatment. Sanggu drops by to visit, completely ignoring the front door to climb through a fifth-floor window. Turns out visiting hours were over, forcing him to sneak in like a literal thief. Checking on his manager's condition, Junmo happily replies that thanks to Heller's timely help, he only needs to wear this cast for a couple of weeks. Still, Junmo asks about the fresh blood on Sanggu, wondering if he got injured during the fight. Wiping blood off his cheek, Sanggu says he is completely fine. Thanks to his crazy healing factor, he's already recovered, meaning Junmo never has to worry about the Silver Moon Guild again. There is absolutely no way those cowards will ever dare try something like that again. Sanggu is debating whether he should get his rank reevaluated. His rank actually rose after saving people in that gate accident, but he never checked it back then. All he wanted was to raise his stats and earn money for his sister's hospital bills, showing zero interest in actual power. So what made him change his mind? Sanggu used to think just doing his job was enough, completely ignoring anyone who looked down on his low rank. But after everything that just happened, he completely changed his mind. Sanggu shows pure determination. If he were an A-rank hunter, or even stronger, the Silver Moon Guild would never dare pull this stunt, let alone attack the JM office. That is exactly why. He absolutely needs to get a rank reevaluation. Junmo knows if Sanggu actually ranks up, it will massively help their agency, and they will be incredibly grateful. Having even one high-ranking hunter instantly secures the agency's position in the industry. And for Sanggu as an active hunter, this is the ultimate way to prove his true strength. However, drawing this much attention means dangerous situations like this might keep happening to him. The choice is his. Sanggu hesitates slightly, but once his mind is made up, he never backs down. So he officially submits his application at the center. Right now, his rank is E. With a cloning skill, the clerk asks if he came alone. Usually, people take this test in parties. Sanggu expected this question, exactly like Junmo warned him yesterday. They normally test whether a group can handle a beast of the same rank as a team. For a C-rank monster, C-rank hunters have to form a party, meaning the beasts are naturally stronger than them. That might be true in a one-on-one fight, but not for him. He can do it solo. Just think about it. Sanggu's clone skill literally creates an unstoppable army. The clerk sighs and explains he needs to defeat a higher-rank monster and bring back physical proof. He must send a message to the Association Security Force to confirm the hunt, then return here to update his rank. Sanggu casually suggests skipping the D, C, and B rank tests all at once, making the clerk panic. Who is this kid? Is he trying to mess with me? Going solo on top of all that? Sorry, but you can only test for the rank directly above yours. No shortcuts. Fine, guess I will waste some time. So which monster do I need to kill for D rank? The target for the D rank test is a merman. They have insane physical strength and heavy defense, meaning bullets will not even scratch them. The clerk looks completely disgusted, assuming Sanggu will fail miserably with that pathetic cloning skill of his. All these endless questions drive the clerk crazy. In his entire career, he has never seen anyone like this. Let's see if he can actually do it. He'll definitely crawl back, begging me to cancel his registration. Sanggu just sits in the waiting area, scrolling his phone, reading documents, and yawning for 2 straight hours. The clerk is about to lose his mind watching him. Why has he not left to hunt yet? When Sanggu finally stands up, The clerk expects him to cancel his request. But get this, he calmly walks over and says he is done, leaving the clerk completely questioning his entire existence. Shocking, right? Sang-gu claims he already took care of the merman, and he even brought back the physical proof. He asks to be registered as a D-rank hunter, leaving the clerk wondering what on earth this kid is babbling about. He has no idea that Sang-gu's clones already finished off the monsters while he just sat there relaxing for 2 whole hours. He literally sat drinking coffee the whole time, so what nonsense is he talking? He still refuses to believe it, since the boy never even left. Sang-gu confidently tells him to go check. He is absolutely sure the hunting ground guards already sent confirmation. The clerk checks, and his jaw drops. Still unable to believe it, he directly calls the Vespa hunting ground guards to verify the report. Vespa guard speaking. How can I help you? I am calling from the Hunter Evaluation Center. He asks for verification on whether Hunter Dong Sang-gu actually caught 5 mermen. The guard checks the logs immediately. Yes, that is fully confirmed. I checked it myself, and we even have surveillance footage of him entering the zone. Though I have no idea why the party leader and every member are all named Sang-gu. This is the shock of the clerk's life. Did the system break? Or did he bribe the guards? He never even left. Sang-gu asks if he is done. At this point, no amount of suspicion can change the fact. He says he will process the promotion immediately. It seems totally impossible, so he plans to report this potential fraud to headquarters right away. Just like that, Sang-gu officially ranks up to a D-rank hunter. With that out of the way, C rank is next up on his list. Later that night, Wu Yan pulls out the secret bag of crystal gems she had been hiding. Thinking back to when she confessed the truth to Sang-gu, she felt deeply guilty that the Silver Moon Guild attacked the organization because of her. She admitted to stealing their crystals from the hunting grounds, never imagining that things would spiral so wildly out of control. Still, she fully expected Sang-gu to absolutely hate her for all the painful things he had to go through because of her mistake. Yet Sang-gu actually tells her it is not her fault at all. He says they only targeted him because they assumed he stole those gems to ruin his family and organization. This is strictly between the Silver Moon Guild and me, so you do not need to worry about it. The core of this whole crystal mess is my own fight with Silver Moon. Plus, I know you did not steal them just for fun. He has no idea. What did Silver Moon and Shin Hyung actually do to her? But he refuses to dismiss her troubles as minor, saying she has no reason to apologize. Wu Yan just trembles, grabbing her heavy bag of gems and running off. Fine, this is a personal matter between them and me. Back to Sang-gu. Everyone at the center is completely shocked that he passed both the C rank and B rank exams. Guess that is plenty for today. The clerk is just standing there with a massive question mark on his face like, what on earth is this? The guy right next to him is Jumper, the only one who actually knows about Sang-gu. Last time, Sang-gu requested a duplicate certification just so he could enter the hunting grounds. Jumper mentions that the doctor was incredibly excited when telling everyone about him. He was literally drooling, going on and on about how he had never seen a skill quite like it. Honestly, I am pretty surprised he managed to stay completely under the radar up until now. Is it because his rank is so low? Jumping from E rank to B rank in a single day is absolutely insane. The Hunter forums must be completely blowing up right now. Man, I really should have asked him for an autograph. A single week passes, bringing a massive wave of changes. Articles about his godlike rank climbing speed, literally being called the fastest promotion in history, are drawn over on the Hunter forums. The hype is just as real. And best of all, Sang-gu finally receives his payment from the Cronus Guild. The amount has so many zeros that he literally screams the roof off his house. 5 billion won just landed in his account. Wait till you hear this. Gui Young casually tells him that this is merely the basic reward. He thought it was just a standard contract, but he never expected to get paid this much crazy money. Gui Young says, just take it. If it wasn't for you, nobody would have dared to accept this. He even adds that the boys from Squad 1 miss him and want to grab a drink soon. What a massive relief now. He won't ever have to worry about hospital bills again. Although he could already cover the intensive therapy costs with what he earned before, but with this insane pile of cash, he can hire a top-tier rank 5 healer. The moment Sang-gu gets to see him, he'll probably kneel and beg him like crazy. After Kong Chi-sung's total disaster of a failure, the Juchon Guildmaster is absolutely furious. He assumed the guy would actually be useful since the Haisung Guild sent him. Now, what's the point of getting those crystals from YOLO? There's literally nobody left to work for them. And if the Cronus Guild gets involved, this whole thing becomes way too dangerous. So, he decides to destroy all the evidence. Too bad for him, because since Miho is here, His days are officially numbered. Duan's face goes completely dark as he frantically explains, "Wait, I think there is some misunderstanding here. Let us talk first." But with a devious face like his, there is no way he's actually going to surrender quietly. He plans to let his fists do the talking. But 3 seconds later, he is completely wiped out. Don't even open your mouth until she says so. The next day, at the Gusa Guild headquarters, Junmo is finally discharged from the hospital and meets up with Gui Young. The doctor warned him not to move around too much for a while. Either way, he already heard the news that Gui Young stepped in to protect Sangu's family. No need to bring up favors here. Junmo previously mentioned that his ambushers came from the Silver Moon Guild, but that's far from the whole story. Junmo asks Gui Young if he's familiar with the hunter Kang Chi-sung. Turns out, he is the mastermind behind this entire attack. He is also the vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild. Gui Young already heard that Sangu completely crippled him, making a recovery from his current state absolutely impossible. But shockingly, that same Chi-sung was actually one of the hunters Junmo used to manage back when he worked for the Haisung Guild, which heavily implies that Kang Chi-sung still belongs to the Haisung Guild. The connection between Hyesung and Silver Moon is obvious, but whether the Hyesung Guild is directly involved in this remains a mystery. Just then, Miho makes her entrance. She brings up GP. Those Silver Moon bastards have been manufacturing synthetic crystal stones, trying to sell them to the Haisung Guild. It is not even a real crystal anymore. Handing a document over to Gui Young, she then turns around to greet Junmo. After sneaking into the Silver Moon Guild to investigate, she kept Duan barely alive to deliver him later. Gui Young wonders what GP actually is. It is a body-strengthening drug. Miho knows there is some incredibly shady business going on. There is no way a B-rank guild like Silver Moon could manufacture these crystals without outside help. The Haisung Guild is deeply mixed up in this, meaning things are about to get extremely dangerous. Hunter operations only became fully legalized after the Great Cataclysm ended. With the military strictly controlling the hunting zones, taxes were placed on hunting income, while other aspects like purchasing monster item drops were finally fully legalized. Because of this, hunter jobs started looking pretty stable. But of course, you and I know not everyone agreed with the rules. A large group of hunters vehemently protested against identity registration and hunting restrictions. They ended up breaking away entirely, forming their own lawless underground society. With no regulations to guide them, these unlicensed hunters traded weapons on the black market and shared secret intel to protect their untaxed income. Wu Yan happily brings the stolen crystals back to her hideout. She is eagerly hoping to sell off these precious gems for a massive payout as soon as possible. But the old man completely sells her out, having already ordered his men to drag her away. Turns out, they threatened his family's lives, leaving him with absolutely no choice. Hearing all the loud commotion nearby, a burly thug decides to step in. He is basically like, "Do you even know who my father is?" Before he can even finish his trash talk, he gets absolutely smacked in the face. Luckily, Sangu shows up right in time before they can drag her away, promising to handle everything. In fact, the plan to sell off these precious gems was Sangu's idea all along. He's absolutely certain they will bite the bait. Somewhere unknown, a guard is searching the leader of the Haisung Guild, Shin Hyung. The guy just laughs and asks if this isn't pretty hilarious. Searching an honorable A-rank hunter. Did you really think I would carry a gun? He mocks the guard with an incredibly teasing tone. Do you think I even need weapons? Or should I do something crazy? Talk about a guy with a massive ego. Once the search is finally over, he steps inside. And trust me, what this mysterious prophet tells him changes everything. The prophet already knows exactly why he came to see her, but her final answer remains the same. She warns him to just give up, no matter how unhappy he is with his current life. But he is way too stubborn to listen. Shin Hyung firmly believes that every powerful figure, even top politicians, must kneel before him. With everything going so smoothly, there is absolutely no way he is backing down. The prophet reveals that his destiny has shifted, or rather, someone out there has actively rewritten it. He barks out a demand for the culprit's name, but even she does not know, and it is more than just one person. Meanwhile, after handling the masked thug, Sangu demands his phone password, but the stubborn guy refuses and just yells at him to end his life. Whoa, why so brutal? Our main guy is not going to do that. He leaves him to others, and man, those lackeys are absolutely furious. Honestly, who knows if this stubborn guy will even survive their brutal payback. Well, the interrogation worked perfectly. Sangu uses the thug's phone to call Shin Jingu, the first team leader of the Haisung Guild. Boss, I secured the crystals. Good, bring them to Facility 3. Wait, why does your voice sound so weird today? The leader does not suspect much, simply warning him to keep GP production running smoothly, since the manager is already pretty furious about that Silver Moon mess. Hanging up, he hands the iPhone 15 Pro Max back to the bald thug, politely thanking him for the help. "Hey Sang-gu, we will give you all these crystals. Just take them. But in exchange, can you tell us where the factory is located?" The bald guy refuses, knowing he is dead if he talks. But if he stays quiet, those two thugs will slice him up anyway. "You coward, if you break your promise, I might keep my word not to kill you, but they certainly won't. My fragile heart cannot watch this. I am going home." Honestly, Sang-gu is a literal interrogation god. Talk about a terrifying threat. The guy finally talks, and yes, this lovely chat was recorded the whole time. He tells Wu Yan to send the recording and factory coordinates to the special agent. She shyly thanks him for going so far to help her. "By the way, is it true your skill is cloning? I saw the news. That explains why those people around you look exactly like you." Sang-gu playfully notes that she really does not pay much attention to others, but when asked for her name, he realizes he does not even know, having only called her the medicine maker. She immediately corrects him. "My name is Wu Yan." Wu Yu wonders where his clones went. Well, where else would they be but at a barbecue restaurant? After endless days of working like absolute capitalist slaves, his clones finally get to eat real meat. They have chewed on crystals way more than food. One bite, and they start crying for the poor cow. Such compassionate clones. Feeling so bad for the cows, they immediately eat another piece. The meat is incredibly tender. Meanwhile, back at the office, Agent Yu Mo carefully listens to the recorded phone call. He instantly recognizes the voice of Haesung Guild's first team leader, Shin Jin-gu, the favorite son of Shin Hung. This officially confirms that Haesung is tied directly to the crystal gems. In short, the Haesung Guild has 5 major sources of crystals. With the Silver Moon Guild almost completely dissolved, only 4 remain. All of them are similar to Silver Moon, mostly B-rank guilds. However, they still cannot take down Shin Hyung with only this evidence, even though manufacturing these crystals is highly illegal. Exposing them proves to be incredibly difficult. The Haesung Guild does not do the dirty work themselves. Plus, they are backed by the Hunter Association. Even if we throw them in jail, they will be out in no time. Now, all they can do is carefully plan their next move to destroy this corrupt network. Wee warns Junmo not to go out alone. They'll send bodyguards to protect him soon. As for his brother Sang-gu, there's no need to worry. Honestly, nobody could even touch a hair on that guy's head anyway. Junmo texts Sang-gu about the recording. Those mysterious gems are actually the raw material used to produce a drug called JP. He has absolutely no clue what GP is, but it sounds incredibly dangerous. Don't go outside. Stay in your room. After everything went down, the JM office officially changed location. Junmo went ahead and rented out an entire floor. Honestly, he had been planning to relocate for ages, but the Silver Moon Guild just sped things up this time. With everything set up, these 2 giant kids start flexing. "We are going to be the #1 office in the country soon, right? Isn't a national #1 office a little small for this?" "True, but we have Dong Sreech Dong Sang-gu, a beast who can easily crush B-rank hunters. Plus, there is even a custom room designed specifically for Hyeon." She is completely blown away by the room. It is packed with the absolute latest, most advanced pharmaceutical technology. Junmo worked himself to the bone getting this ready. Almost all of the high-tech machinery was moved here. If she needs anything, she just has to ask. Yoon can comfortably live, eat, and sleep in the room over there as well. Yoon gives his thanks, and now he finally realizes that this girl has absolutely nowhere else to go. Suddenly, Junmo receives a phone call from a mystery caller, instantly panicking and telling Sang-gu to get to the hospital right away. Meanwhile, inside the Silver Moon Guild archives, Elder Hyung demands that someone show themselves, and a mysterious figure suddenly emerges from a dark, slimy blob. He demands to know John's whereabouts. Apparently, John is locked in the YOLO Guild basement, and all documents regarding GP are completely gone. The mysterious figure hands him that unfortunate bald guy's mask. Based on their discussions with the others, Benj likely already knows where the factory is located. Furious, Elder Hyung pulls out 2 vials and hands them over. "You know what to do, right? If they want JP that badly, just give it to them, even though it is still unfinished." Down in the YOLO Guild basement, John is tied up tight. He is completely shocked when that mysterious figure suddenly appears right in front of him. But that director did not send him to rescue John. Instead, he is here to inject that untested experimental drug right into his veins. John is forced to become a helpless test subject. Meanwhile, Wai and Miho are walking nearby, and he says he is going to interrogate John. Are you sure you are not just worried I might get kidnapped? Honestly, you should be more worried about the kidnapper instead. Right then, Miho's sharp nose catches the scent of smoke. The YOLO Guild headquarters is on fire, and the two immediately rush to the scene. The guards have all been taken out. A terrifying monster has appeared in the basement, and even B-rank hunters cannot seem to stop it. This means its strength is easily A rank. It makes zero sense though there are no active gates nearby. So where on earth did this thing come from? Wait, look closely, that ugly monster is actually John. The masked villain rushes to inject his next target, Chozung. Luckily, Siona arrives just in time. She has no idea what he is trying to do to the bedridden patient, but causing chaos in a hospital. He shifts his target straight to her neck. Sanggu grabs his hand just in time. Hey kid, in a hospital, only doctors and nurses are allowed to handle needles. Then, Sanggu unleashes a swift counterattack before the enemy can react. Meanwhile, Wai is also struggling to deal with the mutated hunter. Its destructive power is genuinely terrifying. With just a single strike, the ground splits open, causing the surrounding buildings to violently shake. John used to be a high-tier hunter above B rank. Judging by those distinctive scars, Miho is pretty certain about his identity. It seems the beast emerged out of nowhere from the guild's basement. Wai wonders, can humans really be mutated into monsters and grow this strong? Is that even possible? Elder Hyung is definitely targeting the Silver Moon Guild next. This means Kang Chozung, who is currently recovering in the hospital, is also in grave danger. Siona, who spotted a suspicious figure at the clinic, has already reached out to Junmo. Unbelievable, right? Their immediate mission now is to finish off this rampaging monster. Miho aims straight for the monster's chest and fires, but its rubbery body simply absorbs the impact. The bullet does absolutely nothing. The beast swings its filthy fist at her, but she cleanly slices its arm off before unleashing a crescent slash. Perfect teamwork. At this point, they are absolutely certain this creature is Kangon. He is even starting to activate his specialized combat skills. The mutated beast lets out an epic, menacing roar. But 3 seconds later, dead silence. Sun Guild Master Kim Yeon suddenly arrives, sending this noisy beast straight to hell with a single slash. Now, he demands an explanation for this absolute chaos. Back at the hospital, the intense battle between Sanggu and the masked assassin rages on. The killer is quite surprised that Sanggu tracked him down so easily. You really thought nobody would notice someone teleporting straight into a hospital? Speaking coolly, Siona immediately activates her powerful fire magic, but he easily dispels her magic. Fire? That is not going to work on me. You should not be playing with fire in a hospital. Then again, a creep sneaking needles in has zero right to lecture anyone. Take a taste of my kick. Thanks to Sanggu's swift intervention, Siona managed to escape completely unharmed. Sanggu rushed over the moment he got the word. Talk about luck, their new office happens to be right next to the hospital. Now the assassin finally understands how someone as strong as Chosung got beaten to a pulp. Sanggu is insanely powerful, and his clones have just arrived. Seriously, can he even fight after eating that much? The enemy in front of him is no fool. He is not about to risk fighting a massive crowd. We will meet again soon. After all, there are plenty of shadows to hide in here. For instance, the mana absorption care unit is right beneath our feet. It looks like he is targeting your little sister next. Furious, Sanggu swings his blade to cut him down, but the assassin quickly vanishes. Things settle down surprisingly fast after that crazy incident. The monster's rampage in the heart of the city is swept under the rug by the powerful leaders of the Sun, YOLO, and Kinas guilds. Upon hearing the news, Kim Yeon immediately tried to resolve everything. Ultimately, the public is told that the incident was simply a standard monster outbreak from a gate, and John is officially recorded as just another missing person. Since they could not easily explain why the YOLO Guild had kept him locked up in that basement, Miho had no choice but to keep her mouth shut about everything. They were a little too late in locating the hidden stash of gems, and by the time they arrived, every single piece had already vanished. Anyone connected to those crystal gems had completely vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but empty, abandoned machinery for them to find. A few scattered reports claimed monsters had spawned right in the middle of the city, but all those posts were quickly wiped from the internet. Local hunters dealt with those beasts in record time, and the public went right back to their normal lives, forgetting the entire incident. The unexplained monster outbreak ended as a total mystery, but after that incredibly stressful incident with the Silver Moon Guild, Sang-woo decided he had finally had enough. He wanted to hire a bodyguard, because even if it made his hunts slightly less efficient, Keeping his loved ones safe had to be the top priority. But let's be real, they were flat broke and couldn't afford a guard. So Sang-woo decided to use his clones as bodyguards instead. He sent one clone to guard his house, 2 to the hospital, 1 to the DIM association, while the remaining 2 kept hunting and training. Junmo wondered if Sang-woo could summon 7 clones now that he had leveled up, but Sang-woo had to send 1 clone away with the Tree Guild. That specific clone was dispatched to a very familiar place, none other than the legendary Odin's Tower. His clone's job was to run around with a megaphone to lure the monsters, who started drooling at the sight of unarmed, juicy human prey. Once the horde gathered in one spot, the clone would chug a potion and set off some explosive fireworks right in their faces. Talk about an absolute cheat code. With this effortless farming method, Sang-woo is bound to hit the top of the server leaderboard in no time. You have to feel a bit sorry for those poor clones. But check this out, today is the grand opening of the Korean Hunter Academy. On stage, Principal Woo Hook-soo is giving a speech, thanking all the distinguished guests for attending this historic event. This state-of-the-art academy was established to teach low-tier hunters how to survive against monsters, equipping them with powerful skills for a small fee to boost their item drop rates during real battle. It doesn't matter how weak your skills are, or how low your rank is. Training alongside other hunters here gives you the ultimate confidence to conquer the dungeons. The top-performing student, at the end of the school year, will be rewarded with a priceless, legendary elixir. Meanwhile, back at the gym, Sang-woo is lifting heavy weights, sighing to himself as he realizes that none of these barbells weigh over a single ton. His manager apologizes, saying the floor would collapse under that weight, and suggests he check out Mana Red Fox's gym instead. Sang-woo agrees. Sang-woo grabs another plate, but still feels completely unsatisfied, complaining about the lack of proper simulators. Just as the principal appears on the TV screen, Principal Woo Hyuk-soo announces the grand opening of the Hunter Academy, stating that applications for the South Korean branch will officially open this December. To encourage enrollment, they are even giving extra points to low-ranking hunters and those with very few combat skills to help them get in. Sang-woo just sighs casually, wondering where the remote is, thinking his manager has a pretty weird taste for putting on the news out of nowhere. But the news broadcast keeps rolling, absolutely shocking the entire nation as Principal Woo Hook-soo reveals that the grand prize for the top student is a legendary, priceless elixir. Right then, Woo Hyuk-soo finally looks up. Watch this. Based on their performance, every single student gets a fair shot at winning this divine elixir, which is a massive motivator for everyone to push past their absolute limits. Sang-woo mutters the words divine elixir in disbelief as the grand South Korean national anthem starts playing. As the powerful anthem echoes, it sings of the East Sea drying and Mount Baekdu wearing away, yet heaven protecting our eternal nation. The lyrics praise 3,000 miles of beautiful land covered in blooming hibiscus flowers, with the Korean people marching onward forever to guard their sacred truth. Like pine trees on Mount Namsan standing firm through wind and frost, armored against the elements, and glowing golden eye absorbs the lyrics, reflecting their resilient, unbreakable national spirit. The golden eye watches every single movement under a vast, cloudless autumn sky, where the bright, radiant moon shines like an unwavering heart within them. With that loyal spirit in mind, they dedicate their hearts to loving their country through hardship and joy. Next, stop the Hunter Academy. Sang-woo turns around to his 2 companions in surprise, asking if the rumor about the Academy's divine elixir is actually true. His partner nods. He confirms he was shocked too, but after looking into it, they are indeed offering the elixir as a prize for global student competitions. Sang-woo wonders if that means the Academy already has branches all over the globe, repeating what he heard from his own local office. Besides, offering a divine elixir as a prize is insane. How could a single student ever pull that off? His partner explains that it is not just the Academy's doing. It was established by the powerful Enlightenment organization led by Jumper. The screen shows the organization's leader, representing one of the biggest conglomerates on Earth, leaving Sang-woo to wonder why such a massive global corporation would do this. Honestly, his partner is wondering the exact same thing. The whole setup is just incredibly suspicious. It all seems to start with their stated goal of closing the massive power gap between low-ranking and high-ranking hunters. He guesses they are trying to minimize casualties during massive disasters by raising the combat and survival capabilities of regular, everyday hunters. After all, low-ranking hunters are completely lacking in decent combat skills, Sang-woo mutters as he leans back in his chair, lost in thought. I think I saw that on the news too, but I am already at B rank. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have delayed raising my rank. His partner chimes in. Sure, your current rank is pretty high, but don't worry, you can easily meet their other special entry requirements. Sang-woo's face darkens at the tease. Have I ever even bragged about having a bunch of totally useless skills like those? The two of them bickering makes Woo-hyun burst out laughing. What do you mean, anyway? I have over 10 of them. Sang-woo lists them off. Heavy strike, piercing shot, and magic bullet are all basic F-rank skills. His partner pats his shoulder, pointing out that F-rank hunters usually have around 20. By the time you reach B rank, you should have around 70 skills. That means the pathetic amount of skills you actually have right now. His partner loves teasing him when he is annoyed, calling those low-tier skills a massive advantage for his admission. Mr. Hunter. Sang-woo groans in defeat, begging him to stop. Feeling deeply wounded, Sang-woo listens as his partner folds his arms to explain. Since you are technically registered as a foreigner, that loophole donation-based admission system actually applies. Donation-based admission? Oh, we all know how sketchy this is. His partner asks if he still has the reward from the nus tree. Cut to nighttime at the Korean Hunter Academy, where the principal's deep laughter echoes through the halls. Welcome, Principal Hu greets him warmly, saying it is a real honor to finally meet such a massive celebrity. Standing next to him, Sang-woo speaks up, wondering why he is being called a celebrity since he should be the one thanking them for admission. Principal Hu chuckles and waves it off, telling him he is being far too humble. After all, who wouldn't be humble after dropping 2.5 billion won for the students here? Sang-woo can only manage an awkward smile. I am just glad to help the academy reach its admirable goals, he says politely, while secretly thinking how bizarre it is to buy your way into school. He figures this loophole only exists because the academy operates like a private college, meaning it does not get the same government funding or strict rules as a national university. But that is not all. He thinks back, thanking his manager's insane negotiation skills for locking the price at 2.5 billion won. Honestly, even at 5 or 10 billion, anyone would pay to get a shot at that legendary elixir. Ignoring all the staring eyes around him, he silently analyzes the situation. Thanks to the special policy for low rank awakened, the average student rank here sits between F and D, with D rank being the absolute. Some students spot him and start whispering, "Hey, isn't that John Sang-woo, the famous guy with the broken cloning skill?" But Sang-woo tunes them out, walking ahead with only one thought in mind: there is absolutely no one here he can even consider a rival. Even if classes are a breeze, he tells himself, he still needs to clear the final year-end exams. Suddenly, a loud announcement cuts through the air. Wait, 2B rank freshmen? Watch his face here. This is where things get really wild for Sang-woo. Turning to the principal in shock, he asks what he meant. The principal just smiles. John Sang-woo, you probably had no idea. There is actually another B rank hunter who bought their way in through a massive donation, just like you did. Sang-woo can only gape in disbelief. I cannot reveal their name, but that hunter is just as famous as you are, Principal Hu says, bursting into a loud laugh. So I actually have a real rival here, Sang-woo thinks. Cut to their very first class, where a loud voice welcomes the room. I am Professor Hesiop, and I will be teaching you the fundamental elements of magic. His booming voice echoes throughout the entire lecture hall. You guys would probably hate me if I actually made you study on day one, right? So let us just go over the schedule, and we will. Sitting quietly in the back, Sang-woo sighs. I only liked this place because there was no competition. He still can't help but wonder, who on earth could this other person be? There is absolutely no reason for a high-rank hunter to enroll here, especially another B rank. Shrugging it off, he decides to let it go. It does not matter anyway, since he is not even interested in the hunter industry. As long as I secure the top spot, who cares what anyone else thinks? Once class ends, Professor Hesiop bids everyone farewell and heads out the door. That is it for today. See you guys next week. Right after, an orange-haired girl yells out to announce they are throwing a freshman welcoming party tonight. Head over to the local bar, right across the street by 8 p.m. sharp, she says. Hearing this, Sang-woo chuckles, thinking they really should just call this place a university. Then he pauses, wondering if that mysterious B rank might actually show up. His eyes light up as curiosity gets the better of him. Maybe he should go check it out after all. Over at the local pub, the freshmen are excitedly raising their glasses. Soon, everyone crowds around Sang-woo, eagerly asking if the rumors are actually true. Did you really rescue everyone during that gate disaster using nothing but a baseball bat? Overwhelmed by their intense curiosity, Sang-woo can only nod weakly. Yeah, pretty much, he mutters. Another student asks if he really took down a high-tier B-rank monster there, forcing him to keep answering their questions. No, I actually got beaten up, he sighs. Suddenly, a girl gasps, asking if he single-handedly crushed the Silver Moon Guild. He coldly replies that he has nothing to say, but she keeps begging him to show them his legendary cloning skill. A jealous guy nearby mutters about how famous he is, while Sang-woo explains his clones are busy hunting elsewhere, so he can't show them off. Sang-woo raises his hand to quiet the crowd, asking them to calm down. He then asks if there is anyone else who entered the academy as a Class B student. They all look completely stunned by his sudden question. Is there really another Class B student joining? Confused, they look at each other, wondering if another Class B really entered. Sang-woo rubs his chin, realizing that these guys are also completely in the dark. He shrugs it off, telling them to forget it. Looking at his phone, he notices every article is about him. Why is that other guy hiding himself, anyway? And it really seems like that mysterious guy did not show up. Sang-woo quietly heads home. Suddenly, quiet footsteps follow him from behind. A voice calls out, asking if the freshman party is down this way. Sang-woo turns around and tells him yes, it is still going on. But then, the stranger asks why Sang-woo is leaving so early. Sighing, Sang-woo explains that he does not really know anyone there, so he is just heading home. But then, he suddenly freezes. Wait, that voice. The stranger takes off the hat, letting long, silky hair flow past Sang-woo, as a very soft voice speaks up. Talk about a twist. It is actually Haeyeon, teasing him about not seeing each other for 6 whole months. Sang-woo is absolutely stunned to see her. Wait, Haeyeon? Why are you here? She looks slightly disappointed, protesting that she is actually a student at this academy too. He is actually pretty surprised she is here. Did you fail the Cheonggukuk exam or something? But Haeyeon quickly changes the subject, complaining about how cold it is and suggesting they grab a drink. Sang-woo is totally helpless, but secretly feels a bit relieved. Look at this kid. They head to a small bar, where the bartender brings over a colorful drink for her. The bartender serves the eye-catching cocktail. Haeyeon is completely mesmerized by the beautiful colors, whispering that it looks absolutely gorgeous. Sang-woo scolds her, saying she just graduated and shouldn't be buying her teacher drinks. Haeyeon pouts, acting confused about what he actually means. He says she should demand that he buy her a drink instead. But as Haeyeon takes a sip, Sang-woo suddenly drops a serious question on her, a serious look on his face. He asks if she failed her exam. She calmly replies that she obviously got accepted. She smiles, praising his teaching skills. But Sang-woo is still pretty confused. Why would she come to this academy then? Looking at him with a soft smile, she reminds him that her dream has always been to become a hunter. Haeyeon then goes on explaining her choices. She only went to college to please her family, so she made up her mind to become a hunter right after graduating. But then, this hunter academy was established. She convinced her parents to let her freely do what she wants, since she already graduated from the college they chose. Sang-woo is quite surprised and asks what they said to that. The sweet drink tastes pretty good, so she orders another glass before answering. She happily waves to the bartender, asking for one more. They said it was far too dangerous, but after a few days of arguing, they finally gave in. Now, Haeyeon wants to hear all about Sang-woo's story. She nudges him, saying it is his turn. Flustered, he scolds her, telling her to stop calling him teacher. He reminds her that he is no longer her teacher and warns her to drink slowly. She thinks it over, realizing he is not her junior either since they applied together. She cheekily calls him brother instead. Hearing this, Sang-woo can barely stomach the new nickname, his face twitching in absolute disbelief. It feels way too awkward. Helplessly, he tells her to just stick to calling him teacher. This only makes Haeyeon happier, and she keeps teasing him. She asks if he is shy. Pushing her luck, she keeps calling him by cute names, playfully shouting out, "Appa, look over here." He begs her to stop, but she just laughs, repeating the nickname. A while later, the alcohol finally kicks in, and her slurred voice shows she is totally drunk. Giggle. Where were we? By now, she has completely lost count of how many glasses she has already emptied. She complains about his broken phone before slumping face first onto the table, lazily waving her hand to ask for yet another drink. Seeing how totally wasted she is, Sang-woo instantly snatches the glass from her hand and tells her to stop. In her drunken haze, she only registers someone stealing her stuff. I mean, we have all been there. He just sighs helplessly at his completely passed out student. He wonders if she has absolutely no idea what her alcohol limit is. Meanwhile, her mind is purely focused on getting her drink back. Suddenly, She sits straight up with a goofy smile and snatches his phone away. Sang-woo is completely startled, yelling out to ask what she is doing. She pulls out her own phone to type her number into his. Smiling triumphantly, she happily tells him that she finally got his number. Satisfied that she got what she wanted, her heavy eyes slowly drift closed as she mutters that he no longer has any excuses to ignore her. A moment later, Hae-yeon is completely fast asleep. Left with no other choice, Sang-woo helplessly sighs and asks the waiter for the bill. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Sang-woo is carrying her home on his back. Slowly, she starts to sober up and open her eyes. Realizing that she is being carried on Sang-woo's back, her entire face turns red. She panics, wondering if she actually fell asleep on him. Her mind runs wild as she wonders where they are heading. His house, maybe, but then, Sang-woo suddenly glances back at her. He asks if she is finally awake. Flustered, she asks if she passed out, and he confirms she did, right on the bar counter. Telling her to walk herself now that she is awake, he watches her blush as she quickly invents some excuse to stay on his back. "I'm so dizzy, I can't walk," she whines. He helplessly gives in to her demands. "Fine, have it your way." She falls completely silent, totally lost for words. Her hand tightly grips his shoulder, and her breath starts coming in quick, heavy gasps. Suddenly, Hae-yeon calls out Sang-woo's name, blaming him for completely abandoning her. "Why didn't you contact me even once over the last 6 months?" Seeing that Sang-woo remains silent, she keeps complaining, "Even if your phone was broken, you could have found a way to reach me." Hugging him even tighter, she whispers, "You know, I actually planned on punching you right in the face the second we met. I was so mad." Her voice cracks near his ear. "But now that I am actually holding you, I can't do it. Today is just too happy. Don't you feel the same?" Getting no response from him, she keeps right on muttering, "Were you really never going to reach out if we didn't cross paths like this?" Finally, he answers her, "I had things I needed to do. That's why I enrolled in the academy." Carrying her on his back as they walk, Sang-woo asks if she is happy today. She replies, "Absolutely. It is the happiest day I've had in 6 months." As Hae-yeon falls quiet, Sang-woo speaks up, "But I am lazy, so I was afraid of losing my drive if I kept living like before. Back when my family was dying in that hospital, I was terrified of making the same mistakes and living with that regret." He couldn't do a single thing to help, his face covered in scars. After walking a bit, he stops to let her down. "People don't change easily, do they?" Standing beside him, Hae-yeon doesn't quite understand his words. "That's why I cut off all my old relationships," he explains. He gently hands her hat back to her. "But I still want you to know that every single connection was incredibly precious to me." Only then does she realize they have reached her place, blushing instantly. "Wait. We are already at my home?" She quickly puts on her hat to hide her embarrassment. "Fine, I will let you off the hook this time," she mutters, walking ahead and leaving Sang-woo behind. "Didn't you say everything is precious?" He flashes a gentle smile and calls out to her, "Don't be like this next time." Hae-yeon turns back with a bright grin. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, in another massive building, a man sits in total silence, deep in thought. It is Hae-sung. Right beside him is Sang-woo's detailed profile, showing his quick jump from E rank to B rank. Dong Sang-woo is the first special hunter to climb 3 full ranks. Let's find out together what's the secret behind his absolute determination and his hidden powers. He grows stronger through the most unpredictable journeys. The remarkable hunter Dong Sang-woo. Every single guild is highly interested in this rookie. Sang-woo wasn't famous at all when he started out, but now, he is famous for pulling off a triple rank up. His sharp combat instincts have completely caught other hunters off guard. He possesses a completely different kind of skill set, and that is what makes him so special. His insane growth cannot be measured by simple numbers alone. His cloning skill has stirred up massive noise in the hunter world, sparking heavy debates over its true authenticity. You simply cannot ignore Dong Sang-woo's incredible. He has accumulated tons of combat experience fighting all kinds of dangerous monsters throughout the hunting zones. Danger is his armor, making him stronger with every step. But he isn't stopping there. As an incredibly ambitious man, he never backs down from a challenge. He wants recognition from other major guilds, and that desire fuels his unstoppable energy. With that drive, he has zero fear of competing against other hunters. He actively challenges them and wins every single clash. His body is packed with raw power from relentless training and passion. His combat skills have been trained to absolute perfection. This rookie started at E rank and shot up to B rank in a shockingly short time, the man who climbed 3 ranks. Suddenly, forgive me, but Dong Sang-woo is far stronger than I expected. I failed at the hospital. Haesung immediately suspects something, so that guy's name is Rong Sanju. I really should have asked for his autograph back then. Suddenly, the door swings open, and a voice catches Haejung's attention. I'm here, a man says, stepping into the room. Why did you turn off the lights? It's pitch black. I needed some time to think. Is everything ready? With a cold, unfriendly look, the old acquaintance gives his reply. You can start next week, so you better deliver results that prove you're worth our support in getting you into that academy. The young man replies with supreme confidence. Don't worry, father, replies Rong Yan, a B-class hunter from the Huang Guild. I've got this completely under control. Hearing this, the man lets out a sinister laugh. I won't disappoint you, father. No, don't you dare fail me. Clearly scheming something behind the scenes, he calls out to Haesung, telling him to grab the elixir, as this is his golden opportunity to prove what he is actually worth. Back in the lecture hall, the professor reminds everyone that a week has already passed, and it is time to study the basic magic elements introduced last week. Oh boy. Sang-woo sits in class, totally helpless, as Haeyeon clings to his side yet again. I knew I'd run into her again eventually, but on the very first day? That's just cruel. She even waves to him, signaling that she's keeping a close eye on him, while the professor conjures a glowing fireball above. This is the very first skill we are all going to learn, activate fireball. The instructor eagerly introduces today's lesson on this standard elemental magic. It's a highly versatile magic spell that everyone loves. It's absolutely crucial for hunting, incredibly useful if you ever get lost. And hey, both of them seem intensely focused on the lecture. And with that, they begin their training with the fireball spell. Sang-woo ponders for a moment. Why do we even have to study this? Somehow, I learned a rapid strike skill just by swinging my fists and feeling the I wonder how they are going to teach us. The professor then brings out a massive stack of identical glowing orbs, calling everyone in the front row to step right up. We'll be handing out these skill orbs to everyone. If you've already mastered the fireball spell, you can stay seated. Hearing this, completely freezes Sang-woo in his tracks. Professor Haesung then explains that these skill orbs sync with the user's system to instantly grant a brand new ability. Other than the basic mana cost, there are absolutely no other requirements. Because of this, even a newly awakened child can use them, making these orbs the ultimate catalyst for human greed. Naturally, the moment skill orbs debuted, everyone wanted one to get that instant power boost. But hold on, because here is where the brutal reality kicks in. The prices were laughably astronomical, controlled entirely by the powerful elites pulling the strings from the shadows. With incredibly complex manufacturing and extremely rare materials, skill orb prices skyrocketed like a cruel joke aimed directly at low-ranking hunters. Only the wealthiest top-tier hunters can actually afford them. Watching high-tier hunters rapidly level up their hunting game only made everyone crave these orbs even more. Naturally, demand surged, prices kept climbing, and only the elite could afford them. People hoped these skill orbs would bridge the gap between low and high-rank hunters, but instead, they just blew that division wide open. The professor continues, pointing out the crates and reassuring everyone there are plenty of skill orbs to go around. The music swells. Dong Sang-woo holds a skill orb in his hand, completely speechless. Are they seriously just handing these out to us for free? Even a basic fireball is the cheapest, but it still costs 8 million won. Next to him, Haeyeon cradles her orb, so incredibly happy she can barely speak. Wow, this academy is seriously amazing. Soon, the warm glow of sunset begins casting long shadows through the windows. Right now, Sang-woo is practicing hard to sharpen his abilities, when a system notification pops up, confirming he has officially acquired the fireball skill. Fireball level 1 is an incantation skill that consumes mana to conjure flames and shape them into a sphere. He can't believe he actually learned a new skill. I really did it. I mastered fireball. Meanwhile, Professor Haesung checks in on everyone's progress. Did everyone manage to learn it? The entire class shouts yes. So he suggests moving to another area for practical training. Go practice using your magic. Everyone, let's head over to the training grounds. Their destination is the Academy's official training field, where the professor has already set up a massive, towering block of ice. He asks the class what they think is needed to level up their magic. Look at their faces. They are absolutely terrified of what they have to face next. How on earth can a tiny fireball melt all that ice? Activating his own flame skill, the professor explains that in the past, precisely manipulating your mana to match your specific affinity was absolutely vital. But ever since the system arrived, it automatically handles all that mana control for us. So these days, The absolute key is right on cue. The system triggers. A massive, devastating fireball slams directly into the ice block. With an earth-shattering explosion, the professor finishes his thought. It is all about practice. The blast vaporizes a massive chunk of the ice, leaving thick steam everywhere. He explains that if they check their status windows, they will see skills have individual levels. His system screen suddenly pops up with numbers. Level 37 Fireball is a skill that uses mana to shape fire into a sphere. The more you use it, the higher the skill levels up. He makes sure to advise his class, but the students sitting below are still completely dazed. They have not even recovered from witnessing that mind-blowing skill. Today we are going to try upgrading your skills. Those of you in the front row will start first. Very nice. Next up, step forward. Our next challenger is Han, and she immediately activates her own fireball skill. The sphere is pretty small, but the damage is not bad. The professor claps and praises her. Well done. Your fireball has a very solid shape. Flustered by the teacher's praise, Han awkwardly bows and says, "Thank you, Professor. My skill is pretty similar to forming a standard manosphere, so I am used to this." Hearing this, he offers her some encouragement. If you keep practicing and upgrading it like this, you will get much stronger. Next. The next person to try upgrading is Sang-woo, who steps up and mentally prepares. The students below start whispering about Sang-woo. Wait, is that guy B rank? Does he not have 10 times more mana than us? Professor Heesok chuckles and adjusts his glasses, saying, "Haha. It seems everyone has pretty high expectations here. Honestly, I do too, since B-rank displays are rare. Now watch closely, because he is concentrating deeply to unleash his power." The professor warns the class now. To keep things safe, everyone take 2 steps back. Sang-woo tells himself to stay calm, control his internal mana, and focus it into a sphere, just like when he uses his rapid strike skill. The mana ball slowly takes shape, glowing with a brilliant light that hints at immense power. He decides to release all his energy at once, but the moment he lets it go, the orb just fizzles out into thin air without a single spark. The professor, who had covered his ears expecting a massive blast, is left completely speechless. Even Han cannot believe what she is seeing. As for Sang-woo, he literally stands there frozen in pure humiliation. The students in the back cannot hold it in, their whole bodies shaking as they try to muffle their laughter. Sensing the tension, the professor tries to clear the air. "Listen up everyone. Sang-woo did nothing wrong. This happened because he is simply too strong." Sang-woo is still utterly traumatized. He stares blankly at his own hands, while the professor's voice continues to echo in his ears. "Since he has way too much mana, the flame got snuffed out. You must trust the system." He looks at his right hand, then his left, over and over. In other words, if you upgrade your skills, you can even defeat high-rank hunters. Sang-woo tunes out everything else, he says, his mind completely shutting down. As his brain freezes up, Han giggles and pats his shoulder, while the professor tries to move past the awkward silence. "All right, next up, hurry." Suddenly, someone appears at the door. "Sorry, I am late." It is Shin Jun-young, holding his jacket in one hand and a bottle in the other. He asks, "Sorry, wrong room. Can I go next?" The students are stunned to see him here, and the girls instantly blush at his insanely handsome face. "Wait, is that Jun-young from the Haesung Guild? He is so gorgeous." The professor suddenly remembers he is missing a student. "Ah, I forgot you are in this class too. Tough luck for me. Now we have 2 B-rank hunters here." Sang-woo is shocked to hear this. "What? A B-rank? And he is from the Haesung Guild? So this is the other B-rank who enrolled at the same time as me?" Jun-young scratches his neck awkwardly. "Sorry for interrupting since I arrived late." The professor is not a strict guy, so he gently asks Jun-young, "No worries. Did you get your skill orb yet?" He extends his hand, gathering mana, as he replies, "No need. I already know how to cast a fireball." Immediately after, a massive surge of mana erupts as a roaring fireball flies out, hitting with a deafening blast. Both Sang-woo and Han watch his performance in absolute shock. Jun-young turns his head with a cool smirk, asking, "Professor, was that good enough?" That display was flawless, leaving even the professor completely blown away. He praises him excitedly. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is the exact goal you all should be aiming for." Jun-young takes a sip of water and replies, "Ha ha, it is nothing." Then, squinting his eyes, he adds a subtle jab. "I mean, a B rank should at least be able to do this, right?" That simple line deals emotional critical damage, leaving Sang-woo utterly devastated. "Tell me that does not hurt." He sinks into pure despair, realizing they are using the exact same skill. Everyone crowds around Jun-young, showering him with praises. while Sang-woo realizes he is completely ruined. His first class is a total disaster. By lunchtime, Sang-woo is slumped over the table, drained. Han tries comforting him, but he just sighs. I am so useless. Even the tofu you are eating is more helpful than me. Han worries seeing her master's spirit plummet. He is acting like a totally different person. Plenty of people fail to make fireballs at first. Sang-woo looks up as she continues. She stammers shyly, blushing as she speaks. Just try practicing hard for a few days. Or, if you want, I can teach you. Sang-woo suddenly stands right up, rambling fast, leaving Han staring in total confusion. All he needs to do is make use of what he has. Sang-woo activates his skill to summon numbers 5 and 6. These two clones are in charge of hunting and training. Sang-woo asks them if they already know the fireball skill. They instantly reply yes, and he orders them to cast the fireball skill to test it out. The two clones easily summon fireballs like it is child play, tossing them back and forth. Sang-woo cannot accept this harsh reality and yells, leaving them standing there completely confused. Seriously, how are you guys so insanely good at this? After venting his anger, he takes a deep breath and tries to calm his racing mind. He activates the Clone Link skill, realizing he should not be jealous of his own duplicates, and sends a mass message. All the clones are stunned to receive it. From now on, keep casting the fireball skill 24 hours straight. Just do not release the flames. Numbers 5 and 6 get a harder job, while the other two can go hunting with guns. They quickly agree. Sang-woo recalls his embarrassing training session. Time for revenge. No need to worry about B-rank status anymore. The clones keep casting the fireball skill nonstop, slowly leveling it up through pure repetition. Training anytime and anywhere is a massive advantage for him. But seriously, wait until you see where they decide to practice next. Seriously? Practicing in a hospital? Meanwhile, the hunting clones do their job while roasting their fresh prey on the side. No way, that is completely burnt. But after all that endless grind, his hard work finally pays off. He refuses to let anyone stay ahead. The fireball skill reaches level 2, but his left hand is severely burned from extreme training. Han has to wrap his hand. Ouch, that hurts. But the system notifies him that his fire resistance is up. Since his right hand is fine, Sang-woo keeps training while Han nags him that of course it hurts because he is literally burned. But the fireball is indeed more stable. Han loses her patience with this stubborn guy and raises her voice a bit, pointing out his wrapped left hand. Why are you already casting another fireball with your right hand? Have you not learned your lesson? He simply says he must practice. Han voices her confusion, asking why he is pushing himself when he previously said leaving the work to his clones was enough. Sang-woo looks down at his bandaged hand and explains he wants to share everything with his clones, through all the struggles and the triumphs. Now that his control over the fireball is much smoother, he thanks her, prompting her to share her own experience. Thanks for those tips. It really feels like I can control the flame a lot better now. You know, that trick where you told me to just focus my mind on the skill and block out all other distractions? After my awakening, I practiced constantly. I tried focusing all my strength into my palm and visualizing the energy to boost my mana, but the results I trained so hard I forgot to eat or sleep, which is how I realized maintaining a fireball works the exact same way. It must be one of those system mechanics the professor mentioned before. Sang-woo mutters something about the system as he realizes the truth, while Han urges him to quickly prepare for their next class. Do not overdo it. Now, let us get moving. We are about to be late for our class. If he cannot show off all this intense effort in the practical exam today, then what was the point of all that grinding? Looking up at the bright blue sky, he just wonders how it could possibly look so incredibly calm and peaceful. Professor Hiseo leads today's class, greeting the students and asking if they have finally mastered the smooth execution of their skills. It feels like everything is going exactly to plan. Sang-woo silently complains, as the professor's icy voice echoes through the room. Today, we will keep repeating the exact same exercises until the muscle memory is flawless. So, get ready. The class warmly welcomes the guy as he walks in. Hey Doyun, glad you made it. He waves back with a perfect, polite smile, greeting everyone in return. Behind that friendly mask, Doyun is scheming, convinced he has already shown everyone the massive gap in their powers. Hiding a smug grin, he recalls his little stunt from yesterday, pretending to be lost, just so he could show up right after Sang-woo finished. Just like yesterday, when he strolled into the room. Excuse me, I got a bit lost on my way here. Mind if I give it a shot? And oh man, you should have seen the look on their faces when he fired off that massive blast of pure flames. After that demonstration, he is absolutely certain Sang-woo will never dare to outperform him again. The professor calls out Sangwoo's turn. Standing right behind him, Doyen sneers, determined to keep him away from that powerful elixir no matter what. A sharp light gleams in his eyes, as he resolves to eliminate anyone who dares to stand in his path. Seconds later, an absolute deafening explosion rips through the air as Sangwoo releases his massive fireball. The professor's eyes went completely wide, witnessing that scene. What? Sangwoo? It's only been 3 days and you already? Sangwoo smirked, pretty satisfied with his performance as he replied. It is mostly thanks to lots of hard practice. After all, I heard this is the final requirement for any B-class hunter to pass. Dong Jian simply couldn't believe his eyes. The professor gasped in shock, and honestly, everyone else standing around was completely stunned by this turn of events. Incredible. Seeing you walk in with your hand all wrapped in bandages, I really didn't expect much from you today, but this result actually goes way beyond my usual expectations. What on earth? Last time, he couldn't even trigger a single spark. How could anyone get this ridiculously strong in just a few days? The professor kept showering him with excited praise. The fruits of your training are quite clear. You've already masterfully demonstrated the exact advanced lessons this academy was planning to teach your entire class. Actually, I was just really impressed by Jungi's incredible display of skill on our very first day here. It gave me a nice little boost of inspiration. Meanwhile, Dongjian desperately tries to bottle up his boiling rage as the class goes on. All right, next person step up. Once the class wraps up, Sangwoo and Han walk together, chatting about how everyone was totally blown away by his crazy power. But I still have to warn you, don't get hurt again, because I'm not helping you bandage it next time. See? Sangwoo raises his left hand to prove his arm is totally healed now. Han gets annoyed seeing him act so casual, but he quickly tries to explain by asking if she knows about his crazy regeneration stats. She's annoyed, but still glad he recovers so fast. Since they have different classes, the two split up, completely unaware that someone is secretly watching them from the shadow. I still have one more class to catch, so bye for now. Yeah, see you later. Sangwoo feels incredibly confident now, thinking he might actually hit level 20 before next week. Just then, his system screen pops up to show his fireball skill level has increased from 14 to 15. Meanwhile, Dongjian has been secretly watching them. What does he want? He approaches Sangwoo, wanting to wrap this up quickly by offering him money, luxury apartments, or literally any skill he wants. I will give you absolutely everything, so just tell me what you want. Sangwoo looks completely surprised, asking him what he actually means by that. And look at this. He warns him to stop playing dumb, moving closer to expose his true face. I am asking what it will take for you to finally give up that elixir. I do not care how you feel about it, but to me, nothing is more important than that potion. Cold silence. Sangwoo's face darkens, replying seriously, it is the same for me. Sangwoo brushes past him and states clearly that the elixir is far too important to him, so he should stop wasting his time. Even if you offered me 10 luxury apartments, I will never change my mind. You are definitely not the only person who needs this cure. Pure rage. Dongjian fumes at the rejection, warning him that he will regret this. But Sangwoo just flips him off with his middle finger. You better watch that mouth of yours. No one who has ever deliberately messed with me gets away cleanly. Dongjian grits his teeth in rage. He slams his fist against the wall, furious that this kid is actually going to ruin his entire plan. Wu Yan hands a fresh mana potion over to Sangwoo, mentioning that she brought more medicine. He readily accepts it with a quick thank you. Only this poison can boost his resistance, pushing it up from 6692 to 8132. Wu Yan also lets him know that she has been brewing several more doses lately, which significantly leveled up her own potion crafting skills as well. The side effects are weaker now. What? Sangwoo protests, but gets a direct punch straight to his face. Weaker side effects? But that is the most crucial part of your poison. Wu Yan violently shakes this literal poison junkie, screaming at the top of her lungs. Seriously? Who else in the entire world would actually use deadly poison just for this kind of crazy training? Well, nobody makes hidden bombs out of poison like you do either. Sangwoo suddenly grabs her hand and asks her a very direct question. By the way, have you heard the news yet? Is everything going to be fine? Wu Yan looks surprised by his sudden question. The raid did not end very smoothly. Even though we had a great shot at kicking their butts. Adjusting her hat, she quietly mentions that they fulfilled their duties well anyway, and there was nothing more they could do, so maybe another chance will come along someday. Silence. Sangwoo looks deeply worried, but says nothing. He is incredibly mad at Haisung too, but wonders what her secret history with them actually is, suddenly remembering that guy from this morning. He asks if she knows someone named Shin Jun-young, and she quickly confirms he is actually the famous second son of the prominent Haesung family. No way. Sang-woo is shocked to learn his real identity. The second son? But he looks nothing like his father. No wonder they share the exact same last name. She adjusts her glasses, asking if he wants to know any specific details about his skills. She explains that the media and news outlets have been reporting on Shin Jun-young since he was just a little kid. Since Hong Jin-wook's first son turned out to be completely ordinary, all of the family's massive attention shifted directly to the talented second son. Jun-young was always brought along by his father, drawing massive media interest. He actually awakened his powers before even entering elementary school, so everyone assumed he would be the official heir to Haesung. It is absolutely crazy, is not it? But one day, all the news about him suddenly died down, and people completely lost interest in him. It has been like that until now, leaving Sang-woo amazed by the strange story. Wait, really? That is incredibly sudden. She adds that she was curious too, since his skill seems almost like a cheat. What is his skill? She is not sure since it was so long ago. Wait, get this, it is called Archmage. No matter what skill he learns, he instantly hits the maximum level with it. Hearing this, a strong image of Dong-an flashes in Sang-woo's mind. He cannot believe it, complaining to her that it is literally a total cheat code. She warns him not to say things like that. Sang-woo recalls that training session, finally realizing why the impact that day was so absolutely terrifying. Holding the potion in his hand, he silently notes to himself that he must come up with a solid plan to face off against Shin Jun-young. At the Ganzone B hunting grounds, two hunters are busy on a mission, when one suddenly signals the other to shut up. What do you mean by that? The other guy does not understand, continuing that he will give him something valuable, without even needing to hunt for it. Shh, keep it down, the green-haired guy whispers, gesturing to the red-haired guy to look over there. Look closely, several of Sang-woo's clones are already on duty right now. Those masked figures? He recognizes them. They are Yong Sang-woo's clones, not that bloody corpse on the ground. Look at that bloody carcass on the ground. There is no way they only caught one. Sensing his buddy's dark intentions, the red-haired guy panics. Are we stealing? If they catch us, we will lose our heads. I heard those clones are like heartless robots, with absolutely zero human emotion. Hey, I told you to keep your voice down. Anyway, I gathered some intel. The corpses of those monsters are still scattered all over the ground. Those clones are just a cleanup crew retrieving corpses after clearing the area. They just walked right past that pile of carcasses without even looking back. So, taking what they left behind is hardly a crime. Hearing this persuasion, the red-haired guy starts to feel a bit hesitant. Think about how much that loot is worth. Now watch closely as Sang-woo's clones make a call. Hello, is this the monster recovery team? We are at Zone B6, so please come and clear out the corpses. Yeah, what species? That would be 10 giant lord vampire spiders, 2 legion bosses, and 20 cursed scorpions. The other clone looks surprised by the reply. Wait, hold on. We just arrived at Zone B6, and there is not a single monster corpse in sight. Number 5 senses that something is incredibly off, so he tells them that they will double-check and call right back. Right now, Sang-woo is working out at the gym when he gets a call from Number 5. Lifting weights, he answers, asking what is going on. He is completely shocked. Wait, the corpses are gone? Number 5 and Number 6 report directly from the scene. I think someone might have stolen them while we were calling the recovery team. Should we go ahead and capture them? With so much blood spilled, the thieves accidentally left footprints behind. Sang-woo is pretty annoyed, ordering them to retrieve the bodies without killing anyone. The 2 sneaky hunters burst out laughing after getting their hands on the monster loot. The brown-haired guy feels incredibly lucky. I cannot believe that actually worked. I told you this method would do the trick, and now we are absolutely filthy rich. The green-haired guy daydreamed. Selling these on the black market means they can never trace it back to us. How much money do you think we will make? Suddenly, the phone rings. Wait, someone is calling. Feeling pretty uneasy, the brown-haired guy asks who it is. The green-haired guy calmly replies, "Who else? It is the person who taught me this trick." On the other end, they get straight to business. Did you succeed? The green-haired guy laughs loudly, shouting right into his receiver. Of course. We actually pulled it off. I bet they are completely panicking right now. Hearing that everything went well, the voice on the other line urges him to keep it up. Delighted, the green-haired guy gladly accepts the next task, saying he knew he had asked the right person for help. Wait, the caller is actually Yang Yeon? He is the mastermind. And poor young Sang-woo is in deep trouble. You have not changed a bit since your days as an F-rank hunter. 6 months ago, a viral video emerged online featuring a brand new rookie, the legendary one-horned rabbit slayer of the hunting grounds. An up-and-coming F-rank hunter who managed to capture hundreds of them. This is an incredibly tough feat, even for highly skilled veteran hunters. The legendary Hawkeye of Mount Yugang has arrived. At first, there was absolutely no other information besides that bizarre title. But as news about Yang Sang-woo's clones spread, people quickly realized that the famous Hawkeye was actually one of those clones. Still, an F-rank hunter who just awakened could never possess such advanced shooting skills. Naturally, rumors started spreading that the clones have a special ability. They move with mechanical precision, maximizing their full potential in the most efficient way possible. Yong grins, noting that high efficiency is exactly what he is targeting. Deep down, he is thrilled that the clones only focus on efficiency. Because of that, until they hunt the absolute maximum number of monsters their backup team can handle, they will not summon the backup crew. They believe that standing guard while waiting for them is a massive waste of both time and money. Hunting the maximum limit means they will keep grinding until they wipe out every single zone. He continues muttering to himself, plotting his grand scheme. If they were only weak monsters, it would be no big deal. Nobody would risk getting kicked out of the hunting grounds just for a few million won. But high-tier monsters are different. I wonder if he can still reject my offer. Once he's in at the gym, Sang-woo is growing pretty impatient. The assistant is watching him closely. Noting his dark mood, they quickly ask what is bothering him. You look upset. Is something wrong? Someone actually stole the monsters that my clones hunted. Suddenly, a call comes through the assistant's earpiece. Stole the monsters? Wait, didn't this already happen once before? Sang-woo goes on to explain his current frustration to his assistant. Someone swiped a few giant rats while we were busy hunting mermen. Back then, I assumed they just stumbled upon them by chance. But this time, I am absolutely sure someone planned this heist meticulously, waiting for our team to call the backup. But the monster corpses vanished way too fast. Hearing this, his assistant is pretty shocked before trying to calm him down. That is just too weird. Sang-woo actually starts wondering if this is some divine punishment for that time he tried stealing the monster fish killed by the merman, even though that stunt got one of his clones killed. He begins to look back at his old conversation with Noah. Hey Noah, there are some monster fish over there. Why do you not take them? I do not hunt those things. Besides, carrying those massive corpses is too much trouble. After thinking about it, Sang-woo slumps onto the table, completely miserable. He has no idea what to do, especially since he lacks any subspace storage skills to pack those bodies. His assistant speaks up, suggesting that if storing items is such a huge issue, maybe he should just ask her for some help. Sang-woo has no clue who he means. Who is her? Then, he suddenly remembers that blue-haired girl from before, calling out to him. The moment she spots him, she runs over excitedly and grabs his hand, asking why it took him so long to visit. She told him to drop by more often, so Sang-woo quickly makes up a weak excuse about being quite busy lately. Her voice is pretty loud too. I saw the news that you got promoted to B rank. Congrats. Hearing this, the crowd around them is left completely stunned. Oh, Sang-woo is actually here. He thanks her quickly and decides to get straight to the real point of his visit. Hey, I have a quick question, but do not feel forced to answer if it is uncomfortable. She looks a bit confused, asking what it is as they head inside a private room. Wait, she actually asks if he wants to learn her subspace skill. Now, look at how he explains his wild idea. Yeah, when I was practicing breathing techniques from some online video, I somehow unlocked a contemplation skill. So, I was thinking, maybe I can learn your subspace magic. But the girl immediately rejects him. I am sorry, but that is probably impossible. Sang-woo expected this response, replying that he totally gets how hard this kind of favor is. Asking someone to just hand over their secret skill is pretty shameless of me. I am sorry, but she quickly stops him, saying he shouldn't misunderstand because she wants to help. But this specific skill is just confused by her reaction. Sang-woo presses on, asking why that is. She begins to explain, telling him that we simply cannot copy another person's awakened abilities. After all, the system status windows of different hunters show some gain raw physical power, where weapon, speed, and durability multiply with their skill level. Meanwhile, others can summon a pocket subspace that holds everything from ordinary items to the inventory space expands with the skill level. Since these are completely unique to each hunter, there is absolutely no way to explain the logic or rules behind them. Even I do not understand how my own pocket dimension works. It is just like how I can never copy your cloning ability. Sang-woo is quite stunned to hear this, but he tries to clarify, asking if there are not people out there with the exact same awakened skills. She explains that people with teleportation or jumping abilities are actually slightly different from each other. In reality, absolutely nobody in this entire world shares the exact same awakened skills. Their powers might look similar, but their range, cooldown times, and various other aspects are never truly identical. Many people might possess teleportation skills, but only a single person has a specific jumping skill. Basically, if you find an ability that is highly similar to mine, even if they are not quite the same. Sang-woo is pretty shocked to face this rather harsh reality. Seeing his disappointment, she offers a suggestion. She is not sure if other pocket dimension skills exist, but invites him to check out what the Heritage Company has in stock. Arriving at the Heritage headquarters in New York, Sang-woo feels slightly lonely since he thought someone would tag along. And here is the sad part. He is totally on his own in this massive foreign land. To make things even worse, absolutely nobody here speaks his language. Luckily, he packed a very handy tool, thanking his stars that he brought along this translation watch. This gadget is pretty awesome, letting him chat easily despite not knowing any English. It is a massive help for communicating in a foreign country. Without this device, security probably would have kicked him straight out of the airport. Riding the elevator up, Sang-woo keeps thinking about the Heritage Company, remembering that this is the exact place where he purchased his fused skill orb. He never expected to actually visit their headquarters to hunt for more useful skill orbs, but since he is already here, he might as well look. The elevator indicator hits floor 170, and a purple-haired woman steps up to welcome him. She is Arya, the general manager of Heritage. The Heinous Guild contacted me. You must be Sang-woo, right? He is slightly caught off guard before offering a polite greeting of his own. She is gorgeous, a real boss lady. Oh, hello. She immediately shows him around, welcoming him warmly to Heritage. I hope you find the orb you are looking for. Once Sang-woo selects his ideal skill, he rushes out to test it, tracking down a monster and slamming a heavy blow right into its head. The beast screeches in absolute agony before swinging its sharp claws straight at him. Sang-woo grabs onto its feelers and instantly triggers his newly acquired skill. Activating the fireball ability, he incinerates the monster entirely. He unleashes a barrage of fireballs at the surrounding beasts, turning them all to ash with a single hit. Meanwhile, two other hunters are currently tracking monsters in this same area. The brown-haired hunter spots the destructive aftermath of the battle and is completely baffled. Damn, why are those guys using so many fireballs? Green hair watches for a moment before speaking. We can't use these, just grab what works and let's keep tracking them. They strip the bodies of everything useful, both of them wondering where the hell did those clones disappear to. Brown hair guesses they are hunting them, but suddenly, up ahead, another greedy party eyes their kills, watching their hard-earned loot get snatched away. Green hair snaps. Who are you guys? And why are you taking our stuff? The strangers flinch, firing back. Who are you? We claimed these first. Seeing they won't hand over the loot, Green hair is ready to throw hands. You bastards, did you steal the monsters that young Sang-woo's clones hunted too? The trio immediately drops into fighting stances, warning them to watch their mouths. Got any proof? Green hair pauses, calculating his next move. Now I am sure I had no idea word would travel this fast. Green hair drops his heavy sack, shifting toward a peaceful compromise. No more fighting. Let's make a deal. Green hair immediately pitches a joint partnership. We split everything here evenly, and if any other party shows up, we team up to drive them out. Brown hair is completely stunned by this wild offer. Wait, we're really dividing all of this? Seizing the moment, Green hair starts probing. You guys are B-rank hunters too, right? You know as well as I do that if things get messy, nobody wins. Seeing the profit in this, the bandaged hunter sheathes his sword. That's a solid plan. With their crooked deal locked in, they shake on it. I really look forward to working with you guys. But get this, just as they think they are safe, they run straight into Sang-woo's clones at the very next crossroads. Brown hair whispers in panic. Why are they here? I thought they went off to train after hunting. Green hair quickly gestures for silence. Shh, the black market is already handling the carcasses anyway, so there is absolutely no reason to panic. There are other hunters around, so just act natural and slip away. The whole crew plays it cool, blending in like normal passersby. Suddenly zip. Knives fly from both sides, pinning them. Sang-woo's clones had already memorized every single shoe size and brand in the group. 280 millimeters, 290, brand D, 275, brand H, 265, brand D, and 250, Brand T. We spotted these exact footprints all over the cleared hunting grounds. Instantly, the entire group freezes in their tracks. Both of Sang-Yu's clones radiate pure killing intent. We have a few questions for you. Would you mind coming with us? Green Hair is shocked that his flawless acting fell flat. What? He roars, desperately trying to play the innocent victim. What do you think you are doing? Did you just throw a knife at us? Have you completely lost your mind? Sang-Yu cuts him off, shoving a ringing phone in his face. Go ahead, call security right now. It turns out he was calling the alchemist, who asks them directly, are you the ones who stole our hard-earned kills? The alchemist warns them that things are about to get incredibly messy. I should probably call the hunting ground collection team. You sold them on the black market, didn't you? Green Hair plays dumb, desperately trying to bluff his way out. What the hell are you talking about? Where is your proof? The voice on the other end scoffs. Proof? Yuan is standing right in front of the carcasses you sold. I am literally at the black market. Having his dirty secret exposed like that, his face instantly drains of color. Maybe I should pull up the freshly delivered monster carcasses right now and check if they match your exact weapons? Sang-Yu asks them with a cold stare, and just like that, their bluff is completely shattered. Watch how these panicking thieves follow Sang-Yu straight to a secluded, empty field. This spot should do. Once they stop, Green Hair demands to know, what do you want from us anyway? Sang-Yu warns him, cold and serious. Let me tell you what my master thought when he first started out as a hunter. Back then, he also made some mistakes regarding taking what belonged to other people. He completely understands where you are coming from. That is why he is offering a generous deal. Return every single cent you made from those stolen kills, and he won't pursue criminal charges against you. Hearing this, Green Hair's face goes pale. To be honest, that is incredibly merciful under the circumstances. But the thieves try to turn the tables, threatening Sang-Yu. If you really wanted your money back, shouldn't you have called security right away? Sang-Yu simply replies, reclaiming carcasses from the black market and disputing ownership just wastes too much of our precious time. We would honestly rather spend that time heading back out to hunt. So look at this as a win-win for everyone. Sensing a weakness, Green Hair gets smug. Oh, really? Well, there is just one tiny thing I still do not understand. His face contorts with sudden arrogance as he glares at Sang-Yu's two clones. You are just sheep, trashy clones created by some hunter's skill. Where do you get off demanding things from a B-rank party? Confident in his numbers, he draws his sword. I have a much better deal in mind. How about this instead? Behind him, his crew readies their weapons. You two will be dead in minutes, and once the black market sells those beasts, all the evidence is gone. Terrified, Brown Hair turns to his leader. Are we seriously going to go through with this? Blue Hair knows he has no other choice. So you want me to give everything back? I might have actually considered it if it were just the two of us here, but there are 5 of us here. Besides, putting down trash like you isn't even considered a crime anyway, so why be scared? You idiots should have called for security. Did you seriously think bringing us to this deserted spot alone was smart? Absolute fools. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, Sanju's 2 clones calmly draw their daggers. And honestly, we are totally on board with this treatment. Meanwhile, Yuyan is left wondering if they are actually sharp enough to cut these guys down. Just then, the merchant walks over to ask her what she is doing there, wondering if she's looking for potion ingredients. Yuyan immediately demands info about those thugs. She asks if he knows who sold him those corpses. The merchant confirms it was a 5-man group of B-class hunters and asks her what is going on, so she tells him the cold hard truth. Those corpses were actually stolen straight from Rong Sanju. Hearing that, the old man completely panics. Wait, isn't Rong Sanju the kid who visited us last time? He curses those bastards for daring to sell him stolen goods. Yuyan just stares at him in sheer disbelief like he has never dealt in stolen merchandise before. But the uncle shamelessly plays along, of course not. Even though almost everything he buys is totally stolen anyway. He mentioned that his entire stash got stolen while he wasn't around to protect it. Right now, he is out of the country. I think he said he was heading to the Heritage Headquarters or something. Over at the Heritage Headquarters, inside the Skill Orb Research Facility, Arya shows Sanju around. This is where those magical orbs are actually made, supplying 80% of the entire global market. She mentions hearing that he actually learned meditation and mana breathing through some basic online courses. Having done her homework beforehand, she asks if he knows that one can even master a classic fireball spell using that exact same method. Sanju looks a bit confused by her words. He stops to think it over, realizing that what she is saying actually makes a lot of sense. Aside from unique awakening abilities, people can pretty much learn any standard skill that way. But then why does everyone spend a fortune on these expensive skill orbs? She picks up a glowing orb to explain. He must be wondering why anyone would pay for these overpriced skill orbs. The simple truth is that learning a new skill from scratch is incredibly difficult. Suddenly, the orb in her hand bursts into flames. She channels her mana to shift its state, keeping the fire lit by constantly feeding it with her energy so it doesn't fade away. It takes at least 6 months of brutal training for a highly talented person to pull that off, and for average people, it takes years. Remember, we are only talking about a simple fireball trick here, so what about the more complex skills? After showing off her impressive trick, she quickly snuffs the flame out. Sanju is absolutely stunned. It could literally take a decade, and she immediately confirms his thoughts with a simple, exactly. We are talking decades, or maybe even an entire lifetime. Arya continues to break down the cold, hard facts. That is exactly why we use skill orbs. The data inside is directly linked to the system, meaning even someone who cannot control mana can instantly naturally. That is also the reason why they are so extremely hard to make. Sanju asks if that is why they cost a fortune. She smiles, not denying it as she pulls out another glowing orb. Yeah, she remembers him looking for a subspace pocket skill, and luckily, they have exactly one left in stock. Arya shows him the price tag for this rare pocket space skill. The total comes out to a cool 10 million. Sanju looks at the orb, thinking 10 million is actually cheaper than he expected. But then Arya quickly chimes in, that is in US dollars, which means in Korean currency. It converts to roughly 12.8 billion won. Sanju freezes as the massive price tag finally sinks in. Right, they are in New York. She giggles at his reaction and tells him to wait a second, looking back over his customer file. This is actually the cheapest option among all the spatial skills they have in stock. Naturally, that is still a crazy high price. He scratches his head, admitting he knew it would be pricey, but not 12.8 billion won. Arya gently caresses the glowing orb, adding that depending on how he answers her next question, things might change. She might give him a discount, or better yet, just hand it over for free. This sudden offer throws Sanju into a quiet panic. Wait, what? You probably can't believe it either, getting a multi-billion won item for absolutely free. It seems too good to be true. He eagerly asks what she wants from him, and Arya finally reveals her true intentions, his body. She leans in close and gently touches his cheek, leaving Sanju completely frozen in pure shock. Her real goal is his body. Meanwhile, back at the clearing, those arrogant hunters are already coughing up blood after a few short rounds of fighting. They scream in disbelief, wondering how B-class hunters could get wrecked so easily. But Sanju's clones just stand there, completely unfazed as the leader roars in rage, refusing to accept defeat. He lunges forward with a wild swing, but the clone easily steps out of the way. Seeing her leader fail, the archer girl fires off a quick shot, but Sanju calmly draws his dagger, effortlessly deflecting the flying arrow away. The girl is completely stunned. He actually deflected my arrow using that star of his. The other two rush in to attack the remaining clone, but Sangwoo easily dodges them, leaving them with a cold glare. Then Sangwoo charges forward to strike those two. Terrified, the enemy mage starts frantically screaming curses at them. He summons ice along the ground to trap both clones, but they dodge easily. Sangwoo then draws a blade and hurls it straight at them. The dagger flies straight toward the archer, instantly knocking the bow right out of her hands. A moment later, she finally snaps out of it. An absolute panic begins to spread. Sangwoo leaps right behind the mage. Realizing they stand zero chance, the man instantly throws his hand. I surrender. The blue-haired guy grovels on the ground, crying out that this makes no sense because they are B-rank hunters. The other two have already passed out from that devastating attack. Realizing he is completely outmatched, he curses Sangwoo as an absolute monster. But he quickly begs for mercy, admitting defeat and promising to return everything they took. As Sangwoo relaxes, glad it is over, the mage begs him to complete the transfer immediately, rattling off his account number. But before he can even finish, a sudden attack slams into him. A girl with twin tails suddenly slashes him, sending him flying far back. Caught completely off guard, Sangwoo crashes hard. The girl loudly declares this scamming den has been exposed, and in the name of the Comet Guild, evil will not go unpunished. Turns out, she is the captain of the 2nd Strike Squad, an A2 rank hunter. Without even understanding the situation, she sentences him to death. But then, Arya suddenly shifts gears and makes a proposal. That is why, depending on your answer to my proposal, I will give you a discount. Actually, no, I will just let you have it for free. What do you think? Saying this, she reaches out for the orb. Hearing that, Song-woo gets incredibly excited. Can I really get a skill orb worth 12.8 billion for free? This is insane. What do you want? Just name it. Arya smiles and states her demand. Your body. Arya steps forward and touches Sang-woo's face. Excuse me? Sang-woo? Out of nowhere, she walks up and taps his shoulder, casually asking if it is true that he can touch it. Sorry for doing this so suddenly, she says, quickly catching his immediate misunderstanding and explaining she actually meant his duplicate clone. After making her intentions clear, she prepares to leave, begging him to let her analyze his unique duplicate clone. If you agree, I'll give you this skill orb for free. So yeah, she was only talking about his clone. What a relief. Arya then goes on to explain the reasoning behind her request, admitting she could barely believe her ears when she first heard about his clone ability. Most duplication skills are only known to produce weak, basic illusions, so she never actually imagined a real physical clone like his could exist. Sang-woo listens. Cold sweat rolls down his face. It seems like news about your power hasn't spread outside of Korea yet, making this the perfect moment to propose this deal. Hearing this, he gets quite suspicious and speaks up. He asks her why she wants to study his clone to create a skill orb, and she patiently explains the details. To successfully craft a duplicate skill orb, the absolute first step is to thoroughly grasp how the original ability works. From its activation mechanics to the mana flow and elemental attributes, we must fully comprehend every single detail of the specific skill we are trying to manufacture. At that exact moment, Sang-woo's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Naturally, completely understanding a fully awakened skill is just impossible, but we can still create something very similar to it. We can produce a clone skill orb, even if it is just a downgraded version of the real thing. Hearing this, he gasped in surprise. Then he turned to look at the other orbs. Was this really right? She was about to give him a 12.8 billion skill orb for free. Besides, he really needed this skill right now. Thinking of those people who were created from the cloning technique, even so, actually selling clone skills on the market, she raised her hand, thinking while adding details after he asked what the difference was between an awakened skill and an artificial skill orb. Well, that depends on our level of understanding of that skill, but usually there are many limits. She then gave a clear, visual example to help him understand. For example, have you seen the person who introduced you to us with a subspace skill like Park Iuna's? Yes, I have. I actually sneaked into her subspace once. Out of all the subspace skills, hers is easily one of the best. The inside is massive, it uses no mana, and there are absolutely no limits on entering or leaving. And as they keep analyzing this, the sheer potential is actually mind-blowing. Compared to her skill, the space created by that skill orb over there cannot hold any living creature at all. Aside from the owner and their summons, you can only store spare gear and other items inside. Plus, to keep that space open, you have to constantly pour your own mana into it. So if we successfully replicate your cloning skill, it is highly likely that similar limitations will also pop up. Hearing this, Sang-woo could easily picture it. After a brief moment of silent thought, he finally agreed. I agree to your proposal. Oh, well, that is great. He raises a finger to add one more detail to this deal. But I do have one condition. If you agree, I will summon my clone right here, right now. The scene shifts to an empty training ground. Sang-woo is covered in wounds, and Heejun gasps as she realizes what is happening. You could actually stop yourself in that situation? As I thought, your movements are absolutely top tier. The bystander looks at Heejun with curiosity. Who are you? I am a hunter of justice, here to stop this violence. I suggest you take your friend and leave quickly. My comrades are saving the others, so thank you so much. Sang-woo suddenly steps forward, startling her. I am sorry, but you are not going anywhere without paying. Heejun immediately raises her weapon and charges straight at him. That is not for you to decide. But she only slashes thin air as he easily dodges. Heejun is completely shocked. Oh my. So Heejun spins around to throw another powerful kick at Sang-woo. This time she connects, sending him sliding far back. The crowd is shocked. And get this, even more clones of Sang-woo step forward to fight. We have to collect the money from this hunt. Mind your own business. Heejun is completely stunned. She sighs softly and mutters to herself. Just as I thought, how could mere bugs ever understand their own place? With that, both sides immediately clash in a wild brawl. She takes on two Sang-woo clones at once. When they realize they are in trouble and try using a trick, she suddenly strikes their stomachs, completely shutting them down. She laughs wildly while launching her attacks, asking why they bother recovering anything when they are both going to die here anyway. Transitioning back to Arya and Song-woo from earlier, the deal is that you will lease your clones to us for 3 months. During that entire time, those clones must fully cooperate with our research team. However, if any clone gets destroyed due to our own mistake, you are not obligated to provide a replacement. And even if our research on replicating that skill orb fails, you do not have to return that pocket dimension orb to us. While Arya is going over the details, Sang-woo speaks up to remind her that his rules must be followed, and finally, she needs to handle the clothing for his clones. Arya laughs. He really has no shame. I feel like I am the one getting ripped off here. But if you do not like it, I have no other options. I thought this through carefully before making my choice. Arya pulls out a crisp white shirt, laughing as she remarks on how well he knows his own skills' high value. Then she instructs him on what to do next. I understand. So go ahead and summon your clone now. Put some clothes on. The room suddenly grows much brighter as Sang-woo's clone is successfully summoned, though he is completely naked. She immediately throws the shirt and pants she just grabbed over to him so he can get dressed. Arya looks on in total amazement. That is incredible. Now, there are literally 2 Sang-woos here, and she never expected to see a flesh and blood clone in person. You can just call this clone number 7. He was supposed to be out hunting somewhere right now. He looks at his clone, practically weeping for his own busy life. But with the potion wearing off, his power is already weakening. Yes, it is a self-destruction ability. Arya wraps up the talk and hands over the orb, mentioning she has verified his clone. He stares down at the orb, resting in his palm. Now it is my turn to keep my promise. Sang-woo smiles, asking if she needs any guide to use it. Of course not. No way. The orb flashes bright as the sun, activating the pocket dimension skill info. This level 1 skill conjures a subspace that scales with your master level. Your mana will slowly drain to maintain the space, and entry is restricted for all living things, except the skill caster and his summoned clones. Seeing his success, Arya smiles warmly and claps to congratulate him. Congratulations on obtaining your brand new skill. Sang-woo looks down at his empty hand as she asks if he wants to test it out. Absolutely. The system immediately alerts him as he casts, stating that the pocket dimension skill has been successfully activated. A portal opens up, and you will not believe how small it is. He stares inside, completely shocked by what he created. Peering inside, he cannot help but comment on how tiny it is. He reaches his hand in to feel around and explore the space. He hits a wall almost instantly. This place is way smaller than Yuna's subspace, probably only around 10 pyong. He can feel the subspace continuously draining his mana. It is not a massive problem, but maintaining this pocket dimension definitely eats up a steady flow of energy. Well, the main goal is just storing the monster corpses I hunt anyway, so this works perfectly. Arya watches him finish up his inspection and asks how it feels. So far, everything looks completely fine. But first, let me test out my clone and see if he can use skills too. Hearing Sang-woo say that, she asks him back with a pretty confused look. But she completely freezes in absolute shock when she sees his clone open a pocket dimension. She cannot help but gasp in wonder, can your clones really use skills too? Aside from cloning himself, he can do pretty much anything. I am just testing this to be safe, and it looks like he can definitely access the subspace skill. She stands there completely stunned that skill ball is not the issue. This cloning ability is just too insanely overpowered. Right then, she makes up her mind she absolutely has to get her hands on it. Sang-woo turns to his clone. You can enter, right? Try it. But out of nowhere, number 7 walks right out of another portal behind his back, leaving both of them scratching their heads. Why did you come out from over there? The clone replies, well, master, you told me to enter. He watches number 7 step into one portal and exit from a completely different spot. That portal was created by number 7, it is not mine, right? Staring deep into the dark subspace, a wild thought suddenly strikes him. Do all his clones connect to the exact same dimension whenever they use this pocket skill? Suddenly, a massive object flies straight toward number 7, making this feel exactly like a shared main gateway. It slams straight into number 7, knocking him down. Number 8 rushes over to catch the unconscious number 7. Where did that even come from? Meanwhile, Hee-won stands on the other side, gritting her teeth in absolute fury. Are you trying to play dirty and run away? What skill is this? Where is my sword? Over here. Sang-woo's clone casually explains the situation. Throwing your own weapon away was a pretty terrible idea. It is stuck inside my subspace now. Number 7, wake up. Come on, open your eyes. You can feel the tension rising here. Hee-won screams at Sang-woo's clone, stop running. You coward. What kind of broken trick is this anyway? Where did you hide my weapon? His clone holds a tight guard, clueless about the subspace. Throwing your weapon away was a massive mistake. It is long gone now. Meanwhile, Sang-woo keeps desperately begging number 7 to wake up. Hearing the noise, the clone turns around and spots the grim scene. Sang-woo is still crying over number 7, who is only coughing up blood, not dead yet. Please, number 7, do not die on me. You are still breathing. But before the clone can even finish his sentence, Sang-woo dramatically closes his eyes. I am still alive, but I will avenge you. Hearing Sang-woo's over-the-top speech, his other clone just breaks into a cold sweat. Whoever did this to you, I will make them pay. Grabbing Hee-won's weapon, Sang-woo steps right out of the pocket dimension with burning eyes. Hee-won is shocked to see him walking out holding her own weapon. Well now, she mutters. I definitely did not see this coming. He swings the heavy sword onto his shoulder, glaring at his clone with a dark face. Was it you? Who threw this? No, master. It was that hunter over there. I did nothing. Watching them closely, Hee-won slowly braces herself. She never expected Sang-woo to actually show up himself. What are you going to do to me? But looking at his face, she is in for a rough time. Suddenly, his eyes land on another clone, lying brutally injured on the ground. He quickly rushes over to check on number 6. Are you okay? The bleeding stopped, but I cannot feel my legs. He raises his hand to cancel the summon. You did great. Rest up. As the clone vanishes, he turns to the other one, demanding to know what happened. We were just retrieving the money from those thieving hunters who stole our monster carcass during our last raid. We got ambushed by a woman from the Haesung Guild. Rummaging through the gear number 6 left behind, he pulls out a gun. The Haesung Guild again? Seriously? Them again? Hearing him trash her guild makes Hee-won highly annoyed. You people really do not know how to mind your own business. You are being way too arrogant. Honestly, how would a mere B-rank hunter like you understand the gap between us? Holding a gun in one hand and a giant blade in the other, he barks an order to number 5. Support me. Yes, boss. Instantly, both sides clash once more. Hee-won prepares for a head-on clash. Who wins? Somewhere else, Shin Dong-jun is anxiously biting his nails in absolute frustration. Damn it. Glaring at the urgent text messages on his screen, he grumbles at the screen. You idiots. Did you succeed? The reply says, we failed. Do not contact us again. We almost died out there. He slams his fist down onto his desk in a blind rage. Did those fools actually fail? I even sent backup because I was worried the first group was not enough. How on earth did 5 B ranks lose to mere clones? He scowls in frustration, thankful he sent his top captain as extra backup. She is a certified monster on the battlefield. Back at the fight, Hee-won is blocking both their weapons with her bare hands. I really do not care if people are hyping you up as some legendary super rookie. Even though her hands are badly bleeding from blocking, she does not even flinch. That does not mean you are actually all that amazing, you know. With 67,000 power, 16,000 reflex, 52,000 health, 21,000 mana, 4,000 marksmanship, and 1,800 recovery, he gritted his teeth to press the weapon down. I kept wondering why a mere clone could be so incredibly arrogant, but it turns out the master is exactly the same. If you are just a B-rank hunter, she screamed, swinging her fist at the two of them, then start acting like one. The violent impact of her powerful punch tears a deep, massive trench through the ground. Luckily, Sang-woo and his clone successfully split up just in time to dodge that devastating fist. She glanced over and spat out a mocking compliment, calling them pretty fast for a couple of scared little rats. Sang-woo started breaking out in a cold sweat looking at her, wondering if that crazy woman was really an A-rank hunter, before noticing her bleeding arm. At least her right arm, the one she used to block my direct attack, is completely broken now. Well, at least I managed to inflict some real damage on her. But Hee-won immediately activated her healing skill to repair the arm, asking him to hand back her weapon. And watch this, her terrifying crimson aura immediately rushes toward him, forcing him to grit his teeth as their powers brutally collide. But in the end, holding the weapon in her hands, she smirked arrogantly, bragging about how amazing this custom, a rank weapon, and its special functions really were. She mocked him, asking what he planned to do now, or if he would fight back with that tiny pistol, while his hand was still smoking and raw from her previous blast. How did she just do that? Was her arm not completely broken just a second ago? He clenched his fist in pure frustration. Damn it. Forced into a corner, he quickly expands his pocket dimension to summon even more of his formidable clones. Seeing his army of clones, Hyun just scoffed and let out a sigh, telling him not to worry about who they were up against. That really is a lot of clones. Another duplicate showed up to deliver the items instead of clone number 3, saying they brought what he asked for. Asking if clone number 3 was still in the hospital, the duplicate confirmed it as Sang-woo began channeling mana into his weapon. "Guess I do not have to worry anymore," Hyun shouted, her blood boiling as she eagerly embraced the thrill of the upcoming battle. She taunted them to bring it on as his clones split up in every direction, completely surrounding her to take her down. From another room inside the pocket dimension, A-Ra watched the entire battle unfold, completely shocked at the absolute chaos happening before her eyes. She froze in utter disbelief, never imagining that a pocket dimension skill could actually be used like a series of teleportation portals. Unsure of what to do next, she hesitated, wondering how she should even handle this situation. While she knew she should not interfere in his personal business, she realized this was a golden opportunity to make him owe her a big favor. She immediately recalled when Hyun's weapon struck clone number 7, remembering that the staff was actually a specialized product manufactured directly by her own company. Wanting to seize the moment, she refused to miss a perfect chance to humiliate those absolute bastards from the Troll Guild. So she quickly picked up her phone and called her contact, asking Hubert if the weapon prototype he worked on last time was finally ready. Meanwhile, the brutal battle raged on furiously, and despite her injuries, Hyun seemed more fired up than ever to kill them all. She admitted they were pretty fast, but her very next words immediately put Sang-woo on high alert. "Do you even know what my skill is?" she sneers, slamming her weapon down. "And just watch, this is her crazy level 64 damage manipulation." Damage manipulation level 64 converts a massive portion of the incoming impact directly away from the user. The absorbed damage relies heavily on her mastery and skill level, unleashing a shockwave of raw power that completely shakes the entire area. Anyone who failed to escape was immediately blown to pieces, while even Sang-woo got violently blown back by the massive shockwave. Hyun relentlessly charged straight at him, smashing the exact spot he was standing on, though he barely jumped away in time. With absolutely zero delay, her staff shot upward to strike him, leaving him completely helpless as the weapon split open to reveal a hidden gun. Damn it! He cannot dodge while suspended in midair. He took the brutal blast dead on, sending his body flying across the battlefield before crashing violently into the dirt. Coughing up blood while blocking with his sword, he noticed her wounds had vanished once again. What kind of insane skill does she have? As her staff reverted to normal, Hyun burst out into a loud, mocking laugh. "This is far from over," he muttered, gritting his teeth as he summoned clone number 5 to his side. He immediately threw a small pouch over to the clone, who quickly ate the strange crystal beads inside, leaving a highly suspicious Hyun to demand what he just swallowed. Hearing this, Sang-woo just gave her a highly challenging smirk. "Well, why don't you guess? You should easily know what this is, since you are a high-ranking member of the Haesung Guild," he mocked, causing Hyun to instantly freeze in utter shock. He just consumed a crystal bead, which shocked her into asking what, while clone number 5 began to transform as he warned her not to play dumb. "Is that not right? Your guild ordered a massive batch from the Silver Moon Guild." Remembering when he managed to acquire a few, he recalled hearing that just a single bead could boost one's stats 100 times more than normal, so he grabbed some. He smiles, looking at her with pure smugness. "I tried those too, but the reaction just wasn't the same." Number 5's body begins to mutate as he tears right through his suit. "Unlike those orbs, they don't boost my stats. That strange crystal orb has completely mutated number 5 into a massive monster. I only gave him 3 crystals, and he has already mutated into an uncontrollable beast." For the first time, looking at the creature right in front of her, Han actually shows a hint of, "You guys were the ones who actually created this thing, so you should know its side effects better than anyone. This is pure madness." Number 5 has fully turned into a giant beast, clenching his massive fist and raising it high. Han quickly snaps back to reality, locking her eyes on the beast. "You think getting a little bigger means you can mess with me? Even if you swallow 100 of those crystals, your stats are only going to go up by 0.5. She grits her teeth in pure rage and screams out, "Do you actually think eating that changes anything?" But before she can even finish speaking, an attack slams right into her. "You are nothing but a she," gets blasted back, taking massive damage, while Sang-woo just watches and laughs at her struggle. "Now check this out." He stands up, watching the tide of battle completely shift, and just smiles. "The only thing you can see is how stats change after consuming crystals, but the physical power from a monster mutation is a whole different story." She was slammed hard into the dirt but is still conscious though. "How could you possibly know when you have never even eaten one?" Right as he is speaking, number 5 suddenly swings a wild fist, but his speed has dropped significantly now that he has lost all self-control. Having lost all sanity, number 5 even lashes out at him. Sangwoo leaps high to dodge the blow, realizing his pet no longer recognizes his own master. Everyone, keep your distance from number 5. While On is completely furious, her eyes widen as she lets out a vicious curse. You better hope the guild cleans up this ugly mess after I put you down. Leaping straight into the air, she delivers an incredibly heavy strike directly onto number 5, throwing the giant beast off balance. But the monster quickly shifts targets, slamming On straight down into the dirt, leaving her clawing at the ground in pure rage. Even with those painful injuries, Han forces herself back up, leaps high into the air, and swings her staff with absolutely everything she has. The sheer force of the impact sends number 5 crashing down. On charges straight towards Sangwoo, slamming her staff down. But he barely blocks it in time. If I just kill you, they all vanish, right? Kill me? I might have to call the cops. Infuriated, she presses down even harder. Do you think I am joking? The pressure is insane. Luckily, his other clones immediately rush in to support him, with one clone slipping behind her back for a sudden sneak attack. Finding an opening, the clone drives a dagger right into her side. But On catches the blade with her bare hand. That is not enough. She unleashes a massive burst of energy, creating a wall of fire that completely incinerates the clone on the spot. Resting her staff over her shoulder, she turns her cold gaze back onto Sangwoo after wiping out his clone. I noticed your clones never aim for vital spots, meaning you have never actually killed anyone. You really are just hopelessly naive. Sangwoo grips his sword tight and suddenly slashes his own leg, fueling his adrenaline as he prepares to go all out. Do not worry, I can change that right now. Han watches in total confusion as he injures his own leg, wondering if he has gone mad. And then, you won't believe it, he goes full Super Saiyan, launching directly at Han like a rocket. She barely blocks the strike, but still gets shoved back. He is incredibly fast, aiming directly for her throat. Sangwoo raises his sword and asks if she is finally feeling any real fear. But right then, number 5 recovers and stomps down hard on her position. She catches the massive foot with her bare hands, cursing the beast, before throwing number 5 high into the air to get him away. Looking up, the remaining clones spot 2 massive fireballs raining down, forcing her to raise her weapon to block the incoming blast. Normal fireballs will never stop me, she yells, as number 5 opens his jaws to charge another blast. This time, the beast unleashes a massive torrent of flames directly at her, forcing her to hold her weapon high for protection. Infuriated, she lets out an absolute roar. Rung Sangwoo. The devastating blast tears up the earth, but she manages to hold her ground, only to find number 5 launching another relentless charge directly toward her position. The crossfire spreads rapidly, catching the others. The range is simply too wide to dodge. Right at that critical moment, a mysterious cloak manifests. As the fireball collides and explodes into a massive cloud of dust, Sangwoo emerges completely unharmed under its protective layer. What is this? Over in the subspace, Era happily explains that this is the brand new prototype armor created by Heritage MPCP. She eagerly goes on to describe the incredible features of this new armor. This incredibly lightweight and elastic cloak absorbs almost all hostile skills while generating a powerful shield. It acts as functional armor, capable of turning completely rigid. We honestly believe this easily outperforms that toy talisman made by the Troll Corporation. Inside the pocket dimension, Seven had been translating everything Aura said. Well, she was speaking in English, so, to be honest, I didn't understand any of it. Sangwoo turned around and thanked Era. Seriously? Thank you so much. If it wasn't for this item of yours, I wouldn't have survived. Hyun is absolutely furious, seeing Sangwoo completely unharmed. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, 5 materialized right behind her. Cold as ice, you are dead. He slams down hard right where she was sitting. Debris buries her instantly, but even in the rubble, she still grips that staff tightly. But it's completely shattered now, totally useless. She grits her teeth, staring down at her broken staff, her only weapon. No, she has absolutely nothing left to block this incoming damage. While she's panicking, 5 swings his heavy fist right at her face. She gets punched straight into the dirt. I need leverage to absorb this shock, she thinks. Literally anything will do. The ground fractures into tiny pieces all around her. She scrambles wildly, trying to find some way out of this nightmare. I have to redirect this damage right now. 5 keeps throwing brutal punches, and if she doesn't hurry, she's finished. In the end, she takes a brutal beating, but somehow musters enough strength to kick 5 away. He gets shoved back, leaving her collapsed on the dirt, gasping for air. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her as someone approaches. Sangwoo walks right up to her, looking down with a cold glare. You did a pretty decent job, he says calmly. But then, he unleashes a devastating punch straight into Hyeon's chest. Hyeon flashes back to when she was at her hideout and received a text. She gathered her gear and told her team she was stepping out. One of Shin Young's men looked up, pretty confused. "I thought our work for today was already wrapped up," he muttered. Hyeon turned back and explained that the young master was calling again. "Wait, Hunter, Shin Young? He's in a weak spot. Why even bother helping him?" She just scoffs at his lack of vision. "Come on, learn to read the room. The chairman's son is going to inherit everything," but the man points out another option. Captain Shinwoo is also the chairman's son, and he has never been fit for that throne. He's just a useless fool. But Hyeon is fully committed to her side, claiming their young master has the absolute highest potential, despite his flaws. The shadowy hunter just listens quietly while flipping through his book. And more importantly, he's pretty handsome too. Intrigued, the shadow asks about the mission, so she shares the text she received. "He wants me to teach a famous B-rank hunter named Sangwoo a lesson, but specifically told me not to kill him. For some reason, the shadow warns her against going. "You'd better stay out of this," he says, shutting his book. "I'm telling you, don't stir up trouble, and just stick to serving the current chairman." "But that's exactly what I'm doing," she insists. "I'm just serving our future boss." Hyun snaps at him, but he just finds her incredibly naive. "You're behaving like a stubborn child," she says. "That's why you'll never move up." But the shadow warns her she knows absolutely nothing about Sangwoo. She's going to lose. Back in the present, the battle is finally wrapping up. She opens her eyes to find Sangwoo standing right over her. "You're awake?" he remarks. "A-rank hunters sure are tough." Hyun is shocked. She hasn't met her maker yet. "Why did you let me live?" she asks. "Honestly," Sangwoo replies, "I didn't hold back." She narrows her eyes, still pretty skeptical. "But you could have easily finished me off." "Well," Sangwoo says, "I just didn't see the point. Besides, like you said, I've never taken a life." Hyun sneers, mockingly pointing out that she actually tried to kill him on purpose. "You'll stay weak forever with that pathetic mindset." But suddenly, a massive surge of power erupts, sending dust swirling into the air. Sangwoo slams his sword deep into the ground, inches from her head. He drops the nice guy act and gets straight to the point. "Consider this your absolute final warning." Cold sweat rolls down her face as she stares at the blade vibrating right next to her cheek. "No one dies today, and we're even. Take this chance to pack up your things and get lost. That goes for you and the Haesung Guild." His other clones glare down at her with pure, unfiltered bloodlust. "I hate taking lives directly," Sangwoo whispers. "But there are other ways to end you. Keep that in mind." The once arrogant Hyeon can only tremble, nodding her head in absolute terror. "Fine," she whispers. Satisfied with her response, Sangwoo opens up his pocket dimension. He steps inside immediately, checking on Seven, who took a bad hit. "Is your face okay?" he asks. "It really hurts," Seven whimpers. Meanwhile, Hyun is left behind on the battlefield, her heart pounding frantically. Wait, is she seriously blushing right now? She actually thinks he's hot, completely ignoring the soldiers locking down the carcass hunters. Since then, the masterminds pulling the strings behind the carcass hunting have completely vanished. A few days later, my clones fully recover, and I'm back to hunting normally. Right now, Seven is resting up inside Aura's lab, getting some much-needed medical attention. He was sent to the heritage facility to analyze the skill orb. "What do you want to eat?" she asks. "How about some steak?" Back at the massive academy, a ton of brand new courses are finally starting up. Sangwoo walks through the bustling crowd of students, completely lost in his own thoughts. "Everyone who was tracking our moves vanished the exact moment I took down that hunter from the Haesung Guild. The timing is almost too perfect." He immediately figures it out. There's a pretty high chance someone from the Shin Young Guild is behind this. He's right on the money, since Shin Young absolutely hates his guts and always holds a grudge. Out of nowhere, he lets out a quiet sigh. Sangwoo glares at him and asks where he is going, making Shin Dong-jun break out in a cold sweat. Right then, Ha-yeon happily calls out to him, saying he is back, and they immediately strike up a lively conversation. "I am on my way to class, and since you are too, let's walk together." Sangwoo talks with Ha-yeon while eyeing Dong-jun. "He is terrified of me, so it must be him. How was New York, anyway?" Inside the chapel, the high priest speaks. "Please take your seats, everyone." Down below, Sangwoo listens to the sermon looking quite bored with the whole thing. "Let us pray with absolute devotion to the system." Apparently, this ritual is mandatory just to attend the academy classes. But seriously, praying to a system? He leans in close to Ha-yeon and whispers, asking what they are even doing in a place like this. "Didn't you read the syllabus?" We are learning about the history of the system today, and there is a sacred ceremony too. But what does any of that have to do with dungeon hunting? They have no idea the priest up there hears everything. Honestly, I have no clue either. If it was not mandatory, I would never have showed up. Silence, please. Sangwoo stops talking to Ha Yan, but unable to take it anymore, he stands up and raises his hand. I need to go to the bathroom. Sangwoo leaves the chapel, but he actually uses a moment when no one is looking to enter his subspace. He summons his clone and tells him to swap clothes. Give me your outfit, and take this one, he commands. Yeah, got it. The clone returns to the chapel to take his place, politely saying he just got back from the restroom as Dong-san. Meanwhile, the real Sangwoo is already outside. What a waste of time, he thinks. I will definitely use my clone for classes from now on. But look who is right there. He spots Shin Dongjun nearby, talking on his phone. Dongjun is raging on the line, demanding to know how the last mission failed. Even their captain blew it. How could you guys fail to handle a mere B rank? Sangwoo suddenly chimes in, asking what is wrong with being a B rank, making Dongjun panic and hang up. You are eavesdropping on my private call, Dongjun snaps. Sangwoo just frowns at the guy's pretty thick-skinned attitude. You think you can talk after interfering with my raid? Even though he is caught red-handed, Dongjun still tries to deny everything. I have no idea what you mean. Sure, you don't. Didn't you guys even rehearse your lies together first? You all say the exact same line. Realizing his cover is completely blown, Dongjun drops the act and tells him he should have taken the cash. Since Beomnam lost some of our targets, I can clearly see how pathetic and poor you really are. Sangwoo just chuckles. Must be nice being rich. I guess your parents never raised you, so you had to hire tutors instead, right? Those words make Dongjun grit his teeth in pure rage. Actually, given how you talk, you are probably just like your father. So, I guess you never got any proper schooling at all? Dongjun snaps completely. You want to fight? Sangwoo finds this hilarious. You really think I am scared of you? Dongjun threatens him while unleashing his magic power. This is your very last warning. Sangwoo shows zero fear, staring right back at him despite the obvious threat. Just tell me what you want. Whatever it is, you will get it. And the Haisung Guild, including me, will stay out of your way. He narrows his eyes and darkly replies that there is only one thing he wants. But upon hearing it, Dongjun instantly decides to attack him. Give me the elixir, and I will leave this academy immediately. Controlling your magic is going to be pretty tough inside these walls, though. Dongjun prepares to strike right in the school courtyard. That ice block is way smaller than I thought. What is going on? Are you trying to fight? He then summons a giant fireball several times his own size, claiming he does not need to hold back anymore. Sangwoo stares at the massive fireball. My own fire magic is absolutely nothing compared to this beast. What kind of insane size is that? Suddenly, Hwang Junhei appears out of nowhere to stop them. Stop it, she commands, instantly making the giant fireball vanish into thin air. She looks at the stunned pair and asks what on earth they are doing. Pushing up her sunglasses, she firmly warns them both. Sure, you have the freedom to use skills inside the academy, but this is crossing the line. She is the leader of the Yunha Phoenix Guild, one of the top 4 guilds. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone is reviewing that exact skill video. Yes, they are analyzing the footage of the previous battle, captured directly from a camera mounted on a weapon. A man in a lab coat watches in amazement, praising how spectacular it is. Look at those movements, he says. He is predicting his opponent. The screen then cuts to the face of number 5 after transforming into a monster. What is this massive, terrifying creature? How are they still normal after consuming a crystal core? We need this. We need this exact specimen right this second. We also detected another person in the footage, right when the weapon was warped into that other dimension. I believe there is a very high chance we can secure a clone specimen right here. Hearing this, the man immediately asks where it is. The monitor flickers, revealing Ara from the Heritage Corporation. On the other end of the screen, a dark smile slowly spreads across his face. How incredibly greedy of her to hide such a sweet treasure. At that exact moment, CEO Chev John immediately orders his fighter jets to prepare. As a weapons manufacturing expert, the ruthless CEO of John Company, Chev John, orders to destroy Heritage and bring the specimen back here. Dungan stares at the newcomer. It is Yunha, smoking as she casually answers. Phoenix Guild leader. Yunha. It has been quite some time. Young master. Dungan seems pretty terrified of her. What on earth are you doing here at the academy? I'm a professor here, she says, even if it's temporary. Dungan is absolutely shocked to hear this. What? You are actually a professor here? Who is this woman anyway? She glances around the crowded area and stops talking. Let's move somewhere else to chat first. Students in the schoolyard are gathering and staring right at them. You've already drawn way too much unwanted attention, young master. Did you see that epic fireball? The three of them move to what looks like Yunha's office, where she stares down the two men sitting in front of her. Tell me what happened, she demands. Dungan knits his brows, staying completely silent, but before he can even finish speaking, Sang-woo cuts in to frantically explain absolutely everything. I'm sorry, but this is a deeply private matter. You know, he ordered his lackeys to steal my prey, and then he said those awful things to me, even though I did absolutely nothing wrong. That jerk deserved a beating, Sang-woo rants. Yunha stares at him, then stammers while glaring at Dungan like she wants to murder him right there. You must have gone through a lot, she sighs, as Dungan shifts to the real issue. Anyway, about you being a professor, as far as I know, educators here are mostly class hunters, with only a few reaching B class. What do you mean by that? Dungan asks, as Yunha completely ignores Sang-woo to answer yes. Class professors are perfectly enough if they are only teaching weak F rank or D rank students. But for students with much higher ranks, the academy needs someone far stronger to keep those wild kids under control. Are you really smoking in here? Sang-woo mutters, but Yunha just ignores him. To be absolutely precise, I was invited here specifically because of you boys. Yunha smiles, tilting her head while blowing smoke. And the reason I stopped your little fight is because you will get to clash soon enough anyway. In the next class, students are allowed to battle to their heart's content. Let's shift over to the lab where things get crazy. Arya stares at number 7's results in complete shock. This is unreal. She carefully pulls out a test tube filled with glowing red liquid. No words can describe how magnificent this is. Staring at the monitor, she is stunned. This is actual blood with red cells. He even has a distinct blood type. I am absolutely certain that studying this sample is totally possible, even if the blood vanishes the moment his clone fades away. Another male scientist, standing nearby, asks with pure curiosity, and this was really all generated by the host's own mana? Exactly. It feels like every scientific principle we know has just been proven useless. Even while being experimented on like a common lab rat, number 7 is still happily dreaming about his next delicious meal. But here is the real kicker. I think these clones are actually starting to behave as entirely distinct individuals. They ate beef for dinner completely separately, using the host's signature skills with their very own mana instead of his. Arya widens her eyes, staring at number 7. No summoning skill like this exists in history. None. This is something else. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entire area, violently shaking the laboratory. Red warning lights immediately begin flashing all over the room. What is going on? Complete chaos. Terrified staff members start yelling in absolute panic. I think some kind of aircraft just crashed straight into our building. What? Something definitely slammed into us and detonated. What on earth do you even mean by that? Oh man, get ready, because chaos has officially broken loose. Everything shatters after the blast, and suddenly, countless glowing red spots appear in the dark. John Company's combat droids swarm the area. Infiltration successful. Secure the target. But they are quickly hit with a fierce counterattack, forcing their defensive protocols to activate as the machinery glows a deeper, angry red. Intruders, evacuate the premises immediately. The hostile machine quickly shifts its targets, updating its primary directive to ruthlessly eliminate every single obstacle in its path. More robots swarm in, opening fire wildly in every single direction. Absolute panic erupts inside. A massive wave of combat drones has breached the facility directly from that crashed aircraft. Call security. Evacuate everyone. Right at that tense moment, number 7 suddenly sits up, calmly asking which floor the aircraft crashed into. He looks over at Arya, offering to help them suppress the incoming hostiles. Outside, the facility guards desperately engage the droids. But human strength is simply no match for cold machinery. Men are gunned down, left and right. The robots cold. Mechanical voices echo through the halls, repeating their order to destroy all obstacles. Gritting his teeth, a green-haired guy in orange shouts that he will draw their attention. He frantically yells for the others to summon guards from the other levels for backup, then courageously charges forward to clash with the deadly machines head-on. As the other machines witness their comrade crash to the floor, countless other robots step forward, ready for battle. They switch their weapons to melee mode, determined to obliterate every single obstacle in their path. He looks at them surrounding him with blades. These things adapted their weaponry the second they saw what he was capable of. These are no ordinary terror bots. They are way more advanced. They immediately swarm him in a coordinated strike, crushing absolutely anything that gets in their way. Relentless attacks rain down from all directions, leaving him wounded. He manages to scrap a few, but before he can even catch his breath, another wave hits him from all sides. They are too many. Just as he is about to go down, someone leaps in and slices the metal horde to pieces. Turns out, Seven has arrived to back him up. Not recognizing the newcomer, he stammers out, "Who are you?" The boy replies calmly, "I am Seven, and I am here to eliminate the intruders." Totally clueless about the name, he completely misunderstands. "Seven? Are you in charge of the 7th floor? Either way, watch out. There are still too many." The remaining robots suddenly communicate using encrypted code, shifting their priority mission on the fly. Realizing how strong he is, they morph their bodies. Target capture is now top priority. Meanwhile, over at the academy, we are finally getting to the good stuff. Yunha stands before the class and announces, "My name is Yunha. I will be in charge of your class and combat sparring. Let us get straight to the point." Hearing her words, a wave of anxiety hits the students. From now on, you will split into 3-member teams and face off against each other in 3-on-3 matches. All skills and gear are fully permitted, and a team wins when all 3 opponents are completely knocked out. Sangwoo is forced to take part in this class, and wanting to hide his identity, he keeps his clones summoned. Your grade will be strictly based on individual combat prowess, contribution to the fight, and teamwork. There are also a few minor factors that could affect your final score, so do not even think about slacking off. Wait, when on earth did he even change his clothes? So, this is what she meant by a chance to fight him, a sparring session. Once she wraps up her explanation, she looks around, asking if anyone has any questions. A student raises a hand to ask, "Excuse me, teacher, we are hunters. Our job is to hunt monsters. So why are we practicing fighting against one another, right? I am actually pretty curious about that too." Crossing her arms on the podium, Yunha replies, "To be honest, I was invited here out of nowhere, so I do not really know either." Still, drawing from her own experience, she answers, "But based on my journey as an A-rank hunter, you should not just be keeping your eyes on the monsters." As she continues to explain, the students break into a cold sweat. Disputes over shares, conflicts over hunting grounds, illegal operations inside unsanctioned gates, and so much more. If you choose the path of a hunter, conflicts with other humans are bound to happen. Are you really so merciful that you would just smile and walk away, handing everything over to your rivals? Frowning, she speaks with a serious tone, reminding them that inside the gates, absolutely anything can happen. Once she finishes, another student quickly chimes in with the next question, "Teacher, you said we need to form groups of 3. Is there a limit on the hunter ranks in a team?" Hearing this, Yunha is quite surprised, though she keeps her face completely blank. "Ah, I get what you are pointing at." She immediately brings up Dongjan and Sangwoo. "Honestly, there are 2 students here who are already far beyond normal levels." Yunha reassures the class right away, "But you do not need to worry about that at all. We will have a fair way to handle them, so you do not have to worry about being completely crushed by those 2. Having said her piece, she turns to leave, adding with that, "My job here is done. You all can start introducing yourselves and forming your own teams now. See you in the next class." Thinking back to her words, Sangwoo wonders, a fair way to handle us? He has no idea what that could be. Just then, Heian, sitting right next to him, speaks up, "Brother, you are teaming up with me, right?" "Of course. Let me look around for our 3rd member." While speaking, his eyes lock onto his phone, which is buzzing with an incoming call. "Miss Vaughn?" He steps outside to answer the call, murmuring a quick hello. He wonders if the system will auto-translate the conversation. She stays silent for a brief moment before finally answering, "Mr. Sangwoo." Seeing her hesitate over the screen, he cannot help but chuckle. "Actually, there is something I need to tell you." "What is it?" "Wow, the translation tool is actually working. Right now, Arya is staring at the smoking ruins of the battle. 7 has been captured." "What?" Arya anxiously explains the situation over the phone to Sangwoo. Hearing this, Sangwoo is caught off guard, partially because the automatic translation is working so well. "Yes, go ahead. What is wrong?" "Yes, what happened?" The translator is surprisingly efficient. Arya looks over the battleground ruins, repeating that 7 has been taken away. "What?" Sangwoo blinks in utter confusion. 7 got captured? At that moment, Mr. X reaches out his hand toward Arya. "Who did it? I mean, how is that even possible?" It turns out, he overheard their call and wanted to answer Sangwoo directly. "Let me take it from here." Flashback to just a few minutes ago, when 7 was absolutely destroying those robots. Even if they managed to land a blow, he would just pop up his shield and unleash a blazing fury to melt them down, letting his ally focus on his own side. C turns to look, breaking into a cold sweat. He's way too strong, who even is this guy? It seems the robot's power wasn't fully cut, allowing it to still communicate. Suddenly, it sits straight up, its eyes flashing as the internal modules and circuit boards light up. It instantly reaches out to choke C. Over on the other side, no, 7 is still busy tearing through robots, totally unaware. That's when the robot suddenly yells out to him. Talk about a critical hostage situation. No, 7 whips around to find the robot squeezing C's throat, threatening to kill him on the spot. Forget about me, C yells. But the machine immediately starts dictating its terms. Stop now, and there won't be any more casualties. Hearing this, number 7 turns to C and asks if he's really with the Heritage Company. That doesn't matter right now. Reinforcements are already on the way. But no, 7 decides to stand down, deactivated, and de-equips his armor. Despite dozens of hostile robots aiming directly at him, he shows zero fear. Master, my directive is to cooperate fully with the Heritage Group, and capturing the target is top priority. C scowls deeply, desperately trying to get no 7 to stop. I won't let Heritage suffer more. Pick up your sword right now. C shouts a warning as another machine sneaks up right behind number 7. Later, C completely breaks down, crying and blaming himself. He got captured all because of me. I am so incredibly sorry. Sangwoo calmly disperses his mana while trying to comfort him. You really don't need to feel guilty about this. Hold on, let me check the situation. The system alerts that his fusion skill is active, showing number 7 trapped inside a machine where a strange mana path is detected. Suddenly, a massive jolt of high-voltage electricity surges through him, forcing the system's defensive protocol to abruptly shut down the fusion. Sangwoo is violently booted out, unable to fuse anymore. Damn it, what happened? I bet my clone got teleported somewhere far away, and they found a way to block my fusion skill entirely. Retrieving him with a dimensional skill is going to be incredibly tough now. C still can't pull himself together, repeating over and over that it's his fault. Yeah, we didn't ask you to resummon that clone anyway, since the contract already laid out those exact rules. Not realizing the ambushers were targeting number 7 for kidnap is totally on us. Then, Arya looks at Sangwoo with a plea, can you promise not to destroy number 7? So, that means Arya wants her own people to take care of the situation from here. Exactly. We'll get him back ourselves. Staring at the massive pile of smashed scrap metal, she immediately knows who did this. You already have a suspect in mind, don't you? Yep. Sangwoo simply shrugs and easily agrees to let her handle it. Fair enough. I wasn't planning on summoning number 7 during our contract period anyway. She thanks him, but hearing their casual conversation, C is left completely baffled. Wait, what do you mean, destroy? Arya drops a truth bomb that leaves C absolutely stunned. No, 7 is just a clone, not a real human being, so you can stop feeling guilty. Oh? Really? Still, Sangwoo is pretty worried about him. Well, he'll probably be fine. Heritage is a massive corporation, so they must have tons of elite hunters at their disposal. Suddenly, classmates start swarming all over him. Hey, Sangwoo, do you have a team yet? Come join us. My support skills are going to be super useful. This sudden crowd leaves him speechless. Wait, are they seriously here to recruit me? Sangwoo glances over and notices Dongjun is dealing with the exact same thing, surrounded by a massive crowd from Junyoung's faction. Staring at the crowd, he silently figures it makes sense. They heard that falling to B rank brings a penalty, and since no one knows what it is, everyone is panicking. Since our combat experience is on a completely different level, it looks like I'll easily be able to assemble a pretty legendary team here. But wait, here comes the ultimate plot twist, as Hwang Yunhai suddenly pops her head in with a major announcement. Hearing her next words, Sangwoo is totally shocked. Clones are strictly banned in this class. He demands an explanation, pointing out that teamwork between members is one of the key standards. If you just summon a clone as a teammate, it ruins the lesson because your summon will end up doing literally all the work. With that, she vanishes instantly, leaving them with a cheerful good luck. The classmates who were just begging to join him freeze in utter disbelief. Seriously? He can't use his clones? But isn't that his entire gimmick? Immediately, the crowd starts whispering and talking trash right in front of him. He couldn't even cast a basic fireball properly during his first lesson, so he's totally useless. Hey, sorry, never mind. Junyoung, please join our team instead. Just like that, the crowd flips instantly and runs straight over to Dongjun's side. I have great stamina. Pick me. Instantly, Sang-woo is left standing completely alone, left with no other options. Sang-woo awkwardly shuffles over to Haeon, bringing up the exact invitation she offered earlier. Hey, want to team up with me? Wow, that was incredibly quick. After all that chaotic drama, their three-person team is finally locked in, and it's time for some awkward bonding. A massive, muscular giant of a guy steps up to join their little circle. Nice to meet you guys. I'm Zombie, a D-rank hunter trainee. Sang-woo immediately recognizes the guy, and the sheer annoyance is written all over his face. Didn't I just see you sprint over to Junyoung the second you heard I couldn't use my clones? Looks like you had a pretty rough time finding a team yourself. It is not a personal matter. I am just really serious about this academy. Besides, whenever Haeon looks at Sang-woo blaming others, he always throws some heavy shade right back. I do not think you are in any position to say that. No, I am totally loyal. Come on, let us look at our skills. Zombie smiles and responds. All right then. He releases a wave of green mana, conjuring a massive shield right in front of him. I can take some heavy hits thanks to the defense of this shield. Honestly, I can confidently say I have the absolute best defensive skills in this entire academy. Wide area defense activated, boosting the overall defensive power of your weapon. The defense stats and the maximum number of allies supported depend entirely on the skill level. Haeon reaches out, creating a pair of glowing blue mana spheres. It does not pack the explosive power of a fireball, but it is way faster than one. Mana Master activates, gathering raw energy, with the control limit scaling with the skill level. Unfortunately, Sang-woo is the only one who cannot even use his skill. Besides creating clones, I have absolutely no idea what to do. Haeon angrily reminds Sang-woo to take this assignment seriously. Get serious. But honestly, should I go look for another group? He suddenly remembers something and turns to ask Zombie. Oh, right. Did you want to join Hunter Shin Jian's team? Hearing that, Zombie feels pretty awkward, wondering why Sang-woo is not with them. Rank D is already quite high for this academy. Well, I thought so too. But someone way stronger is already teaming up with her. Right at that moment, hold on. A massive cloud of dust suddenly erupts over by Dongjun's team. He freezes, staring blankly at the scene. Since you can unleash such destructive power in an instant, why didn't you take the rank-up exam? It turns out the ruins and the raw power belong to two members of his own squad. The two of them are nice enough to reply. I am just lazy. The pink-haired one says with a savage grin. Rank F Hunter Dogon and the rank F demigod Selkin, both finding it more fun to bully the weak. Dongjun marvels at their presence in his team. They easily deserve rank C or higher. Even Selkin, who never even shows up to class, has joined his team. He can already visualize their battle power and his future victory over Sang-woo. Both of them are high quality. I will completely crush Sang-woo with this team. Meanwhile, in some vast and distant wasteland, the beasts have already been wiped out. Suddenly, a different breed of monsters, massive worms with snake-like heads, burst out from beneath the dirt. A figure with slightly reddish skin prepares to draw his blade. In a flash, a crimson slash cuts through them, dropping the beasts instantly. He calmly strides past the pile of monster corpses. Feeling something unusual in the air, he suddenly raises his hand. It turns out the man is staring at the bracelet on his wrist. Realizing he forgot how to use this thing, suddenly you will not believe this. The sand beneath him collapses as a giant beast surges up and swallows him whole. The monster towers tens of meters into the sky, yet the man relentlessly attacks it from right inside its stomach. In the end, he safely breaks free, complaining that he can never get used to this. Javen continues walking through the monster corpses. S-class hunter Javen the Seeker gets a call, meaning it is time to travel far again. Suddenly, Yunha slams her hand onto the ground, instantly conjuring a massive pink barrier all around them. Pink mana flows around her. From now on, you will fight within this. Mana fusion, actively shifting and dispersing the flow. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic, lift curses, and completely neutralize any opponent's abilities. Sang-woo breaks out in a cold sweat, remembering their first encounter. So that is how she extinguished that massive fireball. She clasps her hands behind her back, continuing seriously. This effect works inside this space. I have used many skills before. Any magic damage or physical attacks that could threaten your life will be heavily weakened inside this barrier. The others stare in absolute shock. So, whether you want to use guns or magic, feel free to go all out. Even if you shoot someone in the head, they will not die. Do not worry, though it might leave a scar. She looks down at them. Are there any questions? Total silence. No one speaks up, so she calmly starts the exam. Great. We will begin the combat test. There are 6 massive shields across the field, allowing 12 teams to fight at the exact same time, she explains while pointing to the diagram. The winning teams will face each other, and the losers will do the same. We are not trying to crown a single champion here. This is simply a chance to accurately assess your skills. Her tone shifts, becoming dead serious. Then, out of nowhere, Yoonha calls out Sang-woo, prompting him to step forward nervously. She reaches inside her coat pocket, telling him to drink this before the battle starts. Yoonha pulls out 2 glass vials filled with green liquid. The weakening elixir. This will temporarily drop your stats down to rank E, matching the academy average. Both of you must drink this. They call it an elixir, but it feels like poison. The effect is only temporary, so do not worry. Damn it. Is this a punishment? Yoon also warns him that if he refuses to drink this, or uses a skill to neutralize it, it counts as cheating, automatically dropping him to an F rank. Once everything is set up, she loudly announces for everyone to get into position. Wait, what? As soon as the match starts in the 4th barrier, Team 1 realizes Sang-woo is their opponent. They say it is fine because he cannot use clones, and his stats are debuffed, so he is basically just an F rank now. Hearing this, Sang-woo gets furious. It is pretty humiliating. Just stay calm. If we work together we can easily get through this. For Team 2 in the 4th barrier, he still has some other skills besides that, like his quick attack. He then glances at the neighboring barrier, finding Junyeon right next to them. Sang-woo notices Seol-jin laughing like a maniac nearby. But who on earth is that giant guy next to him? He does not remember seeing him in class at all. Just then, someone outside the barrier calls out, instructing all the B-rank hunters to drink the potion. With members of the Phoenix Guild supervising, Sang-woo knows he has to do it, so he uncaps the bottle without resisting. Both he and Junyeon down the entire potion. Instantly, a strange green light wraps around Sang-woo, causing him intense pain. Junyeon asks if he is okay as the system chimes. Warning, you have absorbed the weakening potion. Strength is now 23,000. He tries his best to bear the pain, staring ahead with pure frustration. His stats are plummeting, reflexes at 14,000, stamina at 5,000, and his energy is draining. Magic is down to 3,000, strength to 3,000, and reflexes to 2,000. Suddenly, poison resistance activates. As the poison activates, stats like power drop to 2,000, defense to 6,000, and magic to 28,000. But then, his stats start recovering, with strength jumping to 42,000 and magic surging to 51,000. Looking at his status screen, he is completely dumbfounded. Seriously, check this out. He has fully absorbed the potion, and his poison resistance has surged to over. Meanwhile, over at Arya's side, people are scrambling to rebuild. Keep an eye on that section. Do not let it collapse. Suddenly, someone approaches to ask her a question. When she recognizes the newcomer, she is both shocked and thrilled. Raven, it has been ages. She happily walks over to him. You actually came, she says. And he replies that of course he did. But more importantly, Raven asks about the situation here. An ambush at the Heritage headquarters? What on earth happened? Did that thing really take a physical clone with it? Hearing this, he is quite surprised. He confesses he did not even know such a skill existed. She adds that they urgently need to retrieve that clone sample. Raven instantly guesses their plan. Is it for the skill orb? That really is an incredibly valuable skill. But unexpectedly, Arya shakes her head. No, she says, I do not care about the skill orb anymore. She reveals a much grander plan. If we can run experiments on the properties of these clones, we might actually succeed. Our ultimate goal for that day will be one step closer. Hearing this, Raven falls into deep thought. Then this is indeed crucial. All right, I will go. Now, in the Hunter world, there are 2 notoriously difficult stats to level up. Regeneration and the system screens pop up, showing enhanced regeneration and boosted poison resistance. Training regeneration is basically like torturing yourself, while poison resistance can only be built up by risking your life with deadly toxins. Poison resistance is especially prized because once it reaches a certain level, it negates almost all toxins. But even raising this stat by a single unit is incredibly dangerous. That is why even high-rank hunters who use skills to heal from poison never actually try to strengthen their natural immunity. But there is always an exception. Someone who used to chug lethal poison like water and completely maximized his immunity. And that special someone is Sang-woo, who used to show off his poisons to number 7. Muscle melting, lung swelling, body exploding. Number 7. Look, I got a new poison. Yet, his stats are still untouched. He finds it quite hard to believe what just happened. Just as Sang-woo begins to put the pieces together, a guild member outside loudly announces that the evaluation test is about to begin. Both teams, get ready. Zombie immediately releases a burst of green mana, promising to buff their defenses. The opposing team looks a bit nervous. Just stay calm and stick to the plan, they tell each other. All right, let the match begin. Without warning, Sang-woo charges straight toward Team 1. Here I come, he yells, catching them completely off guard with his sudden rush. What? He is coming for me. But to him, they are moving in slow motion. See that? That is the sheer power of having insane stats. He realizes he can easily dodge their attacks, just like his clones would. Sang-woo effortlessly slips right behind his opponent's back, way too slow. He holds his weapon right against his opponent's back. That is one down. But then, Sang-woo hesitates. Wait, if he defeats them too easily right here, will it not prove that the weakening potion had absolutely no effect on him? While he freezes to think, his opponent circles around and strikes. If they find out, those jerks will definitely force him to drink something even stronger. The enemy lands a heavy blow, sending Sang-woo rolling across the ground. Seeing this, both Jun-yun and Zombie are completely shocked. Sang-woo, are you okay? He lies bruised on the cracked ground. It is a brilliant performance, making everyone believe he is totally weakened, but Zombie immediately sees right through his act. Honestly, I gave everyone a defense buff, so even if your stats were reduced, you should not be flying that far. Sang-woo sits up, completely dumbfounded and having no idea what to even say. He has to act totally natural. Do not worry, I am totally fine, all thanks to that defense buff. Wow, it is really effective. The rival team is completely lost too. What on earth was that? Is this guy strong or weak? I do not get it. Just then, Zombie rushes in to attack. While holding back the enemy team attacker, Zombie yells out at the top of his lungs, Ha-yeon, now is the time. The second Ha-yeon hears Zombie calling out. She immediately summons several glowing mana orbs, quickly hurling them straight toward the opposing team. Out of nowhere, one of the guys blocks the attack with his own body to protect his female teammate, saying he can take it. Both players from Team 1 immediately charge forward to double-team Zombie, saying they must take him down first. Watching from a distance as his teammates take a beating, Sang-woo realizes that relying only on Ha-yeon and Zombie will never get them a win. He desperately wonders if there is a way to help without being too... Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes him. That is it. He immediately lets out a massive, fake yell and charges toward the remaining female opponent on Team 1. Hey, I will not let you off easy. His opponent immediately unleashes her skill, screaming at Sang-woo to just get lost. Her stone skill activates. Since he does not dodge, massive rocks slam violently right into his body. In his head, Sang-woo quickly hatches a plan. Just watch how he handles this. He pretends to get blown away, but uses his legs to redirect himself, launching a devastating headbutt straight into both of those guys. Both Ha-yeon and Zombie are left completely shocked. Scratching his head, Sang-woo awkwardly mutters that he is totally fine. Seriously, it is all thanks to that defense buff. Without it, who knows what would have happened. His crazy headbutt actually knocks both guys out cold on the spot. What on earth? The rival female member sees this and frantically tries to defend herself. No, it was not me. How could I possibly have enough strength to blow someone away like that? My skill is not that powerful. The poor girl is already panicking. And right at this moment, Sang-woo even compliments her skill, calling it amazing. She grinds her teeth in absolute fury. Furious, she unleashes a combo, hurling rocks at them while still screaming that it was not her doing. Zombie steps forward and blocks every single rock with his shield. As thick dust fills the air, something suddenly shoots out from the screen of smoke. Several mana orbs lock onto the girl. It turns out, Ha-yeon sees the moment to finish her off, casually mentioning she is highly confident in her own speed. Outside the arena, the proctor notes down the result. Wow, that was fast. Gate 4. Team 2 wins. The three of them can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, great job everyone. Seriously, your buff is the absolute best. Zombie, you really do not need to keep rubbing it in. Sang-woo then turns his gaze toward Donggun's arena, wondering how Shin Jun-young is holding up. Right then, he spots On activating his skill and brutally beating his opponent to a pulp. The victim begs him to stop, sending chills down the spines of everyone watching. The beaten player's teammate screams out, begging them to stop because they have already conceded the match. Realizing things are getting out of hand, the proctor rushes in to intervene, shouting to stop the match immediately. But On completely ignores the order. continuing his savage beatdown. Luckily, Yoonha steps in just in time, asking if he is totally deaf. "We told you to stop." An finally lets go of his victim, mockingly asking her if she is actually talking to him. "I had no idea." An then begins to complain about the restriction circle, grumbling that it kept him from using his full punching power. If not for that, a single punch would have finished things. He then turns to ask the other two members of his team, "Do you guys not agree?" His teammate complains he could not slash properly either. Yoonha gets a massive headache from this mess. "I made a huge mistake. I completely failed to account for high-stat, highly experienced hunters matching against opponents at such a low rank. I should not have rushed to apply the stat reduction barrier and debuff potion to every single one of them." She immediately orders the nearby proctor to call the on-site healer over, yelling for Ji Young to hurry up and get here. The healer has to administer emergency treatment on the spot. Watching this, Ha Yeon feels like things are getting seriously out of hand. Is this not a bit too much? Sang-woo stays completely silent, staring off into the distance, while Zombie tries to reassure them. "Do not worry. With 6 total winners advancing to the next round, there is only a 20% chance we face them. I have a bad feeling they will be our next opponents." Sang-woo suggests they take a quick break before their next match. Yoonha turns to another proctor, asking if the winners have been decided. He confirms, stating they will now do random matchmaking. Skip the random draw. She decides to match Sang-woo's team against Donggun's team instead, pitting the runner-up from the 4th gate directly against the top winner of the 5th gate. "Excuse me?" The proctor is unsure if he heard right, asking her to repeat herself. "You mean the team of hunters, Sung Sang-woo and Shin Jun-young?" "Exactly." It turns out Yoonha saw through everything, despite how hard Sang-woo tried to hide it. His movements just now were definitely not those of someone who drank the weakening potion. And he did not even use any purification skill on the potion either. She decides to throw this hot potato straight at Sang-woo's group. She has no idea how he bypasses the weakening potion, but if trouble is brewing, she might as well. At least we will get to watch a good fight. Here in the Nevada desert, at the Tron Corporation lab, someone is banging hard on the door, yelling to open up, stating it is the FBI. Turns out, they came to arrest Tron's leadership. Tron is suspected of ambushing Heritage and trafficking illegal drugs, so they demand cooperation. But no matter how much they shout, the iron gate remains completely shut. The agents are getting pretty annoyed by this. "They are completely ignoring us. Forget it. We have a warrant so we can force our way in." The commander then orders their biggest agent, Big Do, telling him it is his turn. "Understood, Chief." Do immediately activates his skill. Iron Body skill has been activated. Do charges full speed right at the steel door. Smoke and dust fly everywhere, but Do is left standing there looking totally clueless. The door does not even have a single scratch. Suddenly, a strange device appears on the gate, shooting and destroying all the cameras on their vests. "What? Our body cameras are down." Then a laser beam rapidly sweeps across their bodies. Red lines mark their skin, and they drop dead. See how fast that was? Luckily, Raven is already here. He laughs, muttering that he went from the desert to Heritage, and now he is right back in the desert. Raven moves forward following his tracker. "Let us see. Is this Tron? They said it was around here." Soon enough, he senses something is off. Standing on a high cliff, he feels the wind blowing past. Below, a Tron robot is busy cleaning up a crime scene. The smell of burning flesh fills the air. Raven instantly appears right in front of the gate, asking the machine what it is doing. "What are you burning?" But the robot ignores his question, staying completely focused on incinerating the remains. Seeing this, he immediately draws his sword, asking if it is ignoring him before switching questions. Right then, the robot's flamethrower suddenly dies down. "Is this Tron?" The machine makes a beep, sounding like it is transmitting Morse code. It instantly turns to attack Raven. But with a few swift slashes of his sword, he slices it to pieces. "Looks like I found the right place." He gazes down at the ashes of the burned bodies, falling into silent thought. Raven continues onward to see what lies inside Tron. "Go ahead and try to stop me." Inside the lab, Dr. John is laughing, talking to himself about how he was completely wrong. He originally believed that a gem transforming humans into monsters was the best, but in reality, it only acted as a barrier blocking pure stat growth. In other words, the stat boosting effect of the gem has totally vanished, leaving behind only the side effect that triggers heavy mutations and turns the user into a monster. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the line shares in his excitement. "Congratulations. It seems solving the side effects of your research is now just a matter of time. If I had not found a subject who absorbed the gem while retaining human form, I would probably be stuck running in circles with this problem for the rest of my life. He continues detailing his grand master plan, claiming that very soon, humanity will finally have hope. Suddenly, the laboratory shakes violently as an alarm goes off, alerting Dr. John that the main blast gate has been destroyed. What? Did the FBI actually break through? The caller then delivers an even more shocking piece of news. The FBI squad was wiped out, but an S-rank hunter, a blade seeker, has arrived. Say what? Furious and unwilling to accept defeat, he screams, demanding to know why he must stop now when he is so close to the answer. Dr. John forces himself to calm down and barks out orders to prep the test subject, deciding to deploy Specimen 7 against Raven. Let us see if he survives this. That S-rank hunter is just a human, and this biological weapon will stop him. Meanwhile, Raven presses deeper into Tron's base, passing row after row of massive test tubes containing bioengineered monsters. They are running this project using monster corpses, he mutters, glancing around while wondering if his clone is doing all right. But he soon enters an area far more terrifying than the rest. Who would have guessed such a massive facility existed deep underground? Suddenly, a synthesized voice echoes through the dark, telling the Blade Seeker to halt immediately. Raven instantly turns his gaze toward the source of the sound, demanding to know who is speaking to him from the machine. It explains that it is the AI administrator of this facility, and he is trespassing on Tron's private property. I know, Raven replies, but I heard Tron attacked Heritage and kidnapped a very important friend of mine. The artificial intelligence completely ignores his claim, flatly stating it has no record of this event and ordering him to depart. Seems even machines lie these days. No matter how many times he hears it, that voice definitely belongs to a woman. What on earth is going on? As soon as the AI finished speaking, dozens of combat drones move in, declaring that this is not a request. They instantly lock targets on him, warning that these high-tech combat machines will eliminate him. This is your final warning. Leave this place immediately. But Raven remains utterly calm and unfazed, asking where these supposed high-tech combat robots are hidden. Out of nowhere, a single sword strike flashes, shredding the robots in the blink of an eye. Looks like he refuses to compromise. All we see here is just a pile of scrap metal. Over on this side, Haeyeon's pretty annoyed, telling Sangwoo to look. Turns out Haeyeon's mad because they actually matched against Dungan's team. Didn't you say there was only a 20% chance of this? Zombie looks over and stammers, asking what's up with that group. But Sangwoo doesn't give a real answer, just muttering nonsense. Zombie's support buff is the absolute best. But wait, that's not the point. An gets pretty annoyed seeing this play out. Is this a joke? An looks at Sangwoo like he's an idiot, wondering if that guy's really a B-rank hunter. Dungan immediately warns An, don't let your guard down. Dungan says, what we want is an overwhelming victory. Mo agrees, getting ready to fight right away. I want to wrap this up quickly too, so let's get started. Sweating from fear, Zombie still locks in to fight seriously. I'll buff you guys, Zombie yells as the shield share skill activates. Sangwoo suddenly becomes a lot more serious now. I should stop acting, Sangwoo thinks. Those two are at least C rank. Whether I get caught or not, I have to go all out. Watching from the sidelines, Yoonha tells the proctor to have the emergency medical team on standby, just in case. Yes, ma'am, the proctor replies. Then she announces out loud, contestants, get ready. The match begins. An is the first to charge straight at Sangwoo. Let's see if this B-rank hunter actually has what it takes. Luckily, he's quick enough to dodge the blow, but surprisingly, a glowing ring of light wraps right around his arm. Sangwoo lands a heavy punch, twisting An's face. An just grins savagely, with a bloody mouth. What? That was actually a pretty impressive punch. Did you really drink that weakening potion? It turns out that glowing ring is tied to Yoonha. Could this be the restriction Guildmaster Hwang Junha warned about? I wanted to knock him out cold, Sangwoo realizes, but I couldn't. It seems my current strength just isn't enough yet. An doesn't give him a single second to think, immediately rushing in to throw his next strike. And there's one more thing, Dungan is still standing completely still, not joining the fight at all. Dungan is definitely feeling the effects of the weakening potion. But Sangwoo can't accept the idea that his opponent might have poison resistance. There's no way that guy's poison resistance matches mine. Plus, he barely even moved during the last combat evaluation. Realizing this, Sangwoo immediately charges right behind Dungan, betting that the guy is still in a weakened state. But Dungan notices his movement instantly. So, you're targeting me first? Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light wraps around Sangwoo, and lightning bolts crash straight down into the arena. Then, tons of glass shards suddenly start raining from the sky. Wait, what on earth is happening here? Watch out for those glass shards. Sang-woo is charred black from the lightning strike. Having taken too much damage, the shield share skill completely shatters. Donggan looks at his hands, pretty unsatisfied. His magic just doesn't seem to work very well inside this barrier, but looking at the heavily injured Sang-woo, Donggan shrugs it off. Well, looks like it's still good enough. Did you really think you'd win easily just because I drank some weakening potion? While Donggan is busy trash-talking, Sang-woo grips his dagger. Watch your entire team lose all because of your own uselessness. Donggan sneers. Sang-woo just looks up, grinning as blood drips down his face. Don't make me laugh. He thinks because I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that doesn't happen. Over at Chief John's monitors, an alert blares. All combat robots have been completely destroyed. They're already gone? We've used up all backup power. Sweating, Chief John frantically taps on the keyboard, asking what about the drugs we're supposed to inject into the test subject. We've only prepared the brainwashing drugs for behavioral control, bone reinforcement, basic stats, and physical defense. Every single drug is being injected into Subject 7 in the test tube. But that's plenty. It'll dramatically boost the clone's vision and mobility. Hearing this, Chief John finally lets out a sigh of relief. Good, inject the subject. Back at the match, Zombie gets slashed by his opponent. There's 0 openings. Mo is the one pressuring Zombie. A continuous onslaught. The more he attacks, the faster he gets. In a split second, Zombie is hit with another deep cut. Mo glares at Zombie, sounding both impressed and irritated, admitting he fully intended to slice his arm off with that last move. But your defense is pretty solid, which is really annoying. Sang-woo turns and sees this. As he tries to rush over to help, Donggan cuts him off. Where do you think you're going? The barrier seal skill activates, and Donggan mocks him, asking, didn't you say you'd take me down first? Sang-woo immediately glares back at Donggan with a warning look, telling him to get out of his way as his fireball shatters the barrier. Donggan looks at the tiny fireball flying his way, laughing. I'm pretty sure you saw me cast this exact same spell last time. He decides to flex, unleashing a massive orb several times larger straight at Sang-woo. Now this is what a real fireball looks like. Seizing the moment, Sang-woo instantly summons his subspace pocket, swallowing that massive fireball right into it. Donggan is absolutely furious seeing this. You bastard, when did you even learn a defensive move like that? I was actually watching out for your fireball skill. Things are not looking great for Ha-eun either, as On activates his skill and starts playing with her. He asks what he is doing, and the answer is punish the weak. The lower the opponent's stats, the higher On's base stats rise as he hurls a punch at Ha-eun. No way, you call that an attack. Fortunately, Sang-woo steps in just in time to block it. He glares at On and praises him for being pretty strong. Suddenly, his eyes turn blood red, and he falls to his knees screaming in absolute agony. And wait for it. Sang-woo grits his teeth as a brand new, broken skill starts awakening in his body. Donghyun does not understand what is wrong with him, but he recognizes the perfect opening and orders an immediate attack on Sang-woo. Mun hesitates slightly, thinking that even though he does not want to, he has to do this. The attack chain is deployed, resetting the combo and massively boosting his next strike. On goes wild, hurling his fist at Sang-woo and daring him to block this one too. With Punish the Weak upgraded, the skill can now temporarily target opponents who have much higher stats than him. Donghyun jumps into the attack. Fireball skill activated, Windblade skill activated, and they combine together to trigger the ultimate Firestorm skill. All three of them rush forward with their ultimate skills, completely blowing up the stage right where Sang-woo is standing. Explosion after explosion. The ground tears apart as the stage is absolutely shredded. Seokjin slams a heavy blow onto the dirt, roaring that he will finish this right now, as thick dust hides everything from view. Ha-eun lets out a scream, and Jumi anxiously calls out for Sang-woo. Suddenly, someone shouts for the supervisor, who quickly runs over to check. Ryu tells them to wait, while the system alerts start chiming endlessly on Sang-woo's side, announcing that his new Strong Bones skill has been created. Passive skill unlocked. The sound of his skills leveling up just keeps ringing out. Along with that, his stats start skyrocketing, before the robotic system voice chimes in yet again. The skill, Hatred of the Weak, has reached its limit. The gap in physical endurance and speed is now simply too vast. Now check this out. Sang-woo emerges from the smoke, casually blocking the attack, as Iron Body triggers. His stats skyrocket. Strength, reflexes, defense, and stamina shoot up by tens of thousands of points. Sang-woo glares at Seokjin, asking if he really thought he could end this. Unwilling to back down, Seokjin swings a hard elbow at his face. Yoonha casts a support skill from the side, yelling for Sang-woo to stop because it is too dangerous. But her skill cannot possibly hold back Sang-woo and his monstrous strength. He casually raises his fist and shatters her spell into pieces. He drives a devastating punch straight into Seokjin's stomach. The man lets out a painful groan as he is sent flying, slamming violently into the wall behind him. Silence returns. Seokjin slides limply to the ground, leaving Jumi and Ha-yoon in absolute shock. Dong-yeon and Dong-yoon are equally stunned. Terrified, Dong-yeon gasps, wondering what on earth is happening. Sang-woo calmly remarks that this is how things should end. Meanwhile, in Chever's lab, a cold, robotic voice sounds off. Defense skill has been successfully created. The system has officially recognized strong bones and iron body. Chever laughs out loud, noting that if you endure without turning into a monster, your stats will skyrocket. He boasts that it is equipped with Tron Corporation's latest weapons, Clone Number 7. It stands silently before him as the doctor continues to brag. An elite warrior, capable of defeating an S-class hunter, has been born. Chever turns to the computer system, asking if they have completely brainwashed it yet. After rebooting its neural network, we successfully designated you as its sole master, Dr. Chever. Excited, he grabs the robot's shoulders, declaring its new name as T01. Suddenly, an alert pops up, showing the Soul Swordsman has reached the 7th basement. Estimated arrival time is 5 minutes. Chever chuckles, patting the robot's shoulder and telling it he is handing down a crucial mission: eliminate the intruder. But the robot remains dead silent, leaving him utterly baffled. Chever frantically checks the logs, muttering if it cannot hear him despite installing the translation software. He raises his voice and issues the order again. Hey, T01, go kill that guy. But the robot glares back coldly, stating that its name is Number 7. Number 7 calmly drives a heavy fist into Chever's gut, making him groan in pain, while stating it only takes orders from its real master. His main computer panics and screams Chever's name. Number 7 slowly explains that forcing injections to issue orders makes this entire facility and everyone in it a hostile target. The artificial intelligence continues frantically trying to connect, calling out to Dr. Chever. Back at the arena, Yoonha watches in utter disbelief. That crazy Sang-woo actually dispelled the skill all on his own. Damn it. Is he really just a B-class? Behind her, the nervous examiner hurriedly asks what they should do and if they should stop the match. Yoonha turns back and calmly orders her team to treat the defeated hunters who were thrown out of bounds first. She glances back at the clash, knowing there is no reason to halt the battle just because the power-dampening drug failed to affect Sang-woo. While Dong-hyun grits his teeth in frustration, Dong-yoon remains completely unaffected by the drug as well. Thinking back to that situation just now gives Yoonha the chills. This drug doesn't lower skill levels, but using strong skills should drain massive amounts of mana. If his stats actually dropped, he should be showing signs of pure exhaustion. A single drop of sweat rolls down her forehead. But then again, this entire battle has bypassed those limits from the start. We have to keep going. Just keep watching. Standing beside Dong-yen, Don begs him desperately. Give me the order, Dong-yen. But he is absolutely furious, grinding his teeth. How are you doing this? Don turns, seeing Dong-yen's dark, furious face. Wake up, Dong-yen, he screams. Glancing back at the arena, he tries to shake Dong-yen awake. Don't you see? Staring at Sanju, Dong-yen mutters back to Don. Sorry, you're finally awake? Dong-yen frowns, thinking to himself how stupid he was for losing his mind. In that second, his boss's words flash through his mind. Take this potion. It's your only chance to prove yourself. Preparing a skill in his hands, he makes his choice. There's no giving up now. It's all or nothing. I'm buffing your speed. Now bind him. A system notification blares instantly, signaling a massive boost in his reflexes and speed stats. Drawing his blade, Don excitedly charges right at Sanju. This speed buff is incredible, moving like a total ghost. He believes he can take down this monster. But the exact second his blade touches Sanju, it completely shatters. Check this out. Don is totally shocked by the notification saying his speed buff is gone. How did it wear off so fast? He tries to draw the second sword from his back, but Sanju already spins around, throwing a heavy fist. I'll end this right now. But suddenly, he's blocked by a massive wall of sharp spikes erupting from the ground. An ice wall sprouts giant, damaging icicles to trap the target. From afar, Dong-yen struggles to shout a warning, telling Don to get out now. Boosting his cold resistance, Sanju shatters the ice. He reaches out and grabs Don by the collar, leaving him completely stunned. Dong-yen fires off another skill, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Why? Even after getting blasted directly by the magic, Sanju just ignores it and continues pounding Dong into the dirt. He keeps striking relentlessly, driving Dong Yen absolutely insane. Why is this happening? Dong is finally knocked cold. Dong Yen can't help but scream out, "How do you get to have everything?" A swarm of sharp stones gather and launch towards Sanju as his stone arrow skill activates. Debris explodes everywhere from the blast. Even Ion and Zombie scramble to avoid the crossfire. "Get behind me. We'll only drag him down." Understood. Meanwhile, the proctor watches the chaotic battlefield in absolute disbelief. This isn't a practical exam anymore. Through all the chaos, Sanju calmly dodges every incoming strike. The stones fly past him. Dong Yen glares back, his exhausted body shaking, unleashing one final desperate attack. A massive explosion shrouds the entire area in smoke. Dong Yen clutches his right arm, panting heavily, and boom, Sanju suddenly appears right in front of him, eyes glowing blood red. Raising his fist, he prepares a punch straight at Dong Yen, whispering, "Don't go blaming others for your own weakness." But right before that devastating blow lands, Ya steps in to block it. Staring at her cracked shield from his punch, she struggles to speak. The match is over. She announces it loudly as Dong Yen collapses. Sanju's team wins. Yunha looks at the wreckage left behind, ordering his clones to help tidy up. "Right? Have your clones split up and clean this place up." Staring at them for a long moment, Yunha finally speaks up. "That is enough." She turns to Sanju, who is putting his jacket on behind her, catching his attention. "Hunter Dung Sanju, follow me." Yunha and Sanju then walk side by side down the long, quiet hallway. Suddenly, Yunha asks, "How did you manage to completely bypass the effects of that weakening potion?" Sanju flinches. He forces a quick laugh. "It just disappeared on its own." Looking at him with absolute skepticism, she asks about his poison resistance. Sanju shyly mumbles about 8,138. She immediately screams out in pure shock. "What? 8,000? Her voice is completely filled with utter disbelief. Normal people have to eat dozens of poison mushrooms to slowly build up resistance like that. How did you do it? Sanju breaks into a cold sweat. "Well, just hard work, I guess." But in reality, he is thinking something completely different. "It was actually all thanks to my clones." Lighting up a cigarette she just pulled out, Yunha speaks, "It is not cheating anyway, so I won't ask any further. Other students might start whispering about this, but I'll find a way to cover it up." With that, she waves her hand to dismiss him. "Now run along." Not needing to be told twice, Sanju sighs in relief, thinking he is finally in the clear. Looking down at his petrified hand, he begins to ponder. By the way, what exactly is this new skill? It didn't just activate, it came with some pretty insane buffs. A robotic system voice announces a skill evaluation, detailing an invincible body that his passive physical defense and magic resistance shoot up by 50%. Instantly numbing the pain. When activated, his passive stats double temporarily. Sanju figures this must be Seven's doing, while his clone gives a cheerful thumbs up. "Master, did you successfully acquire the skill?" Hearing this, Sanju suddenly gets dead serious. No matter how he looks at it, only Seven could have possessed a unique skill like this. Did those bastards perform some twisted experiments on him after he got kidnapped? "I should test this out using my own familiar skill." But the moment he activates his defense protocol, he hears Seven screaming in pure agony. Sanju forces a weak smile, telling himself to forget it. He sighs, noting that Seven is actually pretty smart. Leaving his clone completely baffled, he just turns and keeps walking. Besides, Heritage promised to bring him back, and they are likely on it already. But look at this, Seven is already fighting his way out, completely ignoring the lab alarms. "Stop immediately." The mechanical voice blares on repeat. "Stop. T01. His cold voice cuts through the alarms. "I am Seven." But the system persists. "You are destroying priceless research equipment. Halt immediately." But Seven ignores the warnings completely, stating he only takes orders from his master. The computer insists the Circle Corporation is his master. Suddenly, a massive figure looms in the doorway. Raven stares at Sanju's clone and asks if he is Seven. Seven calmly confirms it. Looking around at the utter destruction, a slight smirk plays on Raven's lips. "Looks like everything was wrapped up before I even arrived." Ignoring Chev, who lies unconscious on the cold floor, Raven suggests they make a quick escape. But Seven just stares back with deep suspicion. "Who exactly do you represent?" he asks. Raven calmly answers he is from Heritage. "I heard you were supposed to work with us for 3 months. Did you not tell your master?" Seven responds with a low groan. At the mention of heritage, Seven tenses up. Raven asks if he is all right, and Seven manages to look back with eerie calmness. I am sorry, but I have absolutely no memory of receiving such orders. The lab's AI tries to mock him, but Seven instantly draws his blade and slices it apart. Assuming that some brainwashing drug has finally kicked in, he spits out in pure disgust that he will only obey his true master, and nothing will ever change that. Raven makes a complicated face, wondering if the memory loss is a side effect of some brainwashing drug. Things are getting messy. He clearly has not been brainwashed, yet he has completely forgotten his assignment to work alongside Heritage. Grip tightening on his sword hilt, Raven notes they could reach out to his master, but unfortunately, they have no communication link right now. Raven unsheathes his own blade, apologizing as he declares he will have to use force to bring him back. Seven warns that doing so will make him an enemy. Meanwhile, over at the Hunter Academy hospital, Rong Yan sits on his bed, looking completely listless. He cannot stop replaying the words Sanju said right before unleashing that devastating punch on him. Do not blame others for your own pathetic weakness, he recalls. Clutching his face in absolute agony, Rong Yan desperately mutters that he really lost. He leans heavily against the bedside cabinet, struggling to stand, disgusted that he failed even after resorting to such dirty tricks. Taking slow steps toward the door, he realizes he has messed up and failed once again. As Rong Yan limps through the quiet hospital courtyard, you won't believe who suddenly reaches out from the shadows and grabs him. Shoved violently against the wall, Rong Yan gasps in pain as Sejin wraps a powerful hand around his throat, demanding if this is some joke. I heard you fainted before his fist even connected. Sejin snarls in pure fury, squeezing his throat tighter until Rong Yan can barely breathe. And you call yourself a B-class hunter? You could not even beat a brain-dead weakling who cannot even use his own clone skill. Suddenly, Sejin freezes up, sensing that something is incredibly wrong. The guy he is choking suddenly transforms into Sanju, who delivers a brutal kick directly to his gut, mocking that the brain-dead kid has arrived. Sanju looks down in utter contempt, telling him to accept his loss instead of crying about it. Sejin clutches his stomach, glaring up with venom as he shrieks out his name. Rong Sanju, on the other hand, is completely calm as he summons his clones. What was that excuse you made about not using power inside a barrier with weakening potions? Two clones suddenly materialize out of thin air. If you think you are tough, then bring it on. Sejin trembles, desperately begging him to stop. But Sanju shows zero mercy, ordering his clones to teach this trash a lesson in respect. The bully screams as a heavy fist slams directly into his face. Every single plea for mercy only gets him another devastating punch. The clones mockingly copy his cries while beating him down. Rong Yan looks on timidly, quietly asking Sanju why he went out of his way to save him. Sanju calmly replies he shouldn't get the wrong idea. Sejin only got hit for insulting him. Meanwhile, Sejin and his gang keep crying out in absolute agony, whining that all of their precious bones are completely shattered. But bone was just a tool. Sanju's remark hit the exact doubt in Rong Yan's heart. We are not friends, so do not get it wrong. He turned around, thinking he is the absolute boss of this academy. But then Rong Yan suddenly called him back. Weight veins bulged on his forehead. What now? Do you want a beating to wake up? Rong Yan looked apologetic. I heard my second captain went too far. Honestly, I never wanted things to turn out like this. I only asked her to protect the monster poachers from being caught, and to prevent any killing. He paused, then continued. It seems she did not care much about that. But honestly, I really do not want any misunderstandings between us. Sanju looked completely unfazed. Whatever. Meanwhile, Selen was still screaming in agony. It hurts so much. Please stop. Yeah, that is more like it. Over by number 7, Raven muttered under his breath, wondering if the master of this clone was only B-class. He closed his eyes. The hunter rating system must have made a mistake. Raven used number 7 as a human cushion, sitting down comfortably. He is probably out cold. But, seriously, looking back at that fight, it is still hard to believe how insane it was. He actually kept up with my attack trajectory right until the very end. Was it because his attack and defense tactics were pretty solid that he could stand against me like that? He pondered. Besides, his master has several clones like this? That sounds pretty exhausting. Raven stroked his chin and chuckled, thinking it is not like him. But maybe he should take on an apprentice. Raven walked over to Chever, who was lying collapsed on the floor. Time to wrap things up on this side. His slow voice made Chever jump in fright. I know you are awake, he said. Cold sweat poured down old Chever's face as he stammered, Wait, Lord Sword Seeker, what do you want? Please, I cannot die just yet. Raven stared at him with freezing eyes. I am the one asking questions here, and you better tell the truth. He placed his hand on his hilt, making Chever tremble all over. Did you make the AIs for the troll company? Chever immediately answered yes. Raven pressed on. Is the AI's voice actually Elisa's? Do you know her? Chever gasped in shock. What? How on earth do you know that name? Raven ignored him and pushed further. Is she still alive? So you were a researcher in that experiment, too. Since you knew Elisa, you must know the rest of them. Chever cried out. Where is Elisa now? Raven gave a completely unrelated response about her lover's style. Chever bombarded him with questions before he could even finish. Please, just tell me. I will hand over my entire life savings if you are willing to speak. Please tell me. Wait, what did you say before that? She has a lover? Veins bulged on Raven's forehead. He raised his hand threateningly, freezing Chever. Shut up, I am the one asking. Got it? Chever weakly nodded as Raven spoke in a low voice. Ever since you joined that experiment, you must have become Liber's colleague, right? Tell me everything you know about him. Chever muttered. Liber? It has been a really long time since I last heard that name. And what do you mean by colleague? I never once considered him a colleague. Raven nodded slightly, seeing he truly did not know. Good. Then I will personally kill Liber myself. Chever trembled violently at Raven's threat. I do know a little bit, but I am not sure if it will be of any help to you. He used to run a factory workshop. Seeing Raven listening, he quickly added, though I am not sure if it is still standing. The last time I went there was 50 years ago. Raven sheathed his sword, which only made Chever even more terrified. That is enough. Where is it? Kneeling flat on the ground, Chever answered, I will send you the location through my ID bracelet, so please give me your ID number. Raven eyed him with deep suspicion. An ID bracelet? Raven stared at him for a moment and asked, can you just write it down on paper? Chever nodded and handed over a note. Here. Raven stared at the paper, carrying number 7 on his shoulder. Well then, but Chever suddenly cut him off. Wait, before you leave, please just tell me where Elisa is. He screamed, is she doing okay? But Raven calmly walked away. I told you, only I get to ask questions. Meanwhile, back with Sanju, he was making a phone call. Oh, I heard you successfully rescued number 7, but the other end went silent. Yes, but it looks like they experimented on him multiple times. Bo paused for a second before continuing. I think they are trying to brainwash him and rewrite his memories. Maybe you can order him to cooperate with Heritage again. Hearing this, Sanju immediately replied, order him? Sure, I will do it right away. He thought to himself, brainwashed? Sanju walked along, staring at his phone screen. Experimented on already? Now check this out. Is number 7 the real reason I suddenly became this strong? A pleased grin played on Sanju's lips. With these crazy stats and skills, climbing up to A rank is going to be a total breeze. All my base stats have shot way up, and how on earth did I even get this invincible body skill? Stroking his chin, he suddenly thought, wait, can he get kidnapped just one more time? But he quickly slapped himself to snap out of it. What in the world am I even saying? I literally promised myself that I would never treat my clones like mere tools. Sanju laughed out loud as he walked. The rescue was an epic success. Those annoying bastards who crashed his hunt were being dealt with, and he had even won the massive group. Things are finally looking up, but recently, wild rumors have started spreading around the hunting grounds. Word is that wrong Sanju's clones did not just wipe out a whole squad of B-rank hunters, they even crushed a high-level A-rank hunter. The match manager even testified to the association about it. Honestly, every single time I think back to that moment. Of course, the fight started because some idiots tried to steal their kills, so the clones retaliated. But as the gossip spread, the story got a bit twisted. Now, they say death awaits anyone who dares step into their territory. Supposedly, hundreds faced death or brutal torture for stealing their monsters, or even got their teeth knocked out for just looking at them wrong. That is exactly how his terrifying demonic reputation began spreading all across the hunter community. And check this out, with the rumors getting worse. Absolutely nobody wants to cross paths with his clones anymore. Bowing and begging on sight. Please forgive us. Please spare our lives, they would beg. And this went on for several days. Then one evening, at a casual local pub, Sanju, Zombie, and Heian raised their glasses high to celebrate their recent epic victory. Sanju smiled at his friends, praising them, but Zombie rejected it with a serious face. I barely did anything, Zombie muttered, and Heian agreed, saying Sanju basically carried the entire mid-game himself. Sanju laughed and complimented them, saying that defense buff was actually amazing, which only made Zombie smile awkwardly and beg him to drop it. Suddenly, a man at the next table stood up and shouted, forcing Sanju to look over. Oh, look who we have here. The absolute most famous man in the entire hunter world, the drunkard slurred. Hey there, wrong Sanju. What makes a B-rank weakling like you think you deserve this much fame? The woman beside him instantly tried to pull him back. Stop it, you are drunk, she pleaded. Sanju stared at him, completely confused, asking who he was. The woman smiled awkwardly, apologizing for his drunken state. The drunkard struggled to break free, yelling that he had to tell Sanju off. He cursed loudly, asking how a B-rank bastard could go around messing with low-tier E-rank zones and running them like some big boss. I spent literally all my money on dungeon tickets, and then your clones went and stole every single monster from us. Sanju was totally baffled, telling him to calm down since he had stopped sending clones to any zones below C-rank lately. He shoved his phone in Sanju's face, yelling, "What is this then?" Sanju stared in shock, recognizing the photo instantly, while the drunk guy kept complaining, "If you are taking over a whole zone, at least warn us first. We were already hunting there. So, why did you show up and claim it?" Sanju locked his eyes on clone number 2 on that screen, but the woman beside the drunkard quickly interrupted. "Stop this right now." Apologizing to the owner, she quickly paid their bill. Even as she dragged him away, he kept shouting, telling her to let go since she was there, and got furious too. Walking down the main street, Sanju sighed, realizing that even with the photo and location, he could not easily clear up this massive misunderstanding. Heian followed close behind, staring at him in surprise, asking what they should do next. Sanju calmly explained that someone looking like clone number 2 had locked down an E-rank zone and stolen everyone's kills. She gasped, asking if he was sure. Sanju smiled faintly, noting they had photographic proof. "But that photo does not prove a thing. I never ordered that, and I haven't gone hunting lately." Walking beside him, Zombie hesitated, bringing up the real mystery. Could someone actually be posing as his clones to pull off this scheme? Sanju closed his eyes, sighing deeply. It is highly possible. He turned to his companion, asking if he had ever heard of these famous copycats causing trouble around that specific area. Zombie thought for a moment, replying that he heard anyone bold enough to steal from the clones would vanish without a trace. Sanju clenched his fist, his voice turning firm. "That part is true. Nobody gets to touch my stuff." But Zombie immediately added that this was his first time hearing about someone actually occupying an entire hunting zone under their control. "I have never been to a B-rank dungeon, so there is still plenty I do not know." Sanju glanced at Heian, remembering her E-rank status. "How about you, Heian?" She puffed her cheeks, complaining she had never even gone hunting. Staring at her in surprise, Sanju asked why that was. Recalling his old promise, Heian asked if he would finally take her on a real hunt if she scored well on her next test. Back then, he had agreed immediately, promising to bring her along the moment she officially made it into the guild. Heian keeps a calm face, while mentioning his promise to take her hunting once she joined the guild, but he seemingly forgot. Sanju immediately gasps, "So you have really never gone monster hunting before?" Heian puts her hands on her hips. "Of course. I have been waiting for you to keep that promise." Sanju places a hand on his chin in deep thought before suddenly announcing they will go tomorrow. Heian immediately beams with joy, asking if he is serious, unable to hide her pure excitement. "Don't change your mind," she warns. Sanju smiles, promising to keep his word. Watching from behind, Zombie looks incredibly regretful, wishing he could join them. The next day at the JM organization, Sanju adjusts his armor one last time. His fellow agent suddenly asks if he took extra combat classes back at the academy. Sanju calmly replies that he is just heading to the hunting ground. His partner nods twice, noting it has been a long time since he last went hunting. While examining the gun in his hand, Sanju explains he has a promise to fulfill. He also heard some shameless imposter is stealing monster kills in the low-level zones, so he is going. His teammate gasps in surprise. "Someone is actually impersonating you?" Sanju nods, looking at number 2. "Want to see a photo?" 2. "Come over." 2 calmly replies, "Sure." Staring wide-eyed at the phone screen, the teammate gasps that it is literally number 2. Sanju just calmly asks, "Is this you?" 2 indifferently replies, "No. I have never left this place, except when summoned directly from the portal." As 2 systematically explains how the target's face is 2% wider, shoulders 5% narrower, and body proportions are off, Sanju quickly raises a hand to signal him to stop and calm down. "I believe you," Sanju says, handing the phone over to number 2. "If you see someone like this, can you recognize them?" 2 coldly replies he can. Just then, a skeleton screams in agony as Heian crushes it. The group is currently entering the rank E skeleton village hunting ground. Sanju crosses his arms, nodding with proud approval. Great job taking down that skeleton. You really do not need my support anymore, do you? Heian catches her breath, replying with absolute joy. Thank you so much, teacher. Sanju secretly signals too while turning back to tell Heian that, judging by her highly impressive performance in this rank E zone, she can definitely take the promotion exam now. Heian oh, I am not that good yet. Seeing Tu leave, Heian gets curious, asking where the clone is heading. Sanju just laughs it off. Do not worry about him, he is just scouting the path ahead. But Heian quickly notices something unusual. She notes that the zone is incredibly quiet, without a soul in sight. Sanju breaks into a cold sweat, knowing everyone is just actively avoiding him. What on earth did those fakes do here anyway? Sanju tries to act natural, agreeing that it really is incredibly peaceful. He has no choice but to trust his clone here. We really need to find these fakers before his demon reputation gets completely ruined. I absolutely trust those sharp, machine-like eyes of yours. Suddenly, a young man appears, catching the attention of two nearby hunters. Looking exactly like number 2, he coldly demands to know who gave them permission to hunt here. Seeing him, the two terrified hunters quickly scramble to their feet. Apologizing, they claim they saw him walk away, but the youth slowly declares, "This is our turf." Glaring with a highly threatening look, he orders them to leave the monster corpses and get lost. One hunter panics, asking if they must leave everything. But we just killed them. He grips his sword hilt. Do you not know who I am? The hunter frantically waves his hands, begging for forgiveness and promising to leave immediately. With that, both hunters quietly scamper away from the scene. The youth crouches beside the skeleton to check the loot drops. These fools know their place, but now we can see they are starting to get highly suspicious. Clutching a golden ring, his hand trembles before he angrily smashes it to pieces. The young man pulls off his fake wig, his voice dripping with burning resentment. The sheer agony I suffered and all this absolute misfortune wrong Sanju. It is all your fault. Heian unleashes an explosive skill that shakes the entire area, earning high praise from Sanju. Seems like you now know exactly how much energy is needed to slay a monster. Panting shakily, she replies that it is just incredibly exhausting. Sanju calmly tells her to take their drop items, since the monster carcasses themselves hold absolutely zero value. Heian smiles, asking if he also had a pretty rough time dealing with these things back then. Suddenly, Sanju receives a mental ping from Tu, reporting he scanned the area but found no one suspicious. Sanju quietly wonders if they still have not found the culprits. Sanju telepathically orders Tu to open portals and summon backup to assist in the search, leaving only those who absolutely must guard the hospital. Tu coldly replies, "Understood." He immediately summons several more clones to carry out this hunt. We will split up, each searching a different sector. Meanwhile, Sanju and Heian raise their potions, shouting in unison, "This is your first time drinking a completely normal potion, teacher." While Tu tracks footprints on the ground, Heian enthusiastically goes through her test. Freeze! Seeing Tu appear, the other hunters quickly yell, "Sorry, we had no idea you guys were down here." Number 2 just gives a cold nod. "No problem," he says, "just carry on." Heian's eyes light up instantly. This necklace is incredibly shiny. Meanwhile, Number 2 delivers a brief report he is not here. Number 2 pauses before continuing. They have searched the entire area, but there is still no sign of anyone in that specific outfit. Sanju falls silent. "All right," he says, "everyone get back to your own tasks." He curses under his breath. Damn it, he wore this mask specifically to throw off the fakers if they crossed paths. So, where did they go? Sanju pulls down his mask to ask Heian how she liked today's hunt. She beams with excitement. She found so much loot. It is totally unexpected. Sanju chuckles. See? There is a pretty good reason why so many people choose to become hunters. Heian keeps smiling brightly, suggesting they split all the loot since they make such a great team. But Sanju declines. She can keep it all to remember her first hunt. Her eyes widen in total disbelief. Seriously? You are definitely going to regret this later. Watch. Sanju just smirks. You have no idea how much I actually bring in, he says, pointing backward. Anyway, time to head home. But the moment Sanju turns around, look who it is. He spots Dongyan and ducks behind a wall, while Heian whispers, "What is going on? Is someone out there?" Sanju peeks out, his mind racing. Dongjian? Why the hell is that snake showing up here? A sudden thought flashes through his mind. Could he be the one? Meanwhile, back at the Hunter Association, Wu Young confidently confirms it is definitely him. Sanju's ally nods along. Toawa, the Hisung Guild has plenty of guys who could act as your double. Plus, she already has a history of ruining your raids. Sanju remains silent for a long time. Something feels off to him, and honestly, her actions do seem pretty strange. I already gave her a clear warning, so how could she possibly be this stupid? Woo Young suddenly cuts in. Hey, did not a group from Heesung attack you before? She asks, looking puzzled. Why on earth did you let her live? Sanju just stares back at her, totally bewildered. Huh? Woo Young speaks slowly. Surviving in a dump like that taught me one thing: be as nice as you want. They will still stab you in the back. She suddenly becomes dead serious. So, stop showing pity. This is not some friendly game where everyone plays fair, and do not expect them to respect any boundaries like you do. Her sharp gaze locks directly onto him. People like that will do anything, no matter how decent you are to them. Get ready, because you are going to meet plenty of them soon. And talk about perfect timing, her warning comes to life. Those fakers are out there committing absolute atrocities, coldly cornering their helpless victims. Is this seriously all you got? One of them trembles in fear, stammering that they could not find many giant rats today. The imposter lifts the dead monster to inspect it. Then, out of nowhere, he demands they drop all their gear and beat it. The poor victims gasp in shock. What? You cannot be serious. How are we supposed to keep hunting without our gear? Without a word, the thug drives his knee straight into her stomach, leaving her gasping in agony as he towers over her. This is not a request, it is an order, he sneers. Her teammate immediately screams her name in panic. Then slowly, Dongyeon coughs uncontrollably while her partner glares at the fake hunter with pure hatred. Witnessing this, another hunter nearby gets furious. They actually robbed your gear? Why did you not report those scumbags? We have to get them banned from the dungeon immediately. The young man mutters weakly, if we do that, they will literally kill us. Some victims just cannot take it anymore and report directly to the outpost guards, demanding to know if that bastard Do Sanju is actually in here. The guard looks incredibly stressed as he tries to explain that only authorized staff can check the gate logs. But the crowd is not backing down. We have the right to hunt in peace. Show us the logs right now. Meanwhile, the rumors framing Sanju are spiraling completely out of control. Gripping his sword, he whispers it will not be long now. His eyes are filled with calculation. Most victims are low-tier E and F rank hunters, and now even the people at his academy are looking at him differently. But his deep thoughts are suddenly cut short by the sharp ring of his phone. If this keeps up, his name is going to be ruined. He answers the call. Number 2. Did you find them? The shadow calmly reports. We have not tracked down those copycats yet. But number 2 hesitates for a moment before continuing. The Heesung Guild just entered the E-rank hunting ground. Sanju tenses up immediately. Are you sure it is them? Number 2 looks down at the targets. There is no mistake. A plotting smirk creeps onto Sanju's face. Open up a warp gate. I am going down there myself. Meanwhile, the Heesung soldiers are staring intently at a mysterious suit of armor. Is this the one? One of them nods confidently. Boom. A massive blast suddenly rips through the air behind them. As the smoke clears, Sanju steps out with his sword resting on his shoulder. What is with that crazy outfit? One of the thugs stammers in total shock, quickly yelling to his partner, tell the captain we found him. Hey you, I don't know who you are, but if you want to live, you'd better come with us. Do you even know who we are? Sanju narrows his eyes, his gaze turning icy cold. He spots a set of armor that looks exactly like the one his clone wears. Sanju lets out a quiet sigh. So it really is you guys. His eyes suddenly flash red. This definitely isn't some fair play sport, is it? He seems a bit irritated. He wonders if a dead body can actually be shoved inside his inventory storage space. A member of the Heesung Guild curses under his breath. This guy is an absolute psycho. Suddenly, they all draw their swords and roar to kill him. Sanju closes the distance in a flash. But out of nowhere, a girl leaps in and completely blocks his incoming strike. Sanju glares right at her. Hei quickly turns to warn the others, shouting for those idiots to back off immediately. The long-haired guy screams in confusion, forcing Captain Hei to explain quickly that this is the real Jung Sanju. Sanju raises his blade to strike again, only to see Hei slip away. She backs off with a playful smile, asking if they met again. Sanju keeps his eyes locked onto Hei, wondering what her game is. She giggles, asking what he's been eating to get so buff lately. Sanju frowns, telling her to stop dodging the question. What did she mean by the real Jung Sanju? Are you guys the fakes here? Hei sighs, disappointed that they lost the element of surprise, but claims they have no reason to do that. Suddenly, another voice cuts in. You knew this was coming. Jung-yeon appears right before Sanju, trying to capture the fakes. He stares at Jung-yeon in shock, completely baffled by how she just pulled off a high-level stealth skill like that. But why go through the trouble of catching my fakes? What are you up to? Sanju demands, glaring at Jung Yeon. Well, since you're the one who always loves meddling in my business, Jung Yeon says with a complicated look. Let's just call this my official apology to you. He takes a sip of water while talking. Even so, he knows this gesture won't change Sanju's cold attitude toward him. Jung Yeon looks directly into Sanju's eyes, explaining that they still don't know if they are dealing with a lone wolf or an entire organization, which is why they set this trap. Whether it's because of their history back at the academy, they still did him a favor. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hunting ground, several fish monsters are easily wiped out. The imposter speaks up in an arrogant, demanding tone, threatening the hunter and asking who gave him permission to hunt in this area. The mysterious man calmly replies that they got permission from the guard post. The fake looks down on him with pure contempt, but the hunter doesn't seem intimidated at all. Since this is an F-rank hunting zone, of course I'm only an F-rank hunter. Can we just mind our own business? I'm busy. The imposter glares, asking if he's an idiot and demanding to know if he has any idea who he's dealing with. He grips the sword at his waist, claiming to be the famous Young Sanju who defeated an A-rank hunter. Hearing this, the F-rank hunter, Dogon, lets out a soft gasp. The legendary Jung Sanju? I actually know him pretty well. Which means you are just a cheap fake. With a massive crash, several thick trees collapse to the ground. Dogon raises an eyebrow at the imposter, asking who gave him permission to hunt here. He sneers, asking if someone could really pull off a stunt like this in an F-rank zone. Dogon laughs, telling the fake to stop trying to fool him. The imposter cuts him off, screaming at him to shut his mouth. You're going to regret this, he yells. I am the real Jung Sanju. Dogon's eyes flash with a dangerous red glow. It seems you won't realize how out of your depth you are until you face a real monster. Suddenly, a bright light appears behind the imposter. Dogon watches calmly, speaking up in a steady voice as the real Sanju and Jung Yeon step out from the glowing portal. And look, the real deal is here. Sanju pulls down his mask, confronting the punk behind all this trouble. The imposter's voice begins to tremble. Jung Sanju? Meanwhile, Jung Yeon picks up a large canvas bag from the ground to inspect it. This must be the gear they use to mimic you. The imposter frantically screams out, telling them to stop. He calmly explains that, just as they suspected, the fakes hid their costumes inside this bag and changed right here on site. Sanju glances over, asking if the clothes his men seized a while ago belonged to number 2. Jung Yeon turns the bag upside down, dumping all its contents onto the ground. Sanju picks up a piece of armor to examine it, noting that he already heard about this from the manager. Sanju calmly recalls that a clone user had once interviewed for a position before he joined the GM organization. He pauses briefly to search his memories, remembering that the manager kept the name in mind because it was an exclusive interview. Sanju slowly reveals the identity of the fake, naming him as Kim Dong-hyun, a D-rank hunter with clone illusion skills. Sanju locks his piercing gaze directly onto Dong-hyun, asking if he's the trash who's been running around impersonating him. The D-rank clone illusionist, Kim Dong-hyun, rips off his wig and curses under his breath, slamming the fake hair onto the ground. He yells out in frustration. Fine, I'm the fake. But what about you? He demands, his voice dripping with pure resentment. If you didn't have the exact same clone skill as me, and if you weren't so damn famous, I wouldn't have had to resort to pulling a stunt like this. Sanju shows absolutely no emotion, simply whispering how pathetic and disgusting it is. He tosses his sword and helmet right in front of Dong-hyun's feet. Hey, put this on, he says, cracking his knuckles. Treat it like a helmet. You need some punches to wake you up. Dong-hyun quickly grabs his sword. You are still the exact same, he yells out, charging straight at Sanju. His blade collides with the tough armor plate on Sanju's arm. As the two clash, Jung Yeon calmly turns to Don, saying, Master Don, thank you. I just sent over your payment. Go ahead and check it. Don replies with a cold nod. Thank you. Jung Yeon notices the wound on Don's side, pointing out his injury. Don looks down slightly, muttering that the guy pulled a few cheap tricks when he was distracted. Don intently watches Dong-hyun's clones attacking Sanju, seeing how the real one hides among his illusions to keep Sanju completely distracted. He chuckles to himself, since that is his usual play. He might be enjoying this little game, but unfortunately, it is not going to work on Sanju at all. Dong-hyun takes a massive punch straight from Sanju, slamming hard against a tree trunk and groaning in intense pain. Sanju gives a dark, cold command, ignoring how Dong-hyun coughs roughly and struggles to even get back on his feet. Dong-hyun exhales deeply, pulling his mask down. He wonders if this insane level of power is really just from a clone's training. Trembling, he raises his sword to point it right at Sanju. I trained like hell too, because I hated how weak my own skills were. He flashes back to his past. His clone was a harmless illusion that could not do damage, yet he kept pushing his limits. A hunter stares at him with glowing eyes, while a female mage nearby asks excitedly if his clone really looks just like the legendary Sanju. She welcomes him to their party, but the other hunter's face instantly drops. Just an illusion, he mutters. As the mage clicks her tongue in disgust, she grumbles that he should have mentioned that first. Remembering this fills Dong Hyun with pure rage. Nobody ever gave him a single chance. He swings his sword in a wild frenzy at Sanju, yelling that one day someone actually slashed his face while he wore a hoodie, purely because they mistook him for Sanju. Back then, another hunter had looked at Dong Hyun with complete surprise. They asked if this was Master Sanju's territory. Dong Hyun was totally confused, and the hunter immediately apologized, rushing away to avoid causing any trouble. Dong Hyun is completely raving like a madman now. He screams that at that exact moment, he realized his skills were fine. It was their damn prejudice that was wrong. They all feared him just because they thought he was Sanju. Suddenly, a bright green glow wraps around the sword in Dong Hyun's hand. They did not even dare to fight back, when they could have easily exposed him if they had tried to attack him just once. He activates his bamboo spear skill, which bypasses a massive amount of his opponent's physical defense on his next strike. With a cooldown of 240 hours, he boasts smugly that even when hunters grouped up, they still trembled before his power. Dong Hyun summons even more illusions. Do you have any real idea what that feels like? He demands, sending his clones to strike all at once. He vents the agonizing pain of someone born with a trash skill, forever mocked and despised by everyone. Sanju just stares back coldly. I don't know, he mutters, and look at this. He catches the blade with his bare hand. One of Sanju's own clones suddenly materializes right in front of the real Dong Hyun, catching him off guard as Sanju asks why he should care. Yong Yan frowns, deeply confused about how Sanju pointed out the real body among all those illusions. Don can only marvel at how incredible his senses are. Clenching his fist, Sanju asks if he never got a real chance to turn things around. He slams a brutal punch right into Dong Hyun's face, sending him groaning in pain, before shouting that he did have a chance, but ruined it himself. The JM organization sent you an acceptance letter, but you threw it away just because of some stupid internet comments ranking your skills. The relentless beating makes Dong Hyun cough up spit, but Sanju keeps landing heavy strikes, yelling that he gave up just because people mocked his ability. He unleashes a brutal, non-stop beating, furious that he gave up even when other hunters mistook him for Sanju. Don turns away, quietly telling Young Yan that he cannot watch this beating anymore and is going to head out first. Dong Hyun collapses on the ground, desperately begging him to stop, but another heavy fist immediately shuts him up, sending his body crashing through the dirt from the sheer impact. Sanju grinds his teeth in rage, asking how he could choose to do all this horrible garbage instead. Did you really throw away your only real chance just to end up doing this evil trash? He demands, as Dong Hyun slides across the dirt under his glare. He sighs, looking at the fresh blood on his knuckles. Sanju raises his fist high, finally feeling a deep sense of relief. Dong Hyun lies motionlessly on the dirt. Yonghyun walks over to look down at him, while Sanju flashes a sly, mocking grin, asking if he is reminiscing. Yonghyun simply nods without looking back. Instantly, the wide grin fades completely from Sanju's face. Just joking, Yonghyun murmurs quietly, adding that this exact issue was one of the big reasons he joined the investigation in the first place. He turns to Sanju, murmuring that he never expected Sanju to deal with someone who made the exact same mistakes he once did. With a deeply apologetic look on his face, Yonghyun whispers a sincere apology, glad he can finally say it to him officially. He confesses that his past actions were honestly no different from this guy's crimes, but Sanju just offers a gentle smile, saying that at least he is mature enough to recognize his mistakes. Yonghyun turns his gaze back to the unconscious Dong Hyun lying on the dirt, asking what they should do with him now. Sang-woo easily cleared up the misunderstanding I suffered, but he still had to contact the other victim. Suddenly, Dong Hyun spoke up, suggesting a clever plan right as a terrifying mob of monsters completely surrounded a young man, his high-pitched scream echoing everywhere. Dong Hyun clutched a cloth bag packed with gems, trembling. "Get lost. I told you to go away," he cried out in misery as he ran. "Someone, anyone, please save me. How could you lock a person in a godforsaken place like this? That absolute, utter demon." A sudden call rings out, catching the attention of the two masked figures, number 5 and number 6 spot. Sang-woo carrying a covered platter. He tells them, "You guys are always so helpful, but I have not had a chance to repay you. Please take this gift today." He quickly lifts the lid, introducing his special, home-cooked meal. They just stare with wide eyes, silently listening, as he comments about how tough hunting must be, hoping they enjoy the food. Wiping his hands, Sang-woo smiles warmly at the pair. "I have a feeling we will find lots of treasure from now on. Enjoy your meal." A bit later, he sits with hands in his pockets. He mutters quietly, "It is a relief the victim's misunderstanding is cleared, and I made a pretty good profit." But his brow furrows, his eyes turning cold. The last thing that guy's in his memories, Shin Dong-an suddenly spoke up. "Oh, one more thing." Staring straight at Sang-woo, he warned him to be careful with the academy. He did not think they would train hunters and hand out skills for free. Those words leave Sang-woo slightly panicked. Sweating, he asks what he means by that. Immediately, the guy adopts an incredibly serious tone, admitting he is still not entirely sure. He promises to share once he gets solid info. Then, turning his back on Sang-woo, he adds, "But let me warn you about this. Never go near the prayer room." Back in reality, recalling the room, he wonders, is the prayer room not just where they teach system history? He only sent his clone there because he was too lazy to attend. Looking up, he lets out a heavy sigh. "Wait, be wary of the academy." Elsewhere, a harsh voice speaks up upon seeing a sealed document. "What on earth is this?" Yoonha answers flatly, "It is just an evaluation report." But the voice suddenly screams out, "I am not asking about that." Slamming his desk, the furious academy principal demands why she gave Sang-woo an A+. "Do you not understand a word I say?" Even so, Yoonha remains perfectly calm, mentioning his power-suppressing drug and the ban on clones. "I punished him exactly as you ordered. This evaluation already takes all of that into account, though I do not get why you chose that punishment." Principal Woo Hyun fumes in response, "But that bastard neutralized the potion. It had zero effect on him." Ignoring her genuine point, she notes he did not throw it away, he drank it, and did not use clones in battle. So what else should she do? He just screams back at her, "Anything. Why do you think I issued those punishments? It was to keep the academy's high-ranking hunters fully under control." Suddenly, the massive table crashes down. Check out Woo Hyun's panic as cold sweat pours down his face. A leg in slacks and high heels stomps down heavily on the floor. "Enough," she asks coldly. "Are all the academy professors here merely C rank? You summoned me here because your ranks are far too low to monitor B rank hunters. And now you want to control high-rank elites with a measly power-suppressing drug?" Biting down on a cigarette, Yoonha looks ready to tear him apart. "You cannot do anything to Sang-woo, so now you are using pathetic excuses to drag him down. And yet, he still crushed all his tests. Can you really be this pathetic?" Panic-stricken, Woo Hyun scrambles to make an excuse. "It is not like that at all. Some hunters refuse to attend classes, so to make them show up," but Yoonha instantly cuts him off. "Then, just order them to attend." Turning to open the office door, she leaves him with one last chilling line. "I only follow the curriculum, nothing more." Suddenly, a cloud of gray smoke billows from behind the door as her voice drifts back. "I will put you in your place if you dare summon me over such petty garbage again." Before Woo Hyun can even stutter a single protest, she is gone. Grabbing his phone, he angrily snarls, "Act smug while you still can, you bitch. Let us see how long that lasts." Inside the pointed roof building, a voice barks, "It is me. Put Professor Yoonha on the dangerous prayer room list. Start dealing with her today, and get someone over to clean up my office immediately." Elsewhere, the monster hunting skills professor, a C-rank hunter named Seong-won, warmly greets his class. "It is a pleasure meeting you all. I am Hunter Seong-won, and I will be guiding you through monster hunting." As the class listens intently, he asks what they think is most vital when hunting beasts. Is it stats, teamwork, or items? Raising a single finger, he continues talking endlessly. "Sure, those are quite important, but the single most critical factor is strategy." Seong-won continues his lecture, noting the notebooks on their desks contain detailed tactics for every monster type, so they had better study hard. Ha stares down at the textbook, a little excited to spot a bunch of dry bones on the page, but Sang-woo looks deeply worried, pausing to think as his eyes scan the guide for close-range attack points. He sees the guide list the skull as their weakness, but covers his mouth in total shock. This information is completely and dangerously wrong compared to actual combat. He recalls the scientist's famous meme that everything you find online must be totally true. He thinks to himself, remembering how he used his clones to study all night. Not all online info is reliable, but some of it holds up because he actually tested it with his clones in real combat. He slams the textbook shut and places it down, realizing they subtly altered the facts. Anyone who lacks real combat experience with monsters would never notice the trap. But this raises a suspicious new question in his mind. What on earth is this academy planning? Meanwhile, Sungwon stands across from him and calmly announces it is time for their practical training. Inside the academy's hunting arena, bathed in a creepy blue light, black blood sprays as a giant wild boar charges ahead. Sungwon casually asks, "What do you think of this? Looks pretty real, doesn't it?" This is a virtual reality simulation chamber built by seasoned hunters. As he looks over at several massive pods holding human bodies, he explains that in this virtual space, students can learn to fight monsters without risking their own lives. Then, Sungwon forms a sign with his hands and smirks, warning them that their senses will feel entirely real, so they better stay sharp. His chilling words make the students fall silent, as he adds that this place is not just for combat tactics, but for conquering their deepest fears. A moment later, Sang-woo suddenly asks if using clones inside this simulation is totally allowed. The instructor quickly answers that of course it is, though the difficulty in monster attacks will scale based on their levels. Hearing this, Sang-woo makes a pushing gesture and asks why his skill is completely blocked. Sungwon freezes in shock, quickly stroking his chin as he mutters that it is very strange. "I am not too familiar with cloning techniques," he says, glancing at the empty liquid pods, "but I will try my best to get you connected." Sang-woo. Suddenly, two masked clones materialize. This is wild. Sang-woo literally tackles them in pure excitement while his senior and another classmate watch in total disbelief. So these are the famous clones everyone has been talking about. I actually saw him summon them once before. Sungwon watches in shock, wondering how anyone could summon clones inside of virtual reality. Realizing how bizarre this skill is, he yells out for everyone to get ready to move. A bright red light envelops them as the teleportation begins. Two students anxiously whisper, asking if they are going to be okay. "Do not worry. Just ignore the book and stick to what we practiced. I hope you all win this challenge easily." The blue glowing chamber rapidly shifts around them. Sang-woo and the others find themselves standing in the middle of a dense, overgrown forest. The surrounding trees and plants are completely withered and dead, making him look around in confusion as he whispers, "We are in a forest." Eerie, blood-curdling screams echo from deep within the woods. One of his teammates trembles, nervously shouting out to see if anyone is there. Sang-woo narrows his eyes in horror as a head peeks from behind a tree, desperately begging for help. But a terrifying parasite is latched onto its skull, controlling its every movement. It hurts. More controlled victims stumble out of the shadows, groaning about how cold they are and begging for rescue. Sang-woo grit his teeth in absolute anger. As he takes a slow step forward, he mutters coldly, remembering the teacher said the beasts would match their current level. One student cries out for their mother, terrified. Sang-woo grips his sword tight and raises it, but then crouches down in sheer exhaustion, muttering that this is way too much. Before he can even rest, a swarm of massive, aggressive ants surges forward, spraying dark blood everywhere into the dark night. Back in the control room, a tall, slender silhouette paces slowly across the floor. Suddenly, he stops, staring intently at Sang-woo resting inside the giant glass pod with dark, mysterious eyes, as if plotting something sinister. As Sungwon remains completely silent, a figure who looks exactly like Sang-woo suddenly dashes up behind him and coldly asks if the professor needs some help. Startled out of his mind, Sungwon lets out a terrified shriek. He falls flat on the ground, stammering to ask who he is, as the clone coldly replies that he is number 3. The clone continues, explaining that his master ordered him to protect the gate from threats because its instability could put students in grave danger. Sungwon stares back in complete silence, thinking to himself that this is absolute nonsense. He thinks the clone is just shamelessly protecting his master. After escalating the situation, sweating bullets as he finally answers, "I understand," he says, jumping up to explain himself, claiming it is a total coincidence because he is doing the same. He tells him he was just patrolling to ensure student safety, as Sang-woo's clone immediately praises him, saying the professor is truly amazing. Sungwon's eyes narrow as he starts to panic. Damn it, what now? If this guy is just a clone, then I should know. 3 stares back, sharp and completely focused. Sungwon scratches his head, trying to dodge the pressure. Guess I'll head over that way then. Secretly, He realizes he has to play it cool. There's no way he can beat this guy. Meanwhile, Sang-woo finds himself in a tight spot as a mantis demon lunges with its sharp claws. Thinking fast, he whips out a dagger to counter the surprise strike. Plunging it cleanly, he pulls back his blade as the monster gets swallowed by raging flames. Over on Nod 7's side, the situation looks way better. With a single move, he blocks the cold, sharp claws of the beast, his eyes locked on target as he readies his stance. One decisive strike shreds the beasts, putting a wrap on this loot hunt. No. 7 stands in absolute silence, watching as the monster's severed bodies rain down around him. Disguised as No. 7, Sang-woo grimly reminds himself of the golden rule in a direct one-on-one. Monsters at the same tier are always strong. Even so, facing 5 B-rank roaring dragonflies all at once makes it pretty clear that everyone's split up instead of fighting together as a team. Is this hunt actually gonna work? Once the dust settles, Sang-woo calls out to check on his team. Looks like we're done here. Great job, everyone. The Dongcheung members nod in agreement. Back at the academy, Sang-woo lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Looking around, his teammates are looking completely wiped out. It's exactly as he predicted. Almost every single one of them failed their hunt. Someone whispers, "Did you fail too?" He responds with a quiet, defeated nod. Sang-woo looks over in concern, checking on his student, Haewon. "Are you okay? What did you fight?" Haewon looks down, hesitant to speak. It was a giant turtle, and it reflected every single one of my attacks. Sang-woo is totally stunned. "Wait, why didn't you just run?" Haewon just shrugs. "But this is monster hunting class, right?" Sungwon looks around and sighs. "Well, you all worked hard out there today. Sure, some of you succeeded while others failed, but everyone turns their attention back to the instructor's final words. Like I always say, strategy and tactics are absolutely everything. Keep your tactics sharp, push your limits, and you'll learn exactly how to handle any beast." Sang-woo stands there, quietly soaking in every word. "All right, class is dismissed." No. 3 immediately leans over to whisper to Sang-woo, saying, "Hey, there is something we need to talk about." "What is it?" They chat as they walk out. "Wait." Sang-woo asks in disbelief. "The professor was tracking me while I was inside the virtual hunt?" "No." 3 nods firmly. Sang-woo strokes his chin, feeling a chill. "Thank goodness I secretly summoned No. 3 as a safety measure, exactly as Shin Jun-young warned him. This place is seriously messed up." His thoughts keep racing. Making solo players form teams for virtual combat is weird enough, but forcing them to hunt monsters entirely alone is completely unnatural. They're handing out pricey skill books and teaching bizarre tactics to exploit monster weaknesses, and they do it all for free? Suddenly, Haewon pops up and cuts in. "What are you two whispering about?" He awkwardly tries to play it cool. "Oh, nothing. Just planning my next monster raid." Sang-woo lies, waving his hands around to change the subject. "By the way, what class is next?" Haewon gives him a suspicious side-eye, asking, "Wait, why do you look so incredibly nervous?" "It's system history and comprehension." Over in the prayer room. Hearing that location, Sang-woo completely freezes up, unable to say a word. Suddenly, Dongyan's threatening face flashes in his mind with an icy warning. "Let me make one thing very clear." Those sharp eyes glare at Sang-woo with a deadly rule: never go near that prayer room if you want to make it back to reality. Sang-woo holds his head, panicking. "Hey, I just had a great idea. Let's skip and go see a movie." Haewon chuckles at his sudden silliness, asking, "What is wrong with you?" "This is a mandatory lecture, so we absolutely cannot skip it," Haewon patiently explains. "But doesn't a movie sound way better?" "Honestly, I had no idea the system even had a history." Before she can finish her thought, Sang-woo sharply cuts her off. "Look, I am dead serious. I will just send my clone to the lecture instead." But suddenly, Haewon grabs his shoulder, her eyes cold as ice. "Oppa, we need to leave." Sang-woo is stunned by her sudden, tense grip. "Are you really trying to skip out on class right now?" "Now watch this." Feeling her eerie aura, Sang-woo locks eyes with No. 3, who swiftly knocks her cold before she can even react. Sang-woo catches the unconscious Haewon with one arm. "Good job," he whispers, as No. 3 silently awaits his master's next command. Lifting Haewon onto his shoulder, he sighs, realizing he really needs to work on controlling his summon's brute strength. Carrying her on his back, Sang-woo whispers an apology. "Sorry, Haewon. I might be totally overreacting when nothing has actually happened yet." but I'll make it up to you later. His face hardens. He is absolutely not taking any chances when it comes to the safety of the people he cares about. After walking for a bit, Hae-won slowly stirs and opens her eyes, sitting up in total confusion about what just happened. A girl named Woo-yoon stands nearby, asking, "You're Hae-won, right? Glad you're awake." Still dizzy, Hae-won stammers out, "Wait, who are you?" Sitting comfortably in her chair, the girl introduces herself. "I'm Kim Woo-yoon, and you're currently at Sung Sang-woo's GM company." Hae-won gasps, "Wait, Appa's company? Why am I here?" Two clones of Woo Hee-won appear, explaining that she must have passed out from pure exhaustion after the hunting class, and that Sang-woo said she suddenly fainted. He told her not to worry because he would cover her attendance for her. Ha-yeon curiously asks where he is now, making Woo Hee-won hesitate before muttering that the bastard, meaning Sung Sang-woo, will be back very soon. With a forced smile, she pulls out a vitality potion to temporarily boost her stats, even though the side effects might knock her out cold afterward. "Drink this and get some rest. It will help you recover much faster," Woo Hee-won tells her, though she is secretly cursing him inside. That crazy Sang-woo. Where did he run off to after dumping her on me like this? Meanwhile, a suspicious shadow creeps around the academy main hall. Sang-woo reveals himself, clinging to a stone pillar. It seems this place is where all the trouble started, so he closes his eyes to organize his thoughts. It seems having the clones take attendance for him worked out fine, but Ha-yeon's strange condition is still bothering him. Normally, I would tear this place apart and interrogate everyone, but if I do that, they will expel me or shut down the academy, meaning I will never get the sacred elixir. Leaping down from the high ledge, he realizes there is no time to wait for updates from Shin Jun-young, so he has to handle this himself. He lands quietly right by the balcony railing. He silently figures this must belong to someone high up. Crouching to inspect some broken glass, he touches the window frame and realizes it is wide open. Peering inside, his eyes lock with Jung-yeon, who is kneeling on the floor in absolute shock. Before Sung-woo can even speak, Jung-yeon quickly covers his mouth and whispers a sharp scolding, asking him what on earth he is doing here. "Shh, I should be asking you that," Sang-woo whispers back, bringing the mood down by asking why he did not wait like he was told. "Ha-yeon is acting really strange," Sang-woo says, making Jung-yeon raise an eyebrow and repeat her name. "Are you talking about that girl who always hangs around you?" Jung-yeon asks, as Sang-woo nods to confirm. "Yeah, she is taking way too many lab classes, and her eyes went totally blank when I suggested skipping." Hearing this, Jung-yeon instantly tenses up with worry. "So that is why you sneaked in here too, since you said the prayer room was sketchy." Jung-yeon suddenly shifts his attitude and lowers his voice. "This way," he says, gently pulling a book on the shelf to activate a hidden mechanism, opening a dark, secret passage. Jung-yeon whispers as they enter, admitting he only found out about this place today and has not even explored it yet. As the lights flicker on, revealing the room, Jung-yeon looks surprised while they both scan the mysterious hidden chamber. "This place is..." Jung-yeon starts, but Sang-woo finishes, pointing out the cameras and mics used to contact someone outside. Realizing the situation, Jung-yeon suggests they gather the data first, but before he can finish, a voice shouts from outside, "President, are you inside?" The two freeze in their tracks, listening to the heavy footsteps getting closer, as a suffocating silence fills the room. Then, violent pounding shakes the door, making Jung-yeon pale as he frantically asks what is happening. "Oh man, look at them," panic. Sang-woo quickly recovers, telling the idiot they need to run right now. "But you have teleportation and stealth skills," the slow-witted Jung-yeon desperately argues back, trying to use his own foolish logic. "If someone makes a noise and vanishes from a locked room, that would look incredibly suspicious, right?" Meanwhile, the voices outside keep calling out, "Who is in there? Just get the emergency key." Frustrated, Sang-woo urges the slow-witted guy to cast a spell, telling him to use his transformation skills to completely alter his face and voice. "Surely one of your many skills can do that," Sang-woo insists. Jung-yeon grinds his teeth in anger, snapping back that skills do not just magically appear out of nowhere. But then he channels his energy to activate his chameleon skill, smugly admitting that actually, he does have a skill for this. Sang-woo asks if he is serious, and Jung-yeon urgently tells him to hide, which Sang-woo gladly agrees to do. Talk about perfect timing, the door flies open, and the sweating supervisor bursts in, demanding to know who is there. From the shadows, a calm laugh echoes. Jung-yeon, disguised as Headmaster Hak-soo, steps out with complete composure, asking if there is a problem. "Why did you break down the door?" The supervising teacher Hee-seok freezes in shock, stammering out the word headmaster. While Sang-woo peeks out from hiding to listen, the atmosphere grows incredibly awkward, completely catching the professor off guard. I had no idea you were in here, Hee-seok mutters. Disguised as Hak-soo, Jung-yeon strokes his chin, explaining that he had some extremely urgent business to handle. Did the master call you? Jung-yeon panics inside, wondering who this master is, but simply replies with a brief grunt. Hee-seok ponders, thinking it must be about the troublemaking duo Sang-woo and Jung-yeon. Hearing this, Sang-woo narrows his eyes, wondering what on earth they mean. Disguised as Hak-soo, Jung-yeon crosses his arms and agrees, calling both of them a major headache, though the professor remains highly suspicious. Did I make the right choice by staying quiet? I ignored orders to keep other academies from getting in our way, the professor notes. Jung-yeon's face darkens, prompting him to ask if they already agreed never to look back on their past decisions. The professor, Hee-seok, chuckles nervously, admitting he was probably too impatient since the upcoming meeting in 3 days will settle everything anyway. Hearing this, both troublemaker students are completely caught off guard. The professor just turns around and leaves. I'm leaving now, he says, as Hak-do quickly calls out to apologize for bothering him so late. Professor Hee-seok gets straight to the point, asking if they forgot about the meeting, and the other side answers instantly. Of course not. It's at 11 p.m., right? Sang-woo peeks his head out, asking in a quiet whisper what's going on. He walks over to Yong-yoon, asking if the master called them in because of those troublemaker kids again. Yong-yoon cancels his skill and snaps back, shut up. I nearly exhausted myself trying to deal with him. I was so panicked, I didn't even know if I should use formal speech or not. Sang-woo glares at his accomplice. Wait, why did you say the prayer room was weird? Come to think of it, you were outside during the first class too. Yong-yoon silently recalls that exact moment, remembering how the warnings suddenly started flashing. Of course, I plan to join the prayer room class since it's mandatory, he says, remembering his friend's innocent look. You asked me what class this was, he explains with a panicked face, recalling how the system screens flashed endless warnings that his mental defense barrier had been triggered. Constant warnings. He couldn't stop overthinking back then. Who is attacking me with a mental skill right now? Even if I run somewhere else, it's the exact same. The skill keeps activating with zero sound or mana flow, making him realize the horrifying truth that entire room is completely flooded with mental skills. Wait. Listen to this. Sang-woo snaps out of it and asks why he didn't warn everyone else. Yong-yoon snaps back at the useless question. Are you serious? Now that you know, why are you still standing here? If it were you, you'd probably just destroy this entire academy, right? Sang-woo stays silent, listening to this idiot explain. Yong-yoon looks down. Quiet, I can't do that. We still need the elixir. Ultimately, we need information. They stare at the computer on the desk as Yong-yoon adds, we need some kind of shackle to bind those people. Sang-woo grunts in agreement, noting that if they want to move freely, they have to grasp their weakness. The computer suddenly asks for a password, leaving them frozen. Yong-yoon grits his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it, I knew he wasn't stupid, he groans, while Sang-woo silently points to a tiny sticky note on the wall. Yong-yoon laughs, realizing the headmaster really is an idiot. Sang-woo watches closely as Yong-yoon enters the key. Let's see what this academy is actually hiding. Meanwhile, back at the GM company's clinic, Hae-in holds up a medicine bottle, asking what it is. Kim Woo-hyun gives a forced, casual answer. It's just an energy potion. Drink it, and you'll feel better. Hae-in chirps her endless thanks before politely asking if she can take a quick shower, since she got a little sweaty during the tactics class. Feeling the tension ease up, Woo-hyun nods. Sure, we have a shower here, so make yourself at home. Hae-in doesn't hesitate to slide off her outer armor. Woo-yeon blushes intensely and quickly looks away, wondering why on earth she's undressing right there, while Hae-in neatly folds her clothes. What's your relationship with Sang-woo oppa? Hae-in asks, as Woo-yeon shyly responds from across the room, oh, we're just colleagues, not very close. Out of nowhere, Hae-in appears right behind her, charging up a skill orb. Is she really planning a surprise attack? This is where it gets crazy. In the secret room, they freeze after hacking the files. Is this their real goal? Completely brainwashing all the students. The prayer room is where they do it. Sang-woo turns to ask Yong-yoon, so everyone is just going to become a puppet for that bastard they call the master? How many students are there? Around 10,000. But if you count all branches, it's about 30,000. Sang-woo can't believe his eyes, realizing 30,000 brainwashed awakened are just walking the streets freely. Yong-yoon suddenly spots something, pulling Sang-woo out of his thoughts. Hey, Sang-woo, take a look at this. The screen displays a blacklist of hunters completely immune to brainwashing. marking B-class hunter Yoon Sang-woo as a major threat to be eliminated. Along with B-class hunter Shin Jun-young, they want to eliminate the son of the Haesung Guild leader. And your name is right on this danger list. From now on, those brainwashed students are going to hunt you. Jun-young turns around to give him advice. You must return to the JM agency immediately. Everyone around you is in grave danger. Sang-woo frowns, asking why the other isn't a target. Does it even matter? It says here they are avoiding conflict because of my connection to the Haesung Guild. Sang-woo tries to reassure him, don't worry about the agency. I told you Haein was acting incredibly strange. How can I just leave her alone? But he has no idea how terrifyingly hard it is to control Haein right now at JM. Haein gets slammed to the ground by a clone, while Woo-yeon still stands there, entirely clueless. What is this? Haeyeon is captured, but she looks totally smug. Is it a clone? Having the two of us like this is not too bad. You know, she activates a skill orb, putting the clone on guard. But if they want to play like this, they better bring Sang-gyu Appa right here. Agents rush in to shield Woo-hyun, telling him to go this way. Still in complete shock, Woo-hyun starts firing questions one after another. What is going on here? What is wrong with her? I will explain everything later. The agent pulls out a phone showing an order, urging him not to leave the building. Meanwhile, Sang-gyu gets an urgent alert from the hunter agents regarding Haya. He replies that he already made preparations. No-hae will take care of subduing her. The screen displays the global awakening progress at 89.9%. I kept an eye on things here, but it seems far more serious than I originally thought. I do not think we can handle this alone. Saying this, Sang-gyu begins going over a few key names. We desperately need help from the other guilds. Back in the crafting room, someone is softly crying over the loud screech of welding metal. Someone calls out to Hubert, drawing the attention of the Heriter Tech Development Team leader. He asks what is going on now. B excitedly presents a box of lab mice to show off, making Hubert wonder if they are clones. Spending so much time, she finally successfully analyzed the skill. She giggles sillily looking at the mouse. Look closely, here is where it gets tragic. The moment she touches the mouse, it fades. B cries that it failed and is just a cheap illusion. She gloomily remembers healing Sang-gyu and lets out a heavy sigh. With a skill orb worth 12.8 billion gone, she has no idea what this crazy skill actually does. Hubert studies the mouse. You made such a massive fuss over that original cloak before. Now, is this why you called me? With tears still in her eyes, she quickly clarifies. Of course not, but we actually made some real progress. She pulls out 2 successfully cloned swords with a bright grin. Tada, the equipment has been successfully cloned. This is going to give our master plan a massive boost. Do you not agree? He stands there utterly stunned by B's incredible achievement, while she happily continues to explain the details. Sure, there is a time limit and we cannot duplicate skill orbs, but this is still going to be absolutely massive for our business, right? We can duplicate items. But Hubert quickly cuts in, bringing her back to reality. The real challenge is not cloning, but perfectly restoring the original effects of the weapon, which is extremely difficult. B taps her chin, nodding as she processes this. I honestly thought I would never touch this sword again. But now there is finally a way to restore at least a portion of its power. Gently opening Haeyeon's eyes, Woo-young inspects her pupils. Woo-young reaches a quick conclusion. So she has been completely brainwashed, right? As the keenest guild vice captain, he cannot detect even a single trace of mana pathways. The room falls dead silent. Really? Haeyeon, tied up after her wild outburst, weakly mumbles. I have no idea what you are talking about. Please, can you just let me go? My parents are waiting. One of the guild members asks skeptically if she is really brainwashed. Woo-hyun snaps back in pure, unfiltered frustration. Obviously, she tried to blow my head off. Sang-gyu and his team join in. I do not think this is some run-of-the-mill brainwashing. Sang-gyu frowns, his face turning dead serious, as he warns them it is much worse. Woo-hyun grits his teeth the second he sees Sang-gyu. Did you seriously have to bring the Haesung Guild into this? Sang-gyu waves it off, trying to calm him down. I do not know your history with him. Just let it go. Because we caught the fake clone thanks to him. He replies that the son of a bastard like him does not deserve to be treated with any respect. Haeyeon spots him, and immediately starts sobbing. Appa, what took you so long? Please tell them they are making a mistake. Oppa, she begs. But Sang-gyu completely ignores her brainwashed cries and stays focused, pulling out a thick stack of secret documents he recovered. This is data from the principal office. Look here, all under the flickering lights of the room. Everyone looks over the paperwork and immediately freaks out. Assassinations, Brainwashing like, what on earth is a harvest day? Sangyu is just as puzzled. I have no idea either. But from what I can gather, it is a plan to awaken the entire global population. He tilts his head, firmly emphasizing one point. More importantly, the brainwashing is the real problem. Do you have any guild members currently attending the academy? A cat-eared girl and the leader of the assembly take turns sharing information. We have a few E-rank hunters there. Same with us. But whatever you do not let anyone know you are associated with me. There is no telling what they are plotting next. Jungyan studies the document with a smug look, asking how they are going to handle this. Mental protection is a pretty rare skill to come by. Honestly, not many people are as sharp and aware of this as I am, especially for low-rank hunters from D to F. The cat-eared member looks over suspiciously, asking if he is absolutely sure this is brainwashing. I cannot detect any trace of a brainwashing skill. Looking back at the tied-up Hyeon, she argues that she does not believe the girl is brainwashed either. Warren speaks up from behind with a counter-argument. South Korea alone already has 30,000 people. There are so many academies all over the world. Is brainwashing that many people even possible? Dongyen points directly at Sanju and calls him out. What about his clone skill? Does that make any sense at all? He offers his thoughts with a look that is just as determined. No one knows the true potential of an awakened skill, so we must be extremely careful. But get this, that brainwashing skill has a weakness. Back in the principal's office, the academy's professor said this. He recalls having to deal with the professor as a prime example. That is right, those two are the real problem here. Do you not think it would be wiser to accept and win them over? We had to disobey orders just to catch up with the other academies. Dongyen gets more and more confused as he speaks. What does it mean to accept high-rank hunters, even if it means disobeying orders? It means their top priority is not following orders from above. Sanju purses his lips as he explains what he understands. So they might work for their superiors toward the same goal, but the actual methods they use will vary based on their own personal thoughts. He already has his own calculations deep down. They definitely won't chase us while we are near. Number 3. They really want to take Kim Yui-in hostage instead. Sitting in his chair, Dongyen hears this and does not. Right. They are not brainless puppets who just blindly obey everything their superiors say. On the surface, they act normal, but their absolute top goal is to assassinate or. Sanju raises his fist. Are you crazy? How on earth is that normal? Feeling completely irritated after figuring out part of the situation, is this not terrible news for us? Without knowing how their brainwashing skill actually works, we are at a complete disadvantage, and we cannot even track where they are going. Dongyen looks back with absolute certainty. No, for them, the absolute worst scenario is failing the mission and being abandoned by their master. Everyone stands around in silence, listening as he explains how we will. In 3 days, we are going to turn the tables right where they gather. Night falls on a street in South Korea. 3 days, huh? Dongyen and Sanjo stand together on the rooftop, lost in thought. Dongyen speaks up. They will get suspicious if you suddenly drop out of school. Sanju is not worried, offering a brief reply. I know, I am getting ready to leave. Dongyen looks into the distance and suggests that he could just use a clone for roll call. Sanju declines. No, until the meeting, I will use my clones to keep watch. If I stay at the branch, I will only put everyone else in danger. He looks up at Dongyen, his voice firm besides. I want to see for myself how the other brainwashed victims are doing. After all, we cannot just keep Yuan locked up forever. Do you have a plan? Dongyen looks away and shares his thoughts. I have one, but it is a massive gamble. From what I know, she has been reassigned to manage the prayer room. A visual of Yunha muttering angry complaints about capitalism plays along with his explanation. Since she only works on the outside, let us hope she is not mixed up with them. She suddenly holds a sticky note instructing her to channel mana to her head. If you were her, you would wonder what crazy person wrote this, and that is how my 3-day countdown begins. Sanju sits in the classroom, but his mind is racing with endless thoughts. The order to eliminate me was only issued recently. They must have noticed I was using clones for roll call, making me wonder just how many others out there are like me. I have no idea how long it takes for someone in this prayer room to be completely brainwashed. He silently watches the students about to get brainwashed by the academy, but at least they look fine for now, casually complaining about how boring this class is. Yeah, it would be great if they just gave us a skill orb instead. Suddenly, a dagger flies out of nowhere, right past his face, breaking his focus. Maybe there are fewer brainwashed students at this academy. Clutching his neck, he looks at the fallen dagger with growing unease, glaring backward as he stammers in anger. Who did that? Who threw that? Everyone in the room glares at him with murderous eyes, closely tracking his every move. They instantly pretend to look away when he turns around to investigate. His pupils constrict as he glares right back at them, confirming his worst suspicions. Professor Hisuk calls out his name from the podium, asking if student Sanju has an issue. Sanju merely bends the blade with a mocking smile. He thinks to himself that this is how they want to play, before answering aloud that nothing is wrong and he just needs to use the restroom. Just as he steps out to the stairs, still lost in his thoughts about how strange this is, a girl suddenly crashes right into him. Her eyes go wide in flustered embarrassment as she apologizes for being in a rush. But looking down, he realizes his shirt has been slashed wide open. Everyone acts completely normal, but in reality, they are actively trying to assassinate him. He is so numb to it at this point. Did she really just run around with a knife like that? Meanwhile, someone leaves an energy drink at his desk with a note telling Sanju to drink up and keep going. The note says they have been waiting for him forever. Unsurprisingly, he figures these are just low-rank hunter attacks, completely unable to harm him. Even so, he can clearly feel their raw murderous intent. Without hesitation, he reads the note while casually sipping the drink. Young Sanju stared at the water bottle, lost in thought. Is this thing actually poisoned? Just like that, 3 days slip by on campus. Inside a locked office, a secret meeting is now underway. Leading the briefing is the principal himself. He opens up, "Thank you all for gathering here today. C-rank medical professor Ma Ji-young and combat professor Ja Ok, listen closely." The principal continues, "As you know, today is the day we finally get rid of those noisy troublemakers." Principal Hu points them out directly. "Our main targets are those 2 boys, Young Sanju and Shin Junyeon." Professor Sung Wan slams his hand on the table, looking regretful. "We never should have tried to eliminate them from the start, especially Shin Junyeon, all because of that damn Haesung Guild." But another professor quickly chimes in, trying to calm the room, suggesting they see this as an opportunity. "If we can somehow win over Shin Junyeon, we can control the entire Haesung Guild." But Professor Sung Wan snaps back. "If it were that easy, we would have done it by now. And what about young Sanju?" Tension builds as Ma Ji-young calmly asks. Obviously, the academy students could not even leave a single scratch on him. Damn, is he really that strong? Even if we ganged up on him, we would stand no chance. You should have seen the terrifying look on his clones. The principal leans forward, a confident smile on his face. "Is that so? Well, do not worry, our master has not abandoned us. They are sending 2 A-rank assassins from the notorious 13 Scorpions. They have already landed in Korea." Professor Ma Ji-young gasps in awe of their master. Professor Ja Ok cannot hide his excitement. "Just as expected from our master." The principal looks out, soaking in their endless praise. "With the 13 Scorpions, crushing Haesung will be a walk in the park. We will eliminate Shin Junyeon and kill Young Sanju too. Just when these corrupt leaders think they're completely safe, watch this." The massive office door is suddenly blasted wide open. A young, highly sarcastic voice drifts in from the corridor. "Knock, knock." Young Sanju steps inside, eyes flashing with anger. "You know, when someone knocks, you are supposed to greet your guest." They stare in absolute shock as he casually walks right in. He smirks, "You know, you bastards made my last 3 days pretty damn miserable. So, while we are all here, let's decide your punishment." Professor Seon-won is the first to lose his mind, trembling as he stutters out his name. Young Sanju grits his teeth, looking right at him. "Yes, Professor. What is it? Surely you are not that surprised. After all, you have been watching me like a hawk during class." Instantly, the other professors jump up, and the principal speaks. "Hunter Young Sanju, I have no idea why you are here, but let's use our words to solve this issue like adults." Young Sanju's expression remains completely blank. "Sure, those are nice words." His clones suddenly surround the terrified group, but he coldly adds, "We only use words when we are dealing with equals." The clones grab each professor, pinning them flat against the table. Young Sanju calmly explains, "There are 5 of you, and only 1 of me. I needed some backup." Every single face in the room turns pale. With them locked down, Young Sanju kicks back in an empty chair, puts his feet up, and tells them it is time to talk. Resting his chin on his hand, he looks thoughtful. "The past 3 days have been quite surprising. The people trying to kill me are getting way too reckless." He scans the room, his voice dripping with pure ice. "Poison, ambushes, even snipers. Because of your little tricks, we had to block every single window in our building. After dealing with all of that, I only have one thought left in my head." His eyes flare with anger as he threatens them, "Brainwashed or not, I will absolutely not tolerate this anymore." Principal Hu desperately tries to de-escalate. Sorry to interrupt, Hunter Young Sanju, but what on earth do you mean by people wanting to kill you? Ignoring his useless excuses, Young Sanju simply gestures. In an instant, his clone snaps Professor Hisuk's finger right in the middle of the principal's speech. I don't understand. Over the professor's agonizing screams, Young Sanju speaks calmly, you had better stop talking absolute garbage. Ignoring their terrified faces, he shrugs. Though, feel free to keep talking if you think this guy has enough fingers left to snap. The muscular Professor Hisuk can't take it anymore. Roaring in pure anger, are you freaking playing with me? And bam, you had to love that hit. A clone's fist flies right into his jaw, sending him crashing down while our boy just sighs. Oh dear. Looks like you just lost 10 of your talking privileges. The principal's face twists in rage at this total disrespect. What do you think you are doing? At least tell us what you want. But the principal is still just spouting nonsense. From what I gather, if this academy goes down, we will not be the only ones suffering the consequences. Young Sanju casually waves his hand. Are you seriously trying to threaten me with the divine elixir? Cue the next round of screams. The principal slams both hands down, shouting that he is only stating facts. But Young Sanju remains completely unfazed. Then let me lay out my conditions. First, undo the brainwashing on every single student in this academy, and put an end to all this foolishness immediately. And second, make sure I am the only one representing us in the global tournament, so I can grab that elixir myself. Third, do not you dare report this to your master. Suddenly, the whole room panics. Principal Tran finally finds his voice and stammers out, I am sorry, but we do not understand you. With a sickening crack, Professor Haiseo snaps another finger, triggering a sharp and piercing scream. The principal is terrified but desperately forces himself to stay calm. You have completely misjudged us. Go ahead and kill us, because we will never bow down to empty threats like this. The old man is clearly stalling for time to pull a sneaky move, warning that Sanju should prepare to kiss that divine elixir goodbye. Without opening his eyes, he mockingly asks, you know I can hear you? I know exactly what you are planning. In this moment, his mind drifts back to the warning Junie Young gave him about never exposing his own weakness. Back then, he asked what that meant. Junie Young just crossed his arms, calling him way too soft, which made Sanju grind his teeth and snap, why does everyone think that? Believe me, I can be plenty tough too. That was when Junie Young leaned in, dead serious to get what we want. We must make them feel absolute terror. Careless, mindless violence alone will never do the trick. You have to show them your absolute determination and make them feel their own chains. Snapping back to the present, he pulls a file from his jacket. Look, I already know about your master's existence. Do you seriously not grasp what that means? The principal's face goes completely pale as Sanju drives the point home. Are you really planning to show these secret files to the entire world? How did you get that? The principal stammers, trembling violently at the sight of the papers. But Sanju is not done. This will not just end with your Korean branch. Every single academy across the entire globe will be forced to shut down and face a massive criminal investigation. He stands up with a heavy sigh. I do not know what your master is planning, but it is about to take a massive hit. Next, he commands his clone, who is currently holding a blade over Majin, let us stop wasting time and end this right now. Toss all these corpses into the dimensional portal and burn them to ashes, ignoring her desperate screams. No, please stop. The principal panics, begging, wait, just give us a little more time to think. Sanju coldly looks back. Why? So you can stall? Cold sweat pours down the old man's face. You have been busy secretly sending distress signals, right? Let me guess. You are waiting for those 13 scorpions? Suddenly, a wave of dark, ominous energy floods the room, turning the principal's face completely white. Massive, blood-soaked figures slowly step through the front door. The principal gasps in sheer relief. They are finally here, the 13 scorpions. But look at this, the real shocker is behind them, as the main character's clone drags their unconscious bodies inside, mockingly saying, yep, we are here. He tosses the broken assassins to the ground, leaving the principal utterly speechless. Sanju stands right beside him. Looks like your backup is not coming. I will give you exactly 3 seconds to answer. The principal shuts his eyes tight as the dramatic countdown begins to play. The moment the timer hits 1, the principal screams and bolts with all his remaining strength, thinking he only needs to clear this wall to escape. He activates his phasing ability to pass through solid matter for a brief moment. But just as he leaps, a glowing magic circle suddenly flashes beneath him, and a sharp chime completely cancels his skill. Driven by pure momentum, He slams face first straight into the wall with a painful cry. Oh damn it. A girl with a cigarette in her mouth steps inside. I had my suspicions, she says, but I never expected you to pull something this vile. An absolutely furious Yoonha demands, so this is why you sent me to the prayer room? Hearing her words, the completely unrepentant principal quickly shifts gears. Wait, what were those conditions you wanted again? Sanju just stands there watching, doing absolutely nothing as the desperate screaming continues. No, wait, I remember now. We will do whatever it takes to make it happen. Ultimately, the WHU principal and his men accept his terms, and the academy quickly goes back outside. Two people handling the aftermath chat as they clean up the mess. You did an amazing job, sir. Mr. Y, that very man, sighs in response. I seriously did not expect them to send foreign assassins after us. If it were just the two of us without Sanju here, things would have gotten incredibly messy, the girl replies. Exactly, he is ridiculously strong. Why on earth is he still just a B rank? Plus, if we suddenly cancel the history and system comprehension class, so they keep the class. But wait till you see what he and Junie Young stumble onto next. Junie Young is the first to speak. Is this the thing the principal mentioned? He nods. Yeah, it looks pretty gross. But in exchange, they let us destroy the brainwashing device hidden inside, turning the whole class into a completely boring, normal lecture. Staring at the bizarre, octopus-like creature, he commands, tear this thing apart. Right now, with President Yoonha assisting us, we manage to quickly wipe away the brainwashing effects, as she directs the students to filter out through the exit. Yet, weirdly enough, the brainwashing effects on the professors and the principal simply refuse to clear up. Yoonha slams the principal's head onto the desk and channels her magic, snapping, I think they are just naturally garbage, not brainwashed. He stubbornly snaps that they were chosen by their master, so nothing they do will ever work. And so, using his magic, he breaks the brainwashing on Haeyeon and frees her from those heavy chains. Seeing her still trembling, he gently asks if she is okay. With tears streaming down, Haeyeon stammers out Appa and quickly throws herself into his arms. She apologizes, saying she must have lost her mind. While he comforts her, telling her she did great, his clone screams in the background. Why are you apologizing to the master? Apologize to me instead. At last, those 3 chaotic days are finally over. Talk about a sudden tone shift. Inside a quiet room, some pretty suspicious sounds are echoing as they stammer back and forth. The other asks, yeah. So when is the next evaluation? It turns out the principal is massage bribing Sanju, trying his best to please him. He explains they look at stat growth, comparing his current power to his entry level, and they will grade him based on that massive jump. Sanju asks what his final grade is going to be, and the old man quickly replies without any hesitation. Of course, it is an A. Sanju is satisfied, but then turns to his instructor in annoyance, asking when they will finally learn a new skill instead of just shooting fireballs. Sweating profusely, the instructor stammers that he will be teaching him the freezing skill very soon. Ignoring the man's tears, Sanju threatens him to teach it well, because he will be watching. The terrified instructor just squeaks out a yes. What a miserable life. Meanwhile, in another room, a man with a triangular beard stares at a system board showing AAS and speaks up. The Korean branch claims the issue is resolved, but Scorpion 13 reports that the mission was actually a complete failure. He asks the young man for his thoughts, and the guy cheerfully replies that whatever his lord thinks must be the correct answer. The man laughs, calling it a lazy and boring answer, before asking what he would do if his own death was the true answer. Without hesitation, the youth agrees and slashes himself, spraying blood everywhere, while the leader just watches with his head propped up. Staring at the boy bleeding out on the floor, he indifferently mutters that he was only joking. Then he flashes a wicked smile, fully enjoying his absolute power. He calmly orders them to clean up this bloody mess and find out everything they can about this young Sanju. Back at the academy, the students react in 2 distinct ways, either profusely apologizing or completely ignoring him. One girl breaks down in tears, bowing repeatedly while sobbing that she is truly sorry and does not know why she did it. She stammers that she does not even know how to apologize enough, telling him he can report her to the police or ask for any compensation he needs. They either apologize with deep regret for what they did, or feel far too ashamed to look him in the eye and actively avoid him. Sanju figures it would be a lie to say he is not annoyed, but at least their apologies are sincere, so he is cool with it. Haeyeon walks up to his side and praises his acting skills, but Sanju just indifferently mutters what else was he supposed to do. He cannot exactly beat them up now that the brainwashing is gone. And besides, the real culprits have already paid the ultimate price. But when Sanju asks if their next class is physical training, Hyeon turns pale, shyly clutching her arm as she speaks up. She asks if they can finally go watch that movie they talked about before, mentioning there is a specific film she really wants to see. Sanju is surprised and tells her they need to train. He drags Hyeon toward the training room, lecturing her that her basic stats are way too low. Fine, fine, she groans, agreeing to go. Sunlight streams through the windows of the Hunter Academy multi-purpose training hall. The instructor announces that today's class is all about physical conditioning as he sits upright in his chair, lecturing the students. He explains that their base stats will be evaluated in the next session, and their final grades will strictly depend on how much their attributes have increased after training hard in this facility. Hearing this, the surrounding students start whispering. They wonder what is wrong with the teacher. Hyeon whispers to Sanju, asking if he did this. He simply reminds her that bossy jerks deserve a different kind of treatment. Sanju then asks her why she actually hates this physical conditioning class so much. Hyeon, sighing deeply, explains that even though her skill levels went up, her physical strength remains completely unchanged. Sanju points out that practice is the absolute key to mastering skills. Hyeon sighs in defeat, muttering that she will be right back. A series of targets are set up, each marked with different difficulty levels. Hyeon activates her Mana Master skill, looking pretty nervous. The other students gather in a corner to lift weights, while a guy wearing a striking red cloak focuses on channeling a bright blue energy blast. Sanju watches them, realizing his stats have already skyrocketed. Since he got them to exempt him from grading, he technically does not even need to be here. But hey, since we are already here, might as well get a quick workout in. These training machines from the JM group do absolutely nothing for him anymore. Sanju walks over to a heavy barbell next to the instructor, pointing at it to ask how heavy it can actually get at max settings. The instructor glances at the weight, explaining that it is controlled by magic stones. The gravity applied to it depends entirely on the raw strength of the person lifting it. The teacher adds something that leaves Sanju pretty surprised, mentioning that he can even set it to be completely unliftable. Simon's request completely catches the instructor off guard. So we are turning off the lift assist? Are you really sure about this? The instructor asks, explaining that this mode only boosts the raw training performance. Simon insists it will be fine and urges him to do it. So the instructor cranks the dial to the absolute maxima. Looking at the barbell, Simon notes that besides the internal tech, it looks completely ordinary and feels a bit light. Purple energy flares from both sides as Simon tries to lift it. Gritting his teeth, he realizes this thing is insanely heavy, but Simon is pretty happy this is the exact. The nearby machine starts smoking under Simon's insane force. Sparks fly from the weights, making the whole setup look incredibly intense. With a massive effort, Simon finally lifts it. Suddenly, the purple energy cores and screws break off, crashing down as the instructor watches in sheer shock. Simon firmly plants his feet on the ground as several glowing purple energy cores clatter down. Holding up the broken bar with both weights gone, Simon awkwardly apologizes, saying the performance was pretty good. The instructor clutches the ruined barbell with tears in his eyes, while thick black smoke billows behind him in the gym. Meanwhile, Simon is just thrilled because this school is loaded and they have absolutely incredible training gear. He plans to ask if he can use the gym at night for his clones. Then, Simon pauses, realizing he hasn't seen Junyoung around. Where could he be? The evaluation is coming up, so he must be busy. Elsewhere, Nox is having a serious chat with Junyoung. Is the academy really that dangerous? The Haesung group must prepare for anything. We stop them for now, but they remain a threat. Folding his arms, Squad Captain Nox asks exactly what kind of threat they are dealing with. Junyoung looks worried, admitting he can't say much because the elixir might be the very reason the academy falls apart. Nox rubs his forehead, telling him that as the second squad captain, his men will follow his orders blindly, but this isn't something they can handle alone. Nox asks again, noting he received some interesting info about Simon. What is your real motive for entering the academy? Nox's sharp questioning leaves Junyoung completely frozen, and you can feel the tension here. They gave him massive backing to get in, and now he is just wasting time making friends with Simon instead of playing his part. Nox drops his hand, stating that the only reason Junyoung needs help now is because of the upcoming exam. Nox stands up with a cold sneer, asking if he thinks he owns the world now, leading to these foolish actions. You should be focusing on working harder instead of wasting precious time on useless distractions. Nox walks away, leaving Junyoung alone. He promises not to tell their father and advises him to forget everything else and just worry about passing his upcoming evaluation. Junyoung sits in dead silence, absorbing the harsh words. The group clearly expects nothing more from him. Figure it out yourself. Back at the training grounds, Heian is giving it everything she's got, launching rapid blue energy blasts at a distant target. Thick smoke clouds the target as Heian hunches over, panting heavily. The level 3 training dummy didn't even budge. She stares helplessly at her hands. Just a few days ago, she was boasting to Oppa Simon, thinking she was strong enough to beat Skoden. And now, Oppa Simon can conjure a fireball that is far more powerful than anything she can produce. Heian grits her teeth, determined not to be a burden anymore. She suddenly screams, shocking Go Yoon and the nearby agent. Go Yoon asks what's wrong with her, saying she knew she was still totally brainwashed. But Heian weakly replies that this is her only refuge left. I want to become stronger. Please, let me join the GD organization. Night falls, casting the massive mansion into darkness while only one window remains lit. Simon's clone kicks the door open, demanding that they open up the training room immediately. The principal panics, realizing that these hunter clones don't care about the time of day at all. Simon says he couldn't train because of classes. The principal stammers, but the training room is off limits. Simon thrusts his fist forward, forcing a nervous laugh from the principal, who quickly agrees that using the facilities after hours is totally fine. Hearing this, Simon's clone turns to leave, warning them to keep the lights on all night. The principal meekly agrees. Shaking in fear, the principal mutters that he tried to stop him, so none of this is his fault. Walking with his clones, Simon maps out the plan, ordering 2 hours of training followed by hunting, repeated on loop. Shoving the gym door open, Simon tells his clones to use the equipment however they want, since they own the place tonight. But suddenly, he freezes. Wait, what is even in there? Elsewhere, Doan sits on a massive pile of slain beasts as a pink-haired hunter asks why he isn't answering. Doan calmly tells Hunter Aiken to go bully low ranks elsewhere, because he is eating here, making the other hunter grit his teeth in rage. Why do you talk like that anyway? Doan casually shrugs, saying he's simply gotten used to it. Dua looks at him with total confusion. Just listen to me first, it is about that monster Jun Young, he shouts out. Jun Young, that total bastard, I bet he faked his rank. He remembers the moment he choked Jun Young and lifted him high. After losing that fight, I went absolutely crazy and started a brawl. Suddenly, a glowing system screen pops up, catching him off guard. Wait a second. The system shows the opponent's stats are incredibly low, triggering a penalty for looking down on the weak. He clenches his fist, frowning. Sang-woo showed up, so I could not dig deeper. But Jun Young is definitely hiding something. Under the pitch-black night sky, light spills from a single window. That is the room of a B-class hunter, or as we usually call them, a high-rank hunter. Inside the training room, Jun Young is gasping for air, absolutely drenched in sweat. Sang-woo is completely shocked to see him like this. Jun Young supports himself on the floor. Right in front of him is a tiny 3-kilogram dumbbell, surrounded by empty potion bottles scattered everywhere. Jun Young collapses onto his hands and knees, his entire body trembling violently. He stares up with wide eyes. Why are you even in a place like this? Now watch this. The passive Archmage system screen pops up, revealing he can master any skill faster than anyone else. Every single skill you learn will be automatically upgraded straight to its maximum level. Then the system text flashes with a brutal penalty called the Weak Mage Curse, forcing all his stats down to 0.2. Sang-woo stares in disbelief, demanding a clear explanation. Jun Young is trembling from head to toe. Sang-woo asks what exactly happened, but Jun Young just turns around and tries to walk away. I am just training for the evaluation, and I am almost done. But Sang-woo quickly reaches out, grabbing Jun Young tightly by the shoulder. Do not just walk away like that. Jun Young violently slaps his hand away, screaming out, can you not see this? Collapsing in exhaustion after lifting a tiny 3-kilogram weight, is that not hilarious? He grits his teeth, saying it is the curse he got from awakening. Every stat of mine is locked at 0.2. Hearing that, Sang-woo stands frozen in shock. The professor rests his hand on his chin, asking if it is true that every learned skill immediately maxes out. After a nod, the professor tells Hae-sung that this is an unbelievable talent. We might be looking at Korea's very first S-rank hunter right now, but the boy can only offer a forced smile. Back then, he truly believed he was a magic genius, casting spells that filled the entire room with smoke. The professor next to him shouts in disbelief, did you master a fireball just by watching? Jun Young recalls that aside from his main awakening skill, he could copy basically any standard spell he witnessed. After only a month or two of practice, 2 staff members struggle to carry a heavy glass container, displaying a glowing blue orb inside it. Any advanced spell he could not easily duplicate was kept safe inside the Hyang Guild vaults, making him incredibly happy. Everyone placed their high hopes on him, and his father, Hai Sung, smiled with immense pride. He told him he was the absolute future of the Haiyan family, but then his face darkens. Back then, his father told him to keep working hard, and Jun Young would happily look up at him, but then the reality hit. His body began to shake, sweat pouring down, as Jun Young clutched his chest, gasping desperately for air. He tries to flex his muscles, desperately hoping to succeed, before collapsing onto his knees with one hand down. A supposed genius, yet every single stat is locked at 0.2. He runs on a treadmill, drenched in sweat and wishing he could have just confessed the truth. The professor holds up the evaluation sheet, hesitantly explaining his stats have not increased at all. Behind them, Hai Sung's face completely darkens as he turns away. Called into the tea room, Jun Young bows his head, trembling. Hai Sung coldly looks at him, muttering that all his abilities are locked at 0.2. Imagine hearing this painful truth. His father covers his eyes, declaring it permanent, as Jun Young desperately begs to keep training hard. Hai Sung slams the table, cutting him off to bark that the whole world will realize he is just a useless idiot. His father continues, saying that even if your skills are at the absolute highest tier, they are completely useless when your base stats are locked at 0.2. Everything is capped at 0.2, even his mana, leaving Jun Young in tears. I have been throwing massive amounts of money into a bottomless pit. Hai Sung coldly walks past his son, adding that he is still incredibly lucky, because no matter what you try to do, I will never have to waste effort stopping you. Jun Young tightly clenches the hem of his shirt. If I hit you even slightly too hard, you will die. Jun Young recalls, sitting quietly on the cold floor. Right after that day, the Hyang Guild completely erased every single trace of my existence, scrubbing all news articles off the internet and hiding everything about my skills. My hunter rank only managed to reach B class thanks to their backroom support. Sang-woo sits quietly opposite him, listening to the tragic story, and that was the exact moment I realized I could obtain the legendary elixir from the academy, a mythical potion capable of breaking any curse and healing every wound imaginable. For him, securing that elixir became the absolute purpose of his entire. Jun Young stares down at his hands. To hide his pathetic mana pool, he would conceal mana pills inside his mouth and carry potions in his daily water bottle. He takes a long drink from his bottle, muttering how desperate he truly was. Jun Young lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that after all his desperate struggles, he's still lost. Sang-woo is taken aback as Jun Young mutters that awakening might be a miracle for others. Jun Young hangs his head in utter helplessness. But to me, it is the absolute worst curse. Hearing this, Sang-woo frowns and thinks to himself, so that is why the weakening potion did not work in the team match. There was simply nothing left to weaken from the start. Sang-woo stands up with his hands in his pockets, asking who else knows about it. Jun Young replies that only his father, his brother, and a few captains know. Sang-woo then asks if you wanted to use weights. Why not train at home? Did you not think about getting caught? Jun Young snaps back, explaining he asked the principal to lock the doors, but who could have guessed someone would break in so late? Plus, these items were already used. Hearing Jun Young say that, Sang-woo pauses slightly. There is a gravity magic device that adjusts training based on the user's power, but when I got here today, it was already completely broken. Sang-woo asks out of curiosity, so what basic ability did you write down when registering? Jun Young answers honestly. 40. Sang-woo gasps in shock. 40? He grabs Jun Young's collar and yells, talk about thick-skinned. Lying has limits, but inflating it 200 times. Who would think they would actually test basic abilities? Jun Young slumps down in misery, asking what he should do now. I have to go, Jun Young says, turning to leave, while reminding him to keep everything spoken today a strict secret. Even the principal does not know about this. Please. Sang-woo scratches his head and curses. Damn it. Meanwhile, Jun Young walks alone through the campus, hands in his pockets, when he suddenly stops and frowns. He recalls that moment when a drunken Haesung held a wine glass while a girl massaged his shoulders, saying, "You want a teammate for the promotion test." Jun Young stood straight in the corner as Haesung grinned from his chair, asking if he knew Sang-woo, the guy who uses clones. I saw him when he was just an F rank. I mocked him alongside Junmo, and it was hilarious watching him struggle at that low rank. Now get this, Sang-woo cleared the B rank test all by himself, and those shocking words from Haesung completely freeze Jun Young in his tracks. Some people do not even dare to try promoting without a supporter, he continued, saying, I laughed at the person who picked up a pebble, only for that stone to turn into a rare gem. Yet the gem I polished every single day turned out to be nothing but a common rock. Back in reality, a hand suddenly reaches out from behind Shin Jun-young. While he is still muttering that even a pebble can roll, a mysterious figure suddenly ambushes Shin Jun-young from behind. He grabs his shoulder, making Shin Jun-young panic and stammer out, Who are you? Shuh, keep quiet if you want to stay alive. Elsewhere, under the dark night sky, as the high-rise lights flicker, a voice echoes, even if your skills level up, your physical strength remains exactly the same. The agent asks in disbelief, Surely you are not lacking in mana, right? The only skill I am confident in is mana. The agent replies hesitantly, But you should still be fine with the cadet assessment, even if it takes some time. Why? Where is this? The agent looks up and says, You said that before joining GM, but actually, there is someone who is a real master at utilizing mana. The girl on the chair says with a smile, But his training regimen is absolutely brutal. Finally, the day of the basic ability assessment arrives, and the instructor announces there are 5 evaluation tools in total. As the cadets warm up, Teacher G explains that it will measure strength, speed, stamina, explosive power, and endurance one by one. Once you finish one section, move to the next immediately. Teacher Jiahe commands with an expressionless face. Let the assessment begin. Footsteps step forward as the instructor tells them that anyone who feels confident should go first. With determined eyes, Shin Jun-young steps up. Standing before a flat wall, the staff member instructs him to hit it with all his might. Yes, below them, Dogan and Selkin mock him, saying he is up first. But look at those skinny arms. Let us see if you actually have any power. Shin Jun-young tenses his arms, veins bulging as a vibrant blue-purple light erupts around him. Sang-woo watches this speechless, but you knew he had to intervene eventually. Jun-young channels every ounce of strength into his fist with killer intent. His arm punches straight into the wall, sending thick dust flying everywhere. Seeing the massive dent Shin Jun-young left in the wall, the staff member stands there in utter shock, while Dogan and Selkin are left completely speechless, staring wide-eyed. A hand suddenly reaches out from behind Shin Jun-young as he walks along, muttering that even a broken clock is right twice a day. The mystery figure ambushes him from behind, grabbing Shin Jun-young by his shoulder and arm, giving him a huge fright. He panics and yells, Who are you? The dark-clothed figure raises a finger to his lips, telling him to quiet down if he wants to stay alive. Shin Jun-young turns around to see it is Sang-woo, asking what he is doing there, but Sang-woo simply shifts the subject to the upcoming assessment. Sang-woo calmly tells him to just answer the question first, asking if his chameleon skill can actually alter the physical appearance of other people. Shin Jun-young is quite stunned, asking what, before suddenly realizing what he might be planning. Are you planning to? Sang-woo turns around and walks away, explaining that they can disguise one of his clones to look exactly like him, which will easily get him through this basic ability assessment So Sanju stops in his tracks and clarifies, Do not get me wrong. I am still chasing the Elysia elixir, so do not expect too much help from me. Sanju turns with a smirk. But at the very least, I can clear away all the suspicions directed at you. Back at the test site, Jun-young, actually Sanju's clone in disguise, stands right in front of a heavily dented wall. The screen flashes. The proctor is completely stunned. His strength stat is exactly 40. Look at them whisper, is hitting a perfect, exact stat like that even possible? Just like that, the wall begins to regenerate itself. Next up is the reflex test, and Jun-young, played by Sanju's clone, effortlessly dodges every single bat. Stamina test next. He sprints at absolute peak speed on the treadmill. During the mana test, his hand glows with blue energy upon the orb. Then comes the endurance test, where a sharp poke to Jun-young's cheek makes him let out a painful cry. The proctor holding the clipboard just gapes in pure shock. Every single stat is exactly 40. The hunter evaluation for Jun-young is officially complete. They are stunned. Wait, isn't this guy supposed to be a long-range combat hunter? Absolute beast. Hitting 40 stats puts him in A rank, and Sejin is literally seething with rage. This is ridiculous. It should be completely impossible. Dwan just stands nearby with a smug smirk, muttering that he knew it all along. Forget about him. Just focus on your own test. Suddenly, the system inertia effect ends. Dwan frowns, wondering what kind of blade effect wears off this quickly. He had his suspicions earlier, but figures he might have just overreacted a bit. Instructor Go Ji-hyuk stares at the 2 report sheets, completely speechless. The massive contrast between Jun-young's 2 stat profiles is just too obvious. The trainer looks them over, deeply lost in thought. What kind of bizarre stat lineup is this? A flat 40 across the board is actually higher than my own scores. And yet, some stats even dropped. Go Ji-hyuk looks over and sighs. Hunter Jun-young's overall stats only increased by an average of 0.249, a bit underwhelming, but still not bad. Drinking water off to the side, the real Jun-young glares from a distance. He grimaces, cursing that idiot clone for setting every single stat to exactly 40 when he asked for average numbers. But seriously, is someone who can control their stats with that much precision even human? Looking around, he spots Duan and Seijin whispering to each other. They must be scheming some sort of trap. Come on, didn't you see him punch a whole crater into that wall? Jun-young narrows his eyes, his expression completely unreadable. He leans back against the wall and quietly thanks Sanju. Leaning in close, Sanju whispers to his fake Jun-young clone that it is time to make a quick exit. No way. His stomach is sloshing with potions. Sanju looks outside and declares his next move. He steps up to take the evaluation himself, thinking it is the perfect chance to clear up a lingering doubt that has been bugging him lately. While the proctor casually gives instructions, Sanju raises a heavy fist and charges forward with blinding speed. Instructed to strike the wall with everything he has. Sanju's eyes flare a deadly crimson as veins bulge across his face. Unleashing a massive wave of internal energy, his fist slams directly into the solid barrier. Cracks ripple outward as bystanders turn around in utter shock. An absolute explosion. The wall crumbles into rubble, sending thick dust into the air. Total silence. As the smoke clears, two figures stand completely frozen. With his eyes returning to normal, Sanju quietly notes that absorbing magic cores has stopped boosting his stats for quite some time now. He remembers when one of his clones was casually snacking on an orange crystal. Perplexed by his static status screen, he ordered the clone to gobble down as many as possible at once. Obediently, the clone shoves a whole plate of gems into his mouth. Staring at the screen, Sanju frowns as his stats refuse to budge. What on earth is going on here? He realizes this stagnation started right after number 7 got kidnapped, which triggered an absolute explosion in his overall power levels. Looking at his clone with a heavy sigh, he sighs that these crystals do absolutely nothing now except mutate his summons. How on earth is he supposed to utilize this guy now? Well, it looks like he needs to pay another visit to the Heritage headquarters to find out. Over in New York, the towering headquarters of Heritage looms majestic against the dark night sky. Inside the lab, Sanju sits rubbing his hands in pure excitement. Are you serious? Another complete failure in duplicating that clone skill? This is just an absolute tragedy. Burr approaches and asks if he is actually disappointed about that. Sanju just breaks into a wide grin, of course, since this is a highly intricate skill. Burr chuckles, pointing out they managed to apply the cloning process to a piece of their equipment, though it still fails to work on any living organism. Sanju is completely taken aback. Wait, what? How did you even pull that off? That is actually a huge relief. I was honestly hoping my clones would at least have some clothes on whenever I summon them. Burr turns dead serious. Creating a skill that surpasses the strength of the original is completely impossible. Being able to copy gear is just a unique trait of the cloning skill itself, which you still cannot utilize. The words from Becky leave Sanji pretty shocked. His skill can actually still be perfectly evolved. Out of nowhere, she suddenly asks if he knows that some people are dying to meet him right now. Would you mind? He just stares. What? Me? But before Becky can even finish, the lab doors slide wide open. Raven and Hubert step inside to introduce themselves, asking if he is really the master of that clone. I am Hubert, he says, as Sanji steps forward with a polite bow to shake his hand. Hubert continues, explaining he has finally made progress on a project he wanted. It is all thanks to your incredible skill, Hubert says, adding he was eager to meet. Sanji replies he is just glad to be of help. Even though I could not copy any items, Sanji says, as Becky smiles and introduces them. Mr. Hubert here crafted the items for the Heritage Company, she says. The cloak we handed you last time was actually one of his finest creations. Sanji smiles back, thanking him warmly. Becky then points to the other guest, adding that he must surely recognize Lord Raven standing right here. Hearing this, Sanji freezes. A quiet yes. Becky looks surprised, asking if he really knows him. Becky builds him up as the world's strongest swordsman, a legendary S-class hunter. Now, tell me, wouldn't your jaw hit the floor too? An S-class hunter. As far as he knows, there are no S-class hunters active in Korea. Is this really how he ends up meeting his very first S-class? Sanji scratches his head awkwardly, apologizing because he honestly does not know much about the hunter world at all. Raven turns away with a pout, telling him not to worry since he is not actually the strongest swordsman or any of that nonsense anyway. See, I am not even that famous, he grumbles. Becky explains that Lord Raven actually rescued number 7. Their company was behind the whole operation, and Raven literally demolished that entire lab to make the save. Sanji acts casual, but mentions he has a question, asking if Raven remembers exactly what kind of experiments they were running back there. He is pretty curious about what they did to number 7. Raven nods, saying he remembers it very clearly. Gesturing with his hands, Raven describes how the place was packed with all sorts of heavy machinery. Massive pipes ran everywhere, control panels glowed bright, and robots patrolled the halls. There were also these huge test tubes that looked just like giant cages. It felt like they were testing something massive. Hearing the description from Raven, a heavy silence falls over the entire room. He asks Sanji if those details are of any help to him. Raven strokes his chin, guessing their power bill must have been insane. But before he finishes, Becky cuts him off to explain the tests they conducted after saving the boy. Her voice hesitates, making Sanji deeply skeptical. Becky casts her eyes down, murmuring that he must already know. Yes, you are right, she says. The crystal elixir is meant for humans, but it has a terrible side effect that turns the user into a monster. It is an incomplete product, but because your clone is not actually a real human, it was able to absorb the crystal elixir completely. After watching the whole process, I believe we have finally figured out the exact mechanism of the elixir. Sanji is skeptical, asking if the version his clone absorbed was actually a finished drug with no side effects. So that explains why his own stats went up. Even though his clone never mutated into some hideous beast, Becky offers a soft smile, warning that this is just a theory. Any stats boosted through unnatural means have already reached their absolute limit. I believe that is precisely why the crystal elixir no longer has any effect on your stats, she adds, which means, she pauses. Watch her expression here. You can tell she is dead serious, as she tells him he has to train alone now. Sanji rubs his temples, wondering if he really has to get his hands dirty now, maybe by using a monster absorption skill. She asks if there is anything else he wants to know. Thinking it over, he realizes she might not actually know, but it does not hurt to ask. His sudden question makes Becky widen her eyes in absolute shock. Do you happen to know what the harvest day actually is? Instantly, all three stare at him with deeply unsettling eyes, making Sanji feel pretty uneasy. Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, Hubert slams a button down. A massive and violent shockwave erupts directly from Sanji. Sparks crackle around Sanji's wrist. He grimaces. His dampening bracelet has just been completely deactivated. Raven draws his sword, his face darkening. Don't worry. The translation function is still working fine. Pointing the blade closer, his gaze grows incredibly cold as he warns Sanji to choose his words wisely. Sanji frowns, instantly on high alert. Holding his hands out with a chilly expression, Sanji says, "Fine then, let me rephrase my question instead. Are you guys secretly aligned with the Academy?" The tension in the room grows heavy. It is suffocating, like they might clash at any moment. Hubert panics at the sight. Becky squeezes her eyes shut and screams, "Stop, both of you." She begs Sanji to back down. "We are not your enemies," she begs. Sanji glares right back, telling her that she cannot expect to convince him that easily. "You guys are the ones who started this," he snaps. Becky waves her hand, telling Raven to sheath his sword because Sanji genuinely has no clue. She desperately explains that Sanji's help is absolutely crucial for their master plan, something everyone in this room should already know. Hearing this, Raven sheathes his sword. Sanji pulls his dark aura back in. Finally, Bo lets out a massive sigh of relief. She continues, explaining that she will reveal what the harvest day is, but he must accept one truth before they begin. Curious? Bo touches her ear, a red streak flashing in her hair. "This world is much bigger than you think." Her words shock Sanju so much his pupils dilate. "We do not actually come from Earth." All three of them lock their eyes on him. "We are outsiders from a very distant place," she begins. "Our home planet was Tib, a peaceful world where many different species lived in perfect harmony." A vision of planet Tybon appears, a beautiful world overflowing with magic and nature. "The Urea Empire was once peaceful and beautiful," she continues, as a massive monster suddenly claws its way up, until Grenade invaded. The citizens fought back hard, using powerful weapons to drive the beasts away. The Empire stood its ground, but the threat of these monsters, beasts that slaughtered every living creature in their path, was something we simply could not stand against. In the skies above, massive black vortexes tore open. Hundreds of smaller monsters quickly started pouring out of those dark rifts. They possessed portal skills. Bo continues, explaining that the endless swarm of monsters was so overwhelming that no matter what they did, Every single territory fell one by one. As the soldiers fell, a single savior stepped forward, a man who appeared in the middle of Eurencia's absolute despair. His name was Jinstein, a brilliant scientist, and he came from Earth. Pausing briefly, Bo drops a bombshell that shocks Sanju. Jinstein was also the creator of the system. Wait, is the system actually just someone's invention? Sanju asks. And honestly, we'd be just as shocked as they were at first. Bo explains, I mentioned this to you before, right? Learning even a single spell is incredibly difficult, requiring someone to focus solely on magic for at least 10 whole. Because of that, almost none of our planet's citizens were actual mages who stood ready for battle. But she explains that Liber was different. He learned magic at an unbelievable pace, becoming the Grand Mage of Eurencia in just 5 years. We see Liber sitting at a desk covered in papers, focusing all his research on finding a faster way to master magic, desperate to increase their fighting force, so that absolutely everyone, even those with zero knowledge of complex formulas and low mana reserves, could stand up and protect the Empire. A glowing red orb rests on a pedestal, and that was exactly how skill orbs and the system itself were born. In a flat voice, she narrates that the plan worked. Even though the system was still incomplete, it supported basic offensive skills, and people started united. The people fought to destroy the monster. As the system grew more complete, people wielded advanced magic, and a spark of hope finally returned. Their only hope was that peace would finally return to Tib once Grandy was gone, as bloodshot veins slowly creep into his eyes. The long, grueling war dragged on relentlessly until the system was completed, and that was when Liber triggered the absolute slaughter. Bo is baffled. She still cannot understand why the citizens had to be slaughtered. Not even the descendants of the legendary Sword Clan and Dragonoids could stop him. He just kept killing, slaughtering, ending lives. So that's exactly how Eurencia collapsed in just one single week during the harvest. Can you believe one man destroyed an entire empire? Bo covers her trembling mouth, whispering that she still cannot forget that horrific sight. She turns to Raven, asking if there is anything else to explain. He replies that he did not see Liber often, so while a few details might be missing, the timeline is correct. Raven adds another grim detail. The only survivors? The 3 of them. That is it. Going by this world's calendar, that was 1995. You already know what went down 5 years later, right? Sanju gasps, remembering the massive disaster in the year 2000. He realizes the system exists on Earth too. Raven's face darkens. Yes, it's taking root. Soon, the harvest day will hit Earth. Meanwhile, in another location, Hyeon is panting heavily from sheer exhaustion. Haeyeon collapses, gasping that she cannot go on. The cat-eared girl just giggles, mockingly putting her hands on her hips. Get up. We still have a long way to go, she says. Flashback to 1 week ago, where a strange surge of energy flares up behind Hyeyeon. This right here is the cat-eared girl's raw energy. It was the original size of the fox orb skill she cast. She pulls her hand back and throws it with full force, slamming it directly into the targets as thick dust explodes everywhere. Pointing behind her, she asks if it looks just like her mana orb pure shape, but absolutely zero damage. Leveling up only increases its size. At this rate, even if you reach level 100, nothing will actually change. Her words leave Haeyeon completely speechless. You are just using it exactly the way the system tells you to, aren't you? The cat-eared girl raises a finger as an energy ball forms. You need to control and compress your mana. After all, your skill is literally called Mana Master, isn't it? Her face darkens, her eyes gleaming. The system is nothing but a simple tool. Even without it, humans can still master and unleash these skills perfectly. An energy orb blasts right through the entire wall. She glances over at Haeyeon, who actually casts the skill. Holding up a target, she says the size needs to be at least this big. She explains that, since Haeyeon's skill level is pretty low, it contains less mana, so she must compress it to be even smaller than hers. That compression is essential for explosive power. Shaking, Haeyeon forces herself up, complaining she has been doing this for an entire week. Plus, she has an evaluation today. Suddenly, the cat-eared girl chimes in, asking when she will actually get it down, like getting these targets to float. Are you really skipping today for an evaluation? Then resting tomorrow just because it is the weekend? Is that your master plan? Stuffing her hands in her pockets with a cool look, she says she is not even surprised, since he is already an A-rank hunter. Do you not think you are being a bit too greedy? Haeyeon clenches her fists as her hands tremble, while the cat-eared girl licks her lips, remembering how they caught those assassins with Sanju earlier, adding that he fought pretty well and looked incredible. She keeps teasing, driving Haeon totally crazy by saying even she wants to target him. Fuming, Haeon snaps at her to bring out more targets. No, bring out all of them. The cat girl runs off giggling, thinking youth and love are truly beautiful things. Wait, watch this. Let us switch back to the others as B asks a shocking question. So that explains why you brought up the academy earlier. Sanju nods, explaining that this so-called master is brainwashing a massive number of people to make this happen. B is utterly lost. What do? We have to stop this. Raven and Hubert also chime in, warning that they cannot act alone or the system will target them right away. Use others instead. Maybe start a public debate. But Sanju suddenly cuts them off. His face turns dead serious, as he states they cannot target the academy directly because his sister has the demon virus. He desperately needs the elixir. B is quite shocked by the demon virus, but Hubert demands to know if Sanju will just let the students keep suffering. Hubert reminds him they are being brainwashed, but Sanju casts his gaze downward, muttering that he will overlook anything for that elixir. His selfish answer leaves them in a pretty tough spot. Suddenly, Raven speaks up, asking if Sanju will join their side as long as they get him that elixir. With a sly grin, Raven offers to solve the elixir problem, but only if Sanju agrees to become his apprentice. Sanju freezes, total shock. Disciple B is equally stunned, calling out to Raven. Raven smirks, clarifying that he wants a disciple who does absolutely everything he is told, though obviously it is all to make him stronger. Still quite cautious, Sanju reminds him that he was literally just trying to kill him. Raven apologizes, explaining he thought Sanju was a system lapdog, then asks if the deal is not actually a pretty sweet offer. After all, Sanju already admitted he would do absolutely anything to secure that cure. If they can resolve that issue, they can work together to stop the end of the world, meaning they are on the same side now. He offers a gentle smile. Besides, after clashing with Sanju's clone earlier, Raven realized something pretty important. This kid definitely has the potential to grow incredibly strong. He asks for a final decision. Thinking of his sick sister still trapped in her hospital bed, Sanju agrees without hesitation. His fist trembles. No more doubts. He has absolutely nothing left to hesitate about. With pure determination, Sanju vows that if Raven gets the elixir, he will gladly be his dog. But Raven laughs, saying he wants an apprentice, not a dog. Look at this complete ruin. The scene shifts to these shattered skyscrapers, where John is running out of breath. An agent taps his earpiece, reporting that the target is on the run, ordering everyone to suppress him and bring him in. He grimaces, cursing loudly. John spits at that absolute bastard of a sword seeker. The guy pretended to let him escape, but he had already called the federal investigators beforehand. He gave that bastard all the precious information he wanted, so what else could he possibly need? Raising his wrist, he asks his bracelet companion Elisa, how many enemies are surrounding them right now? A robotic voice answers, saying 10, no, maybe 5. She is not sure, but probably around 20 people. The tracker is broken, and Elisa is completely short-circuiting. Nearby, an agent informs a red-haired girl that only one building is left to search. She orders them to shoot to kill if he resists, telling them to bring reinforcements immediately. Hearing their voices, John panics, realizing they are already here. Elisa glitches, mentioning she thinks someone else has just arrived, or maybe she is wrong. As the squad closes in on his position, John's voice fills with absolute despair. He collapses, realizing he could not outrun them in the end, but his foot suddenly bumps against some small stones nearby. His eyes light up as a desperate plan forms. Down below, the agents suddenly gasp, asking what is happening. A massive flaming meteor plummets directly from the sky, hitting the ground with an absolutely devastating blast. Amidst horrific screams, the raging flames completely incinerate almost everyone, leaving only the red-haired girl clutching her injured arm as she struggles to breathe. She frantically calls over her radio, requesting backup. But before she can even finish her sentence, she is ambushed from behind, dropping the communicator. A heavy boot steps right next to the girl's lifeless body. The man yells out, "Hey, Trevor, I heard you're around here. Or did someone call you Joe the Terrified?" Haesung raises his hands with a smirk, saying he came to rescue him, so don't be surprised and come on out, his business partner. Meanwhile, in a dark and gloomy room elsewhere, a mysterious voice echoes, "We have sent Trevor's coordinates over to Haesung just as you requested." The shrouded figure replies, "He has definitely arrived by now." The minion sighs, "Poor humans, sacrificing themselves for the greater good." The veiled leader then turns and asks, "Aren't you going to ask me anything? Like why did I order you to leak Trevor's coordinates directly to Haesung?" And why did those federal agents have to lose their lives? The subordinate calmly closes his eyes and replies, I have no curiosity about that. I only obey Lord Oracle. Pausing for a moment, the subordinate continues, Now, I request permission to head to our next location. The mysterious figure warns him to be careful, as the catacombs are a dangerous dragon's lair. Back with Sanju, Master Raven is teaching him about the sword. Today we will first learn the different sword forms before practicing some basic strikes. First, we will master the basic speed sword. Normally, we should cover internal mana circulation as well, but we will save that for a proper, structured lesson later. As Raven starts instructing him to relax his arm, Sanju looks completely blank and asks, Wait, what about the elixir? Sanju continues, I definitely told you that I would only become your disciple after getting that elixir. He hesitates. Yes, the elixir. I will get it for you later. But wouldn't gaining experience now help you level up much faster once you actually have it? Sanju throws up his hands and sighs. That was definitely not our agreement. Are you from another planet or something? No earthling would ever act like this. Raven can only offer a wry smile. Hey, watch your mouth. I am an S-class hunter. Even if someone brought an entire bag of cash, they wouldn't easily get a chance to learn swordsmanship from me. Sanju thumbs at himself and brags, Well, I am a clone user. Gramps, Heritage invested 12.8 billion won trying to learn cloning like me, and they still failed completely. And here's where it gets wild. Sanju points directly at him, saying that since the apocalypse is near, he won't completely ignore the offer. So I want a completely fair deal. You will get a disciple, but it will not be me until you finally hand over that elixir. Sanju closes his eyes and starts rambling about someone who is far more perfect than anyone else to be his disciple, who will do absolutely anything. He points over to clone number 7, who is currently gnawing on meat. This guy right here will learn your swordsmanship in my place. With that, Sanju happily runs away, leaving Raven frozen like a statue. Number 7. Good luck and make sure to listen to him. I have classes at the academy, so I will take off first. Raven lets out a helpless sigh, thinking at least he has someone to teach. Now, disciple, let's start with your basic stance. Clone number 7 suddenly roars out, startling Raven. I am definitely not your disciple. In Raven's mind, he envisioned happily learning the sword together with his student. My dear disciple, why don't we practice this today? Yes, master, eating and chatting happily together. Wow, this is so delicious. What is this dish? It is ramen, master. I bought it for you to try. He even imagined their emotional farewell, saying he had nothing left to teach him, and it was time to descend the mountain. But master, I still have so many more things to learn from you. Back in reality, Raven's face darkens as he sighs. First is the speed sword. I am starting the lesson now, so pay close attention. Sure, in the classroom, Teacher Hobe carries in a box, packed with glowing spheres. Today is finally the day you have all been waiting for. We are about to learn a brand new skill. Now I will distribute the freezing skill spheres to you all. We will do exactly like we did last time. You can already guess what happens next. The teacher hands the sphere to Sanju, who is lost in thought. So Raven, Arya, and Duver are not from Earth, but are actually aliens from a planet destroyed during the apocalypse. Their strange images flash in his mind. Janist, the legendary creator of the system. Lost in thought, Sanju accidentally activates the sphere. Why did he do that? For what purpose? The freeze skill has been acquired. The cold system notification snaps Sanju back to reality. Wait, is it possible that we won't even be able to use the system when the apocalypse comes? The teacher takes the sphere back, warning him. You should only use your skills in the training room, young hunter. Though the sphere is gone, a faint blue glow still lingers on Sanju's hand. I learned the absolute basics of mana control during meditation. So, what is the core concept behind it? Is it attribute conversion? A sudden thought flashes in his mind. I should be able to use mana without relying on the system. Ice Fire Blast. Ice Fire. Sanju curses in frustration. Come on, I am getting pissed off here. Just give me a fireball. Or an ice ball, you piece of garbage. Suddenly, the system pops up. Stop. Sanju stares blankly as a new notification appears, telling Dung Sanju to head to the catacombs. He stares at the system screen, displaying a message asking him to reply if he understands, wondering where on earth these catacombs are. He has no idea what this thing is, but it somehow knows his name. Sanju glances at his teacher, quite convinced this must be his doing. Mr. Hisa casually continues lecturing the class, announcing they will practice just like they did last time. But before that, He explains they have only ever trained inside the gymnasium, repeating the exact same routines day in and day out. This time, things will be pretty different, the teacher says with visible excitement. They will learn new skills through real combat with monsters in a dungeon. It is an international event, and their academy has been assigned to a specific one. Mr. Hisuk smiles broadly as he mentions the catacombs, making Sanju narrow his eyes in suspicion. He explains it is a massive dungeon with multiple sectors and basements. Meanwhile, a knock rattles the principal's office, and Haksu asks who is there. Sanju, with his hands casually stuffed in his pockets, kicks the door wide open, declaring his return. Sanju aggressively grabs Haksu by the collar and growls, asking if he wants to die, and if this was his setup. He admits he can't even pretend to respect him anymore, before his voice softens slightly to ask, "What on earth is going on here? What were you thinking? Sending them to train in the catacombs?" But the confused principal insists he has absolutely no idea what Sanju is talking about. He explains that dungeons are randomly assigned to academies across the globe for their practical training sessions. It is not like they can just change it. Sanju releases the principal, looking quite surprised, and asks him to confirm the news. "So you really didn't mess with my status window?" Haksu looks completely baffled, wondering what could possibly be on it. Sanju panics. If it wasn't the academy, then who? Suddenly watch closely, a new system message flashes. The text begs him to help prevent the apocalypse. Stunned, he wonders who could have sent such a crazy warning. Down at the special training grounds, a beast girl with prominent animal ears is holding a mana measuring device. Meanwhile, a trembling Heian struggles to reach out her hand, nervously asking her senior what she thinks of the results. The beast girl smiles warmly and happily announces that she passed the test. Hearing this, Heian instantly forgets all her exhaustion, suddenly bursting with absolute joy as she cheers. She immediately leaps forward to wrap her arms around her senior, thanking her with a massive smile. The senior tells her to maintain this output even when her skills level up, then teases her to hold on to Sanju tightly, making Heian blush. With a shy smile, she politely says goodbye before heading out. Once Heian leaves, the beast girl stares at the device and takes a deep breath, completely stunned by the massive numbers on the screen. She can't believe Heian was hiding so much raw mana. No matter how strong the enemies are, absolutely nobody can stop this technique. Back in Sanju's quiet bedroom, a mysterious, disembodied voice suddenly breaks the silence, asking if he can hear it. Sitting on his bed, feeling totally helpless, he demands to know who it is as white text flashes across a green screen. The screen replies that communication is restricted, making it hard to explain without getting caught by the system. If the system detects it, everything is over. The text continues, stating its only goal is to somehow prevent the impending apocalypse. Stunned by this sudden revelation, he still replies, claiming he has already heard plenty about this supposed end of the world. Rumors say the disaster is being arranged by the system and Liber. So why should he trust a voice coming from the system itself? The system quickly types back, pointing out that its screen is green. So they are completely different. I mean, can you believe this guy? That utterly ridiculous excuse makes a vein pop on Sanju's forehead as he snaps in pure rage. Looking at this absolute clown of a screen, the voice quickly reasons that if it were on the system's side, it wouldn't even contact him. Its mission is to guide the master regarding heritage. Hearing this, Sanju has to admit the logic is actually pretty solid. As he seriously contemplates the strange request, his mother suddenly calls out from downstairs that he has a visitor waiting. The system hastily bids him farewell, warning that they must stop for today before they get caught. It urges him to head to the catacombs and secure the 7 clues, as he is the only one who can stop the apocalypse. As the screen fades, he sits hugging his knees in heavy silence, deeply pondering whether he should trust this mysterious entity. He only agreed to help Heritage for the sake of the elixir. With nothing left to lose, he sighs, realizing the voice didn't even say what to do. The intense mental struggle is giving him a massive headache. He knows he can't fully trust anyone, leaving him totally lost. Lost in thought, his bedroom door suddenly swings open. Seeing Hyeon step inside, he stammers in absolute shock, asking what she is doing here and where she has been lately. She proudly raises her chin at his question, boasting that she has just completed her intense, special training course. She casually walks over to him while he sighs in defeat. Sitting on the bed next to him, she asks why he looks so utterly miserable. "Are you worried about something? Hey, don't just sit on my bed. There's a chair right over there." Meanwhile, the two parents are sneaking around outside, eavesdropping behind the door. They whisper to each other in shock. "Has Do Exon's daughter really grown this big already? Maybe we should head out and go shopping to give them space?" Meanwhile, The vibe inside is the exact opposite. Seeing him completely lost in thought, Han asks, "Is there really something you can't share with me?" He replies, "Dead seriously, aren't you even a little scared? The academy is totally messed up, and they're even planning to send us abroad." Han doesn't get why he is so worried, scratching her cheek, while admitting she doesn't trust the academy either. "I only trust you." When he's left totally speechless, she hits him with a double combo, a deeply trusting look, and a warm smile. I trust you 100%. He processes that for a moment before silently realizing she actually makes a pretty good point. Right, he thinks to himself. There's absolutely no reason to worry about the people he can truly count on. On the other hand, a super flustered Han hesitates for a long moment before finally stammering out that if he's ever feeling overwhelmed, he can always lean on her, though she definitely didn't expect him to say that he only trusts in himself. Han completely freezes in disbelief, while Sang-gyu gets incredibly smug. He suddenly remembers how ridiculously overpowered he is anyway. Honestly, who would be dumb enough to cross him? Meanwhile, in a completely different location, voices echo inside a quiet room. Young Sanju, South Korean nationality, B rank, active for 1 year, with an average stat rating of 70 stars. The person reading off this file is a man sporting a very distinct, triangle-shaped beard. Staring at the files, he grunts out that he had no idea a skill like this even existed, and they can't just sit back and watch anymore. Suddenly, a red-haired girl pops in shouting loudly, "Whatever you say, boss?" "Huh? Never mind that." Suddenly, bright beams of light crash straight through the room, making an absolute mess of the place. Triangle Beard gets super hyped. Look who finally decided to show up. It is Jumper, the legendary S-rank hunter, who just teleported in. He steps forward with an incredibly menacing aura, wasting absolutely no time in confronting the bearded man. "I heard you've been causing trouble again." The bearded man just raises an eyebrow, looking highly amused. "So, did you come all the way here to execute me?" Jumper clearly hates the attitude, coldly shooting back that it all depends on what he says next. And right here, the tension hits an absolute boiling point. The bearded man flares his blue aura, while Jumper tightly clenches his fists. After a tense silence, the old man finally backs down, waving his hand with a frustrated sigh. "Fine." He scoffs, claiming he has absolutely no clue about it, and did not even know that specific site was marked as an active dungeon hunting zone. Jumper remains completely stone-faced, pressing him further. "Are you seriously telling me you know nothing?" Suddenly, the red-haired girl next to him violently kicks some poor guy who's already face down on the floor, while the old man casually explains that the academy's basic dungeon runs are just low-level events, so he always delegates them to other staff members. "Here is your culprit if you want to lash out. Go take it out on him." Jumper stays completely quiet while the old man keeps talking, claiming he knows exactly what the hero is worried about, but assures him the 7 leads are still perfectly safe. After all, the dungeon's maze creator is still right there. Cut to the massive underground dungeon maze, where bizarre creatures are currently clashing with a group of hunters using all sorts of weird weapons. The monsters let out deafening, terrifying roars as the hunters launch an absolute barrage of attacks, completely overwhelming the beasts in no time at all. Up front, the heavily armored vanguards shout out for everyone to get back immediately. Meanwhile, the rookie students are completely losing their minds over seeing real monsters on their very first dungeon hunt. Right there in the crowd are Sang-gyu and Han, staring at the beast. A very nervous Han whispers a question while he calmly explains things to her. "What on earth is that thing? It is terrifying." He casually replies, "It is likely just a basic golem," but warns her that way more are coming. Keeping order nearby is Siona, the manager from the YOLO Guild, who is shouting at everyone to stay in formation because it is extremely dangerous. Recognizing her, Sang-gyu waves hello, and she immediately shouts back a cheerful greeting to him. When he asks what she is doing here, she cheerfully replies that it is just a part-time gig, because this massive academy is severely short-staffed. They simply cannot hire enough high-level hunters above C rank to keep up with the demand. Naturally, she asks what he is doing there, and he deadpans that he is just a regular student who needs serious protection. Hearing that ridiculous joke, Siana bursts out laughing and starts teasing him. "Wait, seriously? You, an academy student? Who's supposed to be protecting who here? You do not even need an instructor." Ignoring her laughter, he just gets straight to the point. "But honestly, what are we even doing here? Only the hired pros are doing the fighting while the students just stand around." Siona shrugs, admitting that the academy specifically ordered things this way, though she has absolutely no idea why either. Maybe the sheer number of students is just too high. The orders are simple: protect the academy kids, by keeping them far away from the monsters. After a brief moment, she has to head back to her duties and bids him a quick farewell. She whispers that since it is him, she will pretend not to see him sneak out of line to join the fight, as long as he helps her protect the other students. He playfully asks if he gets a share of the credit for helping. Once Siona leaves, Haeyeon turns to question Sanju, leaving him with no choice but to explain. She asks who that woman was, noting that they seem pretty close. He tells her to drop the scary look, explaining she is the YOLO guild manager who helped him before. But hearing this only makes Haeyeon react even worse, leaving him totally confused. What about Mihuhu that he mentioned before? She asks. Is she also here right now? Which big sister? He wonders, while Haeyeon guesses Mihuhu was the one who specially trained him. Deep inside another part of the dungeon maze, the atmosphere turns incredibly dark, filled with dense fog and unsettling, creepy noises. Right in the center, a dark figure sits surrounded by a pile of skulls littered across the ground. Clutched in his hands is a glowing orb he stares into, while constantly muttering to himself. He keeps rambling about how there are way too many people, completely oblivious to the glowing magic circles surrounding his seat. Here's where it gets wild. The creepy person muttering to herself is actually the master of the tomb, the very creator who designed this massive, deadly labyrinth. She stammers nervously, realizing that she might be in big trouble. Meanwhile, back with Sanju, he suddenly senses something massive approaching. Without a second thought, he pulls Haeyeon into a tight embrace, making her blush with embarrassment. He tells Haeyeon to stay close, as the ground begins to violently shake, finally tipping off the others that something is wrong. People panic, wondering if it is an earthquake, and yell for everyone to stay in line, as the violent tremors throw the entire area into absolute chaos. Sizing up the danger, Siona quickly takes charge and orders everyone to get away from the rapidly collapsing sinkhole. She screams for them to fall back and run as everyone scrambles away. Clutching Sanju's shoulder, a terrified Haeyeon is gently reassured by him that she will be fine. He tells her not to worry, but then his eyes widen in shock as a sudden system alert pops up ordering him to jump down. He silently agrees and hands Haeyeon over to one of his clones, leaving her completely baffled. He tells her one last thing before leaping straight into the dark abyss. He tells her to go on ahead. Watching Sanju vanish into the pitch-black depths, Haeyeon can only scream his name in utter despair. Meanwhile, Sanju is busy bickering with his system, warning it that if this turns out to be a trap, he will personally tear it apart. The system cheerfully agrees, but Sanju remains completely dead serious. He demands to know its true identity once this is over. After a long moment of free-falling, he starts to relax and marvels at the strange sensation. It feels as though he is no longer falling, but rather suspended in the air, with the world itself cradling his relaxed body. Keeping his eyes closed, he lets the incredibly soft and warm sensation wash over him. But the system immediately ruins the mood with a single alert, and when he opens his eyes, he is surrounded by pitch-black darkness, rubble, and human skulls. The screen literally tells him he is buried alive. Trapped under the heavy debris, Sanju frantically tries to plan his escape. Pushing this heavy debris away is not the hard part, but since he is completely sealed in with zero visibility, he has no clue which direction to dig. Just as he is about to pick a random direction to tunnel through, someone on the outside suddenly starts blasting through the thick rock wall. Sanju's eyes widen as a blast of bright blue energy sweeps away the rubble, followed by a voice activating a terrain and life form scanning skill. But get this, the absolute shocker is the familiar face standing right in front of him. Seeing Sanju standing there completely dazed, Junyoung cannot resist bragging about his incredible abilities. He brags about having such a handy skill. Snapping out of it, Sanju greets him and asks if he also fell down here. Junyoung replies that he has no intention of abandoning Alicia. Taking a quick drink of water, he honestly explains how he ended up here. He asks if Sanju honestly expected him to run like the others, admitting he got too exhausted and just tumbled down. Sanju wonders why he sounds so incredibly proud of that. Shaking his head, Junyoung warns him that the situation is no joke. He suspects many other academy students fell down here too, making Sanju realize the catastrophic destruction is happening all over the dungeon. Sanju slowly sits up and turns to discuss their next move with Junyoung. Observing the multiple dark paths, Junyoung explains that this tomb dungeon is structured exactly like a massive, confusing labyrinth, and unfortunately, they have plunged right into the deepest parts of it. Pausing to warily scan the vast, creepy space around them, Junyoung adds in a low voice that absolutely nobody knows where these passages actually lead. Sinking into deep thought on the pile of rubble, Sanju eventually asks Jun-young if the cooldown on his teleportation skill is finally over. Jun-young confirms it and asks if he is planning to leave too, but Sanju bluntly tells him to just go ahead alone. This unexpected rejection completely snaps Jun-young's patience, making him instantly explode with rage. There is absolutely no telling what kind of monstrosity might crawl out of a pitch-black place like this, and before he can even finish that sentence, a massive, bizarre creature looms right behind Jun-young. Instant reaction. They stomp down hard, instantly crushing the beasts. Thick dust fills the air alongside the endless shrieks of the dying monsters. With the threat cleared, Sanji announces he is heading deeper in. No time. I cannot keep protecting everyone around me anymore. If you have got the confidence, feel free to follow me. While Jun-young decides it is time to open up a teleportation portal. Hearing that, Jun-young decides he is going back, which earns a quick nod from Sanji, who calls it a pretty smart choice. But just as Jun-young steps through the gate and Sanji turns to leave, the guy suddenly pokes his head back out, looking totally bewildered. Sanji lunges forward, grabbing his collar to demand what he is doing, but Jun-young looks just as lost. What on earth just happened? Damn it. After a brief pause, he explains there must be a barrier blocking coordinates across this entire dungeon. Sanji is clueless. What does that even mean? Anyway, Jun-young slowly explains that it acts like a security system, completely locking down the space so no one can teleport in or out. Noticing a fallen monster twitching, Sanji steps over to investigate while continuing his conversation with Jun-young. But my portal worked fine. How? Jun-young clarifies that Sanji's skill uses a fixed coordinate system, which works differently unless they can get a scroll with set coordinates locked onto it. Sanji grinds his teeth and mutters, "Great. You just wasted a scroll, and since I cannot protect you, you are strictly on your own." Ignoring the distant shrieks of the monsters, the two choose a path as Sanji takes the lead. "Just keep up with me," Sanji yells, while Jun-young scrambles behind. Meanwhile, a completely separate group is lost, shivering with anxiety. Heian is trembling, crying. She has completely given up hope, desperately wishing she was anywhere else. Right then, Goguryeo Guild's vice manager, John Min, steps up to calm everyone down, urging them to stay together no matter what. He then turns to his subordinate, asking if there is still no way to contact the upper floors, but the man reports absolutely zero signal. Whining students. It only makes him more anxious about what they should do next. "I do not even know how to fight," someone grumbles, despite everyone actually having basic combat training. Without any real combat experience, these poor kids are absolutely terrified. But check out this contrast. Let us head back to see exactly how Sanji and Jun-young are holding up. Giant monsters. They are locked in battle against them. One of Sanji's clones snaps in frustration, demanding to know why these bastards keep reviving, while the real Sanji finishes off another wave and makes a grim observation. They went down incredibly easy on the upper floors, but down here is a totally different story. Jun-young agrees, noting that these beasts are much stronger than the ones above, especially since those skeleton soldiers have already revived multiple times. Just then, John Min spots them and looks completely taken aback, prompting Sanji to ask if he is one of the academy instructors. "Yes, I am Goguryeo Guild's vice manager, John Min, and you two must be Hunter Sanji and Hunter Jun-young." Hearing this, the nearby students start whispering in total excitement, recognizing Sanji and Jun-young as the academy's two absolute strongest cadets. "We are saved." Still, some feel pretty uneasy around a wild hunter like Sanji. Sanji nods. But as the beasts twitch again, he groans that these annoying bastards are already reviving once more. "Smash them to absolute pieces," he orders. That is the only way to stop them from coming back. Incredible teamwork. His clones immediately charge in to do the work, leaving the students staring in absolute shock. "We are completely doomed," the students panic. While a pale-faced John Min tries to hide his fear and asks Sanji about his true motives. "Excuse me, but have you run into anyone else down here?" the manager asks, as Sanji replies completely unfazed. "You guys are the very first ones we have seen," Sanji tells him, as John Min sighs that they still cannot reach the surface. "Reach the surface?" Sanji asks skeptically, prompting John Min to admit that there might actually be a way. Nearby, Heian clings to Sanji's clone while crying hysterically, desperately asking if he is hurt and why on earth he jumped down here. "Are you totally insane?" she sobs, while the clone gently tries to comfort her and tells her to take a deep breath. The vice manager cuts in to mention there is a specific communication device, though Sanji will not be able to get inside it. "No one but me can access it," John Min states, But Sanji ignores this entirely and asks Heian about the situation up top. Heian explains they are currently counting how many fell, while Sanji notes they have got a group of academy cadets led by John Min. If we can figure out exactly which floor we plummeted from, we might be able to pinpoint our current location. Looking over at the exhausted students resting nearby, she nods and promises to relay that vital information to the surface right away. Suddenly, a loud scream startles Min. A spider. What on earth is going on? All while Sanju is still trying to talk. Oh, and teleportation is totally off the table here. Apparently, some kind of interference skill is blocking it completely. I need as many clones as I can get. If our telepathy still works, I will recall number 6 immediately, so just try your best to stay safe. On the other side, Heian hears him and tells him to do the same. Be careful. Shin Juni-yan immediately questions Sanju's master plan, asking if he seriously intends to just camp out in this dangerous spot until rescue finally arrives. He quickly explains that he will leave a clone behind while his real body searches elsewhere. But the second he turns to ask the manager, his jaw completely drops. Right then, the hallway goes completely empty. Both he and Shin Juni-yan are left absolutely stunned by the silence. Shin Juni-yan completely loses it. What the hell? Where did everyone suddenly vanish to? Sanju is highly suspicious, not a single sound of fighting. He tells Shin Juni-yan to use that tracking skill. And watch how fast the tension rises here. Shin Juni-yan yells back. Damn it, you told me to guard this spot. Still, he channels his mana to scan the area, and the result leaves him dead silent. There is absolutely no one else within 3 kilometers. That answer leaves Sanju and his clone completely freaked out. How is that even possible in a place like this? I thought teleportation was totally blocked here, Sanju mutters, and Shin Juni-yan heavily nods. Exactly. Those people do not even possess teleportation skills. Losing his cool, Sanju demands to know how the hell this is happening. Before they can even think, the ground violently shakes as a massive horde of monsters swarms in to surround them. Shin Juni-yan curses in sheer annoyance, but Sanju stays surprisingly calm, trying to analyze their bizarre situation. This place is not just a standard dungeon maze. The actual space around them is constantly shifting and changing. Meanwhile, in another space altogether, a man unleashes a flurry of majestic sword slashes. His incredible S-class hunter stance is fully on display. Once you master the sword shape, the path your blade travels will turn into a complete vacuum. It is a legendary sword technique designed to slice through opponents by completely manipulating the wind itself. They call it Stormbringer. But when Ven turns around, he sees Sanju casually eating and asks if he is even paying attention. With a completely blank face, Sanju just nods. Ven stabs his sword into the dirt, trying to calm his anger, reminding himself that he is a professional S-class instructor. First, you need to master the basic shape of your sword. As Sanju wipes his mouth, the S-class hunter continues. Even feeling a tiny vibration in the air is already a massive step towards success. Mastering the sword shape is tough. Remember, do not swing with your whole arm, use your wrist. But while Ven is still lecturing, Sanju suddenly grabs the sword, takes a perfect stance, and unleashes a flawless slash that leaves his teacher utterly speechless. Ven can barely find his words. How on earth did he do that? Cut back to the present. A brutal battle is raging with shattered skeleton bones scattered everywhere. Shin Juni-yan celebrates after crushing another wave, but the endless screaming of the skeletons never seems to stop. Since these monsters keep resurrecting, Sanju grits his teeth, screaming for them to just stay dead. Suddenly, the system chimes in, warning that this endless cycle will continue until they defeat the space manipulator. This only makes Sanju even more damn it, what are we supposed to do now? Watching the horde draw closer, Sanju asks if some bastard is really manipulating this entire space. Number 7 quickly confirms they need to track this guy down immediately. Hearing that, his determination surges. He will not let this villain do whatever he wants. Elsewhere, massive boulders shift continuously. A mysterious figure moves through the chaos, muttering to himself that there must be a specific reason his master ordered him to deal with Sanju. He picks up a shattered skull, muttering that Sanju has outstanding combat abilities. He laughs, saying that looking at the kid reminds him of his old foe. Morel pauses for a moment, whispering that having so many undead around indeed makes him incredibly powerful. Looking down at the endless pile of skulls covering the ground, he sneers that ordinary humans always have their limits. Back to Sanju, he is frantically unleashing skills to tear through the monsters, but a dark thought keeps nagging at his mind. Is this nightmare never going to end? Crushing a skull under his heavy boot, He realizes fighting resurrecting monsters takes at least 2 or 3 times more energy than a normal battle. Every time he thinks he lands a killing blow, they are actually just shifting into another dimension. Realizing this, Sanju grows incredibly frustrated, grumbling about how these damn monsters keep rising. Is there seriously no other way to stop them? Standing nearby, Shin Junhyeon mentions that holy power is the only thing that can incinerate them. He jokingly suggests that maybe Sanju should start kneeling down and praying right this second. Angry and gritting his teeth, he threatens to teleport his friend right into the middle of the enemy horde. But holding his blade, those words spark a genius idea. Fire. He turns to his clones with a wild plan. Can you guys summon massive fireballs to distract them? One clone conjures up a text reply, simply saying, fine. Gripping his sword, he speaks with complete seriousness. Now, guide that fireball straight to my blade. The clone goes quiet, thinking. Then it replies, all right. The area is shifting and someone is calling you. Tell me, apprentice, what is your plan? Sanju looks at Javen and says, I was only copying you. He lifts his swollen hand, showing how his wrist made the old man gasp. Oh man. Sanju quickly tries to calm Javen down. Do not worry, it heals in 3 minutes. Javen studies him closely. Your healing factor is incredibly high, he remarks. Secretly, he wonders if the boy's sword speed is already as fierce as a Category 3 storm. Clenching his fist, the master feels a deep, silent admiration for the kid's talent. I knew he was sharp-eyed, but this physical control is unreal. He is turning out to be one seriously dangerous kid. With proper guidance, he could become the ultimate blade to pierce liver. Look at Javen's silhouette. The old man is dead serious about this now. We are going to start a new lesson now. Take a seat, my disciple. As we transition into mana structure, the scene shifts to a different dimension filled with blazing flames and wild, ecstatic laughter. Right there is Sanju, triumphantly holding a sword infused with fire from his clone. The boy proudly boasts, now this is a holy sword, perfectly fused with a raging fireball. But Junyoung immediately objects, arguing that it is literally no different than just chucking a regular fireball at the enemy. Sanju asks back, totally baffled, can't you see the divine power surging through this weapon? With that, he swings his burning blade toward the target and yells, watch this. A single slash sends the nearby beast screaming in agony. The surrounding beasts get caught in the spreading flames, left with only their scream. Junyoung is left completely speechless by the chaotic sight. Staring at the smoking battlefield covered in ash and debris, Sanju turns around to brag about his victory. They are infused with Holy Spirit now, he brags, while Junyoung just sighs, sure, let's go with that. Sanju grumbles at his friend's attitude, completely unaware that a strange figure is slowly creeping up behind them. You complain too much. Sanju snaps, why don't you go use some divine power yourself? Junyoung sighs in defeat, admitting he has a similar skill but can only hold it for 0.5 seconds. Just then, the stranger speaks up to grab attention, asking if they are hunters. He is an incredibly thin, pretty strange man, marked by 2 long scars on his face. The boys ask who he is, and the man casually requests directions to the exit, claiming he got lost while sightseeing around the area. Sanju glares at him, repeating the word sightseeing. He is clearly thinking there is absolutely no way this guy expects him to buy that ridiculous story. Even so, the boy points down a corridor, telling the stranger he doesn't know the exact exit, but that way leads toward the outer path. The man beams with delight, saying, ah, that is more than enough. Thank you. Just as Sanju is about to press him for his true identity, demanding to know who he really is, the strange man suddenly bends down. Oh dear, your shoelace is undone, the man mutters, ignoring the boy's questions as his expression suddenly turns dark and intensely cold. Hey, hold on. The man grabs him tightly, telling him to just stand completely still, uttering bizarre words that leave the boy entirely baffled. Do not worry about the path you are currently walking on. Just keep pushing forward, and you will do fine. Neither Junyoung nor the clone can make sense of this, especially when the stranger adds that the day of truth is drawing near. Junyoung is completely lost, wondering what on earth this lunatic is babbling about. But the man just pushes off his knees to stand, casually thanking the boy for the helpful directions. He then wanders off with a slow, heavy stride, muttering under his breath that everything is playing out exactly like the prophecy. Sanju has absolutely no clue what just happened, grumbling about how weird that guy was, when a sudden sound rings out beside them. The telepathic connection is finally established, with Haeyeon's voice coming through a glowing magic circle to reach him. She promises a rescue squad is on the way, if he can just provide their coordinates, making him ask if awakened hunters are coming. But there is a massive problem. The ground beneath their feet begins to rumble and shift. He warns her that this space is heavily distorted, meaning everyone inside is being randomly teleported around. In fact, it is shifting again. Right now, on Haeyeon's end, static and frantic noises crackle through, and she confesses they have completely lost track of Hunter Min's squad. Siona anxiously points out that the rescue squad might find nothing but an empty room. An armored ally agrees, urging her to tell the responders to move fast before everyone gets warped away again. Hearing this, Haeyeon completely panics. What if your coordinates keep constantly changing? Pinpointing your spot is impossible, but Sanju confidently tells her they can manage it. Wait, what? Keeping his cool, the boy smiles and explains that everyone with him possesses a perfect memory. He tells her to get ready, because they are about to map this entire maze out. And get this, while they plan, a floating sphere is silently watching every move they make. Nearby, a dark voice whispers, so, they are being split up? It is the Tomb Master himself, weaving a massive spell while muttering under his breath. Exactly. If they cannot stay in one place for long, what will they do next? They are trying everything they can to figure out the structure of this place at all costs. Thinking about this, he gets absolutely hyped up, but it is totally useless. They should know that trying to orient themselves in a warped space like this is completely pointless. Dealing with them is honestly too easy. Watching the figures running through the crystal ball, he gets even more thrilled, laughing, and telling them to just wait a little longer. Yes, keep running. Haha. Adjusting the spatial stone slabs, he laughs even louder, but what she sees suddenly stops her cold. Her eyes widen and her jaw drops, completely speechless. Meanwhile, Sanju's clone is running around, carefully observing every single spot she visits before reaching a final conclusion. She realizes she has seen this terrain before, noting it is point A. Then she adds that they are 500 meters away from where their first incident happened. Since they were at this exact spot earlier, they should now be right at the first intersection up ahead. Looking in several directions, she becomes even more certain. Going right, left, then right from point B3 leads to point A2. The enemy is about 640 meters to the left of point A3. That is where the battle took place. She visualizes the maze layout based on the paths taken, mapping out where Jong Min's hunter group is currently located. That is point C3, and right leads to D2. Starting from the beginning, she sits on the ground to sketch the maze layout, moving 14 meters forward and turning 30 degrees left. Next to her, Shin Ji-young is completely confused, asking what she is doing. She has to explain, telling him that she sent her clones to scatter and trace the exact paths they took. Looking closely at the paper with her clone, she explains that no matter where they get teleported, remembering their precise path will guide everyone directly to the final convergence point. Gazing at the pile of drawings collected from all her clones, she adds that they can easily piece together a complete map this way. Shin Ji-young immediately speaks up, asking how on earth they can remember their positions and find the right direction. She replies with a completely straight face that she just can. Suddenly, voices echoing from multiple directions catch her off guard. I have located Jong Min's team, along with another group of Academy survivors. We have the same situation here. Her voice reaches Han's group. Can you all still hear me? Han quickly replies, confirming that the rescue squad is currently very close by. She quickly responds that she will share their location, while her clone chimes in to explain the details starting from the north. Pointing out the closest spot to where the first incident happened, she successfully guides all the groups to reunite in one place, filling everyone with joy. Helping each other, they move toward safety. Han even runs up to Siona, hugging her tightly for a long moment, allowing Sanju to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, they survived, which is a massive win. But watching this reunion through her crystal ball, the maze controller growls in pure frustration. How did you do this, Sanju? Luckily, her clones have returned with the sketches, and the layout of the map is almost complete. And check this out, once everyone gathers up, they realize the entire maze forms a giant circle. Sanju holds up the drawing and suggests that the teleportation must be triggered by some kind of skill. Shin Ji-young chimes in, pointing out that if it is a skill, it must have a range limit, meaning the creator of this maze. Saying this, he touches the center circle, claiming it must be the core of this place. Hearing that, Sang-woo yells out for everyone to gather up and find out who caused all this. I won't let Jun-young cuts in, telling him to wait. He grits his teeth in anger, while Jun-young blankly tells him that he needs to get out first and to take him to the rescue team. Meanwhile, the owner of the tomb finally gets some rare peace. It takes a long time before he begins talking to himself. Sorry everyone, I could not save you all, he mutters to himself while searching his body. But it is fine. there is still a way. At least I will stop anyone who dares approach this place. Pulling out a small vial, he looks at it and remarks that perhaps the master had already predicted this. Clutching the vial tightly, he is filled with joy, whispering that with this, he can return to when everyone was still happy. After a pretty long silence, he remembers the past, when the sky suddenly ripped open, monsters poured out, and everyone died. The flashback shows his younger self witnessing that horrific sight, with the streets literally piled high with dead bodies. Suddenly, a static voice crackles from the flat radio, telling anyone listening to pay close attention. One of them exclaims that the radio is working, meaning the broadcaster must still be alive somewhere. The radio keeps blaring, announcing that a very strange phenomenon is happening simultaneously all over the world, with monsters pouring from unidentified gates and people being brutally. We are calling this phenomenon the Great Disaster and declaring a state of national emergency. Everyone in the group stands completely shocked by the massive news, while the radio warns them to leave immediately if they spot anything strange. If you spot an unseen creature, do not try to provoke it. Just hide, gather food and water, and wait for rescue. But get this, as they turn around, a skeleton suddenly starts to move while the radio keeps blaring that this is not a drill. Repeating, this is not a drill. A guy with glasses spots the skeleton assembling itself and tells everyone to look over there. Seeing the skeleton holding a weapon, the whole group starts running while someone screams that the skeleton is moving and to run. Seeing the skeleton rushing straight at her, that girl trips and starts crying hysterically, begging for someone to save her. Just when she thinks she is dead, nothing happens. Someone in the group shouts that it disappeared, while the caster finishes his spell, walks over, and warns them not to go outside. He continues assuring everyone that he is fully capable of protecting them here. That was Labyrinthos, a magic technique that distorts space in a specific area. Any space-related skills, including teleportation, are completely useless when trying to travel between this distorted area and the outside world, though the labyrinth itself remains active. Once back in the present, he stands inside the magic circle, claiming he is only trying to keep everyone safe and warm. A strange aura pours down, wrapping around him before spreading outward as he mutters to himself once more, "Why won't anyone just understand?" He throws his head back, screaming through his tears, "Why does nobody understand me?" The scene cuts back to our main group above, where the rescue team is finally shouting down for them to use the ropes and climb on up. Shin Jun-young just stares at the lowered rope, hesitating to climb. Annoyed by the delay, Sanju immediately orders number 2 to just carry him up. And look at that, before they can even make a move, the space around them violently distorts, leaving everyone completely baffled. Sanju quickly snaps, "What is this?" He reacts instantly, slashing at the barrier with his sword, but it does absolutely nothing. Damn it, he's blocked. Sanju realizes he'll have to use his own space skill, forcing a panicked Shin Jun-young to ask if he's being left behind. Sanju touches the distorting barrier, completely shocked to find his own space skills are blocked too, even though he thought they'd work. Isolated, the two stare at the barrier in silence. Shin Jun-young sighs, accepting his fate. Looks like this is the only option left. They'll have to head straight to the center as planned. Besides, Sanju was planning to stay and help him anyway. Time to move. Meanwhile, Ha-yeon's group is in a total panic after getting separated. She can't even see the rope anymore, desperately calling out for her brother. Suddenly, a familiar voice catches Ha-yeon off guard, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. The newcomer hurls a small sphere directly at the barrier, triggering a massive explosion that fills the entire area with thick smoke. It's the Beast Girl. Seeing her blast did absolutely nothing, she scratches her head in frustration, wondering if it's still not enough. While Ha-yeon calls her name, she warmly waves back, thrilled to see Ha-yeon is totally fine, before greeting the clone and immediately asking what the hell is going on. Hearing that Sanju is still trapped inside, Ha-yeon confirms he's in there with Shin Jun-young, prompting the Beast Girl to weigh in. She doubts he is in any real danger, but leaving things like this is a recipe for disaster they absolutely have to deal with. The bastard who is currently casting this space-blocking barrier. As she speaks, the Beast Girl points directly toward the massive wall, but as you can see, she can't break this barrier. Anxious, Ha-yeon asks what they should do since teleportation is totally useless, prompting the Beast Girl to step closer and ask what she means. Of course, they have to try using her skill. Ha-yeon hesitates, stammering out a quiet, "Me?" The Beast Girl smiles, telling her to show the results of all her hard training. Meanwhile, Sanju and his clones are busy tearing through waves of skeletons. Guiding the team, he realizes they're being pushed even further away from their target. They're outside Zone A2. Slashing his way through, He yells for everyone to push toward the center again. But just as they move, space warps again, landing them outside Zone C1. Furious, he punches the wall. Damn it, the entire dungeon layout is shifting on them. Talk about a total mind game. It felt random before, but now he's certain the caster is intentionally keeping them away. Just as he turns to command, a voice suddenly crackles through to call him, prompting a confused, "Huh?" They are burning mana to keep this communication channel open, so Ha-Yeon keeps it brief. She begs him to pinpoint the space manipulator's location so she can blast him. Hearing this wild plan, Sanju can only blurt out a shocked, "What?" He points out that the barrier is still up, but Ha-Yeon snaps back that she underwent special training for this. Grimly assessing their dire situation, Sanju makes his decision. He asks number 6 if the map is memorized, and the clone quickly confirms. Holding the map structure, he commands him to calculate the exact distance and angle from their spot to the center so she can align her shot perfectly. Clone 6 gets right to work. Meanwhile, the enemy adjusts the space once more, smugly whispering to himself that his space manipulation skills are absolutely flawless. Flashbacks trigger, showing the faces of the survivors he saved, peacefully sharing a warm meal together. Someone remarks on his cool nickname, the Labyrinth Creator, happy that monsters can never breach this safe haven. Another survivor agrees that he has always protected them, while a nearby child laughs, telling his mother that trying to run away only teleported him right back to safety. The mother gently scolds her child, before turning to apologize to him for making such a demanding request. She explains that, because of his maze, the kids always get trapped. Back in the present, he weeps, shouting that this is the only way he can keep everyone safe. Flashed back again. A survivor returns from the outside, announcing that he is finally back. The others warmly welcome him, immediately asking how things are looking out there in the world. Marcelo warns him not to go outside anymore, since people with crazy superpowers are popping up like mushrooms, and he really needs to stay safe. He replies that he appreciates the warning, but can easily escape if trouble starts though. Now, crying bitter tears, he fiercely insists that absolutely no one is allowed inside ever again. Past memories flash back to a sweet little girl excitedly asking her favorite maze maker if he can please find them some real flowers from outside. Her older sister shyly adds her thanks if he happens to find any, while a middle-aged man chimes in to say they all owe him their lives. Back with our main group, strange red energy threads suddenly appear, and number 6 points them out to guide Han where she needs to aim. Supporting her with his hand, he reminds Han to hold her breath, focus, and aim just a little bit higher. Slowly, Han puts all of her remaining strength into the shot. Following number 6's guiding hand, she locks onto her target and shoots, but the devastating laser fires straight ahead, completely ignoring the skeleton monsters, piercing right through the physical walls and spatial barriers to strike the maze maker from behind, leaving him in. And look at this, a horrifying memory flashes in his mind of a frozen girl surrounded by victims impaled on dark blades. Realizing he was completely wrong, he can only stare at the carnage before him in sheer disbelief. He remembers looking at a blood-soaked man, calling out for help, then seeing the two sisters, Chloe and her sibling, impaled by a massive iron rod as grief overwhelmed him. He felt his entire world shatter seeing his dear friend Marcelo impaled by 4 swords. Blood was everywhere as he desperately cried out, the horrific massacre, triggering old echoes of the civilian. Back then, they praised him, calling the maze maker a truly wonderful title. They trusted his maze to keep out thieves and protect them from those vicious beasts. Even children giggled about how amazing it was, looping right back inside, no matter how hard they tried to escape. Now, he just wanders past their lifeless bodies with hollow eyes, watching the spatial blocks shift freely as the dungeon mutates. Holding a simple flower crown, he remembers Marcelo saying that they would probably never find a real flower down here. They should just be happy with the fake ones around them. Bitterness consumes him as the voices of those he failed keep thanking him in his head. He slowly places the crown on his head, sitting quietly as skeleton monsters draw closer, deciding to let them take him so he can finally join his lost friends. Laughing through his tears, he whispers his final goodbyes as the rumbling stops. We jump back to Sangwoo's group. Sangwoo is still feeling anxious, wondering if she actually succeeded, before turning to number 6 to note that the spatial chaos has finally stopped. Standing at attention, number 6 confirms that it is over. Taking that as a cue, Sangwoo dashes forward, while his clone carries a screaming Junyeon along, heading straight for the very center of the maze. Elsewhere, a worried subordinate asks his master if it isn't way too dangerous to let the 7 deadly sins run free. He suggests that they should probably call for backup immediately, but Triangle Beard calmly leans back, explaining they have absolutely nothing to worry about since getting all the way to the center of the maze is practically impossible for them. Smirking, the villainous mastermind adds that the maze maker's unique spatial skill is the ultimate defense to keep any unwanted pests away. However, the poor guy's mind was completely broken by the seal of the 7 deadly sins. After a brief pause, he explains that the man's immense talent was ultimately his doom, despite initially using those spatial powers to keep innocent survivors safe. When he kept the space warp to repel vicious monsters, keeping those survivors safe but trapped with him for years. But here is the real kicker: why did that incredible gift of spatial warping end up becoming the man's absolute poison? There are actually multiple layers of defense sealing away the 7 deadly sins. He asks his men if they know what the most common defense is, but his subordinate quickly admits his absolute ignorance, apologizing. The terrified minion listens, as Triangle Beard reveals that the sins are almost always sealed deep inside, alongside incredibly terrifying and powerful monsters. Watching the dark mana pool at his fingertips makes him look even more sinister. Yet, after years of spatial warping, the first seal of the 7 deadly sins inside this dungeon has finally broken. The maze maker had to watch everyone he ever knew get brutally slaughtered, completely helpless to stop it. He casually adds that fortunately, a second seal is still active, keeping the released beasts at mid-tier, even though that is still when most of those trapped civilians ended up dead. Hearing about this inescapable death trap, both of the young subordinates turn completely pale with fear. Undeterred, Triangle Beard keeps explaining the grim details. He notes that because the maze maker's skill glitched, making the spatial distortions shift entirely at random, survivors couldn't even reach the seal to escape, even if they desperately tried. Do you understand now? There is absolutely nothing for us to worry about here. Yet, the tall guy with the buzz cut still hesitates, asking if they should worry about the incredibly powerful intruders who just entered the dungeon. What if they can actually reach the center and confront the mastermind who caused all this labyrinth chaos? The scene shifts back to the dungeon master's lair. He is holding a bloody star-shaped object in his hand, staring at it in total silence. He sits huddled in a dark corner, his back turned to a massive pile of skulls, until Sanju breaks the silence. Smashed through the brick wall and pushing past the bone pile, Sanju storms in, declaring he has finally reached the center. As Juni, Ayan, and 2 clones appear behind him, the master simply drops the bloody star-shaped artifact onto the cold floor. Sanju speaks up again, saying he's glad to find the man still alive. But as the master stands, Sanju demands to know if he caused this maze disruption. The master glares silently, before giving a bizarre, confusing reply. He was supposed to have died back then, leaving Sanju completely baffled. What do you mean by that? Juni demands, while the master coughs up blood, explaining his own broken skill unleashed all the sealed monsters. It happened when everyone else died, leaving them utterly trapped inside the labyrinth with no escape. He weakly adds a chilling warning: they are rolling right beneath your feet, so watch where you are stepping. And that sends a chill down Sanju's spine as he screams, "What do you mean these aren't monster skulls?" Ignoring Sanju's loud panic, the master remains deeply lost in his own grief, muttering that his biggest regret was triggering the space disruption without even realizing it. He remembers that fateful day, just as he placed a flower crown on his head, while a horde of skeletons slowly closed in. He had decided to sit there and let them take him, crying and laughing as he looked up and whispered that he would join them soon. But right then, a mysterious blue aura wrapped around his body, leaving the surrounding skeletons completely frozen in place. Snapping back to reality, he stares at the crown, admitting that once everyone died, his survival instincts kicked in out of pure, overwhelming fear. Even though his skill was completely glitched, the teleporting monsters couldn't touch him and were constantly forced away from his body. Choking on blood and tears, he gathers enough strength to speak, declaring his final decision to go back to that very day. As the ground trembles violently, his resolve only hardens, knowing his spatial distortion skill has finally returned to him. He is confident that he has the power to reverse this entire labyrinth structure back to its original state, unleashing the seals once more, summoning all his strength to distort the space. He screams that he can still hear his master telling him to stop, but it is fine. He begs his lost friends to accept him again, causing an enraged Sanju to scream back, asking if he is totally insane. Gritting his teeth in fury, Sanju prepares to charge with his blazing sword, shouting that he won't stand by and let him free more monsters. Suddenly, the system alerts pop up as Sanju's legs freeze completely, a mysterious eye sigil burning brightly onto his skin. Confused, he looks down and remembers the strange man he met earlier, realizing he got tricked as he curses furiously in his head. Damn it, he thinks, he isn't giving up that easily. knowing his high reflex stat will help him break free from this. Acting fast, he shifts his center of gravity forward, using his trapped foot to launch a small hop and smoothly tilt his other leg to the side. Dropping to one knee, he manages to land safely and roll forward, letting out a frustrated groan as he recovers. Watching his struggle, the master calmly thanks Sanju for stepping on that exact tile, admitting his own energy was nearly depleted. That tile was the final key to break the seal, and as Sanju freezes in place, he desperately demands to know what he means. A massive wave of mana surges around him, and as the dust clears, the master is seen standing atop a floating boulder. Look at this. The entire chamber turns blood red as a colossal monster materializes right beside him. Sanju immediately senses an overwhelming aura of pure danger, far worse than any beast he has faced in this dungeon, while the completely weakened master stands beside this monster, whose level is unmeasurable. The master whispers, "Yes, this is exactly what was meant to happen." Turning around, he picks up an item and tosses it, telling Sanju this is his reward for breaking the seal, the 7 deadly sins. Before Sanju can react, the artifact is thrown his way, accompanied by the master's quiet remark that it is finally time to say goodbye. Pausing to whisper a final thank you, the master gets brutally cut off as the giant beast sweeps its arm, instantly severing his head before he can finish his plea. "Grant me the salvation I couldn't find 20 years ago." That single swipe unleashes a devastating shockwave, forcing Junie, Ian, and the clones to duck in order to survive the blast. Suddenly, a system warning flashes eliminate the 7 deadly sins immediately. Grasping the throne fragment with all his might, Sanju is suddenly engulfed by a blinding white light, and when he opens his eyes in a strange new void, he mutters to himself in confusion, where he was certain he was still in the dungeon, but a mysterious voice suddenly echoes from behind, saying they have finally met. Turning around, Sanju asks who he is, only for the old man to casually reply, "Oh, you don't recognize me, do you?" As a screen pops up, Sanju realizes they have only ever spoken through system alerts, making him shout in anger that this is the guy who ordered him into the dungeon. Pausing for a second, he demands to know who the hell he is, but the man calmly answers, "You already know my name, don't you?" Sitting there with a completely exhausted look on his face, he continues, "Nice to meet you, I am Jean." Adjusting the system screen with his finger, he calmly adds, "I am known as the creator of the system." Sanju freezes right on the spot. "What?" Liber quickly speaks up. "First of all, do not worry about those who died inside that dungeon maze. Your time in there was just a single split second on the outside. Liber warns, absorb too much information, and your brain will literally melt." Hearing this, Sanju flinches and screams out, "Are you completely insane? Get me out of here right now." But before he actually leaves, Sanju needs to clarify something, so he asks, "By the way, Jinstein, you started the apocalypse on Tib." Adjusting his glasses, Liber replies, "I have a few things to say about that. The apocalypse was indeed triggered by the system I created." Hearing this, an annoyed Sanju puts his hands on his hips and cuts Liber off. "And you have the nerve to ask if I want to stop it?" Liber replies, "Calm down. I have never lied to you. My real purpose when I started this apocalypse on Earth." Once again, Sanju cuts him off, reminding him that he destroyed all of Tib. Liber looks down, deeply embarrassed, admitting, "I just could not control it. Follow me, all of my research is stored right here, and you are about to learn a lot more. Now pay close attention here." Sanju pulls up his system screen to seriously ask Liber why he created this dangerous system. Was it to save Tib from the grid? Hearing Sanju's question, Liber's lifeless eyes look down as he hesitates for a long moment. Finally, he clasps his hands together and slowly asks, "Why did I create the system?" "It was because someone incredibly important to me caught that deadly virus." Liber adjusts his glasses, looking directly at him. "I believe that by completing the system, I could find a cure for that disease." Clenching the back of his hand tightly, Sanju asks, "What happened to her?" Liber's face darkens. "She is in a place where she does not have to suffer anymore, at least, I believe so." "Sanju, you know this feeling better than anyone." Sanju falls completely silent. Getting back to the point, Liber explains that the system has spun completely out of control. First Tib, and now Earth. It has transformed into a relentless monster, devouring everything in its path. Liber pulls out a glowing stone. "We need the 7 deadly sins to halt the system. Collecting all 7 is our only..." Confused, Sanju asks, "Why must we do this?" Liber answers, "Because holding the 7 deadly sins is the only way to escape the system's absolute control." He continues, "These 7 deadly sins also grant 2 unique effects to their owner. First, They completely block any effects the system might have on your physical body. I once warned you that speaking about this too much could get us caught, right? Sanju suddenly realizes, so the sins are what allowed you to talk to me. Liber nods. Exactly. And the second effect only triggers once all 7 sins are fully absorbed. That effect, Liber explains, is godlike power. The sins are tiny fragments of an entity that existed on Earth long ago. You will inherit their godlike power, but it sounds absolutely terrifying. Let's be honest. Even Sanju starts to suspect this whole deal is actually way. Liber replies, as a dark, ominous aura begins radiating from the stone. Exactly. They will try to possess your physical body, and that ending will not be pretty. Handing Sanju the stone, Liber warns you are strong, so do not let them break you. Sanju takes the stone and reassures him, do not worry. My mind is incredibly stable. Still, questions remain. Sanju asks with genuine curiosity, what do you actually mean by the system not affecting my body? Arg. Sanju winces, his physical energy completely drained. Liber quickly notices. Oh, it looks like you have finally hit your limit. He continues, let us talk about this after you defeat that monster. Sanju clutches his head in pain. How am I supposed to kill that thing? How can I possibly defeat it? As the void begins to dissolve, Liber looks on with a hollow stare, begging him, do not worry. That fragment will help you. Sanju, I beg you, please stop this system. Sanju listens tensely as pitch-black cubes slowly swallow the empty space. Suddenly, he is thrown right back into the brutal reality of his daily battles. The ground beneath him is cracking apart. That brief conversation drained a massive amount of Sanju's remaining energy. It takes him several moments to regain his bearings. Luckily, Junyan is right there, calling out to snap him back to reality. Hey Sanju, are you okay? We need to move now. Sanju tries to ask a question, but Junyan quickly cuts him off. This is absolutely no time for questions, Junyan shouts. Whatever this thing is, it is definitely not some normal monster. Looking up, they see the colossal monster gathering a massive sphere of pure magic, collapsing surrounding buildings as spider-like energy beams pierce straight into the ruined ground. Massive chunks of concrete are raining down under the relentless pull of gravity. Terrified civilians are screaming out in absolute panic, please help me, as bodies already lie completely motionless on the concrete. Some look utterly soulless, watching their loved ones get crushed to death. Father, run. As the agonizing screams echo around them, Sanju can only grit his teeth. That jerk finally remembers. Sanju turns to Junyan with a sharp question. You can use your enhancement for exactly 0.5 seconds, right? Juni is taken aback. That is true. But what is the plan here? Above them, the sky burns blood red. As massive spider legs keep stabbing down around them, Sanju gives a final warning. Hide, and activate it the moment I call out. Juni nods. All right. Sanju tightly grips the stone, known as the 7 deadly sins, barking orders to his clones. Go save the civilians, except for number 1. Avoid fights if you can. The clones shout in agreement before vanishing, while the monster stands in the ruins, scanning for its next target. Sanju stares at the stone in his hand, feeling the tension rise. Will this actually work? He squeezes tight, crushing the artifact. No, turning back. The stone shatters, releasing a pitch-black orb that glows with a sinister purple light. Sanju watches in absolute awe as another glowing sphere emerges from within, wrapping completely around him. Deep in his mind, a massive, terrifying golden beastly eye suddenly appears, staring right through his soul. Who are you? A raspy voice echoes. Suddenly, Sanju finds his body completely drenched in fresh blood, leaving him totally panicked. He screams in pure agony as the dark power of the 7 deadly sins begins taking over. Nearby, Juni hides behind a wall, watching. Wait. Look closely. Juni watches in absolute horror as Sanju's skin turns a deep brown, thick veins bulging wildly across his face. What is going on? Is he actually transforming just by screaming like a madman? Meanwhile, deep inside Sanju's subconscious, a terrifying demon clutches the dark sphere, its body covered in dozens of blinking, golden eyes. I will give you absolutely anything you desire in exchange for your flesh. Give it to me, hand it over. This sinister whisper slowly drags Sanju into darkness. He laughs creepily. This is absolutely nothing compared to the overwhelming madness of the cursed mirror. Claim this power as your own. The demon invading his mind roars out, demanding his body. Sanju opens his mouth, slowly raising the orb toward it. Maybe he should just relax and let it happen. But then Sanju suddenly freezes. He recalls his last words with Liber. Stay strong, Do not let them control you. Do not worry. My mind is incredibly stable. Sanju smiles, thinking he almost lost himself. Why have you stopped? The demon snarls, telling him that resisting is completely useless. Sanju grits his teeth, fighting to keep his sanity intact. Shut up. Flashbacks hit him hard, a memory of Ju lying motionless on a hospital bed, while Sanju cried helplessly by his side. Gripping the sphere, he raises it high and screams out, I have made way too many mistakes because of my own arrogance. Suddenly, he shoves it directly into his clone's mouth, leaving number 1 completely speechless. While number 1 writhes in pain, Sanju stands back, sighing in relief. I finally know my own limits, so I will let someone else handle this disaster. Watching this madness, Juni Yon is completely flabbergasted and starts cursing him out. You absolute trash. Sanju flinches, feeling a bit guilty. Just shut up and let the clone with the most stable mind handle that cursed thing. But their shouting immediately attracts the giant monster. It peers down, making Sanju curse. It has already spotted us. That is because of your loud mouth. Juni mumbles an apology as the beast summons a dark orb, shaping it into a massive mace while closing in. A shiver runs down Sanju's spine. Damn it, are you ready yet? Number 1. You have the strongest mind. Number 1's state begins to mutate wildly. The system flares up, warning that the clone's identity cannot be determined. Error screens flash everywhere as the overwhelming power of the 7 deadly sins erupts, just as the beast charges and hurls its massive weapon. Sanju curses loudly. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the area, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Look at that! Against all odds, number 1 completely blocks the blow, but instead of replying, he just grins like a total psychopath. When was the last time I breathed actual fresh air? Number 1 asks, before glaring at Sanju. Are you my challenger? Sanju freezes in shock. Number 1, the clone stays silent, then bursts into a maniacal laugh. What even is a number 1? He then lands a rainbow-colored punch, sending Sanju crashing into a stone wall. Luckily, Sanju hardened his body just in time. Damn it. Pain shooting through his chest. He remembers Liber's stark warning. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of a mythical entity from Earth's ancient past, and they will try to, just by hearing their names, you already know this will not end well for you. Looking closely at his clone's bizarre behavior, Sanju realizes the truth. Number 1 has been completely taken over. The clone strides forward, towering over Sanju, commanding him to get up. Stand up, challenger. Sanju's mind races in absolute panic. He is way too strong, his stats completely eclipsing the base clone's power. His defenses crumbled in a second, and those stats might actually be higher than Sanju's own peak power. The real fight is just beginning, as number 1 charges right back in. The monster clone grins like a maniac, while Sanju grits his teeth. Damn it, this is the worst timing ever. I still have another boss monster to kill. Sanju tries to think, but number 1 sneers. You are too slow. Suddenly, Sanju drops to his knees, begging in the most obviously fake, dramatic way possible. Oh great legendary entity, you have got it completely wrong. The demon stays silent as Sanju rambles. You just woke up, so your mind must be a bit fuzzy, right? You definitely got the wrong challenger. Let me explain. He points a dramatic finger directly at the massive spider monster. It is him. He is your real challenger. Number 1 steps up, absolutely radiating murder as he questions him. Really? Sanju shouts back, insisting that the other guy was the one who threw the spear, literally leading him like a dog. Even Juni, watching from a corner, has to admit that while he is hiding and has no right to talk, that kid is playing incredibly dirty. As for Sanju, he is still using his smooth-talking mouth to lead number 1 right into his trap. Oh no, he is looking right at us. Please, sir, do something. Number 1 smirks. Sure, why not? Number 1 unleashes his power and approaches the beast, saying he does not really care who the challenger is. Let me play with you for a bit. Sanju is anxious, even though his trick worked. He looks at that massive giant, wondering if he could ever fight someone like that. Meanwhile, number 1 moves in on the beast. A solid punch lands straight on its chest, making Sanju cheer. But that only lasts a second before number 1 gets hit by a counter-strike and goes flying. Disappointed, Sanju mutters about how weak he is. But from the corner, number 1 counterattacks, shooting a laser beam from his eyes straight through the beast. Number 1 goes completely wild, realizing a single fragment is not enough. But seeing that the monster has taken decent damage, his smug smile returns. Actually, this might be absolutely perfect. Get ready, because a whole new battle is about to kick off. Everyone runs in panic to avoid the falling debris. Heian stands frozen, wondering if this is all her fault, before turning to give Suna quick instructions. Sun-ah, evacuate all the students immediately. If you need to, request a transport ship from the association. Sun-ah quickly nods in agreement. She agrees, but Hae-in instantly panics, asking what about her sister. Her older sister, Mihu, gives an incredibly cool reply. My job as your guide ends here. It is time for me to go back to being a hunter. Hae-in screams out in utter despair, sister. Meanwhile, Number 1 unleashes a relentless flurry of attacks on the monster at blinding speed, making Sanju quickly take back his words. How on earth is he fighting at that speed? My eyes can barely even track his movements anymore. Even so, avoiding every hit is impossible. But after taking a few hits, he finally gets used to his opponent's style. Number 1 smirks, claiming he has already adapted to the magic. Boom! This time, the monster gets blasted right in the face. Mihu arrives just in time, asking Sanju if he is okay. I will fight by your side. Where are the other clones? Has Number 1 absorbed too many magic stones again? Captain Mihu. Hearing her voice, Sanju turns around, suddenly remembering what she had just said. Wait, with that demon possessing Number 1's body, if she joins the fight, it will be a disaster. He quickly yells, telling her to leave as fast as possible. Mihu is completely confused, but it seems Sanju is too late to stop the lightning speed of the 7 deadly sins demon. I always welcome new challengers. And look at that blood on the wall. Mihu is in serious trouble now. Elsewhere, under the dim lights, a wine bottle is raised and emptied. Slam. After trying to savor the last few drops to no avail, the man slams the bottle down on the table in pure rage. Dragon Blessing, a legendary liquor that completely bypasses any type of immunity effect. The man shatters the bottle as the receptionist silently shrinks back. He growls, cursing that this cannot possibly be the strongest stuff they have. Bring me something else. Meanwhile, patrons at the neighboring tables whisper that they definitely chose the wrong place to drink. How could we know Schoolie would be here? He roars that he does not feel buzzed at all, prompting a young man to speak up. Are you still searching for a drink that can actually get you drunk? The man looks startled as the youth continues. Alcohol that can get an S-class hunter drunk is incredibly rare, especially for someone like you, the legendary John Schoolie. Schoolie turns around, surprised, and asks Jumber what he is doing here. Jumber calmly replies, I am gathering all the S-class hunters. He continues, explaining that an S-class beast has already appeared, and they need to rescue the citizens. Schoolie chuckles, saying it would not even matter if Jumber went alone since he is completely different from the other S-class hunters. Jumber replies that acting alone takes too much time, meaning more innocent casualties. But Schoolie still flatly refuses to cooperate. Why should I care? Go get the other S-class hunters instead. Jumber counters, asking if he wants the liquor that can get him drunk. Schoolie freezes in his tracks. Jumber smirks, adding that he might be able to get some for him. Releasing a dark, murderous aura, Schoolie demands if he is absolutely sure. Meanwhile, back with Sanju, blood drops onto the cold floor. Mihu watches in horror, realizing the blood is from Number 1 clawing his own hand to force himself to stop before attacking her. The 7 deadly sins demon roars, telling him resistance is futile and to obey. Number 1 groans in pain, fighting back with everything he has. After a moment, Number 1 slicks his hair back, seemingly breaking free of the demon's control. He truly has the iron will Sanju believed in. I am Number 1, and except for my master, no one can order me around. To be absolutely sure, Sanju asks him to confirm, are you really Number 1? Meanwhile, Captain Mihu stands there completely baffled, asking Sanju what on earth is going on. Sanju sheepishly replies that it is a long story. Number 1 clutches his face as the demon's voice echoes from the other side, letting him win this time. You got lucky this time, and with that, he laughs like a madman before completely vanishing. With that, Clone 1 finally snaps back to normal. Sanju lets out a sigh of relief. He is awake. Mihu curiously asks if he was brainwashed, but suddenly, a low rustle from the monster behind them puts all 3 on high alert. Sanju turns to Clone 1 and asks if he can stop this with that purple energy from earlier. Hearing this, Clone 1 nervously pulls up his mask, looking completely lost. Wait, what? The monster is moving again. Sanju tenses up. Can you seriously not do it? Clone 1 just stares back blankly, whispering, yes. Sanju screams as the entire space begins to crumble around them. We need to run. Elsewhere, the S-rank hunter Raven, known as the Seeker, is teaching a special skill to Sanju's clone, Clone 7. This magic blade technique is a secret art passed down through generations in my sect. Master it, and your swordsmanship and magic will multiply in power. He sighs, admitting he rarely teaches this to anyone, but seeing how quickly the clone learns, he is making an exception. Clone 7 listens in absolute silence, focusing his inner energy and channeling it deep into his core. Gather all the internal power in your body so you can control it at will. Now, his energy vibrates, surging up toward his chest. Once Clone 7 completes the first step, Raven guides him further, offering to direct his energy through an entirely new path. If you lose focus and let the energy stray, it will tear your body apart from the inside, so be extremely careful. Raven presses his hand firmly against Sanju's back, initiating the flow. Meanwhile, back with Mihu. Sanju, Mihu, and Clone 1 are running for their lives. Since the clone is fleeing too, Mihu asks him why he went all out earlier but is running scared now. Clone 1 stays silent, prompting Sanju to ask if he really cannot shoot lasers from his eyes anymore. Clone 1 stammers, yes. At that moment, Sanju's other clones meet back up. He asks them how the rescue operation is going, and the clone reports that everything humans could possibly do is already done. Hearing the status report, Sanju immediately orders all his clones to gather around, telling them it is time to assemble right now. Telling them to take down this bastard, the clones charge. Mihu also joins the fight, promising she will distract the beast. She unleashes her fox charm skill, projecting a mesmerizing, seductive illusion to capture the monster's focus. Inside the beast's mind, a female skeleton in a wedding dress starts dancing. Give them a girl, and they lose all focus. Seizing the moment, one of Sanju's clones lunges forward to drive a blade into its head, but accidentally gets too close to the magic orb instead. Time seems to freeze. The clone shields his face while the monster's arm suddenly stops midair, triggering a sudden memory inside Sanju's mind. That's right, freeze. He actually possesses that exact skill but completely forgot about it the moment he learned it. Now that he remembers, he immediately commands his clones to hold the beast in place. Instantly, thick ice begins wrapping around several parts of the monster. Sanju charges forward confidently, shouting that he will help out too, unleashing his own freezing skill. But Sanju's magic only produces a few pathetic pebbles, leaving him totally speechless. Mihu calls out in worry, totally blind to the danger creeping right behind her. With one brutal swipe, Mihu is sent crashing into the rubble. The monster isn't done, it lunges to finish Mihu off. Watch this. Sanju triggers his speed boost, barely blocking the lethal blow in time. Exhausted, Sanju grits his teeth, asking President Mihu if she is okay, while she groans in agonizing pain. During this desperate struggle, a powerful secret technique suddenly activates on its own. The storm blade magic is unleashed. Riding the wind currents, the clones move at blinding speeds, delivering a relentless barrage. Dumbfounded, Sanju turns to the clone beside him for help. What kind of skill is this? Teach me what magic blade is. Meanwhile, Raven asks Clone 7 how he is feeling. Raising his hands to feel it, he explains that the inner energy keeps condensing and exploding inside him, yet remains circulating right around his heart. Raven is deeply impressed by his sharp perception. Combining swordsmanship with explosive magic is indeed the very foundation of his sword style. He adds that executing fast sword strikes with his current body will be incredibly difficult. But before he can even finish, the clone cuts him off completely, apologizing that it is an emergency as he waves goodbye. As the clone vanishes, Raven is left completely stunned. He drops to his knees, sobbing aloud, questioning what kind of person he has become. Just as he asks what he has become, a portal flashes. You can feel the tension as Raven senses a familiar presence. He mutters, "It has been a while," but since he is in a bad mood, they should get straight to the point. Up above, massive shockwaves repeatedly rain down, dealing devastating damage to the giant beast. Sanju is shocked by this sheer power, though the monster's bones are already shattered. Just then, Clone 7 slowly steps out of the portal. He apologizes, explaining he briefly lost control of his mana. Sanju does not blame him, only asking if his training is finally finished. Sanju finally realizes that the blade magic from before was indeed his doing. Clone 7 nods, eyes sharp as he leans down low. He draws his blade, executing the sword style taught to him by the sword master. Looking at the condition of his clones, he can already guess what No 7 is about to say. But this fight is not going to drag on much. All those holes on its body, combined with the cracking skin, will not heal anytime soon. But the monster has fully regenerated. Sanju grimaces, realizing it healed like it was nothing, meaning they have to take it down in a single blow. That is why he asked No 7 how to use this new skill, wondering how the clone could manipulate magic power. No 7 explains that combining a sword strike with a sudden burst of magic is basic theory. Sanju nods and agrees before they both charge straight into the fray. Sanju screams out, demanding to see whether their arms shatter first or if this bastard breaks first. The mana rings around their hearts spin at breakneck speed, and Sanju risks everything to land a heavy blow. He grits his teeth, fearing he missed, but his blade has already pierced right through. Suddenly, the monster fights back, manifesting a barrage of magical spheres. But before it can unleash them, a clone rushes in and strikes its right cheek. Meanwhile, No 7 slips behind it, driving his sword into its left shoulder as Sanju drops down from the sky. If they can just keep up the pressure and deny it any recovery time. Suddenly, the beast lets out a savage roar. Oh man, here's where it gets crazy. Sanju freezes up as the monster conjures a creepy eyeball sphere, forcing him to quickly deploy a portal to block it. But the attack is just too fast. He cannot block in time, leaving Sanju and all his clones completely impaled. Just then, a portal tears open and Javen steps through. He catches Sanju, his face darkening, as he admits he never expected to find his guild member here. Alongside him, Jumper, Scully, and Diane arrive all at once. This is turning into a massive headache, but the S-Class hunters are ready to end this. Sounds like a plan. A voice calls out. It is S-Class hunter Scully, staring down the beast as it gathers magic. So, is that the monster? Scully sizes up the creature for a second, clicking his tongue in disappointment. An undead type? Is this really why you summoned me here? Jumper replies that it is a perfect match for him anyway. Seeing Scully is free, Javen immediately asks him for a quick favor. Thank heavens, Javen says. If you can, could you please heal this kid for me? Scully looks over and scoffs, muttering that an injury like that will not kill him. Do you know him? Scully asks. Javen nods, confirming he does. Finally, Scully agrees to help out. Fine, it is an easy job, Scully says. I will patch up the others too. Sanju's clones are also lying scattered all over the ground. Wait, why do they all have the exact same face? He asks, totally bewildered. Meanwhile, Jumper opens up a spatial portal, planning to rescue survivors nearby. Leave this area to those two. That undead monster has evolved, so please take care of it for me. Jumper departs, leaving Javen and Diane on the battlefield. Sanju slowly opens his eyes, sitting up in complete confusion. Wait, my wounds are gone? Scully stands right there, just waiting for this exact moment to grill Sanju about who they really are. Are you guys triplets or something? Anyway, I healed all of you, so go find a place to hide. Sanju can only wonder who this guy is. Standing nearby, Mihu asks with deep concern if Sanju is alright. He does not answer her, keeping his eyes glued to the powerful man from before. He asks Mihu if that guy healed everyone already. She smiles warmly, confirming that they have indeed been saved. All of these newcomers are legendary S-Class hunters. Right beneath the mutated undead, 3 figures stand ready to fight. Javen turns, telling Sanju to just watch. Sanju stands dazed as Javen closes in on the undead, showing him the path he will have to walk. He focuses intensely, teaching while fighting with absolute seriousness. He unleashes a magic eruption, but at a much higher tier, forming a literal tornado. Meanwhile, check this out. Portals keep popping open, as Jumper tirelessly searches the ruins for any remaining survivors. Some people here have been rescued, and the damage is surprisingly light, but he notices something incredibly strange. The giant skeletal beast woke up much earlier than expected, and somehow, it has already transformed into its second form. Did the Labyrinth Master's spell fail to do anything? Even though the seal shattered so fast, why is the city still completely untouched? Remembering the 3 identical Sanju clones, Jumper suddenly realizes it is because of those bizarrely identical hunters. He clenches his fists tightly. I have never even seen his errors. Thou then to rescue civilians, stall the giant skeleton, and buy enough time for it to reach its second phase. This means the power of the 7 deadly sins has likely fallen into their hands too. Jumper begins to lose it, letting out a devious laugh. Well, there was no way to predict this crazy turn of events anyway. Let's just wait and see what happens next. The sheer scale of that magical eruption leaves Sanju completely speechless. This is the true power of Javen. Diane raises his blade, calling his swordsmanship absolute art. Swordmaster, I really hope to duel you one day. Diane then charges forward, unleashing Dragon Fang with a barrage of rapid thrusts. Yet, after all those strikes, the undead remains completely unfazed. It retaliates, firing a barrage of black lasers straight down. Scully blocks the incoming blasts, complaining about how stubborn this damn thing is. He smirks, snapping his fingers in the air. In a mess like this, taking its head off is definitely the best option. A piercing beam shoots straight through. The undead is decapitated, but only for a brief moment as a creepy eye opens on its chest. The beast regenerates, letting out a terrible roar that shakes the entire building. Jumper finally swoops back in, yelling down from above that the glowing eye-like thing is actually its magic core. To kill this beast, we have to strike right there. But Raven groans, complaining that the core keeps moving around. Dean suggests cornering the monster to one side before striking. Scylla looks completely dejected, muttering that she was already trying to hit that eye. Dragging himself up, Sanju says he is joining the fight. Mihu gasps, quickly warning him not to push his body too hard. She tells him those two S-class hunters can easily handle this, pleading with him to just sit tight and let them do their job. But he interrupts her. Those hunters will not solve the problems he has to face from here on out. Face hardening, Sanju declares he must get stronger and end this monster himself. Mihu stares back, completely baffled by his words. Sanju calls out, "Are you ready? It is your turn now." Junyan flinches in surprise. Before Sanju turns to his clones, he asks his clones if they know what to do. They shout back in unison, while Sanju's mind races with heavy pressure. This is where it gets crazy. He has been holding back his wild frenzy, but now he has to let that madness loose. Gripping his sword tight, he drives it into the dirt, planning to combine his clone's unique skill with his own raw stats. It is time to fuse these powers together. He commands his clones to smash everything to pieces and completely tear the beast apart. As Annette launches a brutal attack, Scylla yells that it is impossible, but Jumper spams his portals while Dean and Raven unleash Demon Riot. With a roaring dragon strike, Annette gets pinned down. Sanju grits his teeth, shouting that the magic core is finally locked in place. Junyan complains about combining pure madness with holy light, but the massive buff immediately triggers, pumping an insane amount of divine power directly into Sanju's body, just like combining a train with electricity to build a bullet train. Fusing these two conflicting skills spikes Sanju's power to absolute godlike levels. He charges in. Mihu panics, screaming that she does not care anymore. If those S-class hunters cause her trouble later, he had better step in and block them for her. She unleashes her Fox Hypnosis, a charm skill that instantly draws their attention. Amazingly, it works on the S-class hunters, though for some bizarre reason, Old Raven's mental illusion appears as if Sanju lets out a sly grin. Glancing at his clones, he asks if he should just go straight for the core. Focusing all his strength, Sanju drives his blade straight through Anade's magic core. Notifications flood his screen as his Devour skill activates, absorbing the boss's essence and harvesting the stats of the giant skeleton. Glowing red eyes pierce the dark. As a flicker of hope, rises a legendary hunter, capable of turning the massive gears of fate has finally arrived. The system chimed that his stats had increased. Strength rose from 72,000 to 91,000. Reflexes leaped to 78,000. Vitality hit 90,000. Stamina reached 77,000. And mana peaked at 96,000. Thanks to this epic skill resonance, Sanju's strength spikes so hard that he obliterates the massive beast in a single strike, immediately absorbing its power right after the kill. Of course, the backlash pain is brutal, but Sanju simply grits his teeth. He drops to his knees as Raven watches him closely. He always gets massive muscle pain after a sudden stat boost. Raven grabs his hand, asking if he is okay. "Why did you even bother stepping in?" Raven grumbles. "We could have handled it." He responds, "How could I just sit back and watch you guys do all the work?" But get this, that simple hand up is about to expose his most guarded secret skill right to Raven. It was just a brief touch, but Raven immediately senses that the kid's energy has completely transformed. What on earth just happened? Staring at the exhausted young hunter, Raven wonders how it is even possible for someone to grow this strong in the blink of an eye. Raven whispers, "It looks like you have a skill that steals stats from monsters." Sanju flinches in surprise, realizing the old man is incredibly sharp. Left with no choice, Sanju quietly admits the truth. Nearby, Scylla is still staring at him in total awe, wondering how the hell he did that. She mutters that he is way stronger than she thought. Before Sanju can even ask how Raven figured it out, Jumper suddenly cuts in. "So you are the guy who held off that monster all by yourself." Offering a rare compliment, the S-class hunter calls it a truly heroic act and asks for his name. He asks if he could share his name. Sanju hesitates briefly, recognizing him as Jumper, before introducing himself as Sanju. Jumper freezes. "Young Sanju," he mutters, stroking his chin as he repeats the name on loop. Sanju sweat drops as the guy keeps whispering his name. After a creepy pause, Jumper looks up with wild eyes and a wicked smile. He casually admits It is the very first time he has heard that name, leaving Sanju cursing him bitterly in his mind. Well, obviously he is not some superstar S-rank hunter who would be on their radar, even though he is actually pretty famous back in Korea. Jumper then looks around, asking where those other hunters who looked exactly like him went, since they were standing right there a second ago. Sanju starts explaining they are just his clones, but the S-class hunter cuts him off again, assuming they already left to help clean up the battlefield's massive wreckage. He praises them as incredible heroes who prioritize saving lives over everything else, leaving Sanju completely speechless. Jumper turns away, his face slightly hidden. Ah, what a pity. So, how about everyone here comes over to my villa to hang out? Sanju gets curious. Wait, a villa? Jumper grins, explaining that they just raided a monster of that scale. At least we deserve a little party after the fight, right? Let's have some drinks and great food to unwind after that exhausting hunt. Cut to another place, where a servant rushes in gasping. My lord, the calm man asks him, it seems you have news about the dungeon creator. Is everything going well? The servant reports in a total panic. The entire dungeon has collapsed, and its creator is dead too. A group of S-rank hunters attacked the giant skeleton, and more importantly, I think they even obtained the 7 deadly sins. The man is completely stunned. How is that even possible? Just as Jumper promised, he brought his fellow hunters straight to an insanely luxurious and lavish venue. This place is absolutely packed with elite high society figures and tons of reporters. Sanju is confused. How is a party with all these power players a small gathering? Meanwhile, the others are already enjoying the fancy vibe. A familiar look. Oppa? Ha-yeon walks over in a gorgeous, body-hugging orange dress with a high slit. What do you think? Do I look too weird in this? Sanju blushes instantly, stammering that she looks completely beautiful. Ha-yeon smiles shyly. Really? I have never worn this kind of dress before. Trying to act professional, Sanju asks, anyway, your skills were amazing. How did you train anyway? Ha-yeon replies, wait, didn't I already explain all of that to you? Raven walks over from a distance to ask Sanju, does using your inner energy feel any better for you now? He turns. Ah, Mr. Raven. Raven smiles. When I suddenly saw you unleash that epic swordsmanship, I was so incredibly shocked that I literally gasped out, what on earth is that? Well, that is the first step to mastering high-level Stormbringer swordsmanship. And your clones are actually using it pretty well. Sanju grumbles. Those clones are pretty smart anyway. But since we are on the topic of clone skills, why did you not tell Jumper about my skills? Hearing Sanju ask this, Raven hesitates slightly before replying. Should I call it intuition? I have met him a few times before, but I can never guess what is going on in his head. He is always trying to save lives, which gives me this distinct feeling that he is clearing dungeons just to minimize damage to humanity. Raven whispers quietly into Sanju's ear. The answer leaves Sanju stunned. But Jumper is also the one who deeply connected all of humanity to that system. You already know what it means if all of humanity keeps weakening. Sanju frowns. It means the apocalypse. As they keep talking, Raven says, one day your skill will become famous. But for now, you must keep a low profile. I understand, especially around Jumper, because we really do not know how massive his influence might be. Ha-yeon pouts on the sidelines, complaining that they are excluding her. Meanwhile, Raven continues speaking, but unlike Jumper, Brez and that crazy Sly are on our side. Sanju freezes up. Wait, what? Brez? Ha-yeon asks. Oppa. Is not Lord Brez? Before Raven can finish, Sanju cuts him off. Was Lord Brez the one who healed me? Where is he now? Sly is standing in front of the wine rack, picking up a bottle with a sigh. I have already tried all the wines from these brands. It is better to slip away before those reporters spot me. Just as he is thinking that, some guy suddenly pops up right next to him, almost causing Sly to drop his bottle. The guy yells out, you are one of those identical-looking hunters. Up on stage, Jumper welcomes his distinguished guests. Thank you all for gathering here today. I hope everyone is having an absolutely wonderful time at this party. As you all know, this party is to celebrate our massive success in defeating the giant skeleton monster. Instantly, someone in the crowd loudly cheers his name. You did it again, Jumper. You assembled an S-rank raid squad in no time. I heard the casualties were actually extremely low, especially considering the terrifying level of that beast. Jumper's expression turns serious. Regarding that matter, there is something very important I need to share with everyone here. Seriously, you will not believe this. He openly admits he is not the savior, announcing that the real hero is standing right here among us. Reporters immediately pull out their cameras to record. Then, Jumper announces the hero's identity, the Korean hunter, Sanju. He was indeed the true main protagonist of this entire dungeon raid. Using his tangible clone skill, he stepped up to save everyone and risked his life just to buy time against that monster. While Ha-yin is totally amazed, thinking he is about to become incredibly famous, Raven remains dead silent, knowing this is a very bad sign. In such a short time, Jumper already investigated Sanju, making secrets impossible. Furthermore, directing all this attention toward him is clearly intentional. Jumper is doing this on purpose. So, I would like to take this exact opportunity to announce this. I think he has officially qualified to become the very first S-class hunter in South Korea. On top of that, the Dawn Guild will erect a monument inside that dungeon to honor his legendary exploit and reward him handsomely. Sweating reporters scramble everywhere. Did you write down that exact quote? This is massive news. The entire room immediately erupts into absolute chaos. Wait, is Hunter San-woo actually present in this very building right now? Go track him down and get a proper interview immediately. A brand new S-class? Dan slowly sips his tea, muttering, a new S-class, huh? Meanwhile, Jun-yun just stands there, completely frozen in place. An official S-class hunter, San-woo. The rest of the crowd is still frantically searching everywhere. Where on earth did that kid disappear to? The door finally swings open. I definitely saw him walk right in here. It has to be him. Let go of me, you absolute crazy bastard. Terrified screams echo loudly from deep inside the room. Yes, San-woo is literally begging on his knees, licking Scully's feet to save his sick little sister. I will do anything. I will even lick your feet. Please. And Scully is desperately trying to escape. Let go of me first, and then we can talk. But the more he struggles, the more desperate San-woo gets, bringing his tongue even closer. You probably think I do not actually have the guts. I will lick them shiny clean. And boom, this exact embarrassing scene is caught right on camera. Raven and Ha-yin look on in disgust. Camera flashes explode. We are ruined. San-woo shrieks. No, wait, this is all just a huge misunderstanding. Scully awkwardly tries to push him away, screaming out, let go of me, you goddamn lunatic. Talk about an absolute PR nightmare. Chev holds the newspaper, staring in shock as the entire association gossips about San-woo's bizarre stunt. Plus, they are demanding that you officially promote this kid San-woo to an S-class hunter. Haesung's face turns completely dark. Does he seriously expect me to do that? At a massive banquet hosted by Jamber, the key heroes from the battle are invited, but the real goal is to expose San-woo's identity. Meanwhile, Haesung has already received the updates, and he is absolutely furious. Chev stumbles backward, gasping for breath as Haesung slowly approaches him. Chev stammers out, are we not both in deep trouble here? Haesung glares at him, hissing, we are partners in this. You hand over that research to me, and in return, I will guarantee your facility, your resources, and your absolute safety. That was the core agreement of our deal. Chev protests, saying, I do not think it is fair to blame me for losing that growth serum. Was keeping the finished formula safe not supposed to be part? Enraged, Haesung grabs Chev by the throat, squeezing hard and cutting off his breath. Listen closely. Just keeping you around is already an incredibly massive risk for me. Every single thing you do ends up costing me. I literally saved your skin from those federal agents. They are actively hunting you down right now. Haesung coldly commands that in 1 month, Chev must manufacture enough to fully replace all the stolen serums. If you fail, not even the Federal Bureau or your precious child will ever be able to find a single trace of you left on this earth. His phone rings. Haesung picks it up, snapping, what is it? It is me, Secretary Hun, on the other end, reminding him it is time to make a final decision. Haesung growls back, listen to me. I do not care who it is, even if Jamber himself shows up. I will never let that bastard San-woo become an S-class before me. Got it? Secretary Hun quickly replies that nothing is technically wrong with his logic. The white bone monster he caught is officially rated as S-class. Since Hunter San-woo captured that beast himself, and has proof, we have no other choice. We must acknowledge him. Hearing this, Haesung's face turns pitch black. The excuse is simple. Those other S-class hunters helped San-woo during the raid, allowing him to actually complete the mission. We can easily use that as our excuse to tell everyone that his promotion is officially denied because he relied on outside help. Secretary Hun breaks a sweat, warning that if we do that, they will demand a proper solution that fits this situation. Haesung sneers, saying that, in that case, We will simply send Sanwoo to Africa, where the Great Cataclysm completely wiped out the Korean hunter team. Honestly, this guy is pure evil. The sheer malice in Hae-sung's plan leaves Secretary Hun utterly speechless. Knowing S-class monsters infest that place, he must go there and clear them out. That will be the official condition set by our Hunters Association. If he somehow survives that hellhole and makes it back in one piece as we demand, well, then you and I will have no choice left but to finally recognize him. Shortly after, over at the World Hunters Association headquarters, they conclude in the control room that they simply cannot verify if Sanwoo actually killed that S-class beast all on his own. This is such a bizarre case. Other countries usually do not hesitate to manipulate data just to inflate their own S-class hunter count. Yet South Korea does the exact opposite. Should we pressure them? Jamber replies, saying that it is perfectly fine. Just let it slide, and let us see how their association handles this. The Korean Association is already rotten to the core, and who knows when the whole thing will blow up. I think we should use this exact chance to clean house. Jumber rubs his face in pure frustration. He has no idea whether the Hunter Association or Rong Sanju will be the last one standing. But honestly, trying to guess the wild outcome is what makes this. Jumber turns around and instructs his subordinate to simply demand a safe, standard solution from the Korean Association regarding this massive mess. Curious, the subordinate asks where he is planning to go next. Walking away, Jumber replies that he wants to try something new to clear his head. Maybe hunt down a few more bad guys. Now, newspapers are absolutely plastered with images of Rong Sanju doing that legendary shoe-licking stunt, calling him South Korea's newest S-tier hunter. So, what is next for Rong Sanju? This rising star has suddenly become the absolute center of everyone's attention. His recent exploits have delivered incredibly massive results, pushing top professional hunters to officially rank him as South Korea's premier S-tier powerhouse. Raven lifts a leg to mock Sanju, asking if he can do something about his dirty shoes since he is so good at it. Clenching his fists in absolute rage, Sanju growls to shut up already. Then he sighs in defeat, admitting there is nothing they can do since it was his own choice in the end anyway. Flashback to that chaotic moment, reporters are shoving mics in his face, demanding to know his real connection with the S-rank elites. They ask if there was some secret deal made during the S-rank raid. Scully panics. Damn it. He quickly activates his holy body skill to surge raw divine energy through his veins. A portal rips open. Scully steps in, grabs Sanju by the collar, and drags him along, telling him to just follow. They dive straight out of the window, leaving the media in a frenzy, shouting to chase after them immediately. With their clean escape, Sanju gasps in relief, while Scully mutters that this wild circus is exactly why he wanted to slip away early. Finally catching his breath, Scully circles back to their earlier conversation, asking what exactly is going on with Sanju's little sister. He demands to know the illness first, while Sanju anxiously asks if Scully's holy powers can actually cure her. Annoyed, Scully snaps that he needs a name before doing anything. Sanju hesitates for a second, then quietly says, "It is the mana virus." Sanju explains that the doctors claimed only an elixir of life or a high-tier healer like Scully could save her. Scully tightly grips his silver cross, frowning as he mutters that whoever told him that must be a total quack. He warns that curing the mana virus is nearly impossible, even for him, but promises to go take a look anyway, leaving Sanju frozen. If even a legendary healer cannot do it, who can? Scully tells him to pipe down and listen. The mana virus keeps multiplying as long as there is mana feeding it. The only cure is to starve the virus out by letting it consume every drop of the host's energy. Sanju panics. If that happens, will his sister not die as well? Scully nods, explaining that this is precisely why the entire treatment is so incredibly difficult and dangerous. We have to revive them right before clinical death occurs from total mana depletion. It is a 50-50 chance. What do you think? Sanju snaps back to reality, whispering to himself that if he did not have a shot at the elixir, he would have taken that risky bet. But things are different now. The doctor told him he could get in touch if he ever changed his mind down the road. Now that he has the contact number, Raven nods in approval, announcing his departure since his business is officially finished. Haein looks on, curious. She asks where he is off to, while Junyoung stands with hands on hips, whining and begging for training help. Sanju replies that he has some personal business to handle. Strangely though, when he tries to activate his skills, absolutely nothing happens, and things are about to get even crazier from here. Elsewhere, Oracle sits regally on his throne, listening to a report about a new S-rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything is moving forward flawlessly, exactly according to our master plan. With glowing crimson eyes, Oracle nods silently, prompting his loyal follower to continue the report. Just as you predicted, the Korean Hunter Association is actively suppressing Rong Sanju's massive achievement in the White Tiger hunt, completely refusing to recognize his genius. The subordinate suggests they can easily solve this by taking out Hai-sung, but Oracle instantly rejects the proposal without hesitation. Everything must unfold according to Oracle's grand vision. They will adjust the strategy to fit the current situation, putting the assassination of Hai-sung on hold. Instead, I am giving you a brand new assignment to spy on the Hunter organization in Alaska for the next 2 years. The subordinate is shocked, since the core plan had never changed until now. He cannot help but wonder why. He asks Oracle what future he saw, but Oracle snaps back, declaring this is an order and demanding him to leave instantly. Outside, the guards gather to defend their leader from an intruder, but one is already dead. Then a second. What? I cannot see a single thing. Only one guard remains, but she is too slow to even track the intruder's insane speed. As they scream for help, Oracle urges his subordinate to flee quickly with a teleportation scroll, warning that their time is running out. The sounds of brutal combat outside draw his attention, making him wonder who is coming. As the final guard drops dead, a sudden scream echoes through the hall. With glowing crimson eyes, Oracle mutters that the apex of humanity has arrived, leaving the survivors terrified. Open the gates. The pitch-black night welcomes its newest guest, an elite S-class hunter. With one hand, he effortlessly crushes the metal frame. The terrified subordinate stumbles back, demanding to know why he would do this. Lucas Jumper looks completely different today. Oracle remains perfectly calm, asking if this is another future vision. If it is, he will gladly accept his fate, a regressor who has already walked through eternity. Lucas Jumper, or whatever his real name is, flashes a wicked grin, saying he only wants to keep things simple in this lifetime. Witnessing this sheer madness, the green-haired subordinate standing nearby rushes forward to block his path. He warns Lucas that he cannot let him pass, insisting that any visitor to Oracle must use the main entrance. Lucas sighs. A parrot. That is all the guard is. Incredibly boring. With a sudden flash, he teleports right behind him with pure bloodlust. But this green-haired guard is no amateur. In a single blink, he leaps forward to open up some safe distance. Lucas pauses, slightly surprised. They really are on the same side. Then, he gives Oracle a knowing glance before turning back to the green-haired guy, asking if he can also catch a sneaky glimpse of the future. The guard's face darkens, showing Lucas hit the mark. Oracle quickly intervenes, begging him to wait because this young man cannot actually change the flow of the future. Even if you decide to let him live, absolutely nothing will change. Lucas stares at Oracle with a pretty complicated look, trying to figure out how much of that statement is actually true. He finally agrees, sighing a simple okay. A massive weight is lifted off Oracle's shoulders, who whispers his gratitude. Oracle gently tells his subordinate he did a great job and should leave now. But the young man just stands there, staring at the scroll before picking it up and whispering to himself. Everything is unfolding exactly as the prophecy foretold. Suddenly, he grips the scroll incredibly tight, his voice turning deadly serious. In a split second, he hurls the teleportation scroll straight toward Lucas. Lucas freezes, pure shock written on his face. The subordinate leaps forward, driving his heavy staff straight through the center of that flying scroll, aiming a devastating, fatal strike directly at Lucas's face. Gripping his staff, his voice starts to tremble as he admits that at least this time, he simply cannot obey Oracle's orders. But seeing Lucas effortlessly dodge the strike and stand there completely unharmed, the guard's face darkens with deep frustration, while the hunter just laughs with pure amusement. Retracting his staff, he asks if Lucas is still bored. Honestly, Lucas didn't expect this guy to hold a grudge to this extreme. He only casually called the guy boring a second ago, and now he gets this massive gift in return. Thrilled, he speaks up. All right, things are definitely getting wild here. With a mocking smirk, Lucas reminds Oracle of his grand promise to hold on to his absolute, unwavering determination. He glares. All playfulness is gone. His face goes completely cold. You are a prophet who can see the future, and I am a regressor who has already lived through it. Lucas tosses the teleportation scroll high into the air, where it instantly tears open into a massive black hole. He looks back at the green-haired guard, muttering that everyone already knows about that painful decision, and there is absolutely nothing surprising about his tearful, noble sacrifice. Hearing that, anger flares. The subordinate locks eyes with Lucas with ultimate resolve. Besides, He expected nothing, absolutely nothing from any of this anyway. With that, he swings his staff to unleash a devastating blast, triggering a massive, high-powered explosion like a heavy cannon. The blast rips a massive hole straight through the opposite building, but to his horror, Lucas is completely gone. Shocked, he realizes the hunter must have dodged his devastating attack in a split second. Now, he desperately needs to peer into the future to see where the next attack lands. Forcing his power to its limits, he gazes ahead, only to witness a horrific vision of Lucas slicing his body into bloody pieces. Panicking, he pushes his mind to simulate tens of thousands of different future scenarios, desperately searching for a single path to survival. But then nothing. He stands completely frozen. An inescapable fate has finally caught up with him. He turns his gaze back toward his master, his eyes filled with endless, heavy emotions, as he whispers a final apology to Oracle. In the blink of an eye, clones of Lucas lunge forward. You can see exactly why the poor guy is so completely hopeless. This strike leaves him zero escape routes. With one devastating strike, blood splatters everywhere as Oracle watches his loyal subordinate get sliced to pieces, completely frozen in shock. This is the brutal end for anyone who dares to cross an S-class hunter. Lucas just watches, speaking in a calm voice. Everyone walks a path already set for them, and if you cannot break free from that destiny, your entire life becomes nothing but a boring, endless run. Lucas speaks, sharp eyes. He slowly glances sideways directly at Oracle. His sharp gaze cuts deep, as if trying to read Oracle's true emotions, straight through the puppet. Just like that, one life ends while others must push forward and keep fighting. The next morning, over at the office building of Organization J, when Sanju wakes up, he is greeted by a familiar face. It is the agent he has not seen in a long time. The agent happily replies to his greeting. There you are. I just heard the news that you hunted down an S-class beast. I knew this day would come eventually, but I did not expect it to happen this fast. Sanju takes the compliment, feeling a bit embarrassed by all the praise. Come on, do not say that. Without the other S-class hunters, I could not have pulled it off. Then he spots Yuyan at a nearby table and runs over to say hello. Long time no see. What kind of potions have you been brewing up lately? But when she turns around, she scares him half to death. Her face is pale and completely hollow, looking like she is about to drop dead. Sanju asks her, what on earth happened? Instead of answering him, Yuyan just silently points toward the window. How can you even ask that with what is happening down there? Sanju looks outside and sees a massive crowd of reporters. As of right now, Hunter Sung Sanju is still officially with the JM Guild. Hunter Sung Sanju, are you in there? Seeing the absolute madness outside already gives Sanju a massive headache. This scene is way too familiar. Yuyan is completely losing her mind, complaining that they are being so loud she cannot even get a single second of sleep. Sanju is completely speechless. Does becoming an S-class hunter really warrant this kind of massive, over-the-top public media frenzy? The agent sighs. It makes sense, since Jumper was the one who announced it. Given his massive status in the hunter community, this was bound to happen. The agent hesitates, clearly holding something back, but finally decides to tell him straight. However, the Hunter Association is pushing back, since you were not the only one fighting during that raid. Hearing this, Sanju feels relieved. A little, at least. I heard about that, and it is partly true. But do I really have to carry that S-class hunter label? Personally, I am doing pretty well right now, and I really do not want to deal with reporters. Even back as an A-class, the random attacks dropped significantly. The agent lets out a dry smile. Yeah, I figured you would say something like that. After thinking it over, he decides to reject the association's offer. Sanju blinks, asking what offer they made. He calmly explains they will instantly promote you to S-class if you agree to wipe out every single monster currently hiding out in West Africa. Hearing this, Yuyan jumps in panic. West Africa? Do not tell me it is that monster tiger. Sanju is stunned by her extreme reaction. You startled me. Is something wrong? She hesitates, keeping her thoughts locked away. Turning back to her desk to avoid his gaze, she mutters that it is nothing since he is rejecting the offer anyway. This only leaves Sanju even more confused. What? Why stop talking all of a sudden? But he quickly shakes the thought off. Whatever, just decline the offer. Honestly, I do not care what they try to pull. No matter what, I am absolutely never going to West Africa. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. Just days later, Jinstein drops the news that their next destination is indeed. Talk about bad timing. Hearing this bombshell, Sanju is utterly speechless, and Jinstein just stares at him with a bizarre look. What is with that face? Sanju tries his best to control his panic. Forget it. I knew this would happen. Is that place really? Jinstein slowly nods. Yes, that is where the next 7 deadly sins lies. Sanju loses his cool and swears. Damn it, those sins again. Jinstein calmly explains that besides the deadly sins, this location is also a perfect environment for your training. Sanju is completely baffled by this. Training? What kind of training? Based on how your clones are acting, it looks like the dark influence of the 7 deadly sins is starting to leak into you too. He points out a massive, fatal flaw. Your skills have not been working quite as well as you expected lately, have they? This sends Sanju into deep thought, while Jinstein slowly and patiently continues to explain. Like I told you before, the 7 deadly sins have completely blocked your system access. This means you will have to cast your skills without relying on the system at all. He conjures a glowing magic circle right in front of Sanju before quickly dispelling it. No, that is Tib's method, so we should call it something else. Looking straight at Sanju, he solemnly declares you must learn real magic. Last night, right after Lucas brutally executed the Oracle's subordinate, the Oracle angrily confronted him, asking why he had to go that far and kill that innocent kid. Lucas stares back, his eyes completely cold and empty. He asks why the Oracle told the boy to run, even going so far as to prepare a teleportation scroll for him. The rapid questions leave the Oracle completely speechless. Seeing this silence, Lucas's expression grows even colder. He must have known you would reject my proposal, and he probably knew he would end up dying like this anyway. Lucas pauses for a brief second. And yet, you still tried to save his life. Did you actually grow attached to him after all that time together? Or is this just some heavy sense of duty? Come on, tell me. Hearing his words, the Oracle only lets out a soft sigh. There isn't just one path, and destiny isn't what killed that child. You did. Then he stares at Lucas like he's looking at a total madman, as if the broken person standing here today was entirely his own choice. Lucas hears this, and his eyes instantly go completely dark. He swings his arm, cleanly severing the head of Oracle's puppet, and barks out, "Stop preaching to me about that free will garbage. I believed in actual possibility more than anyone else." He tries hard to choke back his rising emotions, but his voice is already starting to tremble. Do you have any idea how many times I've tried? 10, 20, maybe 100 times? His voice cracks, growing tighter with pain. Do you know how many times I had to watch the system swallow our planet whole, while the apocalypse wiped out everything? Lucas squeezes the puppet's hands tight, screaming out in utter despair, "What do you mean there's more than one path? No matter who I try to save, the end is always exactly the same. No matter how many powerful hunter guilds I form, the result never changes." Completely driven out of his mind, Lucas snaps and tears the puppet right in half. He lets his hands drop, totally defeated. It always ends the same way. I was never meant to stop this apocalypse from the very beginning. Lucas trashes everything around him in a wild rage, but eventually lets out a bitter sigh, asking himself what he's even doing. What's the point of arguing with a creature that doesn't even have a physical body to carry out its own thoughts anyway? Oracle is just a brain, a genderless entity with no real body of its own. Hearing this, it falls into dead silence. You are right. He speaks through the ruined puppet. The only thing I can actually do is show you the future. Hearing those words, Lucas instantly snaps back to reality as his eyes reclaim their usual cold and calm focus. He mocks him, repeating the words, "My future? Do you still not get what I'm saying here? This isn't the first time I've been stuck in this exact situation." In his past regressions, he had come to question him countless times, but every single attempt always yielded the exact same useless answer. "I see your path ahead is nothing but an endless, vicious loop, and you won't get what you want in this lifetime. Jamper, your methods will only lead to utter failure. In this life, things aren't going to go the way you want. Lucas, just give up. There's no other way." Every time he came with hope, he left in despair. So this time, he refuses to listen anymore. "I already know what you're going to say." Hearing this, Oracle laughs loudly. "But didn't you still come all the way here anyway? How amusing." Furious, Lucas slams his hand hard against the glass display. But Oracle just chuckles. "You don't need to threaten me. I've already foreseen my own death anyway. But as for your ultimate ending," he gently closes his eyes, murmuring that he sees it. And it's quite a sight, a painful death, filled with absolute regret. He then glares at Lucas with sheer mockery, dripping from his voice, calling him a pathetic soul, and asking how long it's been since. Before he can finish, the massive steel pillars around them begin to collapse. Oracle simply laughs maniacally, shouting that it is finally over, the end of this tangled life. Suddenly, The surrounding power grids explode, sending violent shockwaves that shake the entire building to its core. Through the thick, swirling dust, a small hand suddenly reaches out to touch Lucas. A gentle voice whispers, telling him not to give up, because he will eventually find his own salvation. Lucas stares at the figure before him, completely speechless, his eyes flooding with deep, choked-up emotion. The salvation he's been searching for. Lucas gently touches the glass, but nobody knows what it is. Meanwhile, we're cut to the dry, dangerous lands of Africa, where Sanju is I still don't get why you keep insisting on dragging yourself along with me here. Hearing this, Uyan desperately tries to justify herself, claiming she's only there to help, as she constantly lists all of her useful skills. I can identify items and even brew healing potions for you, you know. Sanju sighs, asking if she means those sleeping pills of hers. He turns back, staring straight at Uyan, reminding her that he didn't come here to play around. You could literally die at any moment. Hearing this, Uyan begs in a soft, desperate voice, pleading for him to just let her stay. If I ever become a burden to you, I'll bite my tongue and end my own life. She says it with pure sincerity, asking to tag along just this once. Seeing her like this, Sanju feels a sudden wave of worry. What is actually going on with her? But in the end, he just can't say no to her. Turning his head away, he mutters in absolute defeat. Fine, but don't you dare do anything unless I give the word. Understand? Uyan is quite surprised to see he's not kicking her out anymore. Overjoyed, she thanks him repeatedly, but before she can even finish her sentence, a loud explosion suddenly rips through the air right behind her. Right after that, a hideous monster with razor-sharp teeth bursts from beneath the ground, looking like it's ready to tear these two outsiders to shreds. Sanju immediately shoves Uyan behind him and tells her to run. Knowing her limits, she quickly agrees to back off. But before she can even make a break for it, a red shadow drops from the sky, charging straight at the beast. A split second later, blood splatters everywhere as the massive monster suddenly collapses. Sanju recognizes those familiar movements instantly. Then, a voice rings out, freezing him dead in his tracks. The guy in red says excitedly, if you feed these sandworms, you can actually ride them. If you feel it veering off in the wrong direction, just give it a little poke. Sanju takes a closer look and stands there completely dumbfounded. This is none other than the old geezer he met before. Uyan is completely shocked too. An S-class hunter? Talk about lucky. The moment Raven spots him, he greets the kid with absolute enthusiasm. He says, we meet again. How wonderful. But looking at the old man's grinning face, Sanju cannot bring himself to smile. You total liar. You said you would find the divine medicine and catch up. That is the exact reason why I turned down the blessing. His sudden outburst completely flusters Raven, who tells him to calm down, insisting he will definitely find that divine medicine. But it is not exactly easy to find. In fact, Arya is working day and night looking for it. So why are you here? Sanju asks, and Raven calmly explains, he is just blocking these pests from escaping the dungeon. Hey, it is a living. Sanju looks over at those massive worms. They all crawled out of that cave. Frowning, he tells Raven he was actually heading there himself. Raven is genuinely surprised. You? He figures if it is Sanju, he will probably be fine. But he still warns him to be careful because that place is pretty dangerous. Sanju replies he heard it is far worse than that. All right, get ready for this. Raven stops sugarcoating things. That place is a whole different world ruled by the absolute strongest. There is only one law in there, the strong survive, and the weak die. Standing on the sidelines, Uyan is completely bewildered. How on earth did this blockhead manage to befriend a top S-class hunter? She cannot comprehend this bizarre friendship. Raven just shakes his head, reminiscing about the old days when he used to train inside that hellhole. Intrigued, Sanju asks him where these massive sandworms actually rank within that dangerous cave. Raven glances back at the giant pests and chuckles, repeating that he is only there to keep them from escaping. His tone suddenly turns ice cold. These weaklings do not even qualify as part of that cave's ecosystem. Just think of them as the absolute bottom of the food. Sanju and Uyan stare blankly at these worms, each easily the size of multiple buildings combined. It looks like the path ahead is going to be incredibly brutal. Meanwhile, back at the research lab, Lucas washes his hands obsessively, repeating the motion over and over again. Anyone paying close attention can easily tell his mind is completely elsewhere, likely still trapped in the exact moment that grim prophecy was delivered. Back then, that person told him not to give up because salvation was coming. Lucas lets out a deeply bitter, painful smile. He thought this prophecy would turn out just like all the others. How long has it been since he faced this many wild surprises? His expression darkens. Too many variables. The awakening program, the 7 deadly sins, Lucas mutters, thinking about the Divine Medicine Academy and Sanju. Shutting off the faucet, he leans heavily against the sink, desperately trying to support his completely exhausted body. But in the end, he cannot hold himself up and collapses. He thought it was just a minor deviation, but now he has no clue what to do next. Jinstein, what on earth did you do? Meanwhile, things on Sanju's end are not looking any better. The very air around them shifts. Sanju immediately senses a thick aura of death filling the cave. He can even see dried skeletons dangling precariously from the jagged rocks. Looking around at the creepy environment, Uyan trembles. Is this really the legendary monster cave? A sudden gust of wind carries a foul stench, forcing Uyan to cover her nose. As she complains, Sanju quietly tells her it is the smell of blood. Squinting ahead, he spots 2 savage beasts devouring their prey. The heavy scent of fresh blood is drifting directly from their grotesque feast. And look at that, those beasts have already spotted him. Turning around with wild, feral eyes, they unleash piercing screeches and charge straight at him. Sanju does not waste a single second, immediately summoning his clones to action. Those beasts look pretty weird, but frankly, it does not matter what they are. Anyone trying to block his path faces one single, brutal ending. Slowly drawing his blade, his sharp gaze locks onto the monsters. It is time to see exactly where he stands on this food chain. The beasts lock eyes with him and lunge forward at absolutely terrifying speed. Sanju calmly steps forward to clash, but right as he raises his sword to strike, he suddenly freezes mid-swing. He remembers his master's advice that he must learn magic. Frowning, Sanju realizes he is going to have to rely on his system skills. Taking a deep breath, he channels all the mana throughout his body directly into his palm to test it out. Instantly, the mana gathers. It forms a glowing sphere right in his palm. Sanju is ready to unleash his own fireball. But before he can even blink, another clone steps up. It fires an absolutely massive blast of magic flame that Watching the beast shriek in pure agony as it burns, Sanju stands there, completely frozen. His target got sent to the next life before he could even touch it. Damn. Time to find another victim. 2 more monsters charge in. Feeling like this is his golden chance to practice, he quickly chants to activate his ice spell. But the moment his ice magic hits their tough outer scales, it instantly melts into absolute nothingness. Another clone had already triggered a powerful freezing spell. It encased the beasts in solid ice, while blowing Sanju's own magic away. Sanju cannot take it anymore. Tears of pure frustration spill down his handsome face. You guys seriously don't want me to use magic, do you? Snapping, he draws his sword and chops them into pieces. If magic won't work, he will just use physical force. Behind a nearby rock, Yuyan watches with her jaw completely dropped. Her eyes are wide. She stares at Sanju, utterly stunned by what she is seeing. Did this jerk seriously get even stronger again? She frowns. What on earth is that bizarre skill of his anyway? After wiping out the beasts, Sanju turns around to face his group of clones, calling out to them. His sudden call makes them jump and stand at attention, wondering how they managed to offend their master this time. Instead of scolding them, Sanju suddenly drops to his knees. He deeply bows to his own clones. He begs them to be his masters and teach him how to use magic. Hearing this, they excitedly agree to show him how to create a simple fireball. First, you channel your mana and condense it into a sphere, maintaining that shape while wrapping it in hot flames. Keep feeding it energy. The clone demonstrates the technique step by step so Sanju can easily understand. You must constantly supply mana into the core of the sphere, ensuring the flame generated from the external reaction never dies out. Sanju fails to keep up, causing his fireball to flicker and quickly vanish. He desperately tries to add more, muttering an apology. Watching him struggle, the clone calmly asks him to rate his own overall strength. On a scale from 1 to 10, Sanju proudly puffs out his chest. He decides to be realistic but fair, rating himself as an 8. Before he can even utter a word, his clone straight up slaps him right across the face with a fireball. How are you claiming an 8 when you can't even do it? Sanju rubs his face in complete disbelief. Talk about a brutal reality check. The clone sighs in disappointment and continues the lesson, pointing out his disrupted mana flow and explaining it once again. After a brutal training session with his copies, Sanju returns to his actual master, begging the self-proclaimed great mage to finally teach him some real magic. Jinstein gives him a bizarre look, explaining that he thought Sanju would prefer learning directly from his highly skilled clones. He figured they would make the best teachers. But clearly, things did not go well. Sanju, whose face is now swollen like a total pig's head, shoots him a deeply resentful glare. Well, obviously, Jinstein sighs, telling him not to blindly copy them since their mana control is vastly superior. Sanju winces as he rubs his sore cheek. He thought they would be good teachers, but even his adaptation skill failed him. Hearing this, the old man falls silent. He understands the rush, but explains that while the skill is currently weak, there is still a way to trigger its power. With his years of wisdom, the old mage easily reads the young boy's mind. He knows Sanju is deeply terrified of a future where he can't summon any of his clones. Feeling quite guilty, Sanju slowly lowers his head. He admits he already tried to recall number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins, but failed miserably. He recalls being in the inventory, thinking as long as those fragments were gone, it would work. He wondered if temporarily recalling number 1 to separate them from the group would make the skill easy, but before he could even try, the incredibly sharp number 1 instantly grabbed his restless hands, completely pinning him down. Then, the cold voice of number 1 echoed in his ears, flatly refusing his request. Number 1 looks down on him, asking who taught him such a cheap trick. Sanju can only shed a silent tear as his hands get squeezed out of shape. Jinstein is quite taken aback, never expecting the 7 deadly sins to actively retaliate like that. Letting out a soft sigh, he agrees to personally teach him magic. Sanju's eyes instantly light up with pure excitement. He promises to take it seriously and do absolutely anything, but is left totally speechless when the old man tells him to strip naked. Meanwhile, Yuyan is keeping a very close eye on Sanju's physical body, watching his every single move from a safe distance. Seeing him sit cross-legged in deep meditation this entire time, she feels quite puzzled, wondering if he is just sulking after getting slapped by his clones. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, startling her. But what shocks her even more is watching him randomly start stripping off all his clothes. Seeing him about to strip off his underwear, she blushes and quickly covers her eyes, screaming at the crazy guy to ask what on earth he is doing. Sanju helplessly explains this is his master's idea, but of course Uyeon does not believe him. After all, what kind of master tells their student to strip bare in broad daylight? She demands to know what nonsense he is talking. Too bad she has never met Jinstein, so she has no idea how bizarre his teaching style is, starting with becoming one with nature. That is the first step to controlling mana. Hearing this, Sanju is completely stunned. But I already know how to control mana without a system. Jinstein stays silent for a second, then calmly tells him to put his clothes back on. Grabbing his clothes, Sanju is absolutely losing his mind, shouting that he will smash this yellow core right into his face. Seeing him put his clothes back on, Yuyan finally sighs in relief, thinking that damn Sanju scared her half to death, and she has no idea what he is thinking. She wonders if she should just tell him everything, while over at headquarters, someone is actually going much crazier than Sanju right now. What on earth is this about? Sanju said he had zero interest in becoming an Acer class. He yells while furiously slamming his hand on the table. He even rejected our offer. So why in the world did he head all the way over to that monster cave in Africa? Hearing this, Hee-dung only replies calmly, asking if that is not actually a good thing since they wanted him to go there anyway. Saying that, he tosses over a stack of files, ordering him to contact the people on this list, leaving the man sitting opposite quite confused. He opens it up to look, and what he sees leaves him completely speechless, his hands trembling as he holds the notebook. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief, as he wonders if this is an assassin organization, begging him not to tell him that they are planning to. Hee-dung only wears a sinister smile, noting that being careful is always good. And while he likes betting, he loves a rigged game even more. But get this, Sanju has absolutely no idea he is already being plotted against. He is still busy battling monsters inside the African cave, but instead of relying on his sword, he is trying to use magic more. Jinstein gently instructs him to keep the magic circle steady, so Sanju channels more mana into it, grunting that he already knows. Seeing this, his master nods in satisfaction, explaining that the magic circle is like a tracking beacon reminding him how mana transforms, so he does not end up forgetting it. After barely dodging a sudden, vicious strike from a monster, Sanju yells back that he already told him he knows, but immediately after, the magic circle suddenly flickers out, frustrating him even more as he complains about it being interrupted yet again. Maintaining his magic while constantly dodging monsters is proving to be quite difficult for him. So, when it vanishes, Sanju snaps. He simply blasts those monsters straight to heaven. Jinstein can only sigh helplessly, realizing the physical gap between Sanju and these monsters is just too massive to continue training like this. So he orders him to go deeper. Sanju agrees, but just as he prepares to head deeper inside, A lethal dart suddenly flies out from behind, aiming straight for his head. Instantly on high alert, Sanju quickly tries to deploy his shield, but he is too slow as the dart cuts right through his first line of defense. Seeing this, Jinstein shouts out Sanju's name in pure panic, completely unaware that mysterious assassins have already sneaked up right behind them. He is dead. Report back to the leader. These are members of the Blue Rose Assassination Organization. Number 11 and 12. 12 scoffs at how easily they killed him, mocking the supposed S-class candidate for being completely pathetic. But hold on, did they really think it was that easy? Sanju is alive. Just as the dart was about to strike, he activated his clone skill, using a decoy to take the blow instead. Meanwhile, he instantly closes the distance and unleashes a single massive blast that completely blows up the mountain they were hiding on. His fists clench tight with absolute killing intent, demanding to know who they are. He watches as number 11 and 12, who are clearly no pushovers, quickly dodge his devastating counterattack. Noting that he is tougher than he looks, number 11 only smiles, remarking that it would be pretty boring if their target died too quickly anyway. His clone casually steps forward, asking if they have completely lost their minds, throwing darts at people's heads, promising to pay them back in full. Elsewhere, Yuyan is facing her own little crisis as she stares down at the pot of noodles, lost in thought, wondering how many packets she should cook. Number 1 quickly chimes in requesting 5, leaving Yuyan surprised as he pulls out yet another pack. Impressed by how prepared he is, she asks when he even packed them, prompting him to happily explain he brought everything needed for camping. Excitedly grabbing the packet, she cannot help but wonder why Sanju is not back yet, since he promised to return before dinner. Another clone looks off in the direction Sanju went, eyes filled with worry, as he notes that the main body seems quite busy, and indeed, Sanju is incredibly busy handing out a beatdown, because those 2 assassins are absolutely no match for him whatsoever. Coldly staring them down, he asks if they have any other tricks up their sleeves, making number 11 grit his teeth in absolute rage as number 12 gets stabbed. Calling him a bastard, he screams to know why Sanju is not using skills, asking if he is looking down on them. Hearing this, Sanju feels a bit awkward, since he has no skills to use and can barely even control his magic circle yet. Number 11 gets even more furious seeing his silence. How dare this kid look down on them? Grabbing 6 more daggers, he charges straight at him with a wild scream, shouting that he is going to make him regret this. But Sanju does not even blink. He calmly waves his hand, moving with terrifying speed to instantly grab the guy right by the face. Right after that, a glowing magic circle flares up in his palm. He looks down coldly, asking if the guy really wants to die by his skill. But check this out, as he thrusts the spell forward, it completely disappears because his mana flow is totally unstable. Jinstein can only sigh at this, and even Sanju feels completely embarrassed. It is a totally cringeworthy moment. Too bad, the assassin has no idea what just happened, trembling in absolute terror as he stares at the kid, convinced his life is officially over. Pure dread fills his eyes. He is thinking that if the kid had actually used that magic, he would have been a goner long ago. Did Sanju actually spare him? Not a chance. If the guy looked closer, he would see Sanju's face has gone totally dark, glaring at the exact spot where his spell just fizzled out. He is dying of embarrassment. Yet this clueless assassin is actually feeling touched, thinking Sanju purposefully held back to show mercy. Is the gap between our strength really that massive? The guy cries out, sobbing even louder. Are we not even worth you using a single skill? Sanju watches this crybaby lose his mind and is totally speechless. But since the guy is already building him up, Sanju decides to play along and flex. He flashes a sly grin, asking if he only just realized it. He turns and walks away coldly, his long cloak fluttering behind him to add a serious touch of mystery. You really are that pathetic, he says, not even worthy of witnessing my skills. You are slower than a snail. With that, he goes right back to farming monsters alone, sweeping through the entire area surrounding Yuyan's camp like a one-man army. After slaughtering his way through, he tries summoning the magic circle again, but it instantly vanishes. Jinstein chimes in, asking if he is giving up on training. Lately, you have just been slaying them with pure instinct. Sanju sighs at that, insisting he is trying his absolute best. Staring down at the monster corpses, he starts to wonder if something is off, feeling like these beasts have actually gotten stronger. Jinstein encourages him, pointing out that his devour skill is actually incredible, which is the most important thing. You are growing stronger just by hunting. Feeling the massive surge of mana building inside his body, Sanju cannot really deny that. True, but he quickly sighs. The higher his stats get, the harder they are to level up, meaning he will need to hunt much tougher prey. Jinstein laughs and scolds him, telling him his current stats are already insane and he needs to learn to be satisfied. Sanju is about to reply when a very familiar presence hits him. Here we go, time to see who is crashing the party. See, he says. This is exactly why I had to hunt down all these monsters. He looks up to see number 11 and his crew catching up, making him smirk. It seems I always have an audience watching my training. Realizing he is spotted, number 11 stops hiding and steps out. Dung Sanju, we are here to pay you back for yesterday's humiliation. Let us see if you can survive this time without using any of your skills. His teammate looks at this cocky display and just wants to slap him. Shut your mouth, number 11. You should be completely ashamed. Immediately getting shut down, number 11 quietly backs off with his tail between his legs, muttering a quick okay. His new teammate is incredibly strong, so he dares not talk back. Without wasting any words, the powerful warrior charges straight at Sanju, causing our hero to frown slightly. Pretty fast, he notes. Hearing the kid judge him so casually makes the warrior burn with rage, cursing him as an arrogant bastard. Suddenly, a thick purple poison mist spews from his mouth. Instantly recognizing the danger, Sanju quickly activates his magic circle to block it. The magic swirling around him absorbs the gas, letting the numbing sensation seep in, which actually makes him grin with absolute, unexpected delight. Oh man, that feels amazing, he thinks. Seeing him completely unfazed, the warrior roars in fury, telling him to stop playing tricks. He immediately unleashes his earthquake skill, releasing a wave of raw mana to completely shatter the targeted zone. Huge, gaping cracks instantly rip through the ground right beneath his feet. Sanju looks down, feeling slightly surprised by the impact. What is this? Seeing his opening, number 11 rushes in to trigger his energy bomb skill to blow things sky high. With a swift flick, he hurls the bomb, which detonates in a flash and tears the terrain apart, sending thick dust everywhere. The arrogant assassin bursts into a smug laugh. No matter how strong you are, our poison mist and energy bombs will finish you. But out of nowhere, Sanju bursts through the smoke and delivers a brutal punch straight to his face, putting him down instantly. His companion freezes in absolute shock. Before he can even finish yelling about that insane speed, Sanju conjures a glowing magic circle right before his eyes. But once again, the spell quickly fizzles out and vanishes, leaving Sanju standing there in awkward silence. No matter what, he has to save face. Forcing a cool smirk, he tells them they are not worthy of seeing his skills today either. Hearing this, the warrior feels completely humiliated to his core. You bastard, how dare you play with us like this? Too bad his defense is not nearly as tough as Sanju's fist. And, just like that, the last person who knew the secret about his inability to control mana was gone. By the time morning arrived, his clones were still keeping watch at the campsite, but the moment she saw him return, she woke up. Wrong. Sanju chuckled and asked her what was wrong. Why are you not sleeping? Kim Woo-on rubbed her eyes, asking if he was back. Wrong. Sanju nodded gently, asking if she had been awake this whole time. Ignoring the question, Kim Woo-on handed him a bowl of noodles. I still have super ramen. Let me add some rice. Wait until it is hot before you eat. Wrong. Sanji sat down, feeling a bit awkward. I can take care of my own food, he said. Hearing this, Kim Woo-on cheeks flushed red, maybe from embarrassment or anger. But you have done everything. At least let me do something to help out, she insisted. He stayed quiet, silently watching her heat up the noodles. After a moment, he finally spoke up, asking if she had eaten. Kim Woo-on replied while scooping the rice. I wanted to wait until you came back. Is 2 bowls enough? No, let us make it 3 bowls instead. Meanwhile, across the valley, those assassins we saw earlier are running into some serious trouble. Wrong. Sanju did not kill them, but tied them up and dumped them in the desert. Just this morning, he and Fen of the 13 Scorpions found them and were totally confused. Hey, wake up, Carrion shouted. I recognize your faces. Number 11 and 10 of the Red Blue Guild. I never expected to run into you guys out here. Shocked to see them, number 11 and 10 gasped. You are the 13 Scorpions. Are you also hunting down Wrong. Sanju? Hearing that, he frowned slightly. We have the same target? I really do not like this kind of competition at all. Beside him, Black Faye casually stroked his blade. So what? The Red Blue Guild already failed, which means only we are left to finish this. Number 10 laughed at their arrogant attitude. I promise you one thing. You will not even get to see him use a single skill. But they did not pay any attention to the warning from number 17. Of course not, Because he will be dead before he can even use it, he sneered. Black Faye burst out laughing right along with him. Do not compare us to weaklings like you. But after feeling Rong Sanju's fists for themselves, their laughter quickly died out. We could not even catch a glimpse of a single skill. At this moment, Rong Sanju was only focusing on his newly created magic circle that was already about to fade, leaving him totally speechless. It seems I really have no knack for this, he lamented in despair. Hearing this, Jinstein countered him immediately, saying, no, you are actually getting stronger. The old man explained calmly. Being able to maintain your magic circle until the very end of the fight is a highly promising sign. Rong Sanji stared at the circle on his hand. Yeah, now that I think about it, keeping it active the whole time does make me feel a lot better. Seeing his magic circle grow more stable, Jinstein, assassins are definitely way more useful for your training compared to those predictable monsters we usually fight. Leaving them alive turned out to be a really great decision. But then, he turned thoughtful, asking if Rong Sanji had caused some trouble since those guys came from a different guild. Our hero felt completely wronged. I want to know why too, he sighed. 2 whole guilds are after me. Even if we asked them, they would not say a word. Number 1 and 2, we are moving deeper in, so wake Kim Woo-on up. Rong Sanju dispelled his magic circle, looking rather annoyed. He wonders if those assassins will ever stop bothering him. Well, we are about to get that answer real quick, because the very next morning, just as he was enjoying life and saying a bright good morning to the world, his foot stepped right onto a landmine hidden in the ground. Then, with a massive boom, the surrounding boulders instantly shattered into fine dust, showing just how terrifyingly destructive that blast really was. An arrogant girl with blue-gray hair spoke into her walkie-talkie, claiming he was dead, without leaving a single trace. We will not let any other bastard steal this mission. But before she could even celebrate, a furious Rong Sanju charged out and threw a brutal punch at her. And this strike, heavily packed with magic, unleashed a destructive blast many times stronger than her little bomb. Talk about paying her back 10 times over. Even the next day, while he was out hunting monsters, he got suddenly ambushed by a swarm of wild vines. 2 other assassins lunged forward at the sight, yelling that they, the silent black crows, would take his head. And just like that, 2 more lucky souls received his fists and got sent straight to the afterlife. As time passed, even more assassins attacked with increasingly lethal skills. The most memorable one was a lightning skill from a blonde guy. His single strike filled the entire air with crackling electricity, looking incredibly powerful. So, Rong Sanju treated him to a swift flick right to his forehead, sending him straight to heaven before he could even process what happened. Thanks to these guys, Rong Sanju's ability to handle multiple opponents improved drastically. And during this whole process, slowly but steadily, his magic power was beginning to rise. Staring at the active magic circle, he cheered that he did not even need his hands to maintain it. Yet, he still could not trigger any spell, making him scream at the sky in pure frustration. What is the point of this then? Damn it. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-on was caught in a terrible nightmare, dreaming of a woman constantly whispering her name in a soft, eerie voice. Woo-on, do not tell anyone else about this, okay? I have never told another soul. Yoon is still a little girl in her dream, looking doubtfully at the woman standing before her. Mom, she whispers. But her mother looks completely insane, screaming out that those bastards betrayed her. Why won't anyone listen to me when I saw everything? This terrifying vision leaves her incredibly shaken, calling out to her mother. But get this, when her mother finally spins around, a hideous face with a terrifying, wide-open mouth appears. Staring at that monstrous face, she bursts into tears and jolts awake, her eyes wide with absolute terror. Seeing her screaming, Sanju sits up next to her and asks, "Did you have a nightmare? Say something." She turns and meets his cold, grim, reaper-like stare, looking completely lost. "Who are you?" she asks. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the African desert, the assassins who failed to kill Sanju gather. One curses in frustration. Damn it. But the Vine skill user just laughs mockingly. There he goes again. How many attempts has he made now? This has to be his 4th try, right? Another assassin asks him, "Hey, did that Rong Sanju guy actually use any skills?" But he only responds with dead silence. Everyone gets the message. The Vine user narrows his eyes dangerously. Well, that must be it. He slowly scans each assassin one by one. Every single one of us was crushed in a pure physical duel. At our level, we can't even force him to show a single skill. I'm telling you, it's completely pointless to keep taking on these suicide contracts. His words plunged the group into deep thought. Then, the blue-haired girl who previously bombed Sanju speaks up in frustration. I didn't even get to see his clones. Is this really the power of an S rank? Suddenly, another guy speaks up. What if we form a temporary alliance and jump wrong Sanju together? This crazy idea comes from the golden-haired lightning user. The surrounding crowd just stares back at him in tense silence. He presses on, saying, I don't know what kind of insane bounty you guys were promised, but it has to be a literal fortune. It's definitely a massive payout. We can split it evenly, and then everyone goes their separate ways. It's the only way we'll ever catch that absolute monster. A lot of them actually start wavering. This bounty is easily 10 times a normal hit, so even when split between everyone, it's still a massive pile of cash. Sounds like a solid plan, right? The blue-haired girl even grabs her phone, ready to report this strategy. Wait, hold on a second. We should contact headquarters first, but not everyone is on board. A cold voice suddenly cuts in, mocking them. You guys are nothing but a bunch of useless trash. That instantly infuriates the crowd. What? Who the hell said that? They look over and see number 10 glaring at them with icy eyes. Are you mad because of what I said? You don't even have the right to be angry. Pure mockery fills his gaze. Why are you even standing around gossiping? Do you honestly think you're still breathing because Sanju is weak? Nobody dares to argue, because the defeated losers gathered here know his terrifying power better than anyone. Number 10 continues. I've completed countless contracts. I've heard so many targets scream in pure hatred at the killer sent to end them. I don't try to hide from that hatred, because it's simply my job. He stands up, looking exhausted. Yet Sanju chose to spare the lives of the very assassins sent to kill him, which is every single one of you, pathetic losers standing here. Glancing at the utterly embarrassed and confused faces of the group, he sighs and walks away. I might operate in the shadows, but I still have my own pride and code. I have absolutely zero interest in joining a filthy alliance with trash like you. Number 11 and 12 quickly run after him, yelling to wait up. The remaining assassins fall silent. Come to think of it, wrong Sanju did spare 2 of our guys. One of them speaks up, asking number 10, so, what is his plan? Get ready. Because number 10 is about to drop a bombshell. On this final try, I'm going to make wrong Sanju use his skills at least once. A dangerous glint flashes in his eyes. Meanwhile, completely unaware of their plot, Sanju is deeply reflecting on the assassination. Was there a hidden issue from the very start? Since this isn't the first ambush, he wonders if this whole setup was orchestrated by that mysterious guy called Master. But since there has been absolute silence from the academy, that might not be the case. He sighs. There are just too many assassins here. It's almost as if they are sending a clear message that they're going to bury me in this place. Listening to his words, Yoon can't help but feel deeply moved by his situation. I had no idea you were being hunted like this, she whispers. Sanju frowns, thinking, President Fudi once told me that Hung and Chairman Byung-hun were the 2 main objectors to me becoming an S rank. He calmly explains how those 2 were the ones who actively tried to push him into this monster but even if they hadn't forced my hand, I would have ended up here anyway. Suddenly, he realizes something. Kim Woo-won. I remember clearly when he first mentioned this cave to me, you showed nothing but pure hatred. Yet here you are, forcing yourself to follow me all the way in. Does this have something to do with that assassin group? Hearing this, a cold sweat breaks out on Kim Woo-won's face, but Yang Sanju has no intention of stopping his questioning. Tell me the truth, what exactly is your relationship with Haesung? Her lips tremble for a long moment, trying to gather the courage to speak. I am a hunter. But before she can even finish, Yang Sanju cuts her off completely. That is exactly what I want to hear, and have you explain. But right after saying this, he slashes forward, with a chilling, cold look in his eyes. He looks at her, but I guess right now is not the time for explanations. Instantly, he summons 2 of his clones. Kim Woo-won also senses that something is wrong and takes a step back. Yang Sanju watches his clones escort Kim Woo-won away. But what about you? Our protagonist calmly replies that he doesn't need help, but as he looks ahead, his eyes go completely wide. Wait, hold on, I definitely need backup, because look at this, right in front of him is a massive crowd of familiar dark figures, leaving him speechless. Number 10 is the first one to break the silence. Yang Sanju. Like it or not, this will be the final time we meet like this. Jinstein suddenly chimed in. Do you want to treat this like some real battle practice? He is totally speechless. Are you kidding? I much prefer a nice, safe environment. But clearly, he has zero control over this situation. In a split second, the assassins lunged forward, screaming but with his sharp instincts, Yong Sanju quickly notices something off. They are running at high speeds, yet not a single grain of sand is kicked up. He swings his blade, and the dark figures instantly vanish. All illusions. Just as he suspected. He frowns slightly. Is that really how it is? It would be a huge problem if they just vanished. But right behind him, a real assassin suddenly appears. Unfortunately, before the guy can do anything, Yong Sanju whirls around and grabs him by the throat. How dare you? Suddenly, a bullet fired by Soppy hits his hand, forcing him to fling the assassin away. Hidden in the shadows, Herder of the 13 Scorpions aims his gun straight at Yong Sanju's head. Use your skill, Yong Sanju. Seeing this, he retreats. That bastard. Jinstein quickly tells him to stay calm. Calm down, Yong Sanju. But as he takes a step back, his foot lands on a landmine trap. A massive explosion rocks the area, completely infuriating him. Yong Sanju leaps up in anger. How on earth am I supposed to stay calm in this situation? Jinstein calmly explains, you have already completed all the preparation stages needed to cast your magic. He continues, but I actually searched for the reason why you keep failing to activate your magic. You are still relying on the system's passive method. The second you believe the activation has succeeded, you completely let go of your control over your own mana. Yong Sanju is shocked. I did that? Realizing his mistake, a look of pure determination fills his eyes as he stares at the assassins. But they fail to notice his shift in attitude. Number 10 confidently rushes right at him, yelling that he is still underestimated. Yong Sanju quickly blocks with his sword, while remembering his master's words, activating magic is not the end. You must constantly control your mana. Think about it. He pushes up his glasses, looking serious. You are currently using a subspace skill, which requires quite a bit of relaxation to maintain, right? Hearing this, Yong Sanju panics. But he has no time to dwell on it, as the assassins launch a relentless wave of attacks. Use your skill, Yong Sanju. Their constant taunts are throwing him off. Damn it. Whenever he gets pissed off, his trash-talking habit kicks in automatically. You know what? But this time, before he can even start trash-talking, another enemy sneaks up and attacks from behind. Luckily, his magic shield deploys instantly, blocking the blow. Unfortunately, his magic is still far from stable. Yong Sanju desperately tries to remember his master's guidance. It doesn't end at activation like the system. I have to hold on to it and watch out with just that split second of distraction. He snaps back only to find dozens of weapons flying directly at him. These killers are utterly merciless. They have already blasted the entire area around him into a wasteland, and yet they still refuse to stop. Seeing him escape the blast, number 11 gets excited, yelling at him for still refusing to use his skills. At this rate, you will actually die. Hearing this, Yong Sanju grits his teeth. What is wrong with you guys? Aren't you all here to kill me? But as the words leave his mouth, a sudden realization hits him. That is it, just like how I handle my subspace skill. Finally finding a way out of his magic maze, his mind races. There is a reason the system does not interfere with it. Seeing him stand completely still, the assassins charge forward, their incoming attacks instantly cutting off his train of thought. They scream out, if you refuse to use your powers until the very end, then this is where you die. Right after that, they immediately lunged forward, with every single one of them trying to land a deadly blow. But they didn't realize Sangwoo was eerily quiet right now, having finally figured out how to keep his magic active. Activating and maintaining don't have to be separate. I need to activate and sustain it at the exact same time. With that thought, he poured all his mana into the magic ring, causing it to expand several times its size. A burst of magical flame erupted instantly, burning anyone who dared approach its master, sending the lunging assassins screaming in agonizing pain. It's too hot. Meanwhile, Sangwoo was so thrilled that he couldn't even wipe the grin off his face, staring at the magical flame dancing in his hand. He felt incredibly happy he had finally, truly made it work. Suddenly, he felt like he'd forgotten something. By the time he realized he was still in the middle of a battle, the assassins were already on their knees. Totally bewildered, he asks, what on earth are you guys doing? You see, he had no idea these guys had just made a massive decision, especially since number 17 previously declared he still had his pride. I have no intention of joining a filthy alliance like you guys, he told the other defeated fighters, promising that he would force Sangwoo to use his skill at least once on this final attempt, and after that, he'd serve under him. And now, he actually did exactly what he said. He stared at Sangwoo with absolute determination, declaring that everyone here would follow his lead. Sangwoo was taken aback by this. What did you say? You want me to accept money-grubbing killers like you guys? Turning his back on them, he gave them the middle finger. What a joke. but I'll still let you all slide. I'm in a pretty good mood right now, so get lost. But number 10 cuts him off. We aren't the last group of assassins, trying to sound threatening. Number 10 warns that he doesn't think they're the only hitmen trying to take his life, right? Sang-woo glares at him in annoyance, but number 10 pushes further, saying they are sharper and faster than any other killers. In exchange, we'll take care of all those troublesome problems for you in the future. Since you showed mercy and spared us, please use us however you want. Sang-woo falls silent, pondering over his words. Please, lead us. Desolate gusts of wind sweep across the empty battlefield. Number 10 waits for his response, and a moment later, Sang-woo gives a sharp reply. If you want to work with me, show me you're actually qualified. Thinking he misheard, number 12 whispers to number 11. What did he say? No idea. But another guy nudges number 10. Hey, number 10, even if these guys go back now, their lives are forfeit because the contract they took on ended in absolute failure. That's exactly why everyone agreed to your proposal. So, what do you plan to do now? Number 10 isn't surprised by the rejection. If he says we need to be qualified, then we'll just have to prove we are. Now, get this, the ones who pursued Sang-woo are deeply anxious, yet they still feel that choosing to work for him is the right call. We might finally get a real chance to live like actual human beings. But number 11 isn't convinced. I'm not satisfied, senior, but working together did force him to show us his true power in the end. But isn't this exactly like our original plan of forming an alliance to strike him down? Number 10 stays silent, leaving the blonde guy scratching his head in confusion. Oh right, that's exactly what it is. So we were totally fine with making a whole alliance just to force him to use his skill. Then where's the proud assassin who swore he'd never join a filthy alliance? Number 10 suddenly lets out a soft laugh. They walk away having realized one simple truth, no doubt about it. Every single one of them is an idiot. Starving, Sang-woo vacuums his noodles without a break, leaving Woo-hyun watching in total shock. Sang-woo honestly replies, I couldn't exactly tell them that sparing their lives was just a way for me to practice magic. I get that, but he calmly clicks his tongue. Everything is still playing out exactly as I planned. Woo-hyun is incredibly worried about what's coming next, knowing their clients are none other than Hae-sung and Byung-woo. But Sang-woo still has a few lingering questions, given his history with Hae-sung. This move wasn't a total surprise, but I still need to know the exact reason. Amid the silence, Woo-hyun reflects. If he had come here as an assassin, he'd be dead already. The real issue isn't you, it's this place. The wind howls coldly through the rocky cracks, making a strange, eerie sound. This is the very ground where Korea's most devastating catastrophe once unfolded. Before the tragedy struck, a woman held her baby close. I'll be back soon. You know safety comes first, right? Pre-calamity awakened S-class hunter Ji-hyun. We will be watching you too. The man tips his hat in a final farewell gesture. Of course, I'd never die and leave my sweet baby behind. He was a pre-calamity awakened S-class hunter, An-hyun. He gently places the hat on his daughter's head, referring to Woo-hyun. Of course, the family waves their final goodbyes to one another. Either way, you must listen to your mom. See, both of my parents were actually awakeners, some of the very first to rise before the world fell into total disaster. Back then, awakened humans were incredibly rare. And monsters? They just kept pouring in. So, the world made a new rule. They formed a special task force of incredibly powerful hunters. They were deployed to different nations, charged with taking down cataclysmic global threats. That is exactly how the most legendary hunters of that era, including my own father, first came together. It worked. Because they only recruited elite hunters, human casualties were kept incredibly low. By concentrating their massive strength onto single targets, clearing out waves of monsters became incredibly fast and easy. They easily secured the gates. Soon, they set up fortified outposts to keep those portals completely stable. Most modern hunting grounds we see today were built back then. Everything went smoothly, until that tragic accident changed things forever. Look there. Several figures are approaching this desolate wasteland. Whoever named this place the Monster Zone was totally right. Jun-woo looks pretty disgusted. The smell of blood is incredibly thick. His exhausted companions wonder how much further they have to walk. We will arrive soon, says Byung-hoon, a powerful A-rank vanguard, standing alongside his fellow squad member Hae-sung. Nearby, another pair takes a quick rest. No matter how they look at it, they are shorthanded. Why did they send so few of us? Wonders A-rank combatant Hae-hee, standing next to her teammate Gong-young. Honestly, sending half-baked amateurs would only end up getting in our way. Jia, the blue-haired hunter, still finds it strange, since there were plenty of other capable candidates available. But watch out. The ground suddenly splits open as vicious underground beasts surge upward, firing deadly beams of highly destructive energy straight from their mouths. Hai-He quickly draws her glowing whip, utterly annoyed that these damn creatures just keep crawling out of the dirt endlessly. With one swift strike, she rips a monster in half. It wails in agony before collapsing. But wait, a massive shadow suddenly erupts from deep within the earth, a bizarre titan over 100 times larger than the rest of those beasts. The entire squad freezes in absolute shock. Could a gargantuan beast this size actually be an A-rank threat? Jia quickly steps up, unleashing her glowing magic chains to bind the giant worm and lock it firmly down. Once the beast is pinned, Byung-hun charges straight in to deliver a heavy punch, while Hee-sung uses his telekinesis to lift massive boulders from the surrounding area. Take that, you stupid worm. Those massive rocks soar into the air before raining down hard. Yet, the beast absorbs every single attack. Hai-He and Gong-young stand back, analyzing its incredibly tough hide. The worm is pretty tough. But Junwoo tells them not to worry, leaping high to gather blazing mana. After all, they have a demolition expert. He lands on its head, releasing a massive burst of raw energy. A massive, deafening blast completely obliterates its head, and Junwoo leaps back gracefully to avoid the messy splatter. No matter how hard your outer shell is, you are totally finished once your inside is completely destroyed. Rest in pieces. Hai-He quickly deploys a protective magical barrier to keep the exploding blood from staining her, completely amazed by his absolutely terrifying power. Turns out, those crazy rumors about Junwoo did not spread for nothing. He is the real deal. I heard a pretty interesting rumor that you are currently being nominated as the next official S-Class hunter, a teammate says, though Junwoo remains totally, completely indifferent to the news. Honestly, I do not care. Getting promoted just means way more annoying work. Are you seriously kidding me? Becoming an S-Class is a massive deal, totally worth celebrating. Hee-sung frowns deeply at his indifferent attitude, knowing he is about to make history as South Korea's very first S-Class hunter. But Junwoo simply speaks his absolute, honest truth. Look, I just want a massive pile of cash, so I can retire before turning 40. But hold on, because the vibe shifts instantly. A terrifying dark shadow suddenly blurs past at blinding speed, forcing Hai-He to raise her whip in sheer panic. The monster is insanely fast, but her heavy whip still manages to snag its body. Hai-He smiles, completely confident that the fight is already over once she catches it. She channels her mana down the cord, binding the beast even tighter. Yet, despite her tight grip, the creature moves faster than anyone can track. Its razor-sharp arm drives straight through her chest, piercing her heart and killing her. Hai-He clutches her whip, eyes wide with shock as the sudden, fatal blow kills her instantly. Jia is paralyzed with absolute terror, screaming out for her sister Hai-He. She rushes frantically to her side. Meanwhile, Byung-hun wastes no time charging forward to punch the creature. Get her out of here now, he yells, but his heavy blow barely scratches the beast. Staring directly into its hideous face, he realizes that physical strikes and deadly poisons are completely useless against this thing. Before he can react, the beast grabs Byung-hun by the wrist and seeing a brief opening, Jia tries to bind the monster with her heavy magic chains, screaming at it to stop. Hye-sung and Gong-young leap high into the air, launching a sudden attack. Massive boulders fly toward the beast, accompanied by jagged, powerful bolts of lightning striking down. The creature easily tears through their encirclement, shattering everything around them. Junhyuk rushes in too. He unleashes his mana to blow the beast apart, but its flesh absorbs the impact like mud. Every single torn limb instantly regenerates right before his eyes. Gong-young watches in sheer horror as their heaviest strikes do nothing. It is almost as if the monster's body is adapting to their skills in real time. A sudden, blinding flash. The beast slashes at Junhyuk, forcing him to scramble backward in a desperate attempt to survive. This makes no sense. How is an A-rank squad getting wiped out this fast? The creature stands tall in the chaos, completely untouched by their attacks. There is no way this thing is A-rank. Everyone is injured and bleeding out. We need to scatter right now. Gathering destructive mana in his hands, Junhyuk barks out orders. We must regroup at the temporary camp we set up 2 days ago. If we stay, we all die. Junhyuk slams his mana into the ground, triggering an explosion that fills the air with thick smoke. Our main priority is staying alive, he shouts, dragging his exhausted legs. Hye-sung retreats from the battlefield. He is absolutely terrified, realizing just how close he came to meeting his end. He feels incredibly lucky to be alive. If that monster had not turned its attention to Gong-young, he would be dead by now. But his relief is short-lived as the beast suddenly swoops down right behind him, accepting his grim fate. Hae-sung whispers in despair he had always hoped to become the strongest hunter one day. Long, razor-sharp claws reach out to tear his flesh apart, and it looks like his journey is about to end. But out of nowhere, a sphere of pure mana crashes in to block the lethal blow. The resulting blast forces Hae-sung backward, while the monster's claws instantly morph into a solid shield to absorb the shockwave. A dark silhouette emerges through the smoke. Hae-sung can barely move, still reeling from the impact of the explosion. The figure asks if Hae-sung is okay and wonders why he is here. Shoving his hands in his pockets, Jun-hyuk scoffs, "Is that how you thank the guy who just saved your life?" Elsewhere, Hae-hee's lifeless body lies on the cold ground, as agonizing cries echo through the air. Ji-ha falls to her knees, sobbing bitterly for her sister, Hae-hee. She never imagined they would have to say goodbye like this. Nearby, Byung-hun is busy examining his own bleeding wounds. Ju-ha approaches gently, offering to heal his pain, even though Byung-hun tells her she should prioritize her own injured leg. Disregarding his words, she begins channeling her recovery. He is gripped by silent terror. His entire life, even before awakening, has been about fighting. Yet, he was completely overwhelmed just now. Suddenly, a beast with bird-like talons creeps near their hiding spot, stalking around in search of fresh prey. Byung-hun and Ju-ha hide behind a massive boulder, barely daring to breathe, peeking out at the monster, and remembering Hae-hee's brutal death. They know deep down they do not stand a chance. A wave of raw panic consumes Byung-hun, telling him they are all going to die. He vividly remembers Woong getting his head cleanly sliced off, just like the others. Inside, Byung-hun is screaming in absolute despair, begging to stay alive. Gripped by absolute hysteria, he does the unthinkable and shoves Ju-ha straight into the open. The beast spots her instantly as she tumbles onto the dirt. Meanwhile, Jun-hyuk and Hae-sung travel together. Hae-sung wonders aloud why that terrifying monster decided to retreat in the first place. Jun-hyuk admits he is not entirely sure, but he believes the beast always targets the most vulnerable prey first, catching Hae-sung off guard. He explains his theory further. The two who were targeted were mid to long-range fighters, and on top of that, the beast failed to completely finish off Byung-hun. Hae-sung clenches his fists in rising anger, remembering how skilled those fallen warriors actually were. Still confused, Hae-sung asks why Jun-hyuk is tagging along with him. Jun-hyuk casually shrugs and says he already explained his reasoning. It seems the monster prefers targeting hunters who cannot fight in close quarters. Since Byung-hun and Ju-ha took the same path, the chances of it coming after you are pretty high. Besides, he adds, delivering a truth that hits Hae-sung like a physical blow, "You have a kid." Walking ahead, Jun-hyuk casually mentions hearing about his two children, asking about young Jun-young. Having kids really changes your perspective on staying alive. Hae-sung grits his teeth, telling him not to make him laugh, clearly annoyed by the mention of his family. "My goals in life have never changed," he snaps. "Just because we share one tiny thing in common does not mean you know me." Before he can even finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream echoes in the distance. That desperate cry belongs to Ju-ha, who is currently fighting the beast all on her own. "Run away," she begs in sheer helplessness, hoping for a savior. Suddenly, Jun-hyuk drops from above, kicking the beast right in the face. The massive impact sends the monster crashing hard into a cliffside. Ju-ha looks up, completely shocked to see Jun-hyuk standing there. She asks why he is all alone, quickly explaining that Byung-hun took the opportunity to abandon her and run for his life. Hearing about Byung-hun's cowardly betrayal sends a wave of disgust through Jun-hyuk. As the beast slowly rises to attack them once more, Jun-hyuk quickly throws Ju-ha onto his back. "Get up first. Just focus on healing your leg." "All right." Jun-hyuk calls out to Hae-sung standing on the ledge. "Hae-sung, cover my back." Hae-sung is completely blown away by Jun-hyuk's unbelievable ability. The way he compresses and breaks down the air itself, just to accelerate his movement, is absolutely ridiculous. Hae-sung uses his skill to float massive boulders behind his back, preparing to strike. "I admit it, Jun-hyuk, you really are strong." The terrifying beast, rushing straight toward Jun-hyuk, is probably even stronger than me. "Look at those boulders tightly compressed." By Hae-sung's absolute rage, I might never be able to surpass that level. He waves his arm. The boulder flies forward at lightning speed. "Oh my god, look at this." The boulder pierces straight through Jun-ha and Jun-hyuk as they freeze in shock. Even on the brink of death, Jun-hyuk never expected his demise to come from his own comrade. Hae-sung looks down from above. "That beast always targets the easiest prey. Isn't that right? Don't worry. As the beast opens its massive jaws to tear Jun-hyuk and Jun-ha apart, I will make sure to explain everything to your family." Meanwhile, Byung-hun runs away in sheer panic, tripping over his own feet and he faceplants hard onto the ground. The sharp pain snaps him back to reality, forcing him to remember exactly what he did to Jung-ha. Byung-hun stares down at his trembling, guilty hands. What on earth did I just do? Suddenly, a figure approaches him. Byung-hun gasps in shock at his Hae-sung. He frantically starts firing questions about the others. Could we really be the only survivors? Hae-sung looks at him and lies straight to his face, claiming the others sacrificed themselves for their escape. You understand, right? Hae-sung is completely throwing Byung-hun's cowardly, fake facade right back at him. I mean both Jung-ha and Jun-hyuk, the very men you abandoned. They died to save us. Hae-sung drops down to one knee, looking right at Byung-hun. I am telling you this now, because Jun will definitely find out if we go back like this. We are in the same boat now. Hearing Woo-hyun recount everything from a decade ago leaves Sang-woo stunned. Is that horrific story actually true? He presses Woo-hyun, asking how she could possibly know. She whispers that it was her mother, who completely lost her mind after finding out. She held her husband's portrait blankly at the funeral, the start of her tragic downfall. Meanwhile, Byung-hun held a massive press conference upon returning. They were all absolute heroes, especially the high-ranking hunter, Kim Jun-hyuk. He proved exactly why he was nominated to become an S-rank hunter. Byung-hun says, crocodile tears streaming down his face, as he laments how those S-rank monsters were just too strong. On TV, reporters broadcast the tragic news that 5 of our 7 legendary heroes, the hope of the entire world, have perished. Not just for South Korea, but for everyone. After dying in a monster dungeon in West Africa. Among those lost, Hunter Jun-hyuk is known to have left a loving family behind, prompting the local authorities to express deep condolences and immediately start discussing financial. Hearing those blatant lies on television, her mother is utterly consumed by rage. The only survivors of this tragedy, Hunters Hae-sung and Byung-hun, publicly promised to honor the noble sacrifices of their fallen comrades by providing special, lifelong financial support. Lies. All lies. Clenching her fists, she grabs young Woo-hyun, demanding to know if she believes any of that nonsense, right? Her mother weeps in agonizing pain, begging her daughter to seek justice for her father, pleading for her to promise she will do it. Your poor father's body was just abandoned out there in that freezing, desolate desert. Too young to fully comprehend the cruelty of it all, Woo-hyun promised her mother she would go back, crying as she whispered her agreement. That was the exact moment a dark seed of hatred took root in her young heart. From that day forward, her mother started a relentless, one-woman protest to expose the ugly truth. But with zero evidence, the public only saw her as an annoyance, ruining the solemn atmosphere of the hero's memorial. Honestly, the absolute audacity of these people is unreal, claiming she was just greedy for more compensation money. No one believed her. 3 years dragged on, and with everyone constantly labeling her as a complete lunatic, she began to break. Hiding away in dark corners, she kept muttering to Woo-hyun that this was all a secret. Unable to bear the madness, her mother took her own life. Years later, on her father's death anniversary, Woo-hyun calmly recounts this dark past. She wandered the cold streets entirely alone. Once she grew a bit older, she sneaked into the Silver Moon workshop, biding her time to finally get revenge. She vividly remembers the first time they crossed paths during a monster hunt. And well, you probably know what happened next. Sang-woo saved her life. After hearing her entire story, Sang-woo falls into a heavy, silent contemplation. Does that finally make sense? Why I absolutely despise Hae-sung. Meanwhile, Sang-woo continues to wander through the barren desert. He keeps replaying Woo-hyun's words, thinking to himself that she couldn't possibly be lying. Suddenly, a figure appears on the rocky ledge, cutting off his thoughts, though she left the most critical detail for last. You seem to have a lot on your mind, the stranger calls out. He is stunned to see the face clearly. It is Raven, asking if he should be calling him master by now. Raven leaps down, landing right next to Sang-woo. When asked if he cleared out the monsters on the outskirts, Raven replies he has been around for days. Didn't you even notice? I explicitly told my clones to only report actual hostile targets, nothing else. So why are you lurking around here anyway? Raven looks at him, answering quite calmly, of course I did. There is no way I could let my precious disciple get hurt. This place used to be absolutely crawling with assassins, you know? Yet you are just using them as simple practice targets. Sang-woo gets slightly annoyed by that attitude. Were you really just standing by and watching me? Why would I step in when you were never in any real danger? Raven says, channeling mana into a glowing magic circle. Still, I cannot believe you are practicing magic now. You are trying out some pretty cool stuff. Did Arya teach you this? Sang-woo is surprised as it suddenly clicks. Oh right, Raven is from Tibon, is he not? Do you actually know how to use magic too? He honestly and blankly admits that no, this is all he knows. Sang-woo is just glad the old man is good with a sword, as the two head off together. Anyway, staying away from the system is a good move. There is a massive difference between true magic and system-based skills. Do you want to follow me deeper? Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Byung-hun is completely flooded with system notifications of mission failures, realizing all of his assassins have utterly failed. Cold sweat drips down his terrified face. It is fine, it is fine. More than 18 years have passed now, and there is absolutely no evidence left. Not a single trace of proof remains. Suddenly, the specter of Jumha seems to materialize after decades, terrifying him and cutting off his thoughts about what he did and fled from. Terrified, he collapses onto the floor, but once he finally composes himself, Byung-hun gasps for air, wondering how on earth things ended up like this. He was only supposed to cover up the disaster information as instructed and assassinate a simple 20-year-old kid. Talk about karma. Catching up his foolish actions back then led to this. But why is Sang-woo currently fighting monsters? Raven makes a pretty strange face while watching the boy's skilled swordsmanship, prompting Sang-woo to ask what that look is about. The old man quickly turns serious, asking if that was the legendary Storm Messenger swordsmanship. Sang-woo admits he is simply copying what his clone did, making Raven sigh in disappointment. That is not how you do it. Your clone has mastered it, but you are still lacking. Anyway, let us keep moving. That old guy really knows how to tick me off, Sang-woo thinks, as he continues using the monsters to train his sword skills, questioning if he is doing it right. He tries controlling the airflow with a flick of his wrist, swinging hard to decapitate the beast, but fails to cut through. The blade vibrates violently, sending a painful shockwave right up Sang-woo's arm. Remember when I told you this place was perfect for training? Raven asks. The monster is no longer bothered by those physical slashes. You see, this is a dangerous land of rapid evolution and adaptation. Its body completely heals every single wound, gearing up for another round. If you cannot adapt, you will never take another step forward. Standing nearby, Raven prompts him that now is the time to test his magic, telling him to launch a fireball. Sang-woo is stunned. A fireball? Gathering magic in his palm, he charges close to the beast before quickly leaping back to escape the blast. The creature is engulfed in flames, screaming in pure agony. Did it actually work? Raven starts explaining their evolutionary trait, pointing out that Sang-woo has been hunting most of these beasts with his sword. The monsters in the deeper areas have evolved specifically to develop a much higher resistance against hunters, or, more accurately, their natural predators. The nearby monsters, witnessing the massive explosion, quickly turn and run for their lives. Because their species has been hunted so heavily with sword techniques, they have fully adapted to resist physical attacks, but they still cannot handle raw fire. Raven swiftly takes a stance to draw his sword, adding that, in other words, he can use magic to hunt them down. He lunges forward with a blindingly fast slash, slicing the monster's body clean in two. I mean, look at that. Sang-woo is completely stunned, witnessing a supreme sword technique that can obliterate targets in a single hit. These are the same beasts his own strikes could only scratch. Yet even the surrounding boulders are sliced in half by Raven's pure power. Is it not great to have your goal right in front of you? Sang-woo internally complains that his actual life goal is just to lazily eat, sleep, and play. This exhausting stuff is definitely not it. Meanwhile, at the quiet JM branch office, number 10 knocks on the office door. An employee opens the door, asking who he is, only to find a whole squad of assassins waiting right outside. He stares in utter shock at the crowd. Number 10 gets straight to the point, stating they are here to collect their certificates. We are the ones who have walked a road completely drenched in blood. The employee is totally clueless about their bloody past or their desire to regain their humanity. He simply asks if they are here for an interview, and casually invites them inside. Somewhere else, Hae-sung is busy grinding bone fragments into a fine powder. While brewing her medicinal herbs, she begins speaking with a mysterious figure standing nearby. Hunter Hae-sung. Do you happen to know Hunter Ji-yoon? What is your take on the hot rumors going around that she completely betrayed Hunter Jun-hyuk? That is absolutely ridiculous. Hae-sung scoffs with a highly deceitful smirk. Hunter Jun-hyuk is my benefactor, so I really do not want to speak ill of his wife. But just because someone has the power of clairvoyance does not mean everything they say is the absolute truth. The mysterious man pockets his hands and leaves the building, murmuring that he heard their marriage was actually quite happy. What a shame. Why? Yuan whispers to herself, struggling to accept the truth. Is mom really gone? Haesung was the one who killed her. She remembers her mother's final words before she passed. Yuan, only you are allowed to know this. I have never told another living soul. Exhausted, she buries her face in her knees. So, what exactly did her mother mean with those final words? Meanwhile, Sang-woo is busy practicing his fireballs on local monsters. The flames roar with intense heat, but these beasts do not even flinch. Sang-woo watches in frustration from a distance. Do these bastards seriously have high-level fire resistance now? He quickly unleashes more magic, but his fireballs are totally useless. Making a split-second decision, Sang-woo leaps in close and draws his blade in a flash, slicing the monster clean in half with insane speed. Even Sang-woo is shocked by his own deadly move. He proudly brags about the kill, but Raven is totally unimpressed. Did you see that, Raven? I just mastered the basic quick draw technique. Even with the mana engine, your clone actually did it better. Sang-woo grumbles, muttering if it is really that hard to praise your own student. If you actually call me master, I might think about it. Swallowing his pride, Sang-woo struggles to force the words out of his mouth. Master, did you just call me that? Yes, my beloved disciple. Now please teach me. Just as they are laughing, look at that. The dead beast parts start wriggling and merging into one massive creature right before our eyes. Sang-woo panics, totally at a loss. Master, I do not think fire, ice, or standard swordplay will do anything to this giant. What now? Do not worry, my disciple. The power of the Crimson Storm Blade is limitless. You have no idea how long I have wanted to say that. Meanwhile, the lights are still burning bright at the JM headquarters. Let us begin the interview for applicant number 10 and number 12. You look like a foreigner. So why did you travel all the way to Korea just to apply for a job at GM company? Number 10 answers honestly, explaining that he wants to work with Hunter Sang-woo because they both owe the legendary hunter their lives. The interviewer is surprised, realizing exactly what is going on here. It seems Sang-woo is even recruiting foreigners now. He might be a bit foolish, but he has a good heart. Suddenly, the talkative number 11 pipes up, only to get smacked by number 10. Yeah, even after I threw a shuriken straight at his head. Number 11 gets knocked out instantly, while number 10 quickly tries to make excuses. Oh dear, my buddy here must still be suffering from jet lag. He is completely exhausted. So, what is your absolute strongest specialty? Having learned absolutely nothing, number 12 blurs out assassination before getting chopped on the neck by number 10. Go to sleep. Number 10 quickly covers up, claiming sleep is vital for health. The baffled interviewer chooses not to dig deeper and moves on to the instructions. That is enough for now, but there is still one final test to pass. Number 10 listens intently. We had no choice but to include this phase because Hunter Sang-woo absolutely insisted on adding it to our hiring process. A clone is waiting in the arena. You will spar with it, so we can evaluate your combat skills. Back in the desert, the merged beast is growing dangerously powerful. Sang-woo barely manages to dodge its heavy attacks. What is the next stage, Master? Honestly, I only said that to sound cool. But as Sang-woo studies the battlefield, Raven adds that he has actually unlocked this stage once before. Raven quickly reminds him of his past battle experiences. Remember when you fought the giant white bone demon? You maximized your impact back then by focusing every single clone slash onto one target point, right? Raven grips his hilt, preparing to draw. You just need to pull off that exact technique 5 times faster. Unleashing his 100-strike technique, a spiral slash pierces straight through the giant. Demonstrating the move, he calls out, "Your turn, my disciple." Sang-woo summons his clones to his side. Doing this completely alone is definitely asking way too much. Suddenly, more monsters begin regenerating from deep underground. Try working together with some of my other students. Far in the distance, a dark shadow streaks across. Haesung's minion senses the impending danger. We have got major trouble. It looks like Hunter Sang-woo is far stronger than our boss ever anticipated. A bit later, the brutal battle finally ends with monster corpses littered across the sand. Damn it all, both he and his clones are completely exhausted. Are these bastards finally dead? Raven sheds happy tears, covering his eyes as he kneels down. Disciple number 1 and 2 did amazing. But what about me? Suddenly, his phone rings. He tells Sang-woo about the urgent notification. It is a call from Heritage. I need to head back. What is going on? Since this is an emergency call, something incredibly serious must have happened back there. Placing his hand on Sang-woo's shoulder, he reminds him to stay sharp. Either way, My disciple, watch your back. Raven warns him with a dead serious face. We are standing right at the center of the abyss. Since the disaster, the stream of monsters escaping from this pit has slowed down, leaving only a manageable number behind for now. Still, it is no surprise this zone is classified as an S-rank dungeon. He turns to channel his teleportation magic and warns Songwoo not to overdo it. As if I would ever, the portal tears open as he leaves him with one last command. Survive. Sangwoo heads back to Yuan, stepping inside her tent. There you are. Did you manage to secure the monster medicinal ingredients? Wu Hyun holds up a glowing vial and explains that most of these ingredients have some pretty fascinating properties. Thanks to them, she was finally able to create a brand new adaptive medicine. It temporarily boosts a user's resilience to harsh external conditions and offsets heavy side effects. But once the effect wears off, all other stats temporarily plummet. She hands the vial over, telling Sangwoo to give it a try. Here, test it out and tell me how it feels. Honestly, the side effects actually seem pretty bearable now. Silence falls over them, leaving Sangwoo feeling incredibly guilty. Damn, this is so awkward, especially after hearing about the tragic past she had to go through. Wu Hyun lowers her head, softly apologizing. Sangwoo looks up as she continues, admitting there is actually something else she kept hidden from him. Wait, what is that? Outside the tent, a terrifying monster suddenly begins crawling closer. Sangwoo's clone, stationed outside, already spotted the beast lurking near their campsite. As it draws near, he prepares to take it down instantly, activating his dark eye ability. Inside the tent, Wu Hyun goes on to reveal her mother's final words and the real reason she came here. That day, her mother shared a deep secret. Wu Hyun, only you are allowed to know this. I have never shared this secret with another living soul. She covers one eye with her hand, explaining her mother stared into the pit daily after the disaster. Outside, two of his clones charge forward to test the beast. The monster takes two devastating blows right away, yet it instantly pushes back, channeling a glowing red mana in its palms. The clone with the dark eye warns the other, calling him an idiot for trying to block that. But his partner still lunges forward to stop the energy sphere. Wu Hyun parts her fingers to reveal a lifeless gaze. And guys, this is where her tragic family history finally starts to make sense. Her mother used to cover her eyes just like that, chanting to listen closely. Then, with a chilling smile, she revealed her father is actually still alive. Back outside, Sangwoo's clone takes the monster's devastating blast head-on. Sangwoo asks Wu Hyun again in complete disbelief, asking what she meant about her father. Her face remains calm, but a massive tremor suddenly shakes the earth. Sangwoo suddenly realizes something terrible. Number 2 has been destroyed. He rushes out immediately, shouting back at Wu Hyun to stay inside the tent and not come out. She is left completely bewildered, wondering what on earth could possibly be going on. Running outside, he spots Number 1 ahead and dashes over, asking if he is okay. Number 1 just turns around casually and asks why his master took so long. Sangwoo is totally thrown off by the strange attitude. But Number 1 simply points toward a rising cloud of thick dust, telling him to look over there. A colossal monster emerges. That bastard is a fragment of mine, and I am definitely taking it back. Still confused, Sangwoo asks if he possessed Number 1's body just to get that piece back. But why did it have to happen right now? Number 1 smirks, telling him he likes this defiant tone. It is a nice change of pace. He explains they just swapped places because the original host realized fighting that monster all alone was far too dangerous. The massive beast conjures another glowing crimson sphere in its hand, preparing to strike. It hurls the projectile directly at them, triggering a truly violent explosion. Both Sangwoo and Number 1 leap into the air to dodge. The warning is clear: do not touch or try to block that thing, or you will explode. That is exactly how the other clone died. Feeling a strange sense of familiarity, Sangwoo looks closely at the energy the monster just threw. Wait, this unique power feels so familiar. To confirm, he immediately summons his other clones for backup, calling them out through a spatial rift he tears open. He has to see it for himself. Now watch as his 3 clones leap straight into battle. Sangwoo also charges in with his sword, launching a powerful wind blast right at its face. But the attack does nothing since the beast is wearing a solid gold helmet. Seeing the struggle, Number 1 gets excited, his eyes crackling with intense lightning. Wondering if that was not enough, he decides to add more. He fires a massive energy beam, leaving the monster's face smoking, though it still barely takes any damage. Sangwoo can only curse in frustration. Haiwook's trembling face appears as he realizes the situation has gotten pretty complicated. Something feels completely off to him. As Sang-woo's 3 clones brace for another clash, the beast covers its head with a mask once more. Then, the monster suddenly flies high into the air and retreats. Sang-woo is highly annoyed that it ran away. Number 1 finds it fascinating, wondering if wielding his power like that is just a basic instinct for monsters. Flash with a sinister grin. Number 1 tells Sang-woo that he wants to make a deal. Sang-woo looks surprised as Number 1 continues. If you give me that fragment, I will help you out this time and even expose that bastard's critical weakness. Woo Hyun, hiding behind the tent, witnessed everything. Her hands shake uncontrollably. As she struggles to process the madness, she realizes that terrifying monster was actually her own father. Woo Hyun breaks down, unable to hold back her tears. Sobbing into her hands, she realizes her mother was telling the truth. Morning arrives, and Number 1 finally decides to reveal the shocking truth. He explains that the monster they just fought is actually a part of his body. Sang-woo is totally lost, his mind racing with bizarre theories. Wait, what body part? Number 1 explains that his original body was split into 7 pieces: the head, torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and weapon, each possessing unique powers. Sang-woo turns and questions. Number 1. Why isn't the name of the 7 deadly sins actually about sins? Number 1 just shrugs, walking away while explaining the truth. People just call them whatever they want. After all, anyone holding my fragments eventually goes insane, including my own physical vessel. It has the unique ability to absorb and adapt. It literally takes in surrounding elements to deploy them, making it perfectly suited for any environment. Sang-woo's face tightens in surprise as he begins analyzing. That bastard's raw energy is genuinely bizarre. Even looking right at it, his presence feels incredibly faint. Number 1 adds that it is because the beast has fully adapted and blended in with its surroundings. Sang-woo voices his biggest concern. Does that mean it consumes humans too? Number 1 pauses to think before answering. Are you talking about that human-shaped silhouette inside the beast? Sang-woo nods, remembering that creepy face he spotted earlier. It is not just the monster's skills. Everything I've heard about him lines up perfectly from start to finish. Is there any way for Hunter Jun-wook to save him? Meanwhile, over at the Heritage headquarters, Hubert receives a guest. Seeing Javen, Hubert greets him warmly. Sword Seeker, you must be incredibly busy. Sorry to bother you like this. Javen chuckles, asking how he could possibly be busier than the boss. Hubert then draws a massive blade, wanting to showcase something special first. You can see the sheer shock on Raven's face as Hubert lifts that colossal weapon, the Earthbreaker. Raven eagerly asks if he actually succeeded in fully restoring it. Hubert holds the heavy weapon, admitting it was a nightmare since the blade started in terrible shape. This is a legendary relic from the ancient Urentia Empire, the late king's personal sword, a ruler said to be capable of splitting the very earth apart with just one swing. Staring at the massive blade, he declares it is finally time for this legendary weapon to see the light of day. Hearing this, Raven decides it is time to reveal his true intentions. I want you to be the one to wield it, Raven says, expanding on his personal reasons. I lack the right qualifications to wield it. I am merely a lingering fragment of a failure who couldn't protect his empire, and this blade doesn't match my style at all. Hubert, the Tempest Messenger, was already well aware of that. A shame, though I expected you to say that, he replies. Since they can't wield its true power, he suggests testing its durability. Javen says he's up for that challenge anytime. Raven draws his own blade, warning he won't be holding back. Hubert tells Rip not to worry, since they are only testing its structural limits anyway. The massive sword is planted firmly upright on the floor. Raven drops into his stance, completely focused on the target, condensing wind energy around his body. He fires off 3 gale blasts simultaneously, hurtling straight toward the stationary blade. He expected the weapon to show extreme relic-level durability, but instead, the sword shatters into tiny pieces right in front of them, leaving both of them standing there completely dumbfounded. Oh, this is bad. Meanwhile, the clones are tearing off the beast's limbs to give to Yuan. Is this enough? She nods, thanking them as she packs the creepy monster parts away. A secret little plan is already brewing in her mind. There is simply no other way to drag her father out of that beast. After all, it's a monster capable of endless, rapid adaptation. To counter its constant shifting, she decides to craft a highly advanced adaptation serum. Securing her safety harness, Yuan begins scaling down an incredibly steep, dangerous cliffside. She chips away, carefully harvesting the rare minerals in the rocks. By using these minerals to amplify the side effects, while completely reversing the core function, she's creating a serum that can revert any mutation back to its original state. But watch out from the shadows. The beast is silently watching her. Morning finally breaks, bringing with it a chilling, distant laughter. Yuan holds up the finished test tube, showing a weary but triumphant smile. Completely drained, she collapses right in front of her makeshift lab equipment. It looks like she actually managed to pull off the impossible. Success. The reversion serum is finally finished. Number 1 is scanning the area for any sign of the beast, but there's absolutely nothing in sight. Frustrated by the empty landscape, he snaps at Sang-woo to get moving and search somewhere else, but Sang-woo just glares up at him, demanding some answers. He's currently tied to a tree like a sitting duck decoy, completely baffled by his situation. I have no idea what's happening here, so explain yourself. Number 1 sighs, did you already forget that I literally just saved your life again? Losing his patience, Number 1 snaps at him, calling him a total idiot for not figuring out the obvious. Use your brain. Right now, my clones are already out there executing their missions. Number 1 explains to the confused boy. The absolute top priority for every single beast in this zone is survival. Hunting is merely a means to stay alive, which means if your clones keep recklessly grouping up like this, that slippery bastard is never going to show his face. That is why we are setting this ridiculous trap, using a clueless, loudmouth decoy who has the absolute brain power of a brainless jellyfish to lure him straight to us. Sang-woo's eyes widen as he finally realizes what Number 1 is plotting. Before he can complain, Number 1 suddenly freezes, sensing something nearby. Sang-woo is still fuming in silence, absolutely hating how he's being treated. He can't even argue back, which honestly hurts his pride even more. Just then, Yuan runs over from the distance, shouting for Sang-woo to wait, only to freeze when she sees him hanging there like a roasting chicken. Why are you hanging upside down like a roast chicken? He sighed, helpless, explaining the plan briefly so he'd understand the grand design soon. Ignoring him, Woo Hyun got straight to the point. Just take this. What is this? Sang-woo wondered. Woo Hyun then revealed the shocking truth. I saw it back then. The person inside that monster is my own father. Seeing his utter confusion, she quickly explained. I won't ask why you hid this from me, but in return, make my father drink this. I developed a reverse irritant potion to She shoved the vial into his hand, desperate for it to bring her father back to normal. Showing her vulnerable side, Woo Hyun pleaded, this is my final request. Please save my father. Please save my family. Meanwhile, Javen and the other elder were still completely baffled by the hidden secret of that sword. That thing I destroyed? Just a clone. Hubert quickly explains the whole situation to Raven. That is right. I should have explained everything to you earlier. You look totally shocked, Raven asked Hubert in return. How did you handle it? Hubert stared at the shattered blade and told Javen it is a byproduct of analyzing Hunter Sang-woo's duplication skill. Sure, the process was somewhat of a failure when we tried to deploy it, but it still allowed us to make a massive breakthrough in our ongoing research of this skill. Hearing that, Raven had to respect Sang-woo's talent. It is an incredible skill, and he is a truly extraordinary hunter. Hubert then nodded anyway. Thank you. I have successfully verified the issue, and now I have a much clearer picture. But Raven still had one major question. Lord Hubert, nobody else can use that earthquake skill except me. What if I make a proposal like this instead? Back to Sang-woo. Right now, he is literally hanging there as live bait for the monster. The situation actually feels nostalgic, just like the bird traps he built as a kid. Sang-woo recalls the vial Woo Hyun handed him earlier. It turns out, she had already prepared this exact thing beforehand. Just when did she manage to brew this reverse irritant potion? He pictures the beast's hideous form and remembers her heartbreaking words. Save my father, save my family. Just like that, Sang-woo suddenly senses a massive threat. Oh, get ready, because the monster bursts out right in front of him. Sang-woo realizes Number 1 was totally right. He really is the ultimate bait. He immediately triggers a hidden switch behind his back. The massive explosion obliterates the entire cliffside, sending a giant landslide of heavy boulders crashing right onto the beast. Sang-woo unties himself. Cold glare. Congrats, you are my bait now, you absolute bastard. Step by step, he approaches the trapped creature, muttering, you are not getting away this time. Meanwhile, at a training facility, the matches are abruptly stopped. Sang-woo's clone halts his movements, leaving a trail of defeated elite warriors collapsed on the floor behind him. Great job, everyone. The assistant nearby is completely stunned. The clone's core stats are lower than Sang-woo's original body, yet his actual technique is off the charts. This guy is no joke. He can easily read his opponents, and create wild tactics to help the weak overcome the strong. On top of that, he is utterly ruthless when facing opponents weaker than himself. Before number 10 even realizes what hit him, he collapses, spitting blood. What on earth was that? He remembers trying to fight Sang-woo earlier. Even though he was allowed to use lethal weapons, Sang-woo dodged every single bullet and blade, easily deflecting attacks coming. It felt like absolute, crushing defeat. How is this possible? We actually backed the real Sang-woo into a corner with our combined attacks before. So how can a mere clone be this much stronger than the original? The assistant quickly steps up and asks number 3, "You did amazing. Would you like some snacks?" Sang-woo instantly replies, "I want ramen." The girl standing nearby is totally shocked, asking, "Senior, is this actually true? A clone is stronger than the main body?" Number 10 immediately snaps at her to use her brain, while Hubert looks completely clueless. What do you mean by that? Number 10 is forced to explain. There is only one logical explanation. Now, this is hilarious. Sang-woo's image in everyone's minds suddenly becomes incredibly glorious. He was only pretending to be cornered out of pure mercy. Number 10 cries until his eyes swell, muttering that they are always treated like garbage. Even the blonde youth sighs in deep awe. He pretended to lose just to spare our feelings. Even though they are completely exhausted, they keep gossiping, with some shouting, "I'll try again. I want to serve under Sang-woo." Me too. There is absolutely no other place I would rather be than right here. Meanwhile, Sang-woo is throwing every resource he has at the monster, but absolutely nothing can pierce that steel-hard armor of its. He charges forward, gripping a powerful magic tool, only to realize, damn it, this beast is completely immune to fire. Suddenly, he remembers what number 1 told him: my skills adapt and transform instantly when facing an enemy, which is completely different from normal monsters. My power isn't fixed during battle, but despite that, there is still a hard limit to it. Sang-woo suddenly realizes something. His remaining clones immediately charge forward, launching a massive flurry of elemental attacks on the beast. The monster doesn't even retaliate, only letting out instantly spotting his weakness. Sang-woo draws his blade that bastard can't adapt to and resist multiple different elements at the exact same time. He immediately slashed hard at the monster, and finally, his blade left a deep wound. Sanju saw his opening. It was time to end this battle as fast as possible. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, while number 1 mocked from the sidelines, calling them completely careless. Seeing number 1 just standing there, Sanju yelled at him to get his ass over and help. Together with his clones, Sanju charged, rain showering the monster with a flurry of strikes. Sanju turned to number 1, demanding to know why he stood there. With the monster suppressed, Sanju lunged in for the final strike, thinking he had won. But number 1 sensed something terrible, screaming at Sanju to get back immediately. But that monstrous bastard had already adapted to the ice element. It shattered the frozen layer, lunging forward to grab Sanju before the young warrior could even make a move. Look closely. In a split second, the beast's sharp claws plunge right into Sanju's abdomen, leaving him completely pinned. Damn it, he grit his teeth. The beast was using its fission ability, and he had to endure it. Sweat evaporated instantly in the heat. Sanju grimaced, trying to block the beast's swelling with his invincible body, but the relentless heat quickly drained him. Damn it, he simply couldn't hold out any longer, approaching Sanju's bloody back. Number 1 stepped in, warning him that one slip-up meant death. He complained that Sanju's body was inflating like a massive balloon, and that's his fatal mistake. Boom. A massive explosion rocks the entire battlefield, leaving nothing but thick white smoke behind. Number 1 looked down at the pale, kneeling Sanju, raising his own blood-stained arm. He snorted mockingly, warning him that he had died once, and there would be no second chances. If his existence did not depend on Sanju's skills, he would have let him die right there. While the monster stood there confused, a curious Sanju asked how he neutralized the fission skill. Number 1 explained that each fragment holds unique powers, and this one belonged. By analyzing the skill structure, they could disrupt the mana flow and shut it down. Number 1 added that a hole in the stomach was nothing, since Sanju's regeneration stat was pretty high anyway. The bleeding stopped. Sanju realized that very same ability had blocked the massive giant skeleton's brutal attack earlier. A brilliant idea struck Sanju, and he suggested Number 1 should just cancel every threat like that, only to get punched mid-sentence. Sanju whined about getting hit, but Number 1 just called him a useless freeloader, asking if he only knew how to leech off others. Number 1 watched as the monster lunged. Sanju reacted instantly, fighting back while yelling aloud. Sanju proudly admitted he was exactly that kind of guy as the beast fell. With stats like his, he didn't need to risk his life like with the giant skeleton. Why wasn't he focusing? He bluntly replied to the puppet, stating he simply had to kill this monster. Elsewhere, white mice lay half dead inside glass enclosures as a tense voice echoed. Trembling with fear, Chev handed over a tray of test tubes, presenting the precise serum Hee-sung demanded. Hee-sung admired the vial before grabbing a mouse from its cage and pouring the drug straight down its throat. Chev froze, watching in absolute horror as the rabid mouse thrashed violently from the sudden drug shock, its eyes turning a sickly green as it went completely insane. Hee-sung instantly burned it to ashes, demanding to know if Chev was joking. It was a defective batch. Sweating profusely, Chev explained that only 2 perfected samples could prevent the monster transformation. There was simply no time to finish the rest. But as Chev hesitated, the supposedly dead mouse suddenly revived and bit Hee-sung's wrist. As Hee-sung stared in shock, Chev explained that the stat-boosting abilities of these failed batches couldn't compare to the perfected one. Chev promised he could perfect them if only he had a bit more time. Hee-sung cut him off with a wild look, saying they didn't need a perfect version and should just mass-produce this flawed batch, complaining Chev should have given him this sooner. A massive crash echoed as giant boulders collapsed, instantly alerting Kim Yoo-yeon. She fell deep into thought, wondering if they were fighting, knowing it would be pretty hard to drink medicine mid-fight. But then a terrifying thought struck her. What if the vial got smashed in the heat of battle? Kim Yoo-yeon quickly rummaged through her pack, finding the extra doses she crafted from spare materials. Seeing her fully packed, a nearby clone asked where she was heading. She was bringing the supplement to Sanju, flatly refusing when the clone offered to deliver it for her. She had to test its effectiveness herself, forcing the helpless clone to let her go with a warning to think carefully. Standing before the ruins, the clone asked her one last time if she was absolutely sure about going there. Violent shockwaves ripped through the area from the ongoing clash. As the monster tried forming a magic sphere, Number 1 sneered, mockingly asking if it only adapted, but never learned. With lightning and wind clashing, Sanju gripped his sword, while Number 2 enchanted it with roaring flames. He lunged forward, slashing right at the black-eyed head of Yoo-yeon's father. Sanju grit his teeth. In a flashback, Sanju anxiously asked the person before her, the skills and stories match up completely, meaning that has to be Hunter Yoon Hee-woo. Is there any A hesitant sword strike slashed straight through the monster's left shoulder. The beast desperately scrambled for an exit, but frozen ice sealed the ceiling, throwing it into a total panic. Sanju calmly told the beast there was no escape. Just minutes earlier, she and Number 1 had debated saving the person trapped inside. You must have misunderstood our goal. Following their plan, Number 1 scaled the beast's back and unleashed a heavy lightning strike that made it shriek in pain. With Phase 1 complete, Number 1 reported that the target was temporarily under their absolute control. Its adaptation skill was locked tight, leaving it completely defenseless. As Number 1 leaped away, other clones stepped up, summoning solid ice to anchor the creature's limbs. Sanju lunged forward, hearing Kim Woo-won's desperate plea ringing in her ears. Please save my father. He is the only family I have left in this world. Sanju's expression hardened. I'm sorry. The monster stood frozen, accepting its fate. A sudden scream echoed, begging them to stop just as the blade was about to pierce the beast. It was Kim Woo-won, scrambling frantically atop a stone pillar. She took a nasty fall, landing flat on her backside. Stunned, Kim Woo-won stammered, "Why are you pointing your sword at my dad? You promised to save him." "That's my dad." Number 1 glanced at Sanju, noting she had been wearing a rather bizarre expression the whole time. Was Sanju hesitating because she was facing Kim Woo-won's father? She stayed quiet, while Kim Woo-won stammered, "Did you break the medicine bottle? I even brought a spare bottle of medicine just in case." Sanju cut her off coldly, calling out her name. "Kim Woo-won, I already have one." Sanju stared at the creature. This was definitely not Kim Woo-won's father, but just another monster. She explained that its human appearance was purely a transformation skill, and it was not controlling Hunter Yoon Hee-woo. Feeding it medicine would only turn it back into a standard, brainless beast. Leaving Kim Woo-won trembling at this harsh, undeniable truth. "I do not understand what you are talking about. What monster?" With the upper hand, Sanju lunged forward, aiming to finish it once and for all. But she halted at Kim Woo-won's scream as she pleaded, "That is not some wild beast. That is my father. I only saw him when I was a child, but his face is still vivid in my mind." She shrieked, "He looks exactly like he did back then." Sanju questioned, "This exactly the same? It has been 18 long years, and his appearance has not aged even a single day. Do you not see how strange that is?" As Kim Woo-won froze, Number 1 stepped forward. You will never believe it unless you see it yourself. Move out of the way. Number 1 charged up his ultimate move either way. I am reclaiming my shape-shifting powers right now. A slash cut the beast in half. It roared as Kim Woo-won wept, begging them to stop. Watch closely here. Black cells bubbled over the face of the man she called father. Within seconds, his features melted away, revealing a strange girl with blue hair. Kim Woo-won was completely stunned. Number 1 scoffed, asking if this girl was family, while Sanju gritted her teeth in frustration. As the beast began regenerating, Number 1 looked back. Why so quiet? Is this girl your relative or not? As those blue locks danced in the wind, Sanju curiously questioned if this girl belonged to their elite combat squad, but Number 1 flatly denied it. Who knows, this beast shifts its form every single time it takes damage, hiding its true identity so well that nobody can recognize it. Fully regenerated, the monster reverted right back to the image of Yoon Hee-woo. Number 1 warned that it had finished healing, urging her to kill it before it could adapt to their ice magic and escape. Sanju heard the warning, but hesitated. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-won desperately tried to open a bottle with trembling hands, crying and begging them to let the beast drink the remaining medicine, while it still looked like, what if it really is my father? We still cannot be completely certain yet. Lunging forward, Number 1 kicked Kim Woo-won right in the stomach, leaving Sanju totally shocked by his sudden violence. A cold sweat rolled down Sanju's face as she noticed something odd. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-won lay gasping on the ground as Number 1 declared he absolutely loathed people like her. He continued his rant. You are completely useless, yet you stubbornly refuse to accept the obvious truth staring you in the face. All you can do is beg others without offering anything in return. His harsh words were completely true. If you actually knew how to fight, I would not be mocking you right now. Kim Woo-won watched in absolute agony as the bottle shattered on the floor. Number 1 barked at her to get lost. You only get in the way. Suddenly, a massive muddy foot swept past, and before anyone could react, Number 1 grumbled in annoyance. What the hell do you think you are doing? Surprisingly, the monster wearing Yoon Hee-woo's head had actually stepped in to shield Kim Woo-won. This made Number 1 furious, shouting that he told them to kill the beast. Kim Woo-won stammered, calling it her father, but Number 1 just sighed. That is literally a monster. Whatever, explaining it to you is exhausting. The beast opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow Kim Woo-won whole. Honestly, dying inside your own happy delusion might actually be a mercy. Thankfully, Sanju stepped in. She paused, demanding an answer from the 7 deadly sins. She continued, you said that monster copied the form of Hunter Yoon Hee-woo to utilize his unique skills, right? So the reconstructed body will keep the same memories and physical form as Hunter Jun-hyuk. Number 1 nods. Yes. It will literally rebuild the brain so it can still use all his skills. So what? Number 1 complains as the monster charges ahead. The creature is only acting on its basic instincts. Sanju rushes in right behind them, so you need to use your skill. Isolate the part holding Hunter Jun-hyuk's form, then slice off everything else. He continues, you said you could cut off the mana flow. Number 1 is shocked. Then he asks Sanju, why on earth should I do something so incredibly troublesome that might not even work? Sanju sighs, this isn't a request. Then he pouts, pretending to give up, saying if you don't want to do it, then fine, I quit too. Forget the 7 deadly sins. No more negotiations. It's not like we actually need to defeat this beast anyway. Why should I even suffer like this? Number 1 is visibly rattled, and honestly, you have to love how Sanju manipulates him. You are the one who should be in a hurry, not me. Inside, Liber is absolutely stunned. Is this guy seriously playing games right now? Come on, Number 1, let us out. The 7 deadly sins really want to breathe some fresh air. The reverse psychology works beautifully. Gritting his teeth, Number 1 screams, you bastard, and charges furiously at the monster. Don't you dare blame me if this whole plan blows up. He lands hard on the beast. Blocking the wind, Sanju thinks to himself, honestly, I have no idea if this is going to work. I really don't know how this monster's instincts are going to react to this. Flashing back a few minutes, Number 1 kicks Woo-yan, leaving Sanju completely confused, asking what he's doing. In that moment, Sanju was utterly shocked by what he saw. The monster wearing Jin-hyuk's face was actually grimacing when it saw Woo-yun get hurt. Back in the present, Sanju holds Woo-yun steady, watching the whole scene play out. No other choice. We have to try to find out. Number 1 presses down hard, and the black mist around its body begins to dissolve. The separation process grows stronger, slowly revealing Jun-hyuk's physical form. A moment later, Number 1 successfully separates the two. Jun-hyuk lies still on the ground, before suddenly opening his eyes. Gasping for air, he shouts, Doha, are you alright? Doha, where are we? The wound on my chest is gone, and even my clothes are completely different. A voice calls out, Dad, do you recognize me? Junhyuk looks utterly bewildered. Woo-yeon bites her lip. Dad, do you really know who I am? Junhyuk stays silent for a second, then finally speaks. Stunned, tears of pure joy stream down Woo-yeon's face as she hears his response. Staring at the father she thought was lost forever, she whispers, yes, it is me, Dad. Right now, two versions of the creature exist. One is the fake father sitting peacefully on the ground, while the silent monster looms behind them. Number one is frozen. It actually worked. See, I told you so. Sanju is practically glowing with pride, but this unexpected result leaves number one completely baffled. I still don't get it. That thing is still just a monster. She has to know that. Number one continues, it looks like her father, but it is actually the very thing that murdered him. Sanju pauses for a beat, then asks, have you ever heard of the ship of Theseus? He explains, imagine we replace every single old plank on a ship with a new one. If we keep doing that until no original wood remains, is it still the same ship? Even if the appearance is identical, if the raw materials are completely different, does the original ship truly exist anymore? Number one sneers, you idiot. There's obviously no absolute answer to a philosophical riddle like that, but that sarcasm perfectly sets up the explanation. Exactly, and that's why right now, that creature doesn't need an answer either. Number one frowns. What are you trying to say? Sanju smiles. Do we really need to judge whether Hunter Junhyuk is a monster or a human based solely on our own rigid standards? A soft, warm light radiates from the remaining part of the monster. As Sanju speaks calmly, it is simply what is right. Even a fake warmth can heal someone's deepest grief. Some people just desperately want to see that beloved ship sailing one last time. That brief touch of family warmth is too much for Woo-yeon to hold back her tears of joy. Junhyuk smiles, you've really grown up so much. Woo-yeon sobs, I genuinely thought you wouldn't recognize me. Junhyuk chuckles, how could I ever fail to recognize my own precious daughter? His eyes sparkle as he smiles warmly. But you really have grown up so much. I mean it. Then he asks Woo-yeon, how long has it been? As she hesitates, Sanju steps forward to answer, I can explain that to you. He bows politely, it is an honor to meet you, Hunter Junhyuk. You were captured by a high-ranking monster. Sometime later, the group relocates back inside their aircraft. Junhyuk gasps in disbelief. So, to put it simply, a monster held me captive, and you were the one who saved me? Sanju nods, yes. Number one sighs, what a flawless liar. Junhyuk listens closely, trying to make sense of it all, and 18 years have already gone by? Then how is my wife, Jihyun? Woo-yeon is startled, suddenly standing up in a panic. Well, about mom, but right at that moment, a phone is handed over. Sanju explains you can look into it yourself. These are the official reports from back when the incident took place. The article reads as follows. A massive tragedy has struck the hunters dispatched to the monster dungeon. What was the true cause? 6 legendary heroes. A devastating blow to the victims' families. Hunter Junhyuk has officially been declared dead. Hyung and Young-hyun stated we should have been the ones who lost our lives instead. We are deeply sorry and mourn what happened there. A sudden flood of shocking news completely overloads Junhui's brain. Then comes the shocking headline. The wife of Hunter Kim Jin-woo, Jun Ji-hyun, has been found dead. As the widow of Hunter Kim Jin-woo, she lost her husband and faced a horrific accident, eventually making an extreme choice. Junhui freezes in shock. Woo-yeon worriedly asks Chunhui what is wrong, while Chunhui tightly grips his phone, telling him to stay quiet. The man asks if his name is Jung San-woo, who simply replies, yes, triggering a sudden wave of anger to erupt inside Junhui. Where are those 2 bastards who betrayed the team that day, Hung and Byung-hun? San-woo is completely caught off guard. Are you planning to go kill those 2? San-woo asks, and Junhui, fueled by deep hatred, answers yes. But are you absolutely sure? Junhui cuts him off, telling him not to bother trying to convince him otherwise. But San-woo quickly clarifies that is not his point. San-woo looks at the man standing before him and asks seriously if he is really sure he wants to let them off that easily. Junhui is taken aback. San-woo then explains that he has a proposal and says it will not be too late to decide after hearing it. A noisy crowd gathers, packed mostly with eager reporters. They are all wondering if Hunter Jung San-woo is actually holding a massive press conference. Doesn't he usually avoid the media at all costs? One asks, and another replies that this time, he is definitely not letting things slide. If it is true that he defeated an S-rank monster, wearing that sharp black suit as he approaches, he will officially be recognized as a top S-rank hunter. Hello, Nice to meet all the reporters here. Cameras lift up and begin flashing rapidly. He thanks everyone for gathering, but San-woo suddenly squints his eyes. And look who showed up. All the people who caused trouble for me at the jumper building are right here. After making a quick joke, he gets straight to business. As you all probably know by now, I recently paid a visit to the monster abyss. San-woo slams the podium, revealing that just as expected, an S-rank monster was waiting down there. The reporters gasp in utter shock at this massive scoop, and one journalist quickly raises his hand to ask what happened. San-woo answers smoothly that he captured the monster, adding that, of course, he ran into a quite annoying obstacle along the way. But I want to make it crystal clear to everyone that I am indeed the one who captured that S-rank monster. The reporter gasps. So that means Hunter Jung San-woo is going to be the very first S-rank hunter in our country, but she is suddenly cut off by Byung-hun and Hung. First, I want to congratulate you on your safe return. Hunter Jung San-woo, you actually made it back in one piece after all. The photographers go completely wild. It is Hunter Association President Byung-hun and Hae-sung from the famous Hae-sung Guild. This is absolutely huge. The cunning Byung-hun plays his cards, claiming they promised to recognize him as an S-rank hunter only if he could successfully handle an S-rank monster inside the abyss. But the absolute most crucial thing is proof, isn't it? Without any proof, it will be quite difficult for us to accept your claims. San-woo mutters to himself that he knew these two would show up. Hae-sung stands right beside him, mocking San-woo by saying he needs at least a video, unless he genuinely expected them to just take his word. San-woo chuckles. Of course I have proof. I would not even dream of calling a press conference without solid evidence. You two are pretty funny. San-woo steps up close to Hae-sung with a smug look, saying that of course he has it. In fact, I have every bit of evidence exposing all your dirty deeds from 18 years ago. Both men freeze in absolute shock as San-woo turns deadly serious. I am going to give you two one last chance to confess everything yourself. So go ahead and tell them what you actually did inside the monster abyss. Let them examine the cold truth of what happened back then. Byung-hun starts to completely panic with every single word San-woo throws out. He grabs Hae-sung's shoulder. If you confess, I will keep quiet and hold back the proof. He whispers into his ear. But get this, if you try anything besides a sincere apology, the entire world will see the truth. Hae-sung turns his head, asking if he is finally done talking before laughing out loud. What? Proof? While Hae-sung reacts aggressively, Byung-hun just cowers to the side in dead silence. What did I even do wrong here? You are just talking nonsense because you do not have any actual proof of defeating that S-rank monster. Do you honestly think you can trick me? San-woo just waves his hand and sighs. How truly pathetic. San-woo bursts out laughing, making Hae-sung tremble with rage, completely unable to handle the mockery. You play innocent quite well, but it is just sad. Having mocked him enough, San-woo chuckles and asks if he really thinks it is all a lie, when someone like him shows up out of nowhere and hits his exact weakest spot. As footsteps approach, the reporters stare in disbelief at a familiar figure with a beloved voice, who asks if he should start by saying it has been a long time. Byung-hun and Hae-sung freeze completely, watching him adjust the microphone. Kim Jun-hui steps down, noting that both of them have aged quite a bit, making everything feel brand new again. Should we start by finally revealing the truth of what went down on that fateful day? Every single camera and microphone instantly shifts toward him. Hurry up and film this exact moment. The name Kim Jun-hui and the truth of 18 years ago start spreading everywhere as he says hello. I am Jun-hui. I was trapped by an S-rank monster for 18 years and managed to miraculously return with the help of Hunter Sung San-ju. What I am about to say is the absolute truth. Hae-sung and Byung-hun are not heroes. Everyone watching was deeply shocked. Is that really Jun-hyuk? Did he actually return from the dead? What is going on? The man opposite babbled in shock. I just got in touch with him myself. Meanwhile, the broadcast continues. Those two were the cowards who abandoned their comrades when they needed them most. They took all the credit for the hard training and battle achievements of their comrades, taking what never belonged to them. All while poor Woo-in had to swallow her tears and suffer in silence for years. My wife tried. She did everything she possibly could to finally expose the truth. But they say she just could not withstand the relentless pressure from those around her. Now, I will set things right. With a fiercely determined look, Kim Jun-hyuk vows to make them pay. This shocking news has absolutely everyone talking. Did you see that? Hunter Jun-hyuk is alive and back. But wait, who even is Jun-hyuk? You idiot. Do you not know the strongest member of the legendary special force? Word is Hae-sung and Byung-hun betrayed everyone and ran. Oh my god. So what his wife said back then was actually the truth? Vicious insults and mockery immediately rained down on Byung-hun and Hae-sung. People are saying, I knew it. It was always suspicious that only those two made it back alive. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, a delicious, steaming hot pot of food is sitting right on the table. Jun-hyuk asks in confusion, what is this? Woo-in happily replies, we have to eat. Even though they got it delivered from a restaurant, Jun-hyuk says in surprise, they deliver food now? The world really has changed for the better. He takes a bite, his eyes widening in pure delight. This is delicious. Woo-in laughs. Told you so. Jun-hyuk suddenly remembers something and asks, can you teach me how to use a smartphone? It looks incredibly convenient. Woo-in gently takes it. Hand it over. Let me save my number first. She softly adds, we have the internet now, so calling is completely free of charge. You can use it as much as you want. He asks skeptically, really? I won't get hit with a massive bill later, right? Woo-in nods silently. On her notepad, she happily checks off the box that says eat a meal together. Only 3 things are left on her list: visiting her mother's grave, going to an amusement park, and watching a movie together. Just then, the news broadcast displays Kim Jun-hyuk's face. An absolute miracle has happened. Hunter Jun-hyuk, who was long presumed dead, has returned after 18 years. Even more shocking is that the tragedy was caused by the ultimate betrayal of Hunter's Oh Byung-hun and Hae-sung. Police storm right into a warehouse to arrest some high-profile gangsters as they scream out, stop taking photos. The reporters continue their live coverage. The betrayal that Hunter Ji-hyun kept insisting on, even up until her death, is finally being validated. The return of Kim Jun-hyuk brings massive backing to these forgotten allegations. The white-haired boss is caught on camera, hiding his face in pure shame as the news anchor continues in a steady voice. To this day, Hunter's Hae-sung and Oh Byung-hun have kept completely silent. At that very moment, expensive bottles of liquor are laid out across a desk elsewhere. A deep voice orders, hand me that. Hae-sung speaks in a low tone, commanding every single branch of his guild. His subordinate hesitantly speaks up, asking what this bottle actually is. Hae-sung gives him a terrifying, bone-chilling glare before slowly replying. It is gold wine, he says with a mysterious tone. Do not worry. I heard that drinking this works. The subordinate looks utterly confused. What? But before he can ask, a massive crash startles him. Suddenly, the subordinate's entire body is covered in a bizarre, smoking black liquid. Slamming his hands down, he says with a tremble, I will distribute this immediately. Hae-sung coldly commands, get going. The subordinate quickly rushes out of the office and slams the door shut. The strange black stains left on the floor begin to sizzle and smoke. Suddenly, Jin-wook bursts into the room, screaming in a panic. Father, wait, Chairman, reporters are everywhere. He anxiously asks, what should we do? And wait, where did the table go? Hae-sung remains perfectly calm, staring out the massive glass window. He mutters in a low voice, to plant a tree, you must plow the soil first. He calmly commands, Jin-wook, deliver this message to every member of our Hae-sung guild. With a twisted smile, he delivers a shocking order. Tell them to plan a farewell party. I am turning myself in. Jin-wook gasps in utter disbelief. You? What? Look at this guy's face. In another office, a stressed agent sits gritting his teeth in absolute panic. Wondering what on earth is going on, he asks Sang-woo in disbelief. You did not just bring Hunter Jun-hyuk back. You dropped an absolute bomb on the press conference. Sang-woo calmly replies, you must be pretty shocked. The agent's eyes widen as he stammers out, of course I am. Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk was already a legendary figure when I was just a student. And now we find out Woo-in is actually his daughter? I finally understand why she insisted so much on entering that dungeon with you. He immediately asks, what is your next move? Sang-woo contemplates for a moment before replying. Well, what matters most is what Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk thinks. But right as he says that, a cold, chilling voice from behind suddenly cuts them. Don't waste any more time, the dazed agent whispers, completely bewildered. Sang-woo quickly explains, but number 1 urges him on, saying it is the 7 deadly sins speaking. How long are you going to keep my fragments scattered? If you want revenge, do it fast. Sang-woo hastily protests. Look, we have to do things in order. If we just go and kill those 2, we'll be branded as murderers. Number 1 coldly points out. Does that even matter? That guy doesn't have much time left anyway. Hearing this, Sang-woo falls completely silent, scowling. The confused agent asks, what are you talking about? And who exactly is running out of time? Number 1 turns to Sang-woo with a suspicious glance. You haven't told him yet? He then recalls the happy times between Jun-hyuk and his son, his voice turning ice cold. Since what I did to that monster isn't permanent, his body will soon break down, and he will completely disappear. As the camera zooms in on Jun-hyuk's laughing face, number 1 slowly continues, my power doesn't last forever, you know. We transition over to the massive banquet hall, where guests are already whispering among themselves in hushed tones. Hey, is that really true? Do you mean the president's retirement party? It's so sudden for him to gather everyone like this. A man wearing a white headband whispers that he heard the president is turning himself in, asking if that means everything is true. The short-haired woman next to him groans, muttering that this is totally insane. Our guild is totally finished, so who is going to succeed him? The Haesung Guild members continue to gossip, wondering if team leader Shin Jin-gu will take over. His skills aren't even that good. Wouldn't Hunter Shin Jun-young be a much better choice for the position? Suddenly, a voice crackles over the speakers, drawing everyone's attention as President Haesung begins to speak in a flat, steady tone. You've probably all heard the news by now, right? Well, that's how it is, he calmly says into the microphone. Our guild isn't actually that great, and we've done plenty of dirty deeds. Haesung's voice continues to echo. But there is one thing I can absolutely guarantee. At the same time, at a local branch, 2 men receive wine sent by Haesung and express their surprise, noting that they never expected the president to care about a small branch like theirs. He announces in a low voice, everything I did was for Haesung, even if my greed is what forced me to step down. Lee Hae-yoon crosses her arms, looking over at her gruff subordinate as he speaks. Hey, didn't I tell you to treat the presidential candidate with respect? Haesung's broadcasted voice echoes throughout the entire banquet hall. Right now, the Haesung Guild is facing a massive transformation. The subordinate just sits there in silence, refusing to answer. Sitting in the monitor room, he watches the screens closely and speaks, I'm sorry for forcing you to follow an incompetent leader all this time. He speaks out clearly, proposing a toast. Glasses filled with red wine are raised high in response to his words. They excitedly cheer, clinking their glasses together after the toast. The members of the Haesung Guild then begin sipping the red wine in their hands. Lee Hae-yoon swirls her glass, preparing to take a sip, when a strong hand suddenly grabs her wrist to stop her. Surprised, Lee Hae-yoon glares at Haesung's subordinate and demands to know what he's doing. Without answering, he merely mutters a grim warning. Don't drink it. Stunned, she asks why, but in that split second, everyone else already empties their glasses. A scarred man asks doubtfully, so what's going to happen to the Haesung Guild now? The man with the thick mustache praises the taste, calling the wine quite delicious. But watch closely right after. Everyone starts mutating into horrific shapes. After screaming in agony for just a few seconds, they morph into terrifying beasts covered in shaggy, wrinkled fur. They stampede out of the building, leaving dried-up corpses behind and causing a massive uproar. Downstairs, a guard panics as chunks of the ceiling start collapsing, screaming out if there is a terrorist attack. Headquarters. We have an active explosion inside the main banquet hall. Just as he finishes his report, a massive monster with razor-sharp claws appears on the stairs and lunges straight at him. Before he can even register what is happening, fresh blood splatters everywhere, completely soaking the surrounding walls. In the monitor room, Haesung slowly utters his final request, so please, do your absolute best for me one last time. He plunges a stone syringe directly into his neck, growling deeply as he injects himself. Peace has lasted for far too long, and now, nobody remembers its true importance. His skin begins to dry up, cracking with loud snapping sounds. Gnashing his teeth, Haesung continues now that absolutely anyone can awaken. It seems they've forgotten the value of truly powerful hunters. A moment later, his skin completely petrifies into solid stone. Haesung crushes the syringe, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. With a chilling voice, he declares that it's time to jog their memories. Korea is about to plunge back into the age of disaster. Modern skyscrapers begin to crumble, sending thick clouds of dust everywhere as terrified citizens run for their lives, screaming in horror. Run for your lives! A terrified woman collapses to the ground, trembling as she screams out, what on earth is going on? There are no gates or hunting zones anywhere near here, but high up in the towering skyscrapers, grotesque monsters start pouring out one after another, attacking everyone in sight and sending the crowd. So where exactly did all these creatures come from? Massive buildings crumble with a thunderous roar. Panicked cries for help grow louder by the second. Hearing the massive explosions, Sang-woo breaks into a cold sweat and mutters this sound. Right then, an agent urgently reports that the warning sirens have already started blaring. Kang-woo quickly orders everyone to the shelter. Clenching his teeth, he growls out Haesung, Outside, giant fireballs rain down onto the pavement while flying beasts swarm the skies. Witnessing this absolute chaos, Sang-woo mutters in frustration that bastard is even crazy. Look at that. A massive wave of burning meteors is literally crashing straight down into the streets below. Below, complete chaos reigns as people scramble desperately for cover. Duck. A girl screams in absolute helplessness. How are we supposed to dodge a literal meteor shower? Sang-woo just stands there, lost in deep thought. Ever since his physical strength surpassed 40 points, every time he tries to run, his legs somehow feel incredibly weak. Just a tiny bit of force makes him float right off the ground. Even though his raw power has doubled since then, his old muscle memory has not changed at all. At the exact same time, across another side of the sky, yet another wave of burning meteors continues to hurtle downward. Young Sanju spots about 8 meteors. He crouches low, getting ready to leap. Sometimes he wonders what would happen if he unleashed his full speed. His gaze grows incredibly sharp, his face turning stone cold. Enough of this. Towering buildings explode, sending sharp debris flying in every direction. In the blink of an eye, young Sanju leaps high into the sky, unleashing a decisive sword slash that slices a massive meteor clean in half. Without losing a second, he flips mid-air, cleverly using the falling meteor fragments as stepping stones to propel himself forward. He leaps from one flaming rock to the next, obliterating them with absolute blinding speed. In no time at all, the devastating meteors are reduced to harmless dust. Down below, his 2 teammates can only stare up in absolute disbelief. The terrifying meteor storm is completely shattered, falling as harmless gravel. Confirmed that the danger has passed, young Sanju lands gracefully on the ground to inspect the area. The other survivors who were desperately trying to survive also let out a massive sigh of relief. He actually destroyed every single one of those meteors. Someone whispers in absolute awe. Young Sanju turns back with a dead serious expression and warns them, "Get to the shelter now, and whatever you do, do not open that door for anyone." Staring at the ruins of his completely devastated city, Jun-hyuk, the father of Woo-yeon, gasps in shock. What on earth is happening over there? Both he and Woo-yeon stare blankly, overwhelmed with anger at that absolute madman, Shin Hae-sung. Without another word, Jun-hyuk leaps onto the balcony railing and yells to his daughter Woo-yeon, "Hide yourself. I am going out there." Woo-yeon hesitates to stop her father, but young Sanju's trusted ally suddenly bursts through the doors. "Run, Woo-yeon, head to the shelter." Hearing this, her father sighs with relief. "Thank goodness. Woo-yeon, I am leaving her in your care." Seeing her father prepare to go, she begs him not to get hurt. Jun-hyuk gives her a confident, reassuring nod. "Do not worry, I will make it back safe this time." Right after, the ally grabs Woo-yeon and runs. She only managed to cry out, "Father." Meanwhile, Jun-hyuk enters his battle stance with cold, lethal eyes, screaming the name of Hae-sung in his head with pure rage. Meanwhile, over at the academy campus, Haeyeon walks alone, completely lost in her thoughts. She still has not been able to find her appa. He knew she returned. So, why is he not here? He probably skipped class again, since his grades are always perfect. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes, leaving Haeyeon totally confused by the voice. Right then, Professor Wang Jun-hyuk urgently shouts out for everyone to run. Haeyeon gets swept up in the panicked, fleeing crowd, before finally recognizing Professor Huang in the chaos. Confused, Haeyeon mutters, "Why is everyone running?" But before she can even finish her thought, a swarm of grotesque monsters crashes into the campus. Oh my god! The horde is growing out of control, suddenly bursting out from every single corner of the city. In this sudden crisis, a reporter has already rushed directly to the scene to broadcast a live update on the situation. Monsters of unknown origin are completely flooding the entire city. These grotesque beasts are rapidly closing in on residential neighborhoods, leaving the terrified citizens with nowhere left to run. The reporter states that the military claimed the underground gates were secured, but the sheer volume of monsters has completely bypassed all expectations. Even as this incredibly brave reporter continues speaking directly into the camera, a massive, terrifying flying beast suddenly swoops down on her from behind. Mid-broadcast, faced with this sudden disaster, the terrified cameraman can only scream out in pure panic, "Behind you! Behind you!" Suddenly, a massive hand appears, channeling raw magic to unleash a strike. The mysterious figure immediately leaps forward, delivering a lethal strike that takes down the giant avian monster in a heartbeat. The female reporter and her cameraman can only stand. As soon as the beast is taken care of, the reporter suddenly yells out, "Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk." Jun-hyuk steps out from the rising dust, saying, "I admire your courage as a reporter, but you must evacuate." This place is far too dangerous. Even so, the stubborn reporter instantly fires up with absolute excitement. Something totally shocking just happened. Hunter Jun Hee-wook just saved my life, and his powers are as insane as ever. Jun Hee-wook can only look on, feeling totally helpless. No, I told her to run. But look at the sky. Another wave of giant, blazing meteors is raining down. With fear in her eyes, the reporter looks up to update the camera, shouting that another meteor is coming. While Jun Hee-wook glances back, he gently murmurs, "That is Haesung's skill. You really need to run now, because there will not be another chance." As soon as the words leave his mouth, he leaps high into the air toward the giant meteor, channeling his pure strength to shatter it into tiny fragments. Jun Hee-wook watches with a sharp, but deeply worried look in his eyes. It is massive, completely different level. I have to destroy this thing immediately. Suddenly, a roaring slash cuts through the sky, shredding the meteors into absolute dust. Yoon Sanju is completely stunned as he looks down and spots Jun Hee-wook. Wait, what? Hunter Jun Hee-wook. Aren't you supposed to be with Yuyin? Meanwhile, over at the academy, a terrifying demon-headed beast is roaring in pure rage. Haeon is putting all her focus into taking down that monster, using her telekinetic power to hurl a heavy chair straight at it. Right after, she concentrates her force and delivers a direct punch. At the same time, Haesung's followers are battling the remaining beasts. They are running. Luckily, most of the monsters are fleeing the building. He strikes ruthlessly, finishing the creature off in seconds, muttering that they are more than enough to handle this. Once the monsters are cleared, Haesung's masked follower turns to Haeon, who is breathing heavily, and asks if she is okay. The masked man coldly tells her she can run if she wants, then waves goodbye. Suddenly, Haeon lunges, grabbing his collar with gritted teeth to threaten him. "Hey, you knew all along, didn't you?" Showing zero fear or emotion, the masked man calmly gives a cold response. "Yeah." Icy response. Haeon completely loses her temper and screams at him. "You knew how to stop this, so why did you let that bastard Haesung do it?" But the loyal follower does not move an inch. "Nobody ordered me to do that." Under Haeon's completely stunned gaze, the masked figure starts to fade. "I only follow instructions." Leaving Haeon frozen in the middle of the empty room, the masked man completely vanishes into the dark. "I don't care about anything else." Haeon collapses onto the floor in bitter silence, watching the dark shadow slowly dissolve away. She hides her face in her hands, tormented by confusion, asking why the jerk stopped her from drinking it. Meanwhile, in another room, empty liquor bottles and dirty glasses are scattered all over the table. He curses. Ju Seo-rae lies in bed with his arm thrown over his forehead, frowning. He forces himself to sit up and grabs the phone to complain, saying room 1302 is way too loud and asking them to keep it down. But there is no response on the other end, only a cold dial tone that leaves Ju Seo-rae feeling quite puzzled. He gets out of bed and stomps over to the door, muttering under his breath, "Are you kidding me? Talk about the absolute worst room service ever." The exact second he opens the door, this hideous, deformed beast is standing right there waiting to devour him. The beast screeches a savage, animalistic roar, preparing to lunge and tear Ju Seo-rae apart. But before it can react, a crushing blow instantly obliterates it. S-class hunter Ju Seo-rae, blessed with godlike power, stands casually with a hand in his pocket, looking totally bored. What is this? Did a dungeon gate randomly open up somewhere around here? How dare that idiot jumper recommend this place to me? Meanwhile, Jun Hee-wook unleashes a massive combo on the surrounding beasts. In the blink of an eye, he completely wipes out the entire pack, leaving Yoon Sanju absolutely stunned. He didn't get that legendary S-class title for nothing. Watching him effortlessly destroy a horde of A-rank monsters, as if they were absolutely nothing, is seriously impressive. Jun Hee-wook turns back to Yoon Sanju and asks if the area is clear, or if there are still civilians left to evacuate. Yoon Sanju replies that almost everyone should be gone, and they must find Haesung immediately to end all this chaos once and for all. Jun Hee-wook stops as if suddenly remembering